Chapter 1. In the dimly lit cave, Nan Mozhen lay in a heap of hay, her consciousness hazy. It took her a while to recover from the dizziness that clouded her mind. Slowly, she propped herself up and surveyed the indistinct surroundings of the cave, feeling utterly disheveled. "System, are you there?" she inquired softly. Previously, she had inadvertently bound herself to the system. Immediately after the binding, chaos erupted in time and space, and she lost consciousness. Now, she found herself bewildered, questioning whether the events that transpired were real or merely a dream, even doubting if her current situation was a figment of her imagination. "Host, I am here." Upon hearing the cold, mechanical voice, Nan Mozhen's expression darkened indeed. The situation was real. "Explain what has transpired." After the host bound with the system, a powerful surge of energy caused a disturbance in time and space, transporting you to this world. Put simply, you have traversed dimensions. Moreover, it is essential for you to understand that your crossing was not instigated by the system binding. Rather, it was the result of energy fluctuations in this world that directly penetrated the realm you previously inhabited, leading to the time-space turmoil that facilitated your transition. Nan Mozhen scoffed lightly. "You certainly possess a strong survival instinct." Additionally, the host must be aware that you are bound to a supplier system, which primarily focuses on commerce and cultivation. The system's capabilities regarding combat or danger alerts are somewhat limited. Should you encounter any urgent peril, the system may not be able to provide timely warnings, so please refrain from placing blame at that moment. Survival instinct 2. Nan Mozhen maintained a stoic expression. Indeed, she had bound herself to a supplier system. While she had yet to fully comprehend its intricacies, it seemed that the system could produce various items that could be sold for currency, along with an upgrade system focused on business development. The system's strong emphasis on survival caught her by surprise, prompting it to make precautionary statements. In the next moment, realization struck her as she lifted her gaze towards the distant glimmer outside the cave and tentatively asked, "To which world have I traversed?" "An alternate realm. The ancient beast world." Initially relieved by the first four words, Nan Mozhen was utterly taken aback by the latter four. Beast world. Following this revelation, the system fell silent. The thought of being strung up and bled out made her feel faint. She could not help but curse under her breath. What a despicable system. Cautiously, Nan Mozhen approached the cave entrance. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, and in the distance, majestic mountains loomed, adorned with verdant ancient trees. The cave was situated on a slope, flanked by piles of stones that formed windbreaks. The primordial forest exuded a pure, untainted essence, which would have pleased her were it not for the enormous paw prints of wild beasts that marred her appreciation of the scenery. Based on her previous readings of related novels, the ancient beast world was diverse. Some formidable beings could unleash extraordinary powers, spewing water and fire with ease, while others were simply beastmen, capable of shifting between beastly and half-human forms. She was uncertain what this particular beast world would entail. Stepping out of the cave, Nan Mozhen followed the path formed by the stone piles. The ground was sandy, occasionally revealing muddy patches, which were marked by unfamiliar large footprints. The prints were distinctly visible, resembling those of a tiger, and they appeared quite fresh. Her heart raced as she contemplated whether the cave was the lair of this creature. Had she suddenly fallen into its den, or was she captured and kept there until the beast grew hungry? If it were the former, her situation would be somewhat safer. She merely needed to vacate before the cave's owner returned. Conversely, if it were the latter, the creature likely wouldn't stray far, remaining nearby to respond to any disturbances in the cave. As she pondered this, her gaze was drawn to a group of tigers lounging in the grass, their immense forms tightening her chest with trepidation. Instinctively, she halted, slowing her breath. The pressing question was whether these tigers were mere beasts or beastmen. If the latter, there might be room for communication. She glanced around for an escape route. In the next moment, one of the tigers turned its head towards her, growling softly, and soon all the great white tigers shifted their gaze in her direction. Nan Mozhen, frozen in place, she dared not move. "Female, are you hungry?" one of the white tigers inquired. Hearing the tiger speak in human language, Nan Mozhen exhaled deeply. As long as they were beastmen, she felt relieved. She shook her head and retreated a few steps, her back pressing against a large stone. Then rest for a while. Once Huairong and the others bring the other female, we will take you to our tribe, the previously speaking white tiger continued. Nan Mozhen tentatively asked, what happened to the other female? She, too, has lost her way, and the forest is perilous at present. How could a female easily lose her way? Worry crept into her heart that the status of females in this beast world might be quite low. After that, their conversation ceased, and she leaned against the stone while the group of white tigers remained sprawled in the distance, awaiting the arrival of the other female. After a moment of internal struggle, Nan Mozhen ultimately acquiesced. The circumstances of this world remained unclear, and perhaps it would be safer to accompany them to their tribe for a closer look. Simultaneously, she considered the implications of arriving at the beastman's tribe, weighing the pros and cons. It seemed prudent to venture to the tribe for the time being. While she waited, she activated the system interface. This so-called supplier system was a nurturing mechanism that currently held only a stone well and a black vortex suspended in midair for energy absorption. Next to the well, a stone tablet flickered with the golden inscription, Level 1. The Level 1 supply space contained merely a well, while the black vortex above was negligible in significance, serving only to devour items for the system's energy supply, offering no benefit to the host. The well provided an endless source of water, rich in various minerals and trace elements, brimming with nutrition. At Level 2, new items would emerge, with higher levels yielding an increasing variety of goods that the binder could utilize for transactions. The supplier system required no cost for usage and imposed no restrictions, however, to acquire more items. One must provide energy for the system to absorb. Anything imbued with energy could be consumed, converting it into energy for upgrading the system. The path to advancement was long, and suddenly finding herself in the beast world left Nan Mozhen feeling utterly bewildered. Setting aside other considerations, at least the water source was inexhaustible. After a considerable wait, several large white tigers approached, the central one bearing a beast woman from their tribe upon its back. As they neared, the white tigers that had been lounging in the grass rose to their feet, and the two groups successfully converged. Nan Mozhen did not dwell on the white tigers, as they all appeared quite similar to her, the only discernible difference being the presence of some who were more robust and older. Instead, her curiosity was piqued by the beast woman. She observed the adorable rabbit ears adorning the woman's head. Was she from the rabbit beast tribe? The fluffy pair of white rabbit ears belonged to a delicately petite female, whose skin was fair, resembling a charming young girl of 18 or 19, clad in garments fashioned from animal hides. As Nan Mozhen scrutinized her, the other girl cautiously regarded her in return. Female, are you the black ape tribe? One of the white tigers inquired, sidling up to Nan Mozhen and circling her with enthusiasm. Nan Mozhen, how was she to respond to that? Her silence was likely interpreted as acquiescence by the white tigers. Lacking beast ears and possessing a mane of thick black hair, she fit the criteria of a female from the black ape tribe. I am muah. What is your name? Female. The white tiger named Muah settled beside her, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. The intensity of his gaze made Nan Mozhen feel slightly uneasy. She shook her head and remained silent. Before Muah could say anything further, he was pulled away by another, slightly larger white tiger. Muah, you single males should exercise a bit of restraint. Do not frighten the female, one of the white tigers nearby teased. Nan Mozhen glanced at the speaker, one of the white tigers that had guarded her earlier. Muah growled in displeasure, engaging in a debate with the other white tigers. From their exchange, she gleaned that those white tigers who had been watching over her were all coupled. Thus, their reactions to her presence were not particularly intense, while Muah and the white tigers accompanying the rabbit beast woman were all single and inevitably displayed greater enthusiasm upon encountering a female. Muah was the most vivacious of the single tigers, and after his failed attempt at flirtation, the others kept their distance from Nan Mozhen, indicating that she was perceived as a somewhat standoffish or wary female, and excessive enthusiasm might frighten her away. "Let us depart, we must return to the tribe before nightfall," murmured the white tiger named Bener, turning to gaze at Nan Mozhen and inquiring, "Little female, whom would you have carry you back?" As his words hung in the air, the solitary tigers immediately fixed their fervent gazes upon her. Nan Mozhen remained speechless. She cast a glance at the group of tigers before her eyes settled on the white tiger lounging leisurely on the ground, yawning. He had accompanied muah and the others, yet upon their arrival, he was the only one who had not regarded her with any interest, which suggested a degree of safety in his indifference. The white tigers followed her gaze, their focus locking onto the indifferent white tiger. Perceiving the peculiar stares of the others, Huairong looked at them with a hint of confusion, ultimately meeting Nan Mozhen's gaze. After a moment's pause, he lazily rose and approached her, lowering himself to the ground. With great caution, Nan Mozhen climbed onto the tiger's back, saying, "This is my first time riding a tiger. Please be steady." Huairong, somewhat taken aback, gradually stood up, leading her forward. Surrounded by over a dozen white tigers, the two females ventured into the forest. It was impossible for Nan Mozhen not to feel exhilarated during her inaugural ride on a tiger. She clutched at the tiger's fur to steady herself as the white tiger moved swiftly. However, the speed did not generate a fierce wind, and the ride was relatively smooth. She found herself able to maintain her balance amidst the gentle swaying. Muah, trailing alongside, cast a disgruntled glance at Huairong. "This fool Huairong spends all his time sleeping. Why did you choose such a dull male?" Nan Mozhen instinctively glanced down at the white tiger, focused solely on the path ahead, realizing that he was indeed Huairong. She raised an eyebrow. "And you consider yourself interesting?" "Of course. I can take you fishing, collect bird eggs, slide down grassy slopes, and we could frolic amidst fields of flowers. How delightful that would be!" Muah exclaimed excitedly upon engaging with Nan Mozhen. Nan Mozhen's expression remained unchanged, "But those activities do not appeal to me in the slightest." Muah's demeanor faltered, and he lost his footing, tripping over a branch beneath him, resulting in a comical tumble that sent him crashing into the front white tiger, followed by two hefty figures rolling forward. This accident caused the other white tigers to halt, casting exasperated glances at them. The sight was so amusing that Nan Mozhen couldn't help but stifle a laugh. But upon noticing Huairong turn his head in her direction, she promptly suppressed her mirth. The two fallen white tigers, now speechless, regained their composure and rejoined the group, continuing their journey. Perhaps feeling the weight of embarrassment from Nan Mozhen's gaze, Muah settled down. By the time they arrived at the tribe, the sky had darkened considerably. Not only did they encounter several groups of wild beasts along the way, but Nan Mozhen felt her decision to accompany them to the tribe was indeed wise. The expansive tribe was adorned with thatched cottages, wooden houses, and bamboo dwellings, some even nestled high in the trees, reflecting a grand scale, with many beastmen coming and going. Nan Mozhen gazed at them with a sense of wonder, noting the construction of the tribe bore resemblance to that of a village. "I had presumed your tribe was solely composed of large white tigers," she remarked involuntarily. The tribe harbored a multitude of beastmen from various races, not merely white tigers. Huairong stifled a yawn and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, it was once a white tiger tribe. However, due to an insufficient number of males to protect the females, they gradually allied with numerous males from other beastmen races, leading to the tribe's flourishing growth." His cool, languid voice offered her an explanation. Nan Mozhen could not help but tease, "I thought you wouldn't speak at all." Huairong replied with silence. He simply preferred not to engage in conversation, particularly with females who tended to be more reticent. She and the female from the rabbit beast tribe were escorted to the central bonfire of the tribe, where a substantial fire blazed, surrounded by an array of roasted meats, perhaps to alleviate any fear they might feel in this unfamiliar environment. The tribe leader had summoned the females of the tribe to keep them company. Huairong gently placed her on a grass mat adorned with thick animal hides, and, before departing, inquired, "What would you like to eat?" Nan Mozhen furrowed her brow as she gazed at the enormous beasts by the bonfire. Something cooked, softer, and I can also eat vegetables. A flicker of surprise crossed Huairong's eyes as he nodded and leisurely walked away. In contrast to the rabbit beast female's reaction, Nan Mozhen appeared rather composed. She curiously surveyed her surroundings and found the half-human, half-beast figures of the orcs oddly endearing. She sensed someone sitting beside her. She turned her gaze to see a mature female with soft white hair and a pair of fluffy white beast ears atop her head. "I am Ali, Huairong's sister," she introduced herself with a smile. Observing Ali's friendly demeanor, Nan Mozhen reciprocated with her own introduction. "I heard you chose my brother to escort you back. When are you two planning to become mates?" Ali inquired, placing a small bamboo basket filled with wild fruits beside her. Nan Mozhen felt a wave of embarrassment. Was it truly acceptable to ask such a direct question about mating? "Oh, don't be shy. My brother may seem a bit lazy, but he possesses formidable fighting skills. He simply enjoys sleeping when there's nothing else to do, and over time, he's become accustomed to it. This year, he just ascended to the 4th tier of beasts," Ali said proudly. "These fruits were gathered by my partner. They're quite fresh. The bonfire feast will take a bit longer to commence, so you must be hungry. Please have a taste." Indeed, Nan Mozhen felt both hungry and thirsty. She reached into the basket and took a bite of strawberry. "Your brother is so remarkable. He must have many females interested in him, right?" Ali remarked with a hint of nostalgia that "I don't know much about the females from other tribes, but here, the females prefer more robust males. Huairong sleeps all day. Everyone thinks he is lazy and indifferent. Yet I know he is not that kind of male. This a scene where a big sister pulls strings for her younger brother?" Nan Mozhen, still chewing on her strawberry, chose not to respond, feeling that further discussion on this topic might lead others to assume something was amiss between her and Huairong. Ali, being perceptive, noticed her reluctance to discuss it further and deftly shifted the conversation. Sharing insights about the tribe. The tribes here are named after their leaders. The leader of this tribe is Baihu Yada, and the tribe is also referred to as the Yada tribe. Long ago, this tribe was composed entirely of white tigers, but that was a distant memory at that time. The white tiger population was sparse, and whenever formidable beasts attacked to seize females, the tribe would suffer losses due to their inadequate fighting strength. After several leadership changes, the tribe began to ally with males from other races, leading to an increase in their orc population and a gradual strengthening of their numbers to the present day. Currently, the Yada tribe boasts over 5,000 adult males, more than 500 adult females, along with younglings and older orcs, a figure that remains quite impressive in a world inhabited by orcs, where the ratio of males to females is so disproportionate. Nan Mozhen was not particularly surprised, as it aligned with her understanding of a single female attracting multiple males. With Ali enthusiastically educating her, Nan Mozhen gained considerable insight into both the tribe and the Orcish world at large. As night fell, the bonfire feast commenced, and the orcs of the tribe gathered to partake in the celebration. Centered around the large bonfire, everyone built smaller fires, with one female per fire, while the newly arrived females sat beside the main bonfire. Observing the smaller fires, Nan Mozhen noticed that one of them had over 10 males seated around it, indicating that the female at that fire must have as many partners. How ruthless! Did they not fear exhaustion? Huairong has arrived. He will take care of you. I must find my partner now. We shall play together again tomorrow, Elise said, giving Nan Mozhen a friendly pat on the shoulder before departing. Watching the orcs move about, Nan Mozhen felt a bit bewildered. She had yet to spot the great white tiger. Just as she was feeling frustrated, a pair of strong, long legs appeared before her. She blinked in surprise and looked up, her gaze tracing the beast-hide-clad lower half. And from her angle, she caught a glimpse of the enticing physique beneath, sculpted abs, a well-defined chest, and a strikingly handsome face framed by silver hair that accentuated his devilishly attractive features. What an impressive visage! Nan Mozhen was momentarily taken aback. Huairong approached, carrying a bamboo basket filled with food, crouching down to place the neatly wrapped items before her. "Huairong?" she tentatively called out. Huairong looked up at her, his expression revealing a hint of confusion as he awaited her next words. "Oh, it really is Huairong," she thought, initially expecting him to appear in the form of a white tiger. She shook her head, signaling that everything was fine. Huairong resumed his task of arranging the food. Nan Mozhen curiously examined the items before her. A bright yellow corn cob, a a pile of carrot slices sprinkled with some sort of seasoning, 2 heads of lettuce, and over 10 small bird eggs. Everything except the lettuce is cooked. I heard that those who prefer vegetarian fare say that cooked lettuce isn't very palatable. Huairong explained as he set the food down and glanced at Nan Mozhen's reaction. Relieved to see she was not displeased. Wrapped meat and lettuce is the best, Nan Mozhen exclaimed, picking up a lettuce leaf and glancing longingly at the roasted meat in the distance. Huairong immediately stood up to slice some for her. The crispy yet tender meat, seasoned with a touch of salt, wrapped in the fresh, crunchy lettuce, was simply delectable. After cutting some slices for her, Huairong also took a portion of roasted meat for himself and sat beside her to enjoy the meal. Initially, some single males had contemplated approaching her, but upon noticing Huairong's presence, they discreetly retreated, except for one brave soul who dared to approach. "Jinjin, let me get you some more meat," the suddenly beaming youth said. And recognizing that familiar voice, Nan Mozhen realized it was Mu. "No need. This is enough. I'm almost full. Thank you," she replied, and Muta's expression fell. Looking heartbroken, Huairong cast a dispassionate glance at him, offering no significant reaction. "Jinjin, have you really chosen Huairong?" Muda asked, his voice tinged with a sense of longing. Nan Mozhen corrected him. "It's Nan Mozhen. Nan Mozhen." "Goodness, Jinjin, that must have come from Ali. She only told you my name." Muda glanced at Huairong, seemingly resigned. "Even if I can't be your first partner, I would gladly settle for being second or third." With a sigh, Nan Mozhen felt it necessary to clarify. "Even if I were to find a partner, I would only choose one. Moreover, my health is poor, and I cannot bear children." The sting of admitting her inability to conceive was a sensation only she could fully comprehend. Both Muda and Huairong stared at her in disbelief. "What happened? Were you injured in the past? The tribe has a veterinarian. I can fetch one immediately," Muda exclaimed, panic lacing his voice as he turned to run, but Huairong swiftly caught him by the tail to halt his escape. "Do you want the whole tribe to learn of her condition and have her expelled?" Huairong said coldly. In the next moment, Muda trembled slightly, realizing the gravity of the situation. The tribe had never cared for females who could not reproduce. Even if they were allowed to stay, their fate would be grim, relegated to becoming mere objects of male desire, ultimately leading to their demise. Nan Mozhen felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Had she inadvertently dug a pit for herself? This was becoming rather awkward. Though Huairong had stopped Muda, other orcs nearby who had been listening closely caught wind of their conversation. Orcs had keen hearing. And soon someone shouted, "Nan Mozhen cannot bear children." The previously lively bonfire feast fell into an abrupt silence. All eyes turned toward her with a mix of bewilderment and concern. "What nonsense are you spouting? Nan Mozhen is young and beautiful. How could she be unable to bear children?" Ali interjected, visibly irritated. The wolf beast scoffed, "Then ask your brother and Muda." They both heard it. All gazes shifted to the two of them. "No, you must have misheard," Muda replied without hesitation. The wolf beast gazed at Nan Mozhen's graceful figure, feeling an inexplicable warmth rise within him. With a smile, he suggested perhaps a checkup by the veterinarian would clarify matters. The tribe's most skilled healer, an elderly rabbit beast, received the chief's command and hurried over to Nan Mozhen's side. "Do not be afraid. I shall merely touch your arm for a brief examination," the old rabbit beast said kindly as he squatted before her. Nan Mozhen readily raised her right hand. The old rabbit beast grasped her delicate wrist, and a soft green glow emanated, spreading from her wrist along her arm and enveloping her entire being. In mere seconds, she felt a warm sensation enveloping her, which dissipated almost as quickly as it had come. The old rabbit beast withdrew his hand and glanced at the anxious crowd awaiting the results, then rose to address the chief, Yada, in the distance. "Nan Mozhen possesses remarkable fertility, surpassing any female in our tribe, yet her constitution is quite fragile." If the previous words had instilled hope, the latter was akin to a bucket of cold water. Fertility without a robust constitution is of little consequence. To many males, it is indistinguishable from being barren. Upon hearing this, most of the single males swiftly lost interest in Nan Mozhen, as they saw companions not just for company, but for the hope of progeny. Most males cared deeply about future offspring, leaving only a few who were indifferent to whether their partner could bear young, that a weak constitution could be nurtured, A deep, authoritative voice resonated from the opposite side of the bonfire. Upon hearing this, the crowd's attitude shifted considerably. "Father, I wish to care for Xinjun," Muda spoke up, his tone tinged with earnestness. This was Muda's father, the tribe leader, Yada. Yada did not respond, but the disappointment in Muda's expression suggested dissent. "Xinjun, do eat well. Some matters are not absolute. Find a gentle and attentive partner to care for you. By then, consuming a few energy fruits may significantly enhance your constitution," the old rabbit beast advised with concern before turning to leave. Nan Mozhen continued to munch on her corn. Unperturbed in the beast world, females experienced estrus once a year, yet she ovulated after each monthly cycle, indicating a higher likelihood of conception than that of humans. Undeniably, her constitution was weaker than that of the females in the beast realm, attributed to her limited living environment and her racial lineage. Even if her constitution improved one day, it did not guarantee an increased chance of childbirth. After all, humans and beastmen belonged to distinct races, and genetic compatibility was uncertain. Perhaps as a precaution, the old rabbit beast was pushed forward by the group of single males to examine a young female rabbit beast. And without question, all was well with her, making her the primary target of pursuit among the males. After finishing her corn, Nan Mozhen felt completely sated and sat upright on her mat. Huairong, observing that she had ceased eating, inquired, "The tribe assigned you a small tree hut. Shall I escort you there?" She nodded in agreement. The journey was somewhat lengthy, so Huairong transformed into his beast form and led her onward. As they distanced themselves from the bonfire, the surroundings grew dimmer. The so-called small tree hut was indeed minute, merely a hollow carved into a sturdy tree trunk, positioned high up and equipped with wooden stakes for steps. Huairong guided Nan Mozhen to the entrance of the hollow, and as she expressed her gratitude and descended, the darkness caused her to trip over the wooden threshold, tumbling into the hollow. Huairong's expression shifted, and he leapt in to shield her, his powerful form cushioning her fall. In the pitch-black hollow, Nan Mozhen found herself cradled in his embrace, listening to the strong, rhythmic beating of his heart, which stirred her own emotions into a rapid flutter. The two remained still, neither daring to move. "I will find a way to procure energy fruits. Henceforth, I shall care for you." Huairong's slow, earnest words shattered the delicate atmosphere. Nan Mozhen gently struggled to sit up, settling on the nearby grass. "My situation is rather unique," she replied. Huairong turned to face her, clearly perceiving her hesitation, as if she were burdened by unspoken worries. Being a beast man, the darkness did not hinder his vision. Even in the deepest shadows, he could see distinctly that Muda is the chief's child. It is evident the chief does not wish for Muda to care for you. If you wish to thrive in this tribe, you must seek a more powerful male. Otherwise, those with ill intentions will not spare you. Every tribe has similar circumstances. Females lacking attentive male guardians are often confined to dungeons, becoming slaves for males seeking relief after losing their partners. Many females have perished in such conditions. Huairong spoke softly. Nan Mozhen arched an eyebrow in silence. "Are you threatening me?" "No, I merely wish to inform you of the risks involved." "Or do you believe that your previous fainting in the forest was due to abandonment by another tribe?" Huairong's tone was firm. This. Nan Mozhen found herself at a loss for words, feeling a swell of frustration as she remarked, "Had I known, I would not have returned with you." She lacked the courage to utter the words to leave now. The green light that enveloped her during the old rabbit beast's examination indicated that the beastmen possessed extraordinary abilities. If indeed there were formidable wild beasts outside, her martial skills would be utterly inadequate against them. Huairong rested his head on his forepaws, his gaze cast downward in a moment of melancholy. "What type of male do you prefer?" "I do not like males," she replied. He looked up in astonishment. "You prefer females?" Nan Mozhen couldn't help but slap his head, leaving him bewildered. "I do not like females." "Nor do I like males," she asserted through gritted teeth. Huairong instinctively exhaled in relief, gradually lowering his head. "Let me care for you for now. Otherwise, you may find yourself bullied." After contemplating, Nan Mozhen replied, "I will repay you in the future. Let us discuss that later. I know you are tired. Sleep now, and I shall guard you nearby, ensuring nothing untoward occurs." He reassured her. Indeed, she felt fatigued, and as she settled down, she soon drifted into slumber. In this tribe, Huairong appeared to be more reliable than the other beastmen, and she chose to place her trust in him, as she had little choice. Huairong remained close by, releasing a subtle aura of a fourth-tier beast, deterring many of the males who approached. Yes, he brought Nan Mozhen to the tree hollow. He had pondered clearly. Even if he could not remain within the hollow, he would guard her at the base of the tree. Otherwise, if the night passed, she might find herself in a dungeon come morning. She slept soundly until dawn, sunlight streaming into the hollow. Nan Mozhen turned over, stretching languidly, and her hand brushed against something furry. Upon opening her eyes, she met the gaze of half-lidded tiger eyes, their deep beauty tinged with a hint of drowsiness. Embarrassed, she withdrew her hand, realizing she had inadvertently poked his head. "I shall go hunting shortly. Stay with my sister and do not wander off alone," Huairong instructed. Nan Mozhen nodded in agreement. Yawning, she rose and exited the tree hollow, followed closely by the large white tiger. An unmistakable sight to all around. Huairong took her to the creek to freshen up. In this world, there were no toothbrushes or toothpaste. Beastmen used mint to clean their teeth, chewing a few sprigs to fill their mouths with fragrance. And without towels, they used small pieces of beast hide to wipe their faces. Once refreshed, she was escorted to Ali's dwelling. Ali, residing in a large wooden house with her partners, had anticipated her brother would bring Nan Mozhen over. And early in the morning, she instructed her partners to set up pots and pans outside to prepare breakfast. Ali remained as warm and welcoming as ever towards Nan Mozhen, pulling her to sit on a fur rug and chat. Observing the three busy males nearby, Nan Mozhen curiously asked Ali, "Do you have 3 partners?" "5, with 2 out hunting," Ali replied. Then leaned closer and whispered, "Ben is also my partner. He was out with Huairong yesterday. Ben is the chief Yada's son, and his brothers with muah." Nan Mozhen sighed, remarking on how formidable the connections of certain individuals could be. She reminisced about the delightful offerings from earlier: lettuce wraps filled with meat, boiled corn on the cob, roasted potatoes, grilled meat, and a savory meat broth. Although Ali was a female of the tiger tribe, she had a penchant for vegetarian cuisine and a hearty appetite. Her partner prepared substantial portions for every meal, and with Nan Mozhen joining them today, the quantities increased even further. "Nan Mozhen, when will you bond with Huairong?" Ali inquired again, her curiosity unwavering. In that instant, Nan Mozhen found the roasted potato in her hand less appetizing. "Why are you so fixated on this question?" she asked. "Because the mating season for our white tiger tribe is approaching, and I am merely concerned for Huairong," Ali replied. "Despite having many brothers, Huairong and I were born together, so our bond is particularly strong. You are fraternal twins. Your mother must be remarkable," Nan Mozhen remarked, a hint of melancholy in her voice. "Bonding with me would not yield offspring." She added. Ali dismissed her concern, saying, "Offspring are inconsequential. After all, you mentioned last night that you only seek one partner. Huairong doesn't have a strong desire for progeny. Being a 4th-tier beast, he is more than capable of protecting you. Previously, he hardly pursued females, spending his time hunting or sleeping. You're the first to elicit such initiative from him. He must truly like you." "Just observe," Ali said with a playful smile. Nan Mozhen thought to herself that if she ever found herself with Huairong, a significant part of the reason would undoubtedly be due to Ali's encouragement. Rather than addressing the question directly, she shifted the topic. "Where can we find energy fruits at this time?" She asked. Ali responded, "In the summer, they can be found in the lava mountains, and in winter, within the frosty forest. However, now that it is autumn, they are harder to locate. We can search in the frosty forest come winter." After a pause, she continued, "Energy fruits are a blessing bestowed upon all beasts by the beast god, concentrated fruits that gather the energy of heaven and earth. Males who consume them can enhance their strength, while females can improve their beauty and prolong their lives. However, they are guarded by formidable beasts, making them difficult to find. Consequently, many females seek powerful males as partners, hoping they would venture to find energy fruits." Initially determined to find the fruits herself, Nan Mozhen reconsidered and rekindled her hope, realizing she could still acquire energy fruits through exchanges using resources from her system. The question returned to its origin. She must nurture the system and elevate its level. Once she amassed more resources, she could trade for energy fruits with other beastmen. Well, don't overthink it. Huairong will be here. He will find a way. Just focus on eating well and taking care of yourself. Elise said with a smile. Nan Mozhen responded with a gentle smile in return. After finishing their meal, they lay on the grass to rest. After a while, the males who had gone hunting returned one by one. And Huairong was among them. He had already cleaned the game outside and brought it directly to the large tree where Nan Mozhen resided to marinate it. Once marinated, he hung the pieces on the vines to dry as jerky. After he finished, he sought out Nan Mozhen and found her asleep beside her sister. Upon seeing him approach, Ali's smile widened. Huairong, don't you think Nan Mozhen is beautiful? She is one of the most attractive females of the black ape tribe I have ever seen, even more so than those of the fox beast and peacock tribes that I in this land. The females of the fox beast and peacock tribes were deemed the most beautiful. The former were enchanting, while the latter were strikingly elegant. Huairong sat cross-legged on the grass nearby, his gaze quietly fixed on Nan Mozhen's sleeping face. And he could not deny her beauty to Ali, noticing their dynamics. One asleep and one watching, grew a bit bored and took her partner into the woods to play, leaving Huairong to keep watch over Nan Mozhen. After a short nap, Nan Mozhen opened her eyes and instinctively smiled upon seeing Huairong and his white tiger four beside her. Huairong, may I ask you a question? She said. Looking at him, he nodded in acknowledgement. Apart from energy fruits, are there other objects that are also infused with energy? They don't necessarily have to be absorbable by beastmen, just anything with energy, like the vitality found in plants. Though unsure of her reasoning, he pondered for a moment before responding. At the edge of the northern forest, there are transparent stones. There are also some in the eastern forest and other locations. They just seem rather special. Nan Mozhen suddenly sat up, her eyes widening at the thought of the transparent stones, possibly being crystals or jade. Can you take me to find those transparent stones? She asked eagerly. Huairong stretched his front paws to the ground, yawning slightly. Shall we go now? Is that possible? Yes, but the journey is a bit long, and we might have to spend the night there. Nan Mozhen's expression shifted as she inquired. Will there be any danger? Huairong reassured her. It's rare for beastmen to venture there, and there are few wild beasts, so it should be quite safe. Let us go. I will protect you if any issues arise. His words brought her joy as she climbed onto his back. Before they departed, Huairong led Nan Mozhen to his cave, where he grabbed a few warm animal skins and packed some jerky in an animal skin bag, readying himself for the journey. Huairong was swift, and despite his speed, by the time they reached the forest, night had fallen. From a distance, Nan Mozhen caught sight of a faint, gentle glow emanating from the forest's edge, shimmering with hues reminiscent of the aurora. Absolutely breathtaking. Is it over there? She asked with anticipation. Yes, Huairong confirmed. The forest's edge gave way to a valley, said to lead to the deep sea on the opposite side. The valley's collapsing mountains revealed natural jade crystal formations that emitted light. Gazing at the vibrant crystals and jade stones, Nan Mozhen's eyes widened in awe. She had never encountered such large jade stones, resembling small mountains, and it felt surreal. She dismounted from Huairong's back and noticed the ground littered with small crystals. As she bent down to pick one up, she discreetly tossed it into her system when Huairong wasn't looking, only for it to be consumed by a swirling black vortex upon entering. Host, this natural stone contains a high concentration of energy. The more, the better. Nan Mozhen felt relieved to hear the long silent system respond. This area should be safe, right? I want to play here for a while. Could you find us a place to rest for tonight? She suggested, hoping to distract Huairong. Huairong narrowed his tiger eyes, scanning the surroundings. For now, he sensed no impending danger. This valley, devoid of animals aside from the stones, was unlikely to attract wild beasts or beastmen at such an hour. Confirming the absence of threats, he nodded. Nan Mozhen eagerly dashed ahead, entering a cave where she eagerly began collecting the jade stones to feed into her system. Upon receiving an upgrade notification, she paused in surprise, quickly checking her system. Within the space, a tree adorned with dumplings had materialized, standing 3 meters tall, devoid of leaves, and its trunk covered in fluffy dumplings emitting wisps of steam. Water is secured, and now we have dumplings. Basic sustenance and a water source are established. Ecstatic, Nan Mozhen felt an indescribable joy, as long as she nurtured her system to amass substantial resources. She would never face hunger in this beastly world. With resources at her disposal, it would be no trouble to rally beastmen to protect her. She envisioned a bright future filled with hope. Overwhelmed by her excitement, she began voraciously absorbing the jade stones. The system's upgrade notifications filled her with delight, and time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, fatigue set in, prompting her to pause and rest on a nearby stone. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught something, and instinctively, she turned her head to see a large white tiger quietly observing her at the cave's entrance, surprised to see Huairong, who had approached without her noticing. The atmosphere became subtly charged. Noticing the evident complexity in his gaze, Nan Mozhen understood he had witnessed her actions. Huairong raised a paw and slowly approached her, his unwavering gaze fixed upon her. As he drew nearer, the complexity in his eyes was replaced with tenderness. "Oh, it is like this," he said softly, standing before her and observing her anxious expression. Nan Mozhen blinked in confusion, asking, "What do you mean, so it is like this?" Huairong lay down beside her, his gaze fixed on the air before him as he spoke. "The beast god has always favored the beastmen of this continent. Males possess formidable abilities to protect their partners and their tribes, while females are endowed with strong reproductive capabilities to ensure the survival of their species. That IT has always been this way. However, there are also some particularly unique females who are favored by the beast god and possess extraordinary abilities. Yet at the same time, when these females gain such formidable powers, they forfeit the innate ability of femininity, reproduction." Nan Mozhen, in silent contemplation, understood the implication behind his previous remark of, "So that's how it is." He had mistakenly assumed she was one of those favored by the beast god. Upon further reflection, she realized that being blessed by the beast god and acquiring abilities would make her life in this world considerably easier compared to arriving from another realm with a system. Even if she lost the so-called reproductive capacity, the mere fact that she was under the beast god's favor meant that the males would not dare to mistreat her as for whether the beast god would manifest. That was another matter altogether. Fortunately, I have always been by your side, that if any ill-intentioned males from the tribe were to harm you, the consequences would be dire, Huairong said, his tone tinged with relief. Nan Mozhen chose not to inquire further. After all, being favored by the beast god meant that any act of aggression would be seen as a disrespect to the deity, who is undoubtedly the highest faith among these beastmen in this continent. "What usually happens to the females favored by the beast god?" she curiously inquired. Huairong replied, "Those favored by the beast god possess extraordinary powers, and regardless of what abilities they have, they are well cared for by their tribes. Wherever a female resides, that tribe will also be blessed by the beast god. Once we return, I shall inform the chief about this matter, and your circumstances will improve. You don't plan to take care of me anymore?" Nan Mozhen instinctively asked, only to meet Huairong's fiery gaze the next moment. Realizing her question carried a hint of ambiguity. "No, I mean I will always take care of you and protect you," he asserted firmly, causing her to unconsciously release a breath of relief. "It is my honor," Huairong added. Nan Mozhen couldn't help but smile, wondering if she should thank that legendary beast god. After a moment of silence, Huairong changed the subject, asking her, "What is your extraordinary ability?" "It's space, but not for storing items. Rather, it can devour anything with energy, thus giving rise to some wondrous trees that bear food. And there is also water within," Nan Mozhen explained in a straightforward manner. Huairong pondered for a few seconds. "So, as long as that space exists, you shall never starve or thirst." "Precisely," she confirmed. "That is quite advantageous, especially during times of famine. Your space will prove invaluable. Because of this, try to refrain from disclosing this to anyone outside the chief. If word gets out to other tribes, they might attempt to seize it and confine you." His tone turned unusually serious. Nan Mozhen couldn't deny it and hesitated before suggesting, "Perhaps we shouldn't inform Chief Yada either." Huairong looked puzzled. Why? With you protecting me in the tribe, the other males should not dare to act against me. I will avoid wandering alone. I can simply stay by your side. When you go hunting, I will accompany you. And if you hunt near the tribe, there should be no issues, she replied. Then, she added nonchalantly, with such a powerful ability, why shouldn't I create my own tribe? In Huairong's eyes, a look of incredulous excitement flickered as he observed her serious expression, confirming that she was not jesting, which made him chuckle. Nan Mozhen pouted. What? Do you think my idea is foolish? Huairong shook his head. No, I just think your ambitions are quite grand. Have you considered that to possess a tribe, you don't necessarily have to create one yourself? You could seek a partner who is the chief of a tribe. That would expedite your acquisition of a tribe. Indeed, that would be the fastest and most convenient method to obtain a tribe. Can I rely on my own abilities? Nan Mozhen said, somewhat frustrated. Huairong smiled. Of course, you can do as you wish. I will always protect you. His earnest words, laden with affection, stirred something deep within Nan Mozhen. Am I being flirted with by a tiger? After a brief exploration nearby, Huairong remarked, there are many stones like this in the vicinity. If you like, I can take you to devour them. She nodded and climbed onto his back. With Huairong guiding her, she merely had to approach each jade stone and activate her system. The level 2 system could already actively absorb energy. So even without placing the jade stones into the system space, simply activating it would cause the absorption to occur. The jade stones, once consumed, would lose their luster and become dull, ultimately turning to mere earth. With Huairong's assistance, the progress of absorption surged, and each time the system announced an upgrade, Nan Mozhen couldn't resist tugging at his fur, bursting with excitement. Just like that, she elevated her system from level 1 to level 5. Post every 5 levels is a differentiation point. From levels 1 to 4, each upgrade yields 1 resource tree, while from levels 5 to 9, it yields 2 resource trees, and so forth. Nan Mozhen silently nodded in acknowledgement of the system's words. Does that mean anything with energy can be absorbed? Huairong asked as they moved to the next cave. Yes, Nan Mozhen replied. Can the abilities released by males also be absorbed? While Nan Mozhen pondered this, the system's voice chimed in her ear. Yes, if you cannot find such natural stones in the future, you can absorb the energy from those beastmen. Nan Mozhen then said, that should work. What is your ability? Why not release a bit, and let me see if I can absorb it? Huairong paused in his tracks, raising a paw, and a chilling aura instantly emanated from his massive tiger paw. Ice type, Nan Mozhen exclaimed in surprise, then reached out to activate her system. And in the next moment, the frigid energy was rapidly drawn into the system, which truly accepted everything from Huairong's perspective. He watched as the energy released from his paw was continuously absorbed by Nan Mozhen's delicate hand, uninterrupted. From the moment the energy was consumed, the energy within him slipped from his control, as if being pulled away by an invisible force. Please note, if you absorb abilities from beastmen, once the system takes control, it becomes very difficult for the other party to resist or break free. The absorption will only cease once all energy has been consumed. Otherwise, unless the opponent is exceptionally powerful, the consequences could be dire. If you encounter danger, feel free to absorb your opponent's energy. But if it's this large white tiger, I advise you to exercise restraint, as I believe you rather like him. I don't want your opinion. Nan Mozhen immediately withdrew her hand, severing the flow of energy that was continuously drawn from Huairong. He remained silent. Instinctively, she stroked his head in a comforting manner, and he emitted a soft sound. Let us explore a bit more before we find a place to rest. I'm feeling a bit weary. All right. Huairong guided her to another cave, devouring the energy from the jade stones within, which allowed the system to joyfully level up to 6 under her encouragement. Huairong led her to a small cave he had previously selected, where he had already laid down straw and animal skins. Nan Mozhen circled around outside the cave. The location was just at the entrance of the valley, not far from a small pond. And the cave was dry and suitable, providing ample space for them to rest. I'm going to wash up by the pond. All right. Huairong followed her leisurely. Despite the darkness, the glow from the nearby jade stones illuminated the surroundings, making the night less oppressive. After such a long ordeal, Nan Mozhen was already drenched in sweat. She stood by the pond, splashed water on her face, then turned to the large white tiger behind her and said, "I want to take a bath, so don't peek." Huairong paused before asking, "Do you want me to bring you a skirt to change into?" Nan Mozhen looked down at her attire, which was a set of black cotton and linen clothes, somewhat coarse in texture. The beastmen of the tribe did not find her outfit unusual, as the females typically wore garments made of animal skins. Mostly strapless dresses, though some did wear trousers, so her outfit was not particularly conspicuous, just a tad more conservative. Having worn the same clothes for 2 days, she could clearly smell her own sweat. If it's suitable, she hesitated momentarily before ultimately conceding. Huairong immediately turned and dashed back to the cave where they had taken refuge, returning with a leather pouch clutched in his mouth. Nan Mozhen opened it to reveal a white leather skirt, a strapless design secured at the chest with a crimson ribbon that allowed for adjustable tightness. The origin of the white leather remained unknown, but it was light and smooth, falling gracefully to her knees, a length she found acceptable. Alongside the skirt, the pouch contained an additional piece of leather, serving as a warm blanket. I like it. Thank you," Nan Mozhen said, embracing the skirt as she handed the pouch back to Huairong. The skirt was slightly loose, but appeared to be a suitable size. Hearing her words, Huairong nodded and took the pouch back into the cave. Seizing the opportunity, Nan Mozhen quickly undressed and entered the water for a bath, knowing her system had a well and she did not need to rely on this pool for water. She cautiously waded in, the water at the edge reaching her chest, and hurriedly washed herself, even rinsing her hair in the process. Huairong approached the shore, pacing around, aware that Nan Mozhen was not fond of him watching her bathe. He kept his gaze fleeting, instead glancing at the water to confirm there were no dangers lurking beneath the surface. Although he had checked before, a lingering sense of unease compelled him to look again. "Huairong, you're an ice elemental. How would you start a campfire without a source of flame?" Nan Mozhen inquired, glancing at Huairong, who was sprawled about 10 meters away, yawning. "Is it really that difficult to ignite a fire?" Huairong retorted dismissively, his sharp claws sliding against a nearby stone. With a piercing sound, a tiny flame flickered to life at the tip of his claw, only to vanish seconds later. Nan Mozhen gasped in astonishment. "Is that really possible? Incredible. Those claws are quite impressive," she admitted, growing somewhat envious. After finishing her bath, Nan Mozhen took the liberty of washing her clothes as well, emerging from the water clad in the white leather skirt. Upon tightening the crimson ribbon, she found it fit rather well. "What is this red ribbon made of? Is it also leather from a beast?" she curiously asked, noticing that the ribbon had a slight elasticity, resembling a rubber band. Turning to look at Huairong, who had glanced over, his gaze deepened momentarily before he replied, "It's made from the skin of a red-skinned bird. The skin of that bird possesses good elasticity and is red, which many females find appealing. However, as the red-skinned bird is quite small, its skin is insufficient to fashion a long skirt. It is mostly used for strapless designs or binding ribbons." After a brief pause, he added, "If you like it, I can hunt for more next time." Nan Mozhen did not decline. "I think this would also make for a lovely hair." Huairong's eyes fell upon her long, dark and damp hair, which clung messily to her neck and shoulders. The white leather skirt and crimson ribbon accentuated her delicate, fair skin, creating an alluring sight in the tranquil night. And yes, she momentarily lost herself in thought. She found herself standing directly before Huairong, that he blinked in surprise before promptly rising to his feet, shifting into his human form to take the clothes she had changed out of and retreated into the cave. Nan Mozhen opened her mouth to call out, but he had already moved ahead. "Brother, my undergarments are in there too." By now, a campfire had already been lit within the cave. Huairong skillfully gathered several branches and vines, using them to dry her clothes by the fire. Upon seeing the undergarments, he displayed a momentary bewilderment, but did not inquire further, gently hanging them on the vines. Nan Mozhen knelt on the straw covered with leather nearby. Observing Huairong's indifference to her undergarments, her embarrassment diminished slightly. But upon glancing up, she was met with the sight of her undergarments hanging on the vines, igniting an indescribable sense of awkwardness. The breeze brushed against the hem of her skirt, and she was grateful that Huairong had provided a long skirt. Had it been a short one that barely covered her, the scene would have conveyed an entirely different impression. after drying her clothes. Huairong licked a few pieces of wood and transformed into a white tiger, lying protectively at the cave entrance. Nan Mozhen pulled a nearby piece of leather over her legs, her hair still damp. She had no intention of sleeping yet, so she opened her system to check. Now, the system had reached level 6, and the items available had significantly increased. Level 1. Well, Level 2. Baozi tree. Level 3. Rice tree. Level 4. Cabbage tree. Level 5. Soy sauce tree, cotton tree. Level 6. Milk tree, silk tree. These are the currently available resource trees, with the cotton and silk trees also including blueprints for crafting tools. Detailing how to process cotton and silk into other products to Nan Mozhen's delight. The cotton tree contained detailed instructions on how to make sanitary pads, alleviating her worries about an unmanageable monthly cycle. The prospect of creating certain items could undoubtedly elevate the living standards of the beastmen. She found herself eagerly anticipating whether a higher system level might unlock the discovery of metal ores, perhaps even enabling the construction of power generation towers. As her thoughts wandered to the promising future, Nan Mozhen's excitement bubbled over, prompting her to grab a baozi and take a bite. The creamy yellow filling was sweet and soft, utterly delicious. Huairong had long since settled at the cave entrance, seemingly asleep. After satisfying her hunger, Nan Mozhen drank some water and rummaged through the nearby leather pouch to retrieve a small piece of leather containing a few mint leaves. She took one, cleaned her mouth, and prepared for sleep. She enjoyed a peaceful slumber until dawn. Although she could have slept longer, the warmth from the campfire had made the cave cozy, causing her to kick off the leather covering in her drowsy state. When morning arrived, Huairong had not added more wood. As the fire died down, the temperature in the cave gradually dropped. The autumn mornings and evenings were notably chilly, and after kicking off the leather, she soon felt a draft under her skirt and jolted awake. Huairong, who had been watching her peaceful face, was startled when she suddenly sat up, fearing she had experienced a nightmare, and immediately rushed over. Upon realizing her surroundings, Nan Mozhen quickly pulled the leather over herself and then turned to face the large white tiger beside her. She awkwardly tugged at the corner of her mouth, resting her head against the tiger's massive head. Huairong remained still, allowing her to lean against him, a sense of unspoken joy blooming within him. After a moment, Nan Mozhen finally lifted her head, preparing to rise. Her demeanor shifted entirely when comparing Huairong's tiger form to his human one. She felt entirely at ease leaning against and petting the tiger. However, she found herself hesitant to do so in his human form, as the distinctions between genders restrained her from acting out of line. Today's agenda continued with the absorption of energy from the jade stones, and with Huairong carrying her, she exerted considerably less effort, significantly enhancing the efficiency of her absorption at noon. They set up a cooking station by the water pool. Nan Mozhen tended to the fire, while Huairong ventured into a nearby grove to hunt. With the system now at level 6, numerous resource trees had emerged. Among the available items, only baozi and milk could be consumed directly. Others required cooking, while Nan Mozhen could manage with these offerings. Huairong, as a large white tiger, could not consume them. He wished to reserve the precious food for her tea this time. The animals had not yet entered winter, making hunting relatively easy. Tigers are carnivorous, and tiger beastmen also prefer meat. They would only resort to alternative foods during winter months when resources were scarce. However, in times of abundance, they certainly would not forego hunting for baozi. System, how is the replenishment of resource trees handled? Nan Mozhen inquired, feeling a bit bored. The system's voice promptly responded. The resources produced by each tree are fixed. For instance, a baozi tree yields a total of 50 baozi. When you consume one, the system automatically replenishes it. The replenishment time varies with different system levels. Last night, when you consumed one baozi, it will be replenished in 10 hours. Nan Mozhen understood. Currently, with the system at its level, resources consumed would be replenished approximately 10 hours later. If I were to harvest all the baozi from a tree, would the replenishment time remain the same? Yes, the replenishment occurs in its entirety and will not be delayed by increased consumption. Nan Mozhen chose not to respond further, as her stomach growled, pulling her attention away from the system. Unable to resist, she took out a meat baozi and began to eat. The baozi tree offered various flavors. each distinctly marked. The meat baozi was slightly larger than the others, with a thin skin and ample filling. Taking a bite, the piping hot, savory juices burst forth, leaving her hands messy. After hurriedly finishing her baozi, she made her way to the water pool to clean herself. I suddenly feel like my appetite has increased quite a bit. Nan Mozhen crouched beside the pond, washing her hands while murmuring to herself. In the past, a single meat bun would have sufficed to satiate her hunger, yet now her stomach still felt ravenous. Indeed, if one were to attribute a side effect to the binding system, it would be an insatiable appetite. The system devours various energies to elevate its level. Although it does not strictly demand that the host possesses extraordinary abilities, it does impose a minor requirement concerning physical constitution. A robust physique signifies good health, which in turn allows for greater activity and more effective energy consumption. Eating more, moving more, and expending energy are also means of strengthening one's body. Previously, I had roughly calculated the food intake of the females in the Yada tribe. The host need not feel embarrassed about an increased appetite, for those females consume even more than you, and no matter how voraciously you eat, you cannot surpass them. Nan Mozhen. She discerned the system's sarcasm, yet found herself at a loss for a retort. Regardless of how large her appetite grew, she was unperturbed. With those resource trees around, starvation was simply not a possibility. After finishing her hand-washing, she was about to rise when suddenly, a black, pointed tail shot out from the water, ensnaring her wrist and dragging her beneath the surface. The situation unfolded so abruptly that she had no chance to cry out for help. The tail pulled her into the depths of the pond's hidden currents. Once the initial shock subsided, Nan Mozhen quickly steadied herself and held her breath. The pond, which appeared calm on the surface, concealed a labyrinth of turbulent currents below, the destination of which remained a mystery. As she was pulled into the dark currents, the powerful water flow propelled them forward, in the dimly lit depths. She could vaguely discern a long, massive figure constricting her, most likely a serpent. With such a colossal size, it could have swallowed her whole, yet it chose to seize her instead. Nan Mozhen was certain this was a beast man. The rushing water was uncomfortable, and the oxygen was depleting. She was on the verge of suffocation. In the next moment, her unbound hand grasped the snake's tail, and the system activated. The devouring vortex instantly engaged, forcibly siphoning energy, and a pale blue light surged from the black serpent, rapidly entering the system. The pale blue hue signified water-based abilities. The serpent was already adept in aquatic environments, and with the addition of its water abilities, it moved with an agility that was simply formidable. The black serpent, taken aback, cast a glance at her as its internal energy was drawn away without hindrance. The sensation was unpleasant and sparked a sense of crisis within the beast. With a flick of its tail, it pulled Nan Mozhen closer, its mouth opening wide to envelop her. The serpent's actions interrupted Nan Mozhen's devouring, and by the time she regained her composure, they had already exited the turbulent currents. The serpent gently expelled her from its mouth, leaving her damp and feeble as she rolled onto the grass. Breathless, Nan Mozhen lay on the ground for a while before recovering. Upon lifting her head, she found herself staring at the imposing black python coiled before her, her expression darkening. "Jinjin, did I frighten you?" The black serpent lowered its head towards her, its tone gentle and demeanor unthreatening, yet its massive form exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down her spine. A small serpent had once terrified her for quite some time. How much more daunting was this colossal creature? Moreover, the slickness of such an animal unsettled her greatly. "What do you intend to do?" Nan Mozhen inquired, wringing out the water from her bee-skin skirt, her face devoid of emotion. She had a premonition about the serpent's intentions, a notion bolstered by Huairong's previous warnings that her frail constitution attracted males seeking mere gratification, as well as those who did not require offspring. Regardless of the category, being clandestinely brought here would hardly foster a positive impression that I am Juku, a fourth-tier serpent beast. "Jinjin, I like you. Will you be my mate?" Nan Mozhen. She raised an eyebrow. "Is this all? You had to drag me into the water to bring me here?" Juku chuckled softly. "If you refuse, I could use other methods to persuade you." His tone was laced with mischief. If he were to pursue her openly, it would not matter even if Huairong were present. Setting aside whether she would accept, the reality of this world was one in which a single female attracted multiple males. By avoiding Huairong, a fellow fourth-tier beast, and isolating her, Juka's actions were clearly driven by ulterior motives. That depends on whether you possess the capability, Nan Mozhen shot back. Your reckless behavior in dragging me underwater indicates that your affections are not genuine. The dark red glint in Juku's eyes narrowed, exuding a threatening aura, while the hissing of his tongue filled the air with an oppressive tension that made her heart race and her breath falter momentarily. The atmosphere was terrifying. Perhaps sensing her apprehension, Juku restrained his aura and transformed into human form before her, his robust physique adorned with sun-kissed skin and a strikingly alluring countenance, and no longer in serpent form. The remnants of her fear gradually dissipated as she inhaled deeply and stood up, casting a glance at the nearby waterfall, where countless hidden currents swirled below. She wondered if Huairong would be able to locate her. The journey through the dark currents had already taken her far from where she had been with Huairong. She needed to devise a plan to reunite with him or find a suitable hiding place before nightfall. I have no interest in offspring, but I seek a partner that I believe we are quite compatible. If you harbor feelings for Huairong, you may pursue him. I will not oppose. Juku's gaze remained fixed on the dripping wet Nan Mozhen, who exuded a distinct charm, and he instinctively stepped closer. Seeing him approach, Nan Mozhen instinctively retreated a step. But the issue is, you made a grave mistake from the start. Since you do not mind Huairong, you could have boldly confessed your feelings before him, but instead, you resorted to such underhanded tactics to bring me here. You truly believe I would be fond of you for that? Juku remained unfazed. You females crave absolute security. I merely wish to clarify this. Even Huairong, a fellow fourth-tier beast, cannot guarantee your protection in every aspect. He is incapable of it. If it were not me who abducted you today, but rather those vicious beasts lurking outside, do you think your fate would have been any better? Nan Mozhen could not deny his point. But how can you be so certain that I cannot protect myself? Juku smiled. Try it. With that, he lunged towards her, his serpent body swiftly encircling her, tightening its grip. Driven by a surge of survival instinct, Nan Mozhen did not hesitate to leverage the gradually constricting serpent body. Flipping herself onto his back, her agile movements left Juku astounded, recalling the sensation of having his strength stripped away in the dark currents. He harbored a bold hypothesis. Fueled by this speculation, his gaze towards Nan Mozhen intensified with fervor. If she were indeed a female favored by the beast god, then let him be the male who possesses this blessing. He raised his serpent body, intending to bind Nan Mozhen, who willingly allowed herself to be ensnared. Activating her system as the devouring commenced, the pale blue energy swiftly gathered in her palms, vanishing into the system, engulfed by the dark vortex that Juku's entire body stiffened, immobilized as an overwhelming force constricted around him, rendering him unable to advance, retreat, or move at all. In the dark currents, the sensation of energy deprivation had not been particularly pronounced, but now, this feeling evoked a profound sense of dread within him. The dire reality was that he could not resist. The murderous intent surged in his serpent eyes. A female capable of siphoning male abilities was terrifying indeed. Undoubtedly, at this very moment, this female wished to rob him of his strength. To end his life, Juku's bloodlust erupted, and the last remnants of his affection dissipated along with his stolen abilities. This female could not be allowed to live. The energy within Juku surged violently, and he realized that Nan Mozhen's rate of energy absorption was limited, compelling him to channel all his abilities towards her. The speed at which the devouring vortex absorbed energy varied with level. Now, with his powers suddenly amplified, the vortex's absorption rate slowed, and the constraints on Juku weakened. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a fierce aura, breaking free from her grasp, sending Nan Mozhen flying into the water, thus interrupting the devouring process. Juku smirked, baring his fangs as he plunged into the water. Nan Mozhen struggled in the water, striving to swim towards the opposite shore. She sensed the currents around her gathering, pushing her body towards the direction of Juku, causing her heart to race with anxiety. Just as she was about to activate the system to devour once more, her wrist was suddenly seized by a hand. Before she could comprehend the situation, she was violently hurled out of the water, her body soaring through the air in an arc before landing atop a massive banana tree on the shore. The broad leaves cushioned her fall, allowing her to slide down gently to the ground. Still shaken, Nan Mozhen gazed at the tumultuous surface of the water, her heart tightening in fear. It resembled a sea caught in a tempest. The crashing waves akin to a waterfall's ferocity. The one who had cast her from the water could not have been Jiuku. Was it Huairong? The white foamy spray from the waterfall cascading down the mountainside obscured her view of the depths below, and she instinctively pulled a banana leaf over herself, peeking out occasionally to catch glimpses of Jiuku's serpent form surfacing briefly. The battle had commenced beneath the surface. Uncertain of who was engaged in combat with Jiuku, she hesitated to approach and activate the system to consume energy. What if it were Huairong? As the skirmish unfolded below, the once clear waters quickly turned crimson, the potent scent of blood permeating the air. Nan Mozhen's heart tightened further. Her lips pressed together as she pondered her next course of action. With a thunderous splash, a great white tiger emerged from the water, grappling with a large black snake, both landing on the grassy bank. The white tiger's gaze was fierce, radiating a chilling white light as it approached the writhing black serpent, each step freezing the ground beneath its paws. The bone-chilling aura was palpable even from a distance, sending shivers down Nan Mozhen's spine as she observed the complex expression on the tiger's face. It was indeed Huairong, but she had never witnessed such savagery before. The usual languor had vanished, revealing the primal essence of a beast of prey. Carnivores are seldom gentle. Their indifference is merely a prelude to the moment of action. The white tiger held the advantage over the black snake. Huairong, do you still intend to kill me? Not only have you yet to bond with Xinjin, even if you did, you cannot prevent other males from pursuing her. Jiuku sneered, his tone laced with provocation. If you pursued her openly, who would care? But to abduct her while I was away hunting is simply unacceptable. Huairong replied in a frigid, measured tone that it is a natural occurrence for males to pursue females, as long as the female consents. Even if a male has bonded with her, he cannot dictate her choice, for the female possesses absolute authority in matters of partnership. What he could not tolerate was the snake seizing his moment of unawareness to whisk her away. He dared not imagine the consequences had he arrived too late. What if Nan Mozhen had been bullied? If not just Jiuku, but other males had joined in the torment, the ramifications were too dreadful to contemplate. Igniting a fury within him, Jiuku glanced towards Nan Mozhen, and the pride and dignity of masculinity surged within him. The pursuit of a female often leads to conflict with her partner, or battles arise when multiple males vie for the same female. A fellow fourth-tier beast. How could he accept being bested in an arena where he should excel? Underwater, it was time to fight to the death. Victory would grant him the chance to mate with Xinjin. After a brief pause to regain composure, Jiuku straightened his serpentine form. Nan Mozhen's expression darkened. Was it not her right to voice her opinion as the involved party? Huairong glanced at her briefly, his cold gaze swiftly returning to Jiuku. Winning or losing was one matter. Xinjin's choice of partner was hers to make, and no one could coerce her. She was under his protection now. He would not allow the shackles of the dungeon to bind her. Jiuku seemed to find humor in the absurdity of all. Even with your protection, what does it matter? It cannot change the fact that she is not fit for reproduction. Even if you bring energy fruits to nourish her, what good will it do? You know all too well the consequences for a female with such frail constitution. She has long been targeted. Can you truly shield her without fail? I merely acted first. Should others attack, could you fend them off alone? Jiuku's accusations left Huairong silent, his gaze icy, pondering an uncertain future. All he knew was that he had to care for her, to protect her, at any cost. The white tiger's ethereal form expanded, and in an instant, Huairong's power surged explosively. With a low growl, he lunged at Jiuku, sinking his teeth into the serpent's body, violently tossing the black snake onto the ground, creating a significant dent in the earth. Jiuku retaliated with his own abilities, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle, their battle intensifying, one wielding ice powers, the other controlling water. On land, the former held the upper hand as fourth-tier beasts. Jiuku had never been a match for Huairong. And now, on land, the outcome was unmistakable. This was the first time Nan Mozhen had witnessed such a confrontation, her nerves fraught with anxiety. Eye in her eyes, Jiuku repeatedly failed to entangle Huairong, while Huairong consistently inflicted wounds upon the serpent's form. Yet she could discern that Jiuku's defenses were not weak. At the very least, Huairong could not sever the serpent's body with a single bite. Though it appeared Huairong held the advantage, Jiuku's situation was not dire. If he found an opportunity, he could counterattack at any moment. The battle had reached a stalemate, reliant on the strength of their abilities. Nan Mozhen contemplated the possibility of sneaking closer to ambush Jiuku. If she could activate the system to devour energy, he would undoubtedly perish. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. Jiuku's range of motion was extensive, and his speed was formidable. She lacked the confidence to evade his serpent form. For the sake of her own safety, she chose to remain an observer. The massive serpent swam swiftly, attempting to ensnare Huairong, who nimbly stepped upon the serpent's body to evade. As the serpent's tail lashed out, he found himself cornered in front of Jiuku, who opened its jaws wide, unleashing a torrent of water towards Huairong. Unable to evade, he was engulfed by the wave. Nan Mozhen gasped, and in the next moment, she witnessed the once rapidly flowing water slowly enveloped in white mist, its speed diminishing until it froze into ice. Moments later, with a series of sharp cracks, the ice shattered, scattering fragments across the ground. Water and ice clashed. Unless it were boiling hot, it was difficult for one to gain the upper hand. Huairong's abilities had directly frozen Jiuku's water attack into shards, inflicting wounds upon the serpent while leaving Huairong with minor injuries as well. Jiuku, slightly immobilized by the ice, regarded Nan Mozhen coldly, then smirked. Let us see whose speed prevails, who can reach Xunjin first. Before he finished speaking, the dark figure darted away. In terms of speed, the serpent held a slight advantage over the tiger. Huairong's expression darkened. He let out a low growl, but did not pursue. Instead, he concentrated his powers, forming icy spikes in the air that swiftly shot toward Jiuku, infused with lethal intent, aimed directly at the serpent. Nan Mozhen stared in astonishment as the massive black snake closed in on her, instinctively retreating. But just as it reached her, a flurry of glimmering ice spikes descended from the air, piercing the serpent's body with a piercing sound. The noise reverberated painfully in Nan Mozhen's ears, and she clutched them tightly, seeking refuge behind a nearby tree. Jiuku twisted his body to evade the ice spikes, some of which were deflected by his scales. However, a few particularly sharp spikes penetrated his form. Although not many spikes struck true, those that did unleashed a numbing cold that rendered him nearly senseless. A menacing aura loomed behind him. As Jiuku turned, he faced another barrage of ice spikes, ultimately collapsing weakly onto the grass. In a flash, Huairong appeared before him, his expression frigid, biting down fiercely on the serpent's most vulnerable spot. Jiuku writhed in pain, his body thrashing violently. Huairong roared in fury, while Jiuku's hissing cries filled the forest, enveloping the area in an eerie atmosphere. Huairong was truly intent on killing. With a ferocious bite, he severed the serpent's body. Once Jiuku fell silent, Nan Mozhen cautiously approached, glancing at Huairong, whose bloodlust had not yet dissipated. After a moment of hesitation, she moved closer to him. Is he dead? Yes. How do you typically dispose of bodies? Huairong paused briefly before responding. Leaving it in the forest will allow wild beasts to consume it. Nan Mozhen furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before asking. Even if you were devoured by a beast, you fought him. There should still be remnants of your scent here, right? Huairong nodded. I do not deny that I killed him. He does not intend to conceal the fact that he killed Jiuku. Nan Mozhen inquired. What will happen when you return to the tribe? Huairong replied. Nothing will happen. At most, I will have a few more skirmishes with his brothers, but they cannot harm me. This time, with Nan Mozhen by his side. His fighting was relatively restrained. Otherwise, this forest might have been frozen solid. Observing Huairong's indifferent reaction, Nan Mozhen chose not to say anything further. She gazed at the large python sprawled before them. An idea struck her, prompting her to open the system and devour Jiuku's corpse. Huairong remarked, because of me, you fought with Jiuku right here. But after we left, We have no idea where he went. After obliterating the evidence, Nan Mozhen contemplated how she would explain the situation to everyone. Huairong couldn't help but chuckle. How adorable you are. Nan Mozhen felt a wave of annoyance at the compliment. Huairong continued, it is quite common for males to fight, and dying in a duel is also a normal occurrence. If one dies, then so be it. The tribe will not expel or hunt me down for killing Juku. Zhizhen, it is commonplace for single males to engage in duels with others for the sake of courting females, leading to death. The victor gains the privilege to pursue the female if one loses and inadvertently dies. It is merely a matter of unfortunate luck and lack of skill that he lowered his gaze to her, his tone gentle yet serious. That moment, he had reigned in his previous ferocity, the phantom of the great tiger dissipating, and his white tiger form returning to a more normal size. Nan Mozhen sighed silently, wondering if this was the fate that befell those in a world with too many males, having to risk their lives just to seek a mate. She did not concern herself with the plight of other males, but Juku's actions were deserving of his fate. Although the unfortunate events had not transpired, the intent and actions he had taken were already reprehensible. Thankfully, he died in the form of a serpent. Nan Mozhen murmured softly. As for her, a law-abiding citizen, taking a life was unacceptable. The deceased was a snake that had plotted against her, which slightly alleviated her emotional turmoil. Huairong observed her anxious expression, his eyes filled with tenderness as he leaned closer and gently licked her face. The warm, damp sensation made Nan Mozhen's expression stiffen, and in a moment of impulsiveness, she asked, how does it taste? Do you want to take a bite? Huairong replied, it tastes delightful, but I do not regard you as prey, thus I cannot bring myself to bite. Are you all right? Noticing that his white fur was somewhat disheveled and stained with blood, Nan Mozhen approached to inspect it. Feeling her soft hands sifting through his fur, examining his wounds, Huairong experienced an indescribable pleasure. For males, these were minor injuries. They possessed abilities that allowed them to heal swiftly, and these wounds would be mended by the next day. That he stood obediently, allowing her to inspect him. After her examination, Nan Mozhen confirmed that there were no significant issues. Several wounds had already stopped bleeding, and they were not severe as for infection. She felt it was unnecessary to worry. These beastmen were not so fragile. Did you consume his energy when Juku abducted you? Huairong inquired. Yes, I absorbed a bit underwater, and after coming ashore, I consumed more, but he managed to break free, she replied. No wonder. I sensed that his strength was considerably diminished. Otherwise, it would have been more challenging to fight. I wouldn't dare to exert myself too much with you around. Thankfully, it was resolved in the end. With her heart still racing, Nan Mozhen said, let's depart. I'm feeling a bit anxious. What if another beast man like Juku appears? Huairong nodded and turned to wash off the blood and Juku's lingering scent in the waterfall. Once cleansed, he shook off the water nearby. It was mid-afternoon, and the sun was bright, causing his fur to dry rapidly. Nan Mozhen anticipated that once his fur had dried, he would carry her, but unexpectedly, Huairong transformed into human form and directly lifted her in his arms, striding down a narrow path into the forest. Nan Mozhen, startled by the strength of his arms, instinctively clung to his neck as he leaped into the trees to survey the path ahead. Huairong glanced at her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. There's a tribe ahead. Let us go take a look. Nan Mozhen gazed in bewilderment at the towering trees surrounding them. I understand the principle of seeing far from a height. But how do you know there's a tribe ahead? I can smell various food scents. It must be mealtime at the tribe, he explained. As they pressed forward, they indeed spotted a tribe in the distance, bordered by flowing water, a position downstream from the waterfall. This tribe was somewhat small, established on a grassy slope. In addition to several stone houses on the grass, there were numerous burrows on the slope, and the entire tribe was enclosed by a bamboo fence adorned with thorny vines, alongside which various vegetable plants were cultivated. That moment, many beastmen were gathered around campfires on the grass, cooking food, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Observing the tribe, a sense of comfort washed over Nan Mozhen. The sight of the stone houses and cultivated vegetables painted a picturesque pastoral scene, making her feel at ease. As they entered the tribe's territory, a beastman reported to the tribe's leader, informing them that a considerable number of beastmen had gathered at the entrance. just as they reached the tribe's gate. A long howl echoed from the depths of the forest, followed by a chorus of wolf howls, instantly heightening the tension in the air. Huairong tightened his grip around Nan Mozhen, his expression growing serious as he spotted several wolves emerging from the nearby woods. Confirming his suspicion that the wolf pack intended to attack the tribe, they were positioned right at the tribe's entrance, undoubtedly becoming the prime targets for the impending assault. Run straight into the tribe. The beastmen will not harm you, Huairong urged, gently setting her down. Nan Mozhen's heart, which had finally begun to settle, tightened once more as she watched the wolves emerge from the depths of the forest, their massive forms instilling fear within her. The sheer number of wolves already exceeded 100, each one fierce and menacing as they stared at them. After the fight with Juku, can your body handle this? She voiced her concern. Huairong raised an eyebrow. Remember, do not question a male's capability to endure or whether he can handle such situations. It is rather displeasing. She pouted. Is it not permissible to show concern for you? Huairong lowered his gaze to her, a flicker of intensity in his eyes. Rather than such concern, I would prefer if you embraced me and kissed me once I finish fighting. Nan Mozhen shot him an exasperated glance before turning and sprinting into the tribe. The males within the tribe had already assembled, and the beastmen outside were hastily making their way back, uniting to relocate the females and young ones to the central stone house for safety. While the males prepared to fend off the impending threat, in the midst of this chaos, an elder beastman grasped Nan Mozhen's arm, guiding her into the stone house. That white tiger outside is mine, she stated, but before she could finish, the elder beastman turned to leave. That I know he is your partner. We will not harm him, he assured her. Nan Mozhen was taken aback that in the world of beastmen, females and males bond as partners, but some had yet to formalize their union and were still in the courting phase, which was also referred to as a partnership. The selection of partners among beastmen was straightforward and uncomplicated. They did not switch partners midway through romance. Once they entered a relationship, mating was merely a matter of time. Seeing the number of males in the tribe, Nan Mozhen felt a bit more reassured. She turned to observe the anxious expressions of the females within the stone house. There were over 20 of them, along with many young ones of various races. The stone house was spacious, with countless animal skin bags stacked in the corners, filled with various dried foods, which presumably served as a storage for provisions. Peering out the window, Nan Mozhen watched as the battle erupted outside the tribe. The roars of beasts reverberated through the air, as she could see wolves being hurled through the air, blood splattering in a gruesome scene. She observed for a while, and despite Huairong's earlier exhaustion from battling Juku, he showed no signs of faltering against the throng of wild beasts. Instead, the orcs decisively overwhelmed the wolf pack with their absolute advantage. In a one-on-one duel, the wolves were utterly inferior. However, as pack animals, their collective assault proved to be a significant challenge. Many orcs sustained injuries, yet they fearlessly engaged in fierce combat with the wolves, resolutely preventing them from stepping a single foot into the tribe's territory. Soon, the battle subsided, leaving the remaining wolves in a disheveled retreat. Once the crisis had been averted, Nan Mozhen immediately rushed outside. Huairong was conversing with a black long-eared rabbit as he walked, and upon seeing Nan Mozhen sprinting towards him, he swiftly appeared before her, causing her to halt abruptly. Yet unable to contain herself, she lunged into his protective embrace, her hands smeared with fresh blood. Gazing at the crimson stains on her hands, still warm, Nan Mozhen frowned and asked, "Is this your blood?" At that moment, Huairong's white fur was stained red, making it difficult for her to discern any new wounds. Noticing her disdainful expression, a smile involuntarily flickered in Huairong's eyes. "It's not my blood. It belongs to those wild wolves. I haven't been injured. Zhen, accompany me to the stream to wash off." She nodded, following him to the water's edge outside the tribe. The waterfall cascaded into a vast pool, marking the end of the stream, yet serving as a new beginning, while it appeared to be the terminus of the water flow. Beneath the surface, numerous undercurrents diverted this water to other locations. Huairong chose a spot further back to cleanse himself, shaking his fur as the blood was quickly diluted in the clear water, revealing his pristine white coat once more. Nan Mozhen watched the majestic white tiger bathe, imagining how splendid it would be if he were in human form. You might find it hard to believe, but I have witnessed the grand white tiger bathing several times in the ancient beast era. Not only that, I have ridden him and shared a bed together. Nan Mozhen felt a sense of enchantment wash over her. As Huairong emerged from the water, he sensed something unusual and transforming into human form. Kicked at an object that flew up, a vivid red creature measuring 1/2 meter in length, adorned with a hard shell and waving its large pincers. Is that a lobster? A giant lobster? Nan Mozhen was taken aback. Huairong, striding confidently onto the shore, observed the creature scuttling nearby and remarked, "This is a giant red shrimp. Its pincers are quite powerful. So be cautious and don't approach." Nan Mozhen scrutinized it carefully and, after a moment of contemplation, timidly inquired, "Can this creature be eaten?" Huairong's expression shifted as he suddenly realized, looking at her with guilt. "I should have prepared something for you to eat at this hour." They had missed lunch earlier due to the incident with Jiuku, and now, after battling the wolves, the thought of food had nearly slipped their minds. Nan Mozhen shrugged in resignation. It was impossible to say she wasn't hungry. However, she simply wished to know whether this giant lobster was edible. Huairong took a few steps forward, kicked the giant red shrimp back into the water, and began preparing lunch. Utilizing the resources at hand, he gathered firewood from the nearby forest, large leaves that could serve as makeshift pots, and various herbs for seasoning, but he dove into the water a few more times, catching several large fish, and soon they were feasting on roasted fish. The fish was crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, perfectly seasoned, and infused with the unique aroma of the herbs. Truly a delightful dish. Nan Mozhen felt a twinge of disappointment. The orcs had developed an impressive array of culinary innovations, including an assortment of basic seasonings. For instance, there was the giant salty tree, whose sap crystallized in a salt upon exposure to air, and the oil tree, whose leaves could be squeezed for oil. There were even sweet flowers that possessed a refreshing flavor. With both salty and sweet flavors available, along with oil, their meals were far superior to eating unseasoned food. Previously, she had spotted numerous spices like pepper and fennel in the forest, but the orcs seemed indifferent to them. She resolved to collect and learn more about them when she had the chance. After satiating their hunger, while Huairong was busy picking wild fruits, Nan Mozhen gently inquired to the system, "Can that giant red shrimp be devoured?" "Yes, but those creatures possess considerable combat prowess. I would advise against provoking them," came the response. Nan Mozhen fell silent. Having observed Huairong effortlessly kicking the shrimp around earlier, she had assumed they were slow and merely had strong pincers. Now, hearing the system's warning, she realized their formidable strength. The giant red shrimp lurked beneath the water. Capturing them would be challenging, and the risk of being bitten if she failed was not worth it. She rose and peered into the clear water, spotting the vibrant red creatures scattered across the bottom. The sight filled her with excitement. If she could consume them all, it would undoubtedly lead to a significant upgrade for the system. Caught between the allure of abundant energy and the formidable combat capabilities of the shrimp, she found herself in a profound dilemma. Suddenly, with a splash, several giant red shrimp leapt from the water, swiftly scuttling towards her on the shore, their hard pincers clacking ominously. Nan Mozhen froze for a moment, then dashed onto the grass, turning to see the shrimp pursuing her. Steadying herself, she decisively activated the system, which eagerly consumed the shrimp in a swirling vortex. Perhaps angered by her actions, a swarm of giant red shrimp surged from the depths, their vivid red bodies forming a dense mass on the shore. A sight that was both astonishing and alarming. Huairong sensed the commotion and swiftly transformed back into a white tiger, bounding to her side. "Zhen, hurry! Don't let them surround you," he urged, gently nudging her away. The giant red shrimp excelled in group attacks, making escape nearly impossible once encircled. Nan Mozhen, maintaining her composure, replied, "I want to devour them." Huairong was momentarily taken aback, then his gaze darkened as an icy aura spread around him, solidifying into low ice walls that separated the bulk of the giant red shrimp. With a smile playing on her lips, Nan Mozhen relished the opportunity to let the system consume the shrimp. Huairong stood guard, erecting ice walls to disperse the shrimp. facilitating her consumption in batches. Some shrimp were quick, propelling themselves with powerful tail flicks, but those that attempted surprise attacks either fell victim to the system's voracious appetite or were swiftly subdued by Huairong's powerful paws. The synergy between the two, one human and one tiger, was impeccable, and in a brief span, they had dispatched the majority of the giant red shrimp. Congratulations, host! The system has leveled up to level 7, granting access to the watermelon tree and seed tree. The seed tree could yield various types of seeds, which could be cultivated externally. That a smile tugged at Nan Mozhen's lips. The seed tree was indeed a delightful addition. While she was momentarily distracted by the system interface, several giant red shrimp lunged at her. Huairong, having dealt with the shrimp around him, realized the danger too late. Without hesitation, he transformed back into human form, wrapping an arm around her protectively. The shrimp zipped past them, and two of the larger ones clamped down on his arm, their sharp pincers slicing through his flesh and taking a small chunk of meat. Nan Mozhen, witnessing this unfold, gasped in disbelief as the shrimp effortlessly severed flesh from Huairong's arm, blood gushing forth. Ignoring his injury, Huairong quickly checked to ensure Nan Mozhen was unharmed. Only then, allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief, he raised his hand, releasing icy energy to block the advancing shrimp. Nan Mozhen felt an indescribable sensation as she gazed upon the handsome figure. Focused intently on the movements of the shrimp, something deep within her stirred. She could not deny feeling a flutter of emotions. Glancing at the system space, she found no means to staunch his bleeding, ultimately resorting to pressing a cotton ball against his wound. Pressing this will stop the bleeding. I'll devour another batch, she stated, wasting no time as she activated the system to consume more shrimp. With one hand covering his wound and the other shielding her, Huairong repeatedly glanced at the cotton ball. The IT was large, soft, and of high quality. Such a fine cotton should not be wasted on a mere injury. He felt a pang of regret over the cotton, yet simultaneously, a sweetness blossomed in his heart, realizing that Nan Mozhen had used such a precious item to tend to his wound. Yes, she definitely cared for him. In an instant, the entire tiger became ablaze with intensity. Once the system was activated, it devoured everything swiftly. Fortunately, the system possessed intelligence and did not consume Huairong, who was nearby. The massive red shrimp that had been drawn into the system space was entirely engulfed. Outside, the giant red shrimp, stripped of all energy by the system, fell lifelessly to the ground, shattering into fragile remnants upon the grass. Consuming the giant red shrimp proved to be far more challenging than devouring jade stones, as these shrimp were mobile. Throughout the ordeal, Nan Mozhen remained tense, meticulously tracking the movements of the giant red shrimp. By the time she had cleared them all, she was drenched in sweat and collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Though the giant red shrimp on the shore had been eradicated, uncertainty lingered about those lurking beneath the water. At the very least, no more giant red shrimp had emerged to attack them. After catching her breath, Nan Mozhen recalled something and hurriedly got up to check on Huairong, who was warily observing their surroundings. Noticing the wound he was tightly gripping, she asked, "Is the wound still bleeding? Does this tribe have a healer? You must have the healer tend to it immediately." Huairong looked at her, his expression softening slightly. "It has stopped. It's not a major issue. Once we return, I'll seek out the healer. Let us head back now that I'm done here. I have no wish to linger in this place any longer." Nan Mozhen urged. She would rather seek out jade stones to absorb energy than confront any more formidable giant red shrimp. Huairong nodded in agreement, and together they made their way toward the distant tribe. Just when they thought the situation had calmed, the wolf pack, having suffered defeat, returned with the wolf king, reluctant to yield. The small tribe, having endured the wolves' assault, was in a state of panic, with females and younglings frightened, while the males busied themselves with reassuring the tribe. The orc who had been cooking by the water's edge had also retreated, leaving only the two of them in that area. Suddenly, the wolf pack surged from the forest, encircling them with a clear target in sight. Huairong immediately transformed into his beast form and let out a mighty roar. Then, turning to protectively address Nan Mozhen, he said, "The tribe's orcs will arrive shortly. I will hold off the wolves. You need only to run." Nan Mozhen, observing the fresh blood oozing from his wound, remained silent, her expression tense. After 2 successive battles, even a 4th-tier beast like him would struggle to withstand further strain, especially against the 10 or more wolves led by the Wolf King. Taking a deep breath, she stood her ground, her heart racing with the fervent hope that the tribe's orcs would arrive soon. She quietly pondered whether her absorption ability could be activated within a certain range. "Can I absorb within a specific area?" she murmured to herself. The system promptly responded, "Yes, at your current system level. You can initiate absorption within a 3-meter radius centered on you. Be warned, however, that this comprehensive absorption will consume any energy-rich entities within the vicinity, so exercise caution around your white tiger. Maintain a safe distance to avoid collateral damage." Understanding this, Nan Mozhen took a few steps to the side, distancing herself from Huairong, that he realized she intended to use her absorption ability, but 3 meters felt perilously close to him. Instinctively, he stepped closer. "Stay put. 3 meters is the limit, or you risk being absorbed as well," Nan Mozhen quickly admonished. He halted, unsure of how significant 3 meters was, and remained still as she created distance between them. The wolf pack's encirclement was not too close, and with the distance increased, they still had a considerable gap. Yet Huairong dared not relax, his body emanating a menacing aura that deterred the wolves from launching a direct attack. As the 3-meter distance was established, Nan Mozhen activated the system. With the host at its center, the area devoid of friendly beings automatically initiated absorption. With the system's notification, she observed the black vortex that had been floating above descend to the entrance of the system space, completely blocking the exit with its vastness. The dark vortex swirled ominously, releasing an invisible force of absorption. Nan Mozhen deliberately avoided the Wolf King's position, who was near Huairong. Her focus was solely on the pack of lesser wolves. She gradually approached them, intending to eliminate these wild wolves before dealing with the Wolf King, buying time for the tribe's orcs to arrive. It must be said, wolves are truly vengeful creatures for the Wolf King. Their target was Huairong, and all its thoughts were fixated on him. Unbeknownst to it, Nan Mozhen's subtle movements caught the attention of a few nearby wolves, who howled in alarm and lunged at her, dripping with saliva. Before they could reach her, they fell lifelessly from the air, their life energy devoured, leaving only skin and bones behind. Point 3 down. Accomplished. The sudden turn of events drew the Wolf King's attention to her, and a fierce bloodlust ignited in its eyes. With a low growl, it commanded the entire pack to charge at Nan Mozhen. Huairong's expression shifted sharply. He wished to protect her, but was intercepted by the Wolf King, flames engulfing his path. In his worry for Nan Mozhen, the flames singed his fjord. In the next instant, a chilling aura surged, extinguishing the flames in the blink of an eye. Gritting his teeth, Huairong glared at the Wolf King before casting a desperate glance toward Nan Mozhen, who had been pushed further away due to the wolves' onslaught. Yet, she nimbly evaded the attacking wolves, with the wild beasts being consumed before they could even reach her. Point 1 by 1. As her absorption count rose, the remaining wolves recognized her extraordinary ability and hesitated, paralyzed by fear. Nan Mozhen's expression remained impassive as she surveyed the 6 remaining wild wolves. Her gaze darkened. It was time to take the initiative. She approached the wolves, and once within the absorption range, their fierce struggles rendered them powerless before they were ultimately devoured. As only 3 wolves remained, the scene shifted to Nan Mozhen chasing them down. Wolves, too, possess a survival instinct. Huairong, watching the unfolding scene, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, likening it to playful cubs mischievously pursuing a small wild chicken. With Nan Mozhen handling things well on her end, he felt reassured. Now it was time to confront the Wolf King. An icy aura surged around him as he lunged forward, engaging the Wolf King in combat. This was a wolf endowed with extraordinary abilities, having gained immense strength from its powers, thus ascending to the rank of leader of the pack. This time, it was a clash of fire and ice. Having expended considerable energy, Huairong's offensive prowess was not as sharp as before, and he found himself evenly matched against the Wolf King. The Wolf King had not personally engaged during the earlier attack on the tribe. Thus it was at full strength. In contrast, Huairong was nearing exhaustion. Unlike physical stamina, which could be replenished with rest and sustenance. The recovery of his powers was far more complex, compounded by his existing injuries. After condensing the last remnants of his energy into ice spikes to strike the Wolf King, Huairong did not hesitate to turn and sprint towards Nan Mozhen. Upon hearing his voice, Nan Mozhen immediately deactivated the system. Just as she turned, she was enveloped in Huairong's embrace as he chose to flee. The Wolf King roared in fury, unleashing fireballs while swiftly pursuing them. Protected within Huairong's arms, Nan Mozhen watched as fist-sized fireballs whizzed past them, incinerating nearby trees and leaving them charred. The intensity of the flames was formidable, and their lethality undeniable as Huairong carried her away. It became evident that his current state was insufficient to take down the Wolf King. His strength had reached its limits. He dodged the fireballs as best he could, yet still suffered several hits. The searing pain in his back gradually clouding his awareness. Clenching his jaw, he quickened his pace. They could see the tribe ahead, and the orcs were rushing to their aid. Just then, a massive fireball coalesced and struck his back, causing him to stumble forward. Even as his body grew numb, he instinctively shielded Nan Mozhen as he fell. The force of the impact sent Huairong rolling forward several times, but thanks to his protective embrace, Nan Mozhen remained unscathed. The Wolf King was now upon them, and Nan Mozhen furrowed her brow, contemplating whether she could leap at the Wolf King and absorb it before it could sink its teeth in her. A wolf endowed with abilities was different from an ordinary wolf. While a regular wolf could be consumed in mere seconds, the energy within an enhanced wolf had ascended to another level, making it far more challenging to absorb. If only the Wolf King were a tad more astute, it might have managed to escape the shackles of its ravenous nature. After a mental calculation, Nan Mozhen discerned that the chances of success were exceedingly slim. The beastmen were drawing closer, and she could only place her hopes upon them, wishing they might thwart the Wolf King's assault before it commenced. She turned, extending her arms to embrace Huairong, who was struggling to rise. The searing heat on her back made her acutely aware of the acrid scent of singed flesh, while the metallic tang of blood was overpowering. His body was marred with grievous wounds that I somewhat regret allowing you to take me out in search of jade stones. Had we remained within the tribe, we would not have faced such chaos. She lamented as she held him tightly. Had they returned directly to the small tribe after finishing their meal by the river, they would not have found themselves encircled by the wolf pack. The guilt and helplessness emanating from her embrace tightened around Huairong's heart like an invisible hand, suffocating him with a sense of despair. He did not attribute the blame to her at that moment. He could only feel his own inadequacy, the bitter sting of failure for not being able to protect her. The resolve in his eyes flickered but did not vanish. Even in death, he vowed to safeguard her. Gently breaking free from her grasp, Huairong transformed into a majestic white tiger and lunged toward the Wolf King, sinking his formidable jaws into its neck. The Wolf King, in a fit of agony, retaliated by biting Huairong in return, and thus they engaged in a brutal struggle. Nan Mozhen's heart raced as she witnessed the scene. Blood stained the few remaining patches of Huairong's white fur, piercing her soul with anguish. And her eyes brimmed with tears. The beastmen arrived, and one of them lifted her away from the fray, while the others joined the battle against the Wolf King. "Huairong, you mustn't die," she cried out, watching from a distance as the injured Wolf King fell, and Huairong's form collapsed helplessly to the ground. Unable to contain herself, she shouted once more till Huairong's consciousness had been clouded, but her voice pierced through the haze, shocking him into clarity. He could not perish. He still needed to care for her. In any tribe, the fate of a female with diminished reproductive capabilities was grim, and he could not bear the thought of leaving her alone. He could not tolerate the thought of those males treating her as a mere vessel for their desires. She was too precious for that to happen. A fierce determination surged within him, unleashing a formidable force from the depths of his soul. Gentle yet silent, yet brimming with overwhelming strength, the radiant white light emanated from the white tiger, spreading forth with an icy chill wherever it touched. Frost began to crystallize, compelling the beastmen to retreat, their eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before them. The male who had escorted Nan Mozhen back to the tribe halted, astonished by the shimmering light that filled the air. "Your partner is truly remarkable," Others require ample strength to ascend, yet he manages to do so in a weakened state. He remarked with admiration, adding, "He must be fighting so fiercely out of concern for you." Nan Mozhen instinctively exhaled in relief. Theoretically, an ascension would replenish his strength, and he should survive that. Is there a chance of failure in the ascension? Indeed, but he has succeeded, came the reply. She attempted to approach Huairong, but the male stopped her. You should wait here in the tribe. The other males will bring your partner back. The chill in the forest is too intense. Even now, far from the frost grasp, she could still feel the biting cold, and she could only imagine how severe it was at the epicenter. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the male's counsel. Among the males who had previously assisted them, some possessed fire-related abilities, and the flames dispelled the cold as they carried the weak white tiger back. The tribe's leader allocated a small cave for them, which already housed a pile of firewood and some provisions. Once the males had kindled a fire, they departed, gazing at the unconscious white tiger sprawled on the straw, its fur matted with blood and disheveled. The once mighty creature now appeared pitiful, feeling a pang of guilt for the situation. Nan Mozhen fetched cotton and water from her spatial inventory to staunch his bleeding and tend to his wounds. There were trees that produced medicinal herbs after the ascension, she recalled, voicing her thoughts. Yes, there is a hemostatic tree that yields blood-stopping powder, as well as a skin-healing powder that can rapidly mend any wound and possesses disinfecting properties. This medicine is also effective against mosquito bites and serves well for everyday skincare. Came the response. Excellent, Nan Mozhen said, applying the hemostatic and skin-healing powders to Huairong. Each portion contained in a slender wooden tube, roughly 100 grams each. Afterward, she toiled to clean the blood from his body, perspiration beading on her forehead. While turning him, she noticed Huairong's eyelids fluttering as if he wished to embrace her. It's all right. I'm just cleaning the blood off you. Can you move slightly? Just turn over. She panted, feeling the weight of the massive tiger was beyond her capability. Huairong stirred gently, obediently rolling over, then fell back into a deep slumber. Nan Mozhen continued to wipe the blood away, clearing the straw that had been stained. The cave was dimly lit, relying solely on the flickering light of the fire. Given the limited illumination, she could not make Huairong immaculate, but she managed to clean most of the blood, rendering him somewhat more presentable. And the stench of blood was lessened. Exhausted, she collapsed onto a nearby pile of straw and succumbed to sleep, awakening only when darkness enveloped the outside world. Rising, she approached Huairong and discovered his breathing was steady. Less feeble than before, she settled beside him, retrieving steamed buns and milk from her system's inventory to eat. After devouring a colossal red prawn, her system level had risen to 9, adding strawberry trees, corn trees, hemostatic trees, and skin-healing trees to her inventory. Inspired, she tossed a few corn cobs onto the fire. The aroma of roasted corn was truly delightful. As she munched on the buns, she felt a sudden lick on her arm, startling her. Turning to see Huairong awake, she beamed with delight. He shifted slightly, resting his chin on the straw as he gazed at her. How do you feel? Not bad. Are you hungry? Starving? Without hesitation, Nan Mozhen brought a meat bun to his lips. After a moment of hesitation, he opened his mouth to eat. The meat inside is delicious. She feigned disdain. You are so picky. With that, she tore off the bun skin, offering him the filling instead. The meat sauce-soaked bun was exquisite. She was not choosy, and thus, the pair shared the meal together. The beastmen from the small tribe had provided them with raw meat, and within a small basket, there were various seasonings. However, Nan Mozhen refrained from experimenting with the unfamiliar spices known only to the beastmen of this world, opting instead for the convenience of the buns. After consuming a few buns, Huairong regained some strength and transformed into his human form to grill meat by the fire. Nan Mozhen busied herself running around, assisting him, while Huairong took charge of the entire grilling process, thoughtfully flipping the corn she had carelessly discarded by the fire. Are fifth-tier beasts even stronger? She inquired, squatting beside him as he diligently grilled the meat. Huairong lowered his gaze. Compared to fourth-tier beasts, my strength has indeed increased significantly. However, fifth tier is still far from sufficient. I aspire to become even stronger. He turned to her, the unwavering resolve in his voice resonating as he stated. To protect you, a flutter of emotion stirred within Nan Mozhen's heart, sending ripples across her consciousness. She chuckled softly. "All right, follow me, and you will have meat to eat." That a smile danced in his eyes as he replied, "Sure." After finishing the grilled meat and corn, both felt satiated and prepared to rest. Huairong watched as Nan Mozhen washed up at the cave entrance before lying down on the nearby straw pile. His expression turned somber as he recalled the bloodstains marring the straw where he had lain, remnants of his own dried blood still clinging to his form. He lowered his gaze in silence before rising to leave the cave. "I'm going to wash up at home," Nan Mozhen replied, casually adjusting the fur covering her body. Huairong ventured outside to find a water source, scrubbing his fur until it was pristine. Upon returning to the cave, he glanced at the drowsy Nan Mozhen, then approached the blood-stained straw pile without hesitation, casting it into the fire to burn. He then carefully lay down beside her. Nan Mozhen sensed his presence and turned to meet his slightly aggrieved gaze. "I burned the pile of straw as it was covered in blood." Implied within his words was the notion that he had no place to rest. Nan Mozhen gently brushed his tiger ear, shifting her body slightly to the side, while Huairong, with a charming smile gracing his lips, succumbed to slumber. After a long day of exertion, their bodies had yet to recuperate, and soon both drifted into the realm of dreams. This tribe, led by the black-eared rabbit, inhabited a world where rabbit beasts were herbivorous and possessed amiable temperaments, ensuring a sense of safety within their community. Huairong had ascended to the 5th tier of beast, and the eligible males in the tribe dared not approach Nan Mozhen. Intimidated by the presence of a 5th-tier beast, they resided undisturbed in a cave nestled in the corner of the tribe. In this unfamiliar environment, Nan Mozhen found it difficult to sleep soundly. However, the presence of Huairong beside her offered some comfort. As she dozed in and out of consciousness, she instinctively grasped his tail, finding solace in the connection as she slipped into a deeper sleep. In the early hours, when the campfire extinguished, Huairong's tiger tail remained held firmly in her hand, rendering him hesitant to venture out to gather more firewood. With the fire extinguished, the cave's temperature gradually dropped, and the chill crept in, prompting Nan Mozhen to curl up for warmth. The warmth radiating from Huairong was irresistible, and she unconsciously reached out to embrace him, the heat enveloping her as she once again drifted into a deep slumber. Yet Huairong found himself unable to sleep. The person nestled against him was close and tender, igniting an insatiable yearning within him. A primal instinct awakening, he endured a tumultuous night, caught between pleasure and pain, until the dawn broke and Nan Mozhen stirred from her dreams. As she awoke, the rhythmic thumping of his heart filled her ears. Blinking lazily, she met Huairong's playful grin, which bore a hint of mischief. Momentarily taken aback, she soon realized she was curled up in his embrace, leading to an immediate rush of embarrassment. "Is it comfortable to hold me?" Huairong inquired casually. Nan Mozhen replied, "Could you refrain from asking such bashful questions?" Huairong teased, "If you like it, I can hold you every day." "Well, thank you then," she responded, her cheeks flushed. The atmosphere grew awkwardly tense. Yet Huairong reveled in it, wrapping his arm around her gently and resting his chin atop her head. "Zhenjin," he called softly, causing her heart to flutter with excitement. He said nothing more, simply uttering her name with warmth. Taking a deep breath, Nan Mozhen closed her eyes, surrendering to her emotions. His embrace was undeniably comforting. Yes, she found herself enamored with this tiger. After a moment of tender closeness, the sound of her stomach growling pulled Huairong back to reality. "I will take you to the nearby forest to hunt," he offered. "All right," she agreed. Huairong transformed into his beast form, guiding Nan Mozhen to a nearby water source to freshen up. He was reluctant to leave her unattended. Even during the hunt, Nan Mozhen settled herself onto a sturdy branch of a great tree, watching as the magnificent white tiger pursued its prey, an exhilarating sight she had only ever witnessed in the wild. Out of concern for her reaction, Huairong refrained from targeting larger beasts, opting instead for smaller quarry to avoid any gruesome scenes that might frighten her. The hunt concluded swiftly, and they returned to the cave with their catch to prepare a meal. They built a fire on the grassy expanse outside the cave, where the bright surroundings made dining feel delightful. Huairong busied himself. His arm inadvertently reopened a wound. Glancing at the gash, he shrugged it off nonchalantly and continued to roast the meat by the fire. However, Nan Mozhen noticed and immediately retrieved some cotton to apply pressure, only to have him grasp her wrist, halting her. "Jinjin, save that cotton. I can manage without it. Winter is approaching, and supplies will become scarce. Including cotton. Keep it for yourself," he insisted, his expression serious. Nan Mozhen felt a twinge of frustration at his concern for the cotton. "I have plenty of cotton," she replied. "Keep it," he reiterated, his tone unyielding, leaving her no choice but to comply. Instead, she produced a hemostatic powder. "Then let us apply some powder. I'll need this. There are plenty of medicinal herbs around, so there's no need to be stingy." Without waiting for his protests, she seized his arm and placed it on her lap, beginning to apply the medicine. The fine powder sprinkled onto the bleeding wound quickly stemmed the flow, leaving Huairong with a complex mix of emotions and surprise. "Jinjin, do you understand medicine?" "Not extensively, just some basics, and I know how to use this powder for bleeding, but I'm not familiar with treatments for poisoning or illness," she explained that in their world, those skilled in healing were often referred to as shamans, a rare breed among beastmen. Any beastman with medical knowledge would be sought after by various tribes. Huairong was not disappointed by her response. It was commendable for a female to grasp basic medical principles, enabling her to care for herself better. Once the wound was treated, fearful that Huairong might move and aggravate the injury, Nan Mozhen found a piece of beast hide to wrap it securely. "Let us refrain from hunting for now, that I have an abundance of food in my space, and we can trade with the tribe's beastmen for some meat, while also inquiring if they have any energy fruits," she asserted firmly. Being cared for in such a manner was a first for Huairong, filling his heart with sweetness as he obediently nodded. "Once winter arrives, I will venture into the frost forest to find some energy fruits for you. Don't overexert yourself. My body can manage," she replied softly. "All right." After a somewhat late breakfast, Huairong transformed back into his tiger form, lounging on the grass to bask in the sun while Nan Mozhen set off to engage with the beastmen of the tribe. Tending to business, she sought out the females rather than the males who were off on their OWNAT this hour. The tribe's females were basking in the sun on the grassy slopes, accompanied by their respective partners. The males with partners exhibited maturity and composure, showing no untoward intentions towards other females. This was why Nan Mozhen chose to approach these males through their female counterparts. Where there were females, there were often plenty of males, familiar with her presence. The beastmen of this tribe greeted her warmly as she approached, with many females inviting her to sit with them on the grass. Gathered on the slope were 5 females, 3 from the Black Rabbit clan, 1 from the Fox Beast clan, and 1 from the White Wolf clan, accompanied by over a dozen males of various species, both in beast and human forms. "That is your partner not with you. Is he seriously injured? Our tribe has a veterinarian. If it's severe, we can have someone take a look," inquired an older female from the Black Rabbit clan with genuine concern. Nan Mozhen smiled back. "It's not serious. Just a few minor wounds that I wouldn't allow him to move around too much. So I let him rest. I'm not wandering far. A stroll around the tribe should be safe. Actually, I came to inquire about something." The older female, named Shimon, nodded with a smile. "What would you like to know?" Nan Mozhen glanced at the beastmen, listening intently beside her, and asked, "We have accumulated a substantial amount of food. I want to know if you have any needs for it." "We could trade," Shimon inquired. "Do you have rice?" "Yes," Nan Mozhen replied. "What about cotton?" "I have that too." The females began to chatter excitedly, their needs evident as Nan Mozhen discerned that rice, cotton, and vegetables were in high demand. Most of the females in this tribe were herbivorous beastmen, and rice was a staple they cherished. Vegetables, too, were sought after, especially with the poor harvest this year as winter approached. The scarcity of rice would become a pressing issue. Shimon lamented. As she spoke, her partners behind her displayed expressions of guilt. They were aware of her predicament. Without rice, they felt inadequate in caring for their partners. Even if it was a natural disaster, those males would blame themselves for not being able to provide better for their loved ones. The emotions among beastmen were refreshingly simple yet fervent. Nan Mozhen reassured them, "I have plenty of rice and cotton, along with some vegetables like cabbage and corn, and various fruits. When the time comes, you can discuss it with your leader for a substantial trade. On my end, I require hides, and if there are any energy fruits, I would appreciate those as well." After speaking, she observed their reactions. The females seemed unfazed, but the males appeared to ponder her words. Nan Mozhen had no intentions of acquiring energy fruits from the partners present. Had it not been for the dire circumstances at home, the males would not exchange energy fruits for resources, for such items are typically reserved for their own partners. However, the chief of the tribe does not adhere to this norm. As long as he is willing to barter, he undoubtedly possesses a stockpile. After a brief conversation with the females, Nan Mozhen noticed that Huairong, the grand white tiger, had come to fetch her. Amidst the teasing laughter of the females, she rose and accompanied Huairong back to the cave. "Jinjin, I cannot sleep without you by my side," Huairong lamented, resting his body on the grass and embracing her with his paws. Nan Mozhen nestled her head upon the tiger's paw, enjoying the soft, furry sensation that I've noticed you are becoming increasingly adept at feigning vulnerability, she quipped, raising an eyebrow at the tiger. Huairong let out a low whimper, nuzzling against her neck, the ticklish sensation causing her to giggle and struggle. "Oh my, is this a tiger possessed by the spirit of charm? Could you not be a tad more majestic?" As they frolicked, a cough echoed from a distance, prompting them to cease their playful antics. Nan Mozhen gazed into the distance, perplexed, for she could not discern any figures. "Who is it?" Huairong looked up, stating, "It is the chief of this tribe. They are approaching." Soon enough, two figures emerged, middle-aged men adorned with long, drooping ears, which held an inexplicable charm. "Dear little female, I wish to propose a trade," the chief of the Black Rabbits declared, standing approximately 10 meters away. Nan Mozhen sat cross-legged between Huairong's forepaws, addressing the chief. "Certainly, I require energy fruits and animal skins. Other items can also be considered." The chief opened his palm, revealing a milky white fruit the size of a grape, emanating a faint glow. Nan Mozhen's eyes sparkled. This was indeed the energy fruit that we are in urgent need of: rice and long-lasting vegetables, cotton as well. And if you have any surplus of other items, we would be willing to exchange. Leaning closer to Huairong, she inquired, "I am not entirely certain about the quantities for the exchange." She was utterly bewildered as to how much rice could be traded for one energy fruit. Huairong replied nonchalantly, "One energy fruit can be exchanged for the amount of rice consumed by 5 females over one winter." He paused, elaborating further. "Each female consumes 2 meals a day, with each meal comprising a bowl of rice. Roughly the same volume as the meat buns you consume." With this clarification, Nan Mozhen gained a clearer understanding of the approximate quantities involved. "That works. We shall proceed with the exchange of 1 energy fruit for the winter's worth of rice for 5 females. Additionally, I will require 5 bags of cotton in the size of this animal skin, along with 10 bags each of cabbage, watermelon, and corn." She gestured to indicate the size of the bagged dough. "And do you need seeds?" "I have some available." The Black Rabbit chief replied, "Yes, we do." Nan Mozhen responded, "Then I shall prepare some for you as well. That is all for now." "Good. I will provide you with the energy fruit first. Once you return and bring the goods, I will ensure that the orcs prepare the finest animal skins for you in the meantime." The Black Rabbit chief expressed his delight, tossing the energy fruit towards her, which she carefully caught. Once the transaction was concluded, the Black Rabbit chief and his companion departed. Gazing at the slightly warm fruit in her palm, Nan Mozhen curiously asked, "Is he not concerned that I might abscond with the energy fruit?" Huairong chuckled. "He is not a malicious beast. It is unlikely he would deceive someone over an energy fruit. The higher the rank of the male, the more he values his reputation as a 5th-tier beast. And you being my partner, the Black Rabbit chief has no reason to harbor suspicion in this world. Deceit among beasts is virtually non-existent. Thus they need not worry about such occurrences." Nan Mozhen chuckled softly, occasionally conceding that the hearts of beasts are remarkably pure, devoid of the intricate scheming often seen in humans. Their emotions remain relatively straightforward and sincere, lacking in convolutions. "Huairong, do you have any aspirations?" she inquired, leaning against his paw. Huairong lowered his head to rest beside her, and the two began to chat idly. "Previously, I did not give it much thought. I lived in a daze, content with mere sustenance and comfort. Now, my desire is to protect you." The lives of single males follow a similar path, to navigate through their bachelorhood, eventually encountering a captivating female, forming a bond, and dedicating their lives to safeguarding her. For males, their partners take precedence, as they are the ones they vow to protect with their very lives. As for offspring, they can fend for themselves once they are capable of hunting, in this world governed by the law of the jungle. Countless offspring are eliminated due to their frailty, and each male that survives to adulthood has done so through the trials of life and death. Despite the harsh elimination rate, many males endure. For the birth of females is exceedingly rare, resulting in a significant disparity between the sexes, which only serves to heighten the value of females. What if one day I were to suddenly disappear, and you could never find me again? Or, if I no longer wished for you to be by my side, and did not want you to protect me anymore, what would you do? Nan Mozhen tentatively inquired. Huairong lowered his gaze, contemplating seriously before responding. If you were to vanish, I would devote all my time to searching for you. Zhenjin, a male's affections are unwavering. Once he has fallen for a female, his feelings remain unchanged until death. Even if the female were to abandon him, he would not seek another. The beast soul is singular. Once a male mates formally, his soul takes refuge within his partner's body, ready to be summoned for protection in times of peril. For every male, their partner embodies the warmest of aspirations, independent of procreation. It is simply a yearning for closeness. When love is kindled, it is a commitment worth risking everything to safeguard. Zhenjin, he called softly, his voice laced with affection, quickening her heartbeat as she met his gaze, filled with emotion. Huairong leaned in, brushing his lips against hers, the soft sweetness causing his breath to quicken. Nan Mozhen was momentarily taken aback. And then, in mild exasperation, she playfully swatted his head. Do not approach me in your tiger form. As her words fell, Huairong instinctively transformed into his human guise, his expression brimming with barely contained joy. Is this acceptable? Nan Mozhen retorted. That is not what I meant. Just as she was about to clarify, Huairong leaned down and kissed her, his lips gently brushing against hers, evoking a different sensation. His lips bore a slight coolness, tenderly gliding over hers, not probing further, but instead bestowing soft, cautious kisses, as if treating her like a precious treasure. The gentle caresses left Nan Mozhen flustered, nearly overwhelming her. She turned her head away. Her cheeks flushed, noticing her bashful demeanor. Huairong beamed. Are you shy? Be quiet, she retorted, aware of his teasing. Zhenjin, after we return, shall we bond as partners? Huairong continued to plant kisses on her cheeks, his voice tinged with anticipation. Nan Mozhen hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Host, if you like him, just go for it. To be blunt, you might be stuck in this strange world for the rest of your life. Youth is fleeting. So seize the moment to enjoy. The system's thoughtful voice chimed in. She rolled her eyes, exasperated. You're the most perceptive one here. Huairong, do you recall what transpired during our first encounter? Was there anything significant that day? Nan Mozhen inquired. Huairong regarded her with confusion. That day, Mu and several other tiger beasts went hunting and discovered a female had gotten lost. Due to the distance from the tribe, Mu returned to seek assistance from other males, and we were assigned by the chief to escort the female. Ben and the others, who had partners, were designated as the second wave of beastmen to assist us. Unexpectedly, they encountered you along the way. We had arranged to meet and escort the female back to the tribe. This was not the response Nan Mozhen desired. She probed further. Did anything occur that resulted in significant energy fluctuations? Huairong pondered for a moment before replying. That day marked the festival of the 4 great cities, a day to beseech the beast god for blessings and protection for the beastmen. During the prayers, celestial phenomena occur, accompanied by powerful energy fluctuations. Is this what you were inquiring about? Nan Mozhen fell silent, contemplative. That must have been the cause. Otherwise, such potent energy fluctuations could not have ruptured the fabric of time and space. Yet, she remained uncertain whether her arrival in this world was a mere coincidence or a benevolent act by the beast god. One moment, she was bound to the system, and the next, she was swept into a spatial upheaval. It all felt rather peculiar. As for the answer, it seemed she would need to communicate with the beast god to uncover the truth. It only the 4 great cities that can hold such ceremonies. Or are other tribes also permitted? Huairong gazed at her quietly and said, The four great cities stand at the four cardinal points of this continent, marking the locations once inhabited by the beast gods. Within the cities lie stone tablets dedicated to the beast gods, allowing the beast men to communicate with them in the other tribes. Such stone tablets are absent, rendering them incapable of holding religious ceremonies. At most, they revere the ancestors of their respective races. For instance, our white tiger tribe worships the ancestor of the white tiger, possessing a unique totem that differs from that of the beast gods. Zhen, where did you live before? He ventured to ask. Nan Mozhen looked at him innocently and replied, I told you I lived far away from the beast men, and one day, after gaining extraordinary powers, I was brought here to you believe me? I do, Huairong answered without hesitation. You are a gift from the beast god, endowed with extraordinary abilities and possessing something truly unique. The beast god must have had his reasons for bringing you here. I'm elated to have you. She huffed lightly. I never agreed to that. Huairong's expression darkened. That cannot be. You embraced me last night and even kissed me. Your sin is now on me. If you do not become my mate, no other female will want me. The implication was clear. Responsibility. Nan Mozhen sighed in exasperation. How did I not notice before that you are so shameless? I have teeth, he replied, playfully grazing her arm with his sharp teeth. The slight pressure of his touch made Nan Mozhen giggle. Don't bite. He naturally would not bite. He closed his mouth and, taking the opportunity, planted a gentle kiss on her delicate skin. Previously, he had maintained a cautious distance, uncertain of her feelings, but now, with his intentions laid bare, it became evident that she too harbored feelings for him. Huairong's demeanor transformed as he began to express his affections more openly. The pursuit of a mate by males has always been fervent and passionate. After facing dangers together, their bond seemed to deepen. In this tranquil little tribe, Nan Mozhen relished the leisurely life of petting the majestic white tiger, and they resided in the black rabbit tribe for several days. Huairong's injuries had long since healed, yet he shamelessly feigned weakness. Relishing the care, Nan Mozhen provided point one morning. Brimming with energy, Huairong set out to hunt, having heard from the beastmen of the tribe that red-skinned birds were migrating nearby. He could no longer pretend to be feeble and swiftly transformed into his beast form to seek out the birds. Nan Mozhen, sitting at the cave entrance, felt somewhat helpless as she engaged in conversation with her system. Is there no warehouse in the system space? There can be, but it has not been activated due to the host's lack of prior need. Can the warehouse store items from outside? Yes, anything except living creatures can be stored. Since she had not previously needed it, the system had not activated the warehouse. Now that she did, the system promptly enabled it. Due to the unique nature of the devouring vortex, the warehouse was not equipped within the system space, but was activated outside of it. A deep purple wooden ring appeared on her right little finger, serving as the key to the warehouse. The IT was crafted from wood, ensuring it would not attract the attention of other beastmen. To prevent the system from inadvertently devouring energy-laden items, the warehouse exists independently. Nan Mozhen understood this, as she had previously considered whether the system might consume the items within the warehouse. But now there was no need for concern. Upon opening the warehouse, she found rows of storage compartments, each capable of holding numerous items. Can I store the daily produce in the warehouse? She inquired. Certainly, you can stockpile. The space within the warehouse is static, and anything placed inside will not deteriorate. Upon hearing this, Nan Mozhen began to busy herself, harvesting the produce from the trees and placing them in the warehouse. Feeling an inexplicable sense of accomplishment as she gazed at the bare rows of trees. Afterward, she also stored the precious energy fruit in the warehouse. Can I designate specific types of produce trees? She asked, sitting cross-legged on a pile of hay. Typically, the produce trees grow randomly, but due to your transmigration, your system configuration has been altered. You may specify your preferences as long as they align with the world you inhabit. System configuration? What changes have been made? There are many versions of the supplier system. IT can be upgraded according to the host's needs, allowing for specialized produce trees, such as exclusively fruits or vegetables. Once the system is set, the emerging produce trees will only yield that specified type, that if no specifications are made, the system will filter and estimate based on the host location, arranging the most likely or easily marketable produce. You unexpectedly found yourself in this beastly world, which is quite special. The system automatically shields certain advanced technologies, focusing primarily on survival, arranging produced trees for food supplies to aid your survival in this world. For you, survival is of utmost importance. Once you are secure, you may consider other matters. Nan Mozhen could not deny this. Hence the presence of basic staples like buns, fruits, and vegetables. We should also procure items for construction. High-tech items could also be arranged. It doesn't matter if there's no electricity. We can utilize solar power for charging. This statement rendered the system momentarily silent. What do you think? Nan Mozhen inquired. I believe it can be arranged. Satisfied with the system's clear response, she smiled. This will indeed enhance our quality of life. After some time, Huairong returned with several red-skinned birds, spinning a good while cleaning and preparing them for drying. The red-skinned birds were approximately the size of domesticated hens, and their small skins were unsuitable for making clothing, especially without delicate sewing tools. The small pieces could only be fashioned into minor items. Their vibrant red color, however, would make for lovely decorative accessories. Nan Mozhen had already devised plans for the use of those red skins. That evening, Huairong started a fire outside the cave to roast meat, and they leaned against each other, admiring the night sky. Tomorrow, we shall return to the tribe, Huairong stated. Initially, he had feared returning before his wound had healed, concerned about potential encounters with wild beasts along the way. Now he was fully recovered. Nan Mozhen responded affirmatively, acknowledging that this was, after all, someone else's tribe. However, regarding Joku, do not worry. I will handle it, he reassured her. Upon our return, I will decorate my cave beautifully, and you shall reside there with me. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. For Nan Mozhen to move into his cave implied that they would become mates. She smiled silently. Her expression showed no resistance. In Huairong's eyes, this silence was tantamount to consent. After enjoying the night view, the hour grew late, and they retreated into the cave to rest. Just as they lay down, a tiger's roar echoed from outside. Whose tiger is calling? Nan Mozhen asked, puzzled as the sound did not seem to indicate trouble. Huairong shook his tiger ears, saying, It's the cub from Chief Yada's family. It must be muah. Nan Mozhen was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Even as adults, the cubs were still their father's little ones. What brings muah here? Is he looking for us? Let me go check, Huairong replied, swiftly transforming into his beast form and darting out. Soon, several large white tigers emerged from the night. It was muah and as the tigers approached the cave. They quickly shifted back to their human forms. Upon seeing Nan Mozhen at the cave entrance, muah rushed over, nearly embracing her. Jun, are you all right? I was so worried about you. His gaze swept over her, confirming she was unscathed, and he sighed in relief. Nan Mozhen smiled back at him, then turned her attention to Ben, who stood quietly by. What brings you two here? Ben explained, It's nothing unusual that Huairong took you out for some fun. But muah heard some snake beasts mention that Joku had followed you, and since you hadn't returned for several days, and there'd been no sign of Joku, he brought me along to find you. Those snake beasts from Joku's lair are not to be trifled with, Nan Mozhen thought, feeling touched. Thank you both. Huairong has been protecting me very well. Ben nodded with a smile. That's good to hear. Thus, he could provide an explanation to his partner. Nan Mozhen was well aware that Ben had accompanied muah primarily due to Ali's concerns for her, prompting him to join muah in the search. Now that they had found her, their minds were at ease. Have you encountered Joku? Muah inquired. Nan Mozhen nodded, instinctively glancing at Huairong, who languidly leaned against a nearby rock. Huairong remarked, He took Jun while I was hunting and met his end in my hands. This nonchalant statement succinctly encapsulated Joku's fate. Muah and Ben were momentarily taken aback, but they swiftly regained their composure and refrained from further comment. Jun, let us return to the tribe tomorrow, Muah said cheerfully. Nan Mozhen nodded in agreement. Then you both should rest. Ben and I will remain outside. With that, the two transformed into their beast forms and settled on a large tree nearby, one tiger resting on a branch. Huairong ushered Nan Mozhen into a cave to rest, and as they lay on the hay, he softly stated, Upon our return to the tribe tomorrow, I will inevitably have to confront those serpents. You must stay close to my sister, or at least find refuge with the chief. He is unlikely to act against you directly, in the event that everyone turns against me, seeking to imprison me as a slave. What then? If many males desire this, will the chief not confine me? Nan Mozhen pondered and asked. Huairong furrowed his brow, falling into silence that if a multitude of beastmen propose it, the majority will prevail. And the chief may indeed acquiesce, should that scenario unfold. I will take you away. We could seek refuge in other tribes or the 4 great cities. Your unique status should afford you some protection. Nan Mozhen replied, I previously consumed Jioku's energy. He must suspect my identity, yet he still sought to harm me. Huairong, human nature is inherently greedy, as a favored female of the beast god. I might be cherished out of respect for the deity. However, my uniqueness may also incite the desires of many beastmen who believe that possessing me will grant them the beast god's favor and greater blessings. What do you think the chief, Ada, will do upon discovering my identity? Are you certain he will not imprison me or arrange for his son to bond with me? This would effectively tether me to his lineage. If Ada harbors such intentions, Muda will undoubtedly be compelled to bond with me, and Huairong will be subtly pushed away from my side. Nan Mozhen's speculations ignited a sense of urgency within Huairong, and a singular thought echoed in his mind. Ada is capable of such actions. Once one becomes chief, the welfare of the entire tribe takes precedence if a female can enhance the tribe's strength. The chief will undoubtedly act, even if it means sacrificing a Huairong. We shall observe the chief's demeanor upon our return and then decide whether to disclose my identity, Nan Mozhen reiterated. Huairong responded affirmatively, holding her closely. Do not fear. Regardless of what transpires, I will stand by your side. Even if it means expulsion from the tribe or enmity with them, I will protect you. His unwavering words instilled a profound sense of security within Nan Mozhen. There was nothing to fear. The worst outcome would be leaving the tribe, and they would surely find a place to settle on this continent. After all, these were merely speculations. What if their return revealed a harmonious situation instead? The following day, they bid farewell to the Black Rabbit chief, promising to deliver supplies in 10 to 15 days. Their current stock was still insufficient. The Black Rabbit tribe was several mountain ranges away from the Ada tribe, that if they meandered through the forest, it would take at least a full day to reach the Ada tribe. Muah and Ben Air had tracked them by scent, which took even longer in a time devoid of communication. Locating someone required only the memory of their scent to follow. This skill of scent tracking was essential for all males. Upon their return to the Ada tribe, the sky had darkened and several bonfires blazed in the central clearing, where beastmen gathered to roast meat and chat. Muah, in his usual jovial manner, let out a cheerful roar as they entered the tribe, with Huairong and Nan Mozhen trailing behind. Just as they stepped into the tribe, several dark figures swiftly lunged towards them, prompting Muah and Ben Air to immediately defend against the attack. Jun, step aside, Huairong commanded, his gaze darkening as he lowered himself, allowing Nan Mozhen to dismount from his back. Observing the 3 black serpents confronting Muah and Ben Air, Nan Mozhen understood the situation and deftly stepped aside. Huairong approached slowly, while Ben Air, understanding his role was complete, retreated to find a L. Muah glared at the serpents, a surge of anger coursing through him at the thought of Jioku nearly harming Nan Mozhen. Muah, Jun has chosen me, Huairong stated calmly as he positioned himself beside Muah. Nan Mozhen had consistently maintained her intention to seek only one partner, having chosen Huairong. Muah's involvement was rendered moot. The implication was clear. This duel was not Muah's concern, and he need not intervene. Muah glanced at Nan Mozhen, whose worried gaze remained fixed upon Huairong, and an indescribable discomfort welled within him. Ultimately, he chose to step back. Huairong, you dare to have killed Jioku? One of the serpents bellowed in anger. Huairong's expression remained unfazed. If one lacks the capability, they should not attempt to abduct my partner. What do you expect their fate to be? Although they belonged to the same tribe, the nature of beastmen varied greatly. Some were noble, while others were vile. Within the tribe, the chief's authority prevented the most unscrupulous of beastmen from committing heinous acts. However, similar to Jioku, who abducted a female and forced her into a bond, or those who imprisoned infertile females in dungeons as mere vessels for release. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Females held a revered status for their ability to bear offspring, which was vital for the survival of their kind. Yet, a female who lost her fertility became valueless. Her only worth reduced to a body for male gratification that in this world, the status of females was precarious. Those capable of reproduction were carefully protected, while those who could not faced grim fates unless they found a powerful male willing to safeguard them. Huairong's commitment to protect Nan Mozhen would necessitate confronting countless males who sought to imprison her as a slave, and these three serpents were merely the beginning. The message was unmistakable. Words were superfluous, and the battle commenced. The clearing had already been cleared for their confrontation, and even the chief had appeared to observe the unfolding events. Among the three serpents, one was at the third tier, while the other two were at the fourth tier, placing Huairong at a disadvantage with a 3-to-1 ratio. However, as he unleashed his cold aura, a chilling pressure emanated from him, causing the three serpents to stiffen with apprehension. Onlookers gasped in astonishment. Huairong had ascended to a fifth-tier beast. The disparity in tiers represented a staggering difference in power. Even with numbers on their side, the outcome of this duel was unequivocal. Huairong, with overwhelming strength, severely wounded the three serpents, leaving them barely clinging to life. Yet he showed mercy and spared their lives. After his victory, Huairong bore only minor injuries, prompting a sigh of relief from Nan Mozhen. However, she was taken aback by the emergence of other males. "Chief, we all know certain truths that a weak constitution and poor fertility are akin to those in fertile females, even with energy fruits to bolster their health. Do you truly believe Huairong can care for her alone?" A male from the Black Wolf tribe spoke up. Immediately, a male from the White Tiger tribe chimed in, "While a weaker constitution can be nurtured, Huairong alone cannot ensure Zhen's well-being. That I believe it is necessary to arrange for her additional partners to better care for her." Their remarks were met with considerable agreement from many males. Nan Mozhen furrowed her brow. The males were divided into factions. One faction sought to imprison her as a slave, while another simply wished to bond with her for her care. The fifth-tier Huairong's power was overwhelming, and they could only seize this opportunity to prompt the chief to act. These requests, albeit rational, placed Chief Ada in deep contemplation from a distance. "Chief, Zhen was brought to our tribe by a male, and according to our customs, she belongs to the entire tribe, not merely to Huairong." The Black Wolf male interjected once more. Nan Mozhen spoke softly, "Then I'll take my leave that I have only been here for one night." Causing no losses to you, a light-hearted remark brought an abrupt silence to the previously raucous atmosphere, leaving everyone gazing at her in disbelief. The Black Wolf beast snorted disdainfully. "Do you have any idea how perilous it is outside?" "Indeed, I do," she replied, "but no danger compares to the torment inflicted by your kind." Enraged, the Black Wolf beast bellowed, "What use are you if you cannot bear offspring? Your existence is merely a waste of resources." Nan Mozhen chuckled softly. "Have I ever consumed your provisions? Have I ever relied on your care?" The Black Wolf beast, incensed, transformed into its beastly form and howled at the heavens. "Be why your logic. Females lacking the ability to reproduce, or those who have lost such capability, should not exist in this world, for they are deemed unworthy and wasteful. And what of your males? Should the weaker and lesser beings among you perish, deemed unworthy of life for their lack of utility?" Nan Mozhen spoke each word without reservation. She concluded with a pointed remark. "It is no wonder you remain single, unable to find a mate, with a heart so twisted, which female would be drawn to you?" At this, the distant onlookers, females nearby, regarded the Black Wolf beast with increasingly complex expressions, some openly displaying their disdain that in this world, females took pride in procreation, yet without that ability, they became nothing more than targets for the cruel treatment of males. However, the truth was that Nan Mozhen did not lack the capacity for reproduction. Her physical constitution was merely weakened, and such matters could be strengthened. Yet, the Black Wolf beast continued its aggressive stance, revealing its malicious intent. Such wicked thoughts would hardly endear any male to females. The Black Wolf beast, nearly choking with fury, had never encountered such an audacious and venomous female. All others were meek and submissive, while she was a force to be reckoned with. Huairong stood calmly, his demeanor unflustered. Should Nan Mozhen choose to leave the tribe, he would follow her without a second thought. When did our tribe become so oppressive towards females? Muda spoke, his voice deep and resolute. Shichi, I do not care what circumstances you and your companions faced in your previous tribe. Here, females are treated with respect. Every tribe possesses a dungeon for imprisoning enemy beasts and females who have erred. Those who have lost their reproductive capabilities are also placed in designated quarters, serving as relief for males who have lost their partners. Yet in their tribe, females have never been mistreated or killed. The dungeon has specially adorned rooms for females, allowing them freedom and comfort. Transferring females to the dungeon is merely a means of ensuring that those who can no longer bear offspring can still serve a purpose, and the females residing there are well cared for. The regulation regarding females entering the dungeon is commonplace among tribes, yet hearing it from Shichi's lips felt distorted. This black wolf beast, named Shichi, was aligned with the serpent beasts of Jioku, having left their previous tribe to join this one. His character was not commendable, though not entirely vile either, as the leader had overlooked his occasional teasing of females, recognizing the value of their combat prowess. Shichi glared at Muda, his teeth clenched, as the atmosphere thickened with tension. As if a confrontation were imminent, an elder, white tiger male stepped forward, affirming, the rules are indeed as stated. Zhan does not lack reproductive ability. Her weakened constitution is not a grave matter. Huairong can procure some energy fruits for her to consume, which will enhance her strength. However, everyone has a valid point. Huairong cannot be solely responsible for Zhan's well-being. It would be prudent to seek additional mates. He then turned to Chief Yada. As this male spoke, the confrontational energy between Muda and Shichi dissipated, indicating his considerable standing within the tribe. Chief Yada nodded in acknowledgement. You are the architects of your own turmoil, but if you find the females of our tribe unappealing, then have the decency to seek mates in other tribes. With that, he turned and walked away. The instigators of the chaos were all single males. With the chief's pronouncement, the matter was settled, and the crowd dispersed, returning to their own pursuits. The elder white tiger male glanced at Huairong, who bowed his head respectfully. It was later that Nan Mozhen learned he was Huairong's father. Shichi begrudgingly scoffed and retreated to the nearby campfire to roast meat. Huairong, transformed into his human form, approached Nan Mozhen and took her hand, leading her to the tree hollow where she had previously resided, igniting a fire on the grassy ground outside. Tomorrow, I will tidy my cave, by nightfall. You shall be able to move in, he stated earnestly. Nan Mozhen smiled. That sounds delightful. That night, they made do in the tree hollow, exhausted from a day of travel, and retired early. The following day, Huairong busied himself preparing the cave, drying grass, tanning hides, chopping wood, and scouring for beautiful flowers and plants, wholly occupied. Nan Mozhen sought out a Li for companionship on the grass. They sat together on a hide, chatting, surrounded by baskets brimming with freshly picked wild fruits. Once you and Huairong become mates, Shichi and those males will no longer dare to cast their eyes upon you, Ali remarked, her expression one of satisfaction, as if a wayward younger brother had finally found a partner. A male preparing a nest for the female he admires is a customary prelude to mating. Nan Mozhen smiled gently. Though her expression turned pensive, she paused and shifted the subject. What other purposes does cotton serve? For her, cotton could be used as a substitute for sanitary pads, especially in a world devoid of such conveniences, as cotton is the most suitable alternative. Additionally, it could serve as bedding or padding. This perspective was hers as a human. How females would utilize it remained to be fully understood. Ali laughed. Cotton has myriad uses. It can staunch bleeding, particularly when a female is injured. Cotton is far more comfortable for applying pressure than beast hide. It can also be used during estrus, as females tend to bleed at that time, typically once a year. Cotton serves a purpose akin to that of a sanitary pad. Ali continued, it can also be fashioned into soft bedding. Sleeping on a cotton-stuffed hide during winter is incredibly warm. Beyond that, its utility diminishes. For beastmen, its primary function is to stop bleeding and keep females warm. Such an explanation was within Nan Mozhen's expectations. After a moment's contemplation, she addressed Ben Er, who lay basking in the sun nearby. Ben Er, could you assist me in creating something? I wish to explore an intriguing idea. Ben Er regarded her with confusion. What sort of thing? Nan Mozhen rose and found a branch to sketch a spindle in the dirt while explaining her concept. The tea present. The spindle was relatively easy to fabricate and use. The methods for crafting other weaving tools were complex, and should the beastmen pose numerous questions, she would find herself overwhelmed. Thus, she resolved to begin with the simplest spindle. The basic design required merely a piece of beast bone or wood with a stick inserted. Ben-Er, unsure of her intentions, did not inquire further and went off to gather materials. The males of this continent possessed impressive handiwork skills, and such a simple task could be accomplished swiftly. Nan Mozhen glanced at the bewildered Li and smiled as she hurried back to her tree hollow. I will retrieve some items and return shortly. Watching her retreating figure, Ali turned to her lion beast partner. Ani, follow her from a distance. The path to Xinzhen's tree hollow is a bit lengthy. Ani nodded, his body moving swiftly to close the distance with Nan Mozhen. She entered her tree hollow, found a beast hide bag, and filled it with a generous amount of cotton before stepping outside, where she spotted Ani and waved with a smile. Thus, Ani became the laborer, assisting her in carrying the bag of cotton to find Ali. By the time they arrived, Ben-Er had efficiently fashioned a simple spindle and returned. Xinzhen, what are you planning to do? Ali inquired, puzzled. How will cotton and the spindle come together? Nan Mozhen smiled. I cannot be certain of success, but let us give it a try. Ben-Er, please attempt to stretch and elongate the cotton as I demonstrate. She found a few small sticks and rolled the pulled cotton into a long strip. If this fails, it would be such a waste of such fine cotton, Ben-Er lamented. Nan Mozhen chuckled. Why are you so reluctant, much like Huairong? I have plenty of cotton. It is of no concern to me. As for others, I shall not worry about them, that Ali and I have enough for our needs. If you assist me, and we succeed, we could create even more items from cotton. Upon hearing this, Ali's companions each took a fluffy cotton ball to stretch and roll. The cotton, growing cleanly on trees in large, pure clumps devoid of any impurities, spared them the hassle of cleaning. Its soft, pristine appearance spoke of excellent quality. And it was no wonder the males were so concerned. Nan Mozhen had previously observed the process of spinning thread with a spindle or spinning wheel. The elders in her hometown favored handcrafting the cotton they cultivated. With the systematic diagrams now available, rich in both illustrations and text, she was well versed in the process of handling cotton. Ali and her companions watched with curiosity as Nan Mozhen twisted the strands of cotton into fine threads using the spindle. Of course, I know that cotton can be spun in a fine string, but what purpose does it serve? Ali asked, a hint of frustration in her voice. If we need to bind things, we could use grass vines or strips of animal hide. The cotton thread is too delicate to be of any practical use. After demonstrating a few techniques, Nan Mozhen handed the spindle to Ben-Er, urging him to spin the thread. Cotton thread can be used to sew clothes. This fine string is far more exquisite than animal hide for garment making. Moreover, it can be woven in a fabric for clothing. While animal hide provides warmth in the cold winter months, how stifling it becomes in the summer. Cotton garments are far more comfortable than those made of hide. Though weaving requires considerable effort, Nan Mozhen explained earnestly, I believe we can get started now. Who knows, by tomorrow we might be wearing clothes made of cotton fabric. Plus, if we have enough cotton, we can make quilts for warmth in winter. We can also compress it into cotton pads for use during injuries or menstruation. For Nan Mozhen, the latter was of paramount importance. The females of the Orc tribe experienced estrus only once a year, yet she had to endure her monthly cycle with alarming intensity. Calculating the dates, she realized her period would arrive soon, necessitating preparation of cotton pads. After her explanation, Ali found the idea quite feasible. You have plenty of cotton? She inquired. Indeed, let us first spin the cotton in a thread for future use, Nan Mozhen replied. All right, Ani, please make a few more spindles. Ali instructed her companion, who promptly complied. There was an abundance of cotton. The resource tree replenished supplies every 10 hours, allowing Nan Mozhen to gather 2 batches a day. A single cotton tree bore ample cotton for their endeavors. Ben-Er and the other males spun thread with spindles while Nan Mozhen pressed the cotton with a flat stone nearby. The cotton balls were quite large and could suffice during her menstrual period. However, after being pressed, the cotton lost its fluffiness, becoming more comfortable and pliable for use. Once she tore and compressed the cotton into suitable sizes. Nan Mozhen sewed a layer of animal hide on the back with the already spun cotton thread. The hide was thick and resistant to leakage, thus completing her makeshift version of sanitary pads. The only drawback was that the needle, crafted from polished fishbone, was somewhat coarse, leaving oversized holes that appeared slightly unsightly. Nevertheless, Nan Mozhen was satisfied. It was certainly better than having blood spattered everywhere. The crafting of weaving tools was complex, and she thought it prudent to later share the process with Huairong, as he could assist in creating superior weaving implements. Currently, using a spindle would only allow them to spin cotton into thread. After making a sufficient quantity of sanitary pads, Nan Mozhen began to daydream while observing the cotton threads. Ali's 4 companions each took a spindle to spin threads, and in a short while, they had produced a considerable amount. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she dashed into the nearby grass and found 2 long, sturdy stems of an unknown plant, perfect for knitting needles. Nan Mozhen, feeling somewhat lazy, instructed the nearest male to watch her demonstrate the initial stitches of knitting, after which she handed the materials over to him. Without weaving tools, it was impossible to turn the cotton thread into fabric. However, they could knit small pieces, which could later be fashioned into scarves or shawls. In fact, with some additional processing, the knitted fabric could even be transformed into a bustier or skirt, provided the knitting was dense enough. It was her first attempt. The knitting had a few gaps. After observing it for a moment, Nan Mozhen, unable to resist, suggested to the male, why not unravel it and use 2 strands of thread for a tighter weave? The male paused, then complied, resulting in a much denser piece. Keep it up. You're making a lovely bustier skirt for your beloved Ali. How comfortable it will be, she said with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, Ali's companions were invigorated, their enthusiasm for the task renewed. The males worked fervently, while Nan Mozhen and Ali lounged on the animal hides, munching on fruits and chatting, relishing the pleasant atmosphere. Indeed, having multiple companions proved advantageous, especially during labor, as they busied themselves with this novel endeavor. Curious orcs from the tribe gathered around to observe. Some questioned the necessity of turning cotton into thread, but when they saw the delicate patterns produced from the slender stems, their eyes widened in amazement. The intricate designs and lightweight cotton thread promised far greater comfort and breathability than animal hide garments. Those with cotton at home eagerly set to work making spindles and spinning threads, joining in the knitting effort. Life for the orcs was rather monotonous. Aside from hunting, the males spent most of their time with their companions, affording them ample opportunity to create. Consequently, a large group of males gathered nearby. Some spinning threads, others knitting, all intensely focused on their tasks. Nan Mozhen noticed that almost all those engaged were males, with not a single female participating. It was not that the females were unwilling to help, but rather that they were busy being attended to by their male partners, relegated to observing and ultimately enjoying the fruits of their labor. The lively atmosphere attracted the attention of Yada's mate, who soon followed, and shortly after, Yada himself arrived. Upon grasping what everyone was doing, he praised their efforts enthusiastically. Leader, this is what Zhenzhen taught us. Ali seized the opportunity to claim credit. Yada regarded the seemingly serene Nan Mozhen, a rare smile gracing his features. Excellent. I shall have someone bring you some animal hides as a reward for your contributions to the tribe. Nan Mozhen was somewhat taken aback. Thank you, leader. While she appreciated the leader's reward, Ali felt even more elated. Zhenzhen, the more you contribute, the higher your status in the tribe, she whispered in her ear. Nan Mozhen understood. Her contributions held significance, her intellect proving invaluable compared to merely offering her body for the tribe's benefit. She silently exhaled, contemplating whether this indicated a slight elevation in her status within the tribe. At least she would be regarded as equal to an ordinary female, with no male daring to consign her to the dungeon as a slave. Even if someone attempted, the leader would likely intervene. A sense of accomplishment welled up within her. As lunchtime approached, Huairong arrived to escort her. Having produced a substantial quantity of sanitary pads, Nan Mozhen was in excellent spirits. With one hand holding hers and the other carrying a pouch filled with the pads, Huairong felt his own mood lift at the sight of her happiness. He led her to his tiger den, where he had prepared everything during the morning. The cave was clean and warm, lined with layers of dried grass and animal hides. Neatly stacked in a corner were piles of wood, and vines and flowers adorned the stone walls, infusing the air with a sweet fragrance. The cave was cozy, and upon entering, Nan Mozhen immediately fell in love with the ambience. The cave space was divided into 3 areas, one for sleeping, another for bathing and relieving oneself, and the last for storing food. The walls were embedded with jade stones, their glow illuminating the cave and dispelling its former chill. Huairong followed closely behind Nan Mozhen, attentive to her reactions, dreading any hint of discontent on her face. Upon seeing the illuminating jade stones, Nan Mozhen couldn't help but laugh. "Aren't you worried I might succumb to temptation and devour these jade stones?" Huairong, with a fond smile, replied, "Then I shall simply find more." Nan Mozhen transitioned from the storage area to the bedroom. She turned to Huairong and remarked, "You've done a splendid job decorating. I truly like it." His thoughtful arrangement had diminished the cave's coldness, replaced by a warm, inviting atmosphere. Hearing her praise, Huairong's tension melted away. He stepped forward to embrace her, overwhelmed by the sensation of the soft figure in his arms. His heart swelling with emotion. "As long as the weather remains mild, I will gather as much as I can to ensure you are never cold or hungry. Live contentedly, warmly clad, and joyfully in this world is a simplicity often overlooked." Nan Mozhen embraced him, softly responding, "All right, when spring arrives next year, will you take me to explore the 4 great cities?" "Of course," he replied, "we can reside there for a while, and during summer, we shall visit the seaside, as that is the most fitting time to enjoy the beach." "Indeed." Then, with a gentle inquiry, he lowered his head, his warm breath caressing her ear, igniting a subtle sensation throughout her being. Is it possible now? What possibility to become partners? Before she could respond, Huairong lifted her chin and captured her lips in a kiss, this time fervent and passionate rather than the tender caresses of before, having already harbored a fondness for this magnificent white tiger. She found herself breathless, her strength waning as she melted into his embrace. Huairong cradled her in their sunlit nest, with a spring breeze danced around them, in a blend of pain and pleasure. Nan Mozhen drifted into a hazy slumber, only to awaken to the darkened sky. Propping herself up with weary limbs, she noticed Huairong was not by her side. "Huairong," she called softly, and in the next moment, a large white tiger bounded into the cave. Huairong had transformed back into human form, settling beside her with tender affection. "I was outside boiling water. I will help you cleanse yourself shortly." Nan Mozhen nestled against his waist, her head resting on his thigh, a profound sense of security enveloping her. "I'm hungry. Shall we eat first or bathe?" "A bath." Huairong carried the heated water in a stone basin to the adjacent sandy area, where a stone tub awaited her for bathing. Once the water was prepared, he gently transported her there. Immersing her sore body in the warm water, an exquisite comfort washed over her, leading Nan Mozhen to close her eyes and rest her head on the edge. Relishing in the sensation, Huairong took a small piece of animal hide to cleanse her, his touch gentle and deliberate, devoid of any untoward advances, simply focused on her care. Though slightly discomfited, the dim light alleviated much of her embarrassment. Huairong could see her. She, however, remained blissfully unaware. Once the bath concluded, she was wrapped in a hide and carried outside to eat. There lay roasted meat, vegetable soup, and a basket of wild fruits, sitting on a wooden stump. She adjusted the hide around her. The convenience of the beastly world struck her. Without clothing, a simple wrap of animal hide sufficed. She lifted her gaze. A wooden bowl filled with roasted meat was presented before her, the charred parts removed, leaving only the tender morsels seasoned with fragrant herbs. Famished, she accepted it without reservation, retrieving a fork from the storage to partake in the feast. Huairong squatted beside her, ensuring she ate well. She devoured 3 hefty bowls of roasted meat and 2 bowls of vegetable soup before finally feeling satiated. "I'm full," she declared, handing her empty bowl to Huairong. With a tender smile, he placed the fruit basket at her feet and began his own meal. Nan Mozhen munched on an apple. She retrieved a blueprint from her system space, a manual for textile cotton tools, tailored to the conditions of this world, albeit the crafting would require considerable effort. The blueprints for weaving tools varied from simple to complex, each requiring different implements. Aside from cotton trees, the resource tree also yielded silkworm trees, necessitating distinct tools for silk weaving. For now, Nan Mozhen preferred to focus on cotton before delving into silk. Huairong, does the tribe raise silkworms? She inquired curiously. Huairong appeared puzzled. Silkworms? What do they look like? They are plump, white creatures that spin silk and feed on mulberry leaves. Understanding dawned upon him. Those are silkworms. Many females keep them as pets, and some beastmen enjoy eating them. Nan Mozhen's mouth twitched. The apple in her hand suddenly losing its appeal. You wish to keep them? Huairong confirmed. Having spent ample time together, he recognized that Nan Mozhen was not inclined towards such delicacies. Her tastes were simple, vegetables and meat, eschewing other oddities. After contemplation, she nodded. We could keep them for fun. The silk they produce can be made into clothing. Pausing, she continued, let us discuss this later. Tomorrow, you and Ben should search for wood to craft the weaving tools. That's the plan. She displayed the blueprint to Huairong. Huairong leaned in, his expression serious as he meticulously studied the illustrations on the blueprint several times. The images contained few words, primarily depicting the components of the weaving tools, detailing the sizes and shapes of each piece of wood and how they should be assembled. Nan Mozhen refrained from interrupting, allowing him to absorb every detail. She had great confidence in the beastman's formidable memory. Have you memorized it? I will only show you this once. Tomorrow, you and Ben should gather the materials to create these tools, and later, we will review the blueprint again. She instructed. A warmth enveloped Huairong's heart. It was not merely about the items themselves, but her trust in him to be the sole recipient of this knowledge. He nodded. I have committed it to memory. I assure you it will be successfully crafted. Unable to resist, Nan Mozhen reached out to caress his tiger ear, relishing in the delightful texture. After a moment, she encouraged him to continue eating while she perused the resource tree. The seed tree bore various seeds, and she had previously only gathered without closely examining. Each seed was contained within wooden tubes, inscribed with faint letters designating their names, that a glance through the storage revealed a plethora of common fruits and vegetables, alongside a handful of medicinal seeds, with the majority being vegetables and fruits. Given the limited circumstances, Nan Mozhen felt no immediate inclination to engage in planting. For her, the seeds held value primarily for trading with other beastmen. With idle time on her hands, she organized the seeds, preparing those destined for the Black Rabbit tribe. Once Huairong finished his meal, he retrieved the thick stack of animal hides sent by the chief that afternoon. 3 hefty piles, abundant in quantity. Aside from a few white hides, the rest were predominantly black and gray, with several adorned in leopard print. The colors seemed rather monotonous as autumn had set in, with considerable temperature fluctuations between day and night. It was prudent for someone of Nan Mozhen's delicate constitution to start preparing warmer attire, even garments for winter. Besides the hides, Huairong pointed to the clothing drying on the vines. Nan Mozhen glanced over, surprised to see her modern garments. They were retrieved? A gentle smile graced her lips. Please thank him for me. Huairong nodded. I have already expressed my gratitude. Her gaze returned to the hides. Contemplating. Let us sew the clothing with cotton thread. The thinner hides can be stitched with it possible to craft a needle finer than a fishbone needle. After a moment's thought, Huairong replied, there are finer fishbone needles available. They can be polished. Given the sturdiness of the hides, a needle that is not sharp enough would be difficult to use, but a finer needle should work for the thinner hides. With the day still early and nothing pressing to attend to, Huairong began crafting the garments. The hides had been cleaned and dried, ready for use. The tools for sewing were simple. Several fishbone needles of varying sizes and a sharp tooth from an unknown beast for cutting the hides. Every day filled with embraces and newfound companionship. Huairong understood Nan Mozhen's dimensions well. There was no need for measurement as he began his work. He fashioned a variety of outfits, a strapless short dress, a long skirt, and a shoulder wrap tailored to her size. Zhun, what kind of clothing do you prefer? He inquired. While he possessed the skills to create garments, he had never crafted clothing for a female before and was unfamiliar with many styles. The garments worn by the tribe's females were fairly uniform, differing only in the color of the hides and the lengths of the skirts. Could we add 2 straps to the skirts? They could hang from the shoulders or around the neck. Nan Mozhen gazed at the garment she had crafted, all featuring a strapless design, and inquired with an open mind. Although females are not required to engage in physical labor, a moment's negligence in the looseness of the straps could lead to exposure. The other females were indifferent to such matters, yet she was quite concerned. Huairong pondered for a moment, then retrieved a long skirt. Searching for matching animal hide to cut 2 strips of equal width and length. As she measured on the skirt, she observed Nan Mozhen's reaction. The latter nodded, signaling her understanding. Under Nan Mozhen's guidance, Huairong fashioned all the suitable animal hides into clothing, and even transformed some scraps into delightful bows and hairbands. The remaining coarser hides were stitched into bags for carrying items, as she was in need of such bags. I also desire shoes, Nan Mozhen stated, recalling the matter of footwear. The beastmen seldom donned shoes. The males, with their robust physiques, were unbothered by the cold when barefoot, while the females rarely had the opportunity to walk, as they were often carried by the males. Within the tribe, the ground was covered in grass, and the males would diligently clear any stones, ensuring the females could walk barefoot without harm. Huairong appeared somewhat perplexed, as she was unsure how to create the type of shoes Nan Mozhen had previously worn. Nan Mozhen, noticing his reaction, tentatively asked, "You cannot make shoes?" Huairong replied, "I can, but they will not resemble the ones you wore before." She chuckled lightly. Those were ankle boots, no matter how similar the animal hide. They could never achieve such delicacy. After a moment's thought, she suggested, "Just create a sole and cover the toe with a piece of hide. I can wear them as slippers." Understanding her intent, Huairong immediately procured 2 wooden boards to craft the shoes, shaping them to the dimensions of her feet, with both the sole and toe wrapped in a layer of animal hide, thus completing a simple pair of slippers. When Nan Mozhen tried them on, they did not pinch her feet. The hide was slightly fuzzy, making them exceptionally comfortable. Seeing her satisfied expression, Huairong could not help but smile. As the day drew to a close, it was time to tidy up and rest. After the tiring ordeal of becoming bonded with Huairong, Nan Mozhen felt an indescribable sense of relaxation as she lay once more in this cozy nook. Huairong lay beside her, gently enveloping her in his embrace. She let out a soft protest, "I'm tired. I wish to sleep." His expression brimmed with affection as he held her, smiling, "Yes, sleep well. I shall not disturb you," nestled in his warm embrace. With his soothing presence, Nan Mozhen gradually slipped into slumber, and on the first day of their formal bond, akin to a honeymoon, Huairong did not rush out to hunt at dawn, but instead prepared breakfast, waiting for Nan Mozhen to awaken. After a delightful meal, he took her for a leisurely stroll through the woods adjacent to the tribe, adorned in the new attire crafted by Huairong. Nan Mozhen felt a wave of shyness wash over her as they traversed the tribe, aware of the gazes from other beastmen, an inexplicable sense of bashfulness enveloping her. As they approached the entrance of the tribe, Ali and her companions joined them, having arranged to create weaving tools together. The timber needed for crafting was gathered from the nearby woods, and Nan Mozhen and Ali perched upon a large rock, observing the males as they busied themselves after foraging some fruits. Huairong, well versed in the creation of weaving tools, began assembling the various components. "Zhen, will you bond with muah in the future?" Ali inquired leisurely, weaving a flower crown with her hands. Nan Mozhen pressed her lips together, responding, "I seek but one partner. I already have him." Ali raised an eyebrow in surprise, then remarked thoughtfully, "That will surely delight Huairong, but having only one male by your side may often prove inconvenient." "Not to worry. I can manage on my own," Nan Mozhen replied dismissively. She was not being presumptuous. Her skills and survival instincts in the wild surpassed those of many females, and she was certainly not fragile. Ali hesitated, ultimately choosing not to voice her thoughts. She understood that Nan Mozhen was astute and knowledgeable. Such a strong-willed female was undoubtedly capable, especially with Huairong being a fifth-tier beastman. Their partnership seemed promising. Since it was their choice, she refrained from further comments, while the males busied themselves with crafting weaving tools. Nan Mozhen and Ali occupied their time spinning thread with spindles, spending the entire day in the small grove As twilight approached, they each retreated to their respective dwellings. The creation of the weaving tools did not proceed smoothly. Some joints were overly intricate, and with limited tools at hand, they easily became damaged. However, the initial shape had emerged, marking a significant advancement. The unfinished weaving tools were taken back by Ben Er and his companions. As Huairong needed to care for Nan Mozhen, it was only natural that the other males would handle the heavier tasks. With the preliminary forms completed and of considerable size, they planned to gather materials the following day for further crafting within the tribe. Upon returning to the cave, Huairong heated water for Nan Mozhen's bath, while he prepared food outside. After arriving in this world, she had grown weary of daily roasted meats, so that evening she handed Huairong some rice and a large cabbage, opting for a lighter fare of boiled rice and cabbage. A pleasant change of taste, and sure, Nan Mozhen could see in the dark. Huairong thoughtfully lit a fire beside the stone tub. Initially, she had not noticed, but during her bath, she suddenly discovered a white tiger pattern on her chest, a miniature depiction of a small white tiger in a sleeping pose. Its eyes closed and oddly endearing. This Huairong's beast soul? Nan Mozhen mused in surprise, unable to resist reaching out to touch it. The moment her fingers brushed against the tiny white tiger, it sprang to life, its eyes opening and emanating a soft white glow. Startled, she quickly withdrew her hand. In the next moment, Huairong entered the cave, and upon seeing her alarmed expression, his heart softened. He knelt beside the stone tub, enfolding her in his arms, gently reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. It is my beast soul." Nan Mozhen took a moment to compose herself before asking, "What exactly is a beast soul?" Huairong then explained it thoroughly. Each male possesses a beast soul, also referred to as a beast mark, which is a differentiation of energy. The beast soul can only be transferred to a female's body through bonding, existing to protect the female in this world devoid of communication. The presence of beast souls intricately binds bonded males and females together. Males can locate their female partners through their beast souls and can perceive the surroundings of their females through the eyes of the beast soul. In times of danger, the beast soul will manifest to provide protection. There is only one beast soul. If a male dies, his corresponding beast soul vanishes. If a female dies, the beast soul also disappears, ensuring that a male possesses only one beast soul throughout his life. In essence, the beast soul serves as a key indicator of whether a male has bonded or is still a fledgling. With this explanation, Nan Mozhen understood. "It is all right now," she said, offering an awkward smile. Huairong chuckled softly, lifting her from the water and wrapping her in a nearby hide, carrying her outside the cave. The rice was ready, steamed in bamboo tubes, and the air was filled with the enticing aroma of rice mingling with that of bamboo, on a wooden stump serving as a makeshift dining table beside the campfire. Several bowls of food awaited, including the boiled cabbage she had requested, roasted meat, and a vegetable medley. A large leaf also held an assortment of delectable wild fruits. Nan Mozhen eagerly began to eat. With meat, vegetables, and rice, life felt quite pleasant. "Huairong, tomorrow I wish to have rice balls, where the rice is wrapped around slices of meat and other vegetables, molded into a ball." She reminisced fondly about the rice balls she had enjoyed in the past. "Actually, congee could work too. Can we still find red dates?" Huairong replied, "We can still forage for them. I'll go tomorrow." "Yes, just gather a little. Drying them will suffice." All right, after their meal, Nan Mozhen pulled Huairong to sit in their nest and spin thread, each with their own spindle. Once they had spun enough cotton thread, they could twist several strands together to weave in a sweater for the winter. She mused aloud, "I know a few simple methods for knitting scarves, but I have yet to learn how to knit a sweater. However, I have a system that can assist me in no time." Huairong observed the spindle in his hand with a calm demeanor, his movements casual yet remarkably quicker than Nan Mozhen's. "Just tell me how to knit, and I will do it," he offered. Nan Mozhen lowered her gaze, a smile playing on her lips, and curiously asked, "If they overexert themselves, do males suffer from cervical spondylosis?" Huairong gazed at her in confusion and inquired, "Is your neck sore? Is it the kind of ailment that causes back and waist pain?" "Indeed," she replied. "Overexertion can lead to discomfort, but a good night's sleep usually remedies it. Behold, this is the unique constitution of orcs. Minor ailments can be cured with a mere slumber. Nan Mozhen suffers from cervical spondylosis. And while occasional strain is manageable, if she were to bend her head down all day, she would likely be in dire straits. As the saying goes, a pair of hands makes labor light. She had long since delineated their roles in her mind. She would spin the thread while Huairong wove, and when they acquired weaving tools, she would have him engage in weaving as well, allowing her to explore the art of dyeing in the meantime. "Let us toil diligently and amass wealth," she declared with fervor. Huairong looked at her with a gaze full of affection. "Zhenjin, just a little will suffice. Spinning thread can be quite tiring. Allow me to handle these matters," he said thoughtfully. Nan Mozhen felt a wave of sweetness in her heart as she nestled closer to him. Her overt affection instantly diverted Huairong's interest from the spindle in his hands. Without hesitation, he set it aside and embraced her with both arms. "Oh, you wish to mate?" Huairong gazed at her tenderly, leaning down to plant a soft kiss on her lips. While that was indeed the implication, the terminology made Nan Mozhen burst into laughter. Could we not express mating in a more elegant manner, perhaps as intimacy? Huairong, unfamiliar with the concept of elegance, nonetheless grasped the alternative phrasing and replied, "Zhenjin, let us be intimate." Nan Mozhen beamed, but then suddenly felt a shift in her body, the smile on her face fading gradually. "I think my period has come," she stated in surprise. The desire reflected in Huairong's eyes was abruptly shattered by her exclamation. "What is a period?" he asked, brow furrowed. "T means that I am menstruating, what you here refer to as being in heat, but this is not the same as being in heat." Huairong leaned closer and gently sniffed her, saying, "Your body scent is slightly different. I can already detect a hint of blood." Nan Mozhen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, pushed his head away. "It's the pads, the cotton ones." Without delay, Huairong dashed to the adjacent stone chamber to fetch what was needed. Nan Mozhen checked the sand pit to confirm her suspicion and felt an inexplicable wave of melancholy wash over her. Once she had changed and used the handmade pads, she lay uncomfortably in her nest, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Huairong, feeling somewhat dejected, transformed into his beast form and lay beside her. Was menstruation not akin to being in heat? Did it encompass other implications? Thus, no intimacy today. Not just today, upon learning that Nan Mozhen's period lasted 6 to 7 days. His heart sank into despair. Was this yet another peculiar blessing from the beast god? Aware of the heightened sensitivity of Orcish senses, Huairong prepared breakfast for Nan Mozhen and instructed her to remain in the cave, assuring her that he would handle the weaving tools with Benner and the others. Nan Mozhen acquiesced, feeling lethargic and reluctant to move out of course. Before crafting the weaving tools, Huairong was dutiful and went hunting first, gathering the jujubes she desired. After ensuring everything was in order, he finally made his way to Ali's home. After a while, Ali rode in on a lion, cradling a beast-hide bag at her arms, filled with items woven by her companions and tea that moment. Nan Mozhen sat atop a wooden stump, munching on a rice ball, and smiled upon seeing Ali and Ani approaching. "Have you eaten?" We have. Ali replied as she dismounted from Ani's back, who shifted into his human form. The two walked towards Nan Mozhen, who finished the last few bites of her rice ball and gestured for them to sit beside her. Ali pointed her chin towards the others, saying, "They are continuing to craft the weaving tools, and the chief has joined them to observe. I came over to find you since I had nothing to do. The cotton thread is almost woven. What shall we do next?" She settled onto a nearby stump beside Nan Mozhen and pulled out a piece of fabric that had been woven to a length of over a meter. Nan Mozhen was pleasantly surprised by the efficiency. She reached out to take it, examining it for finishing touches. Throughout the process, Ani's gaze remained fixed intently on them. "The length is sufficient, and the width is good. Do you wish to make a dress or a shirt?" she inquired of Ali. Ali pondered for a moment before responding, "A shirt. I fear a skirt would get easily soiled. Indeed, white is prone to dirt." Nan Mozhen held the fabric against Ali, contemplating how to enhance its appearance. Suddenly inspired, she entered the cave to retrieve some redbird skins and had Ani craft a hook from wood. Using the hook, she bordered the fabric with slender strips of red skin, sewing the edges together and creating a drawstring for adjustment. The ends of the ties were adorned with 2 small red flowers fashioned from scraps, adding an unexpected touch of charm. The combination of pure white and vibrant red created a refreshingly striking ensemble, catching the eye. Ali immediately fell in love with it, her expression brimming with delight. While Ani stood by, captivated, it's beautiful. It accentuates Ali's fair skin. Ani couldn't help but praise. The lightweight cotton fabric, unlike the heavy beast hides, offered a feeling of buoyancy and grace. It's stunning. I must show it to them. Ali joyfully exclaimed as she dashed off to find Benner, with Ani transforming into a lion to follow closely behind. Nan Mozhen felt a sense of accomplishment wash over her, a smile unconsciously gracing her face. Under Ali's enthusiastic endorsement, the entire tribe buzzed with excitement. Many males with partners hastened their weaving efforts, eager for their companions to don such exquisite garments. Ali, naturally, seized the opportunity to credit Nan Mozhen, and upon learning that she was the creator, numerous orcs flocked to seek her guidance. However, before many questions could be posed, they were hurriedly shooed away by the approaching Huairong. Pay them no mind, Huairong remarked, raising an eyebrow. The crowd consisted mainly of single orcs, and their intentions were all too apparent. They were likely attempting to get closer to her under the guise of inquiries. Nan Mozhen couldn't help but chuckle. Have the weaving tools been completed? Huairong squatted beside her, affectionately encircling her waist with his arm, and replied, Yes, they are complete and quite successful. We have already begun weaving, and Benner is teaching other males of the tribe how to make weaving tools. I came to keep you company. His obedient demeanor filled her heart with sweetness. Then help me spin the thread, of course. The two sat on the wooden stump spinning thread, while Nan Mozhen indulged in some leisurely snacking and sipping, occasionally spinning for a bit before wandering off. Huairong, with his swift hands, spun several balls of cotton thread in just one morning to noon. Muah bounced over, cradling a large stack of beast hides in his arms. Jinjin, the chief, asked me to bring you these hides. Along with this, he exclaimed cheerfully, unceremoniously thrusting the pile of hides into Huairong's hands before squatting down in front of Nan Mozhen, extending his palms. Huairong's expression darkened as he set the stack of hides aside on the nearby stump. Nan Mozhen gazed at the energy fruit in Muah's hands, which shimmered with a soft glow, momentarily stunned. Has the chief been so generous this time? Muah grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and replied playfully, The weaving tools were taught by you to everyone, greatly benefiting the tribe, and you are in need of energy fruit to enhance your constitution. Aren't you? It's perfect. Take it. You deserve it. He placed the energy fruit into Nan Mozhen's hand. Nan Mozhen was momentarily speechless, realizing the truth in his words. She couldn't refuse such a gift, including the energy fruit she had previously received from the Black Rabbit Chief. She now possessed too concerned about the effects of the energy fruit. She had hesitated to use it. After all, it was meant for orcs to strengthen their bodies, and would it be safe for her? A human? Thank you, Muah. Nan Mozhen expressed her gratitude as she accepted the energy fruit. Muah's face lit up with joy, almost resembling a fool. Jinjin, would you consider becoming my mate? He blurted out unexpectedly, and in the next moment, Nan Mozhen noticed Huairong transform from his human form back into his beast form, glaring fiercely at the back of Muah's head, poised as if ready to strike. Nan Mozhen felt a wave of annoyance wash over her and reiterated firmly, I only desire one mate. What if Huairong were to perish? She directly smacked Muah on the head and exclaimed, Can't you think before you speak? Even if he were to die, I would remain alone. He is my only one in this lifetime. Regardless of whether he lives or dies, I shall not seek another mate. Do you understand? She gritted her teeth and spoke, each word imbued with unwavering determination, causing Huairong's heart to blossom with joy. Yet, Muah felt an overwhelming sense of despair, the last vestiges of hope within him extinguished. Huairong, in a fit of delight, licked his claws, then transformed into his human form, perched upon a wooden stump, resuming his spinning of thread with the spindle at his feet, while Muah felt an absence of any impending threat. With his head hung low, Muah muttered in a somewhat listless tone, But I do fancy females with long black hair like yours. We have none in our tribe. Nan Mozhen raised an eyebrow, so, as long as it's a female with long black hair, it need not be me. Muah pressed his lips together. You're the best. I haven't encountered any other females. She patted his shoulder and proposed, Then let us be good friends. I shall share with you all the delightful things I know. Should you meet another female with long black hair, you may pursue her, and I shall assist you. Look at you, so handsome and imposing. You will surely attract many females. In truth, several females in the tribe were fond of muah. But he had shown little interest. It was surprising to discover that his preference lay with black-haired females. The hair color of females was determined by their race. For instance, Ali, belonging to the white tiger tribe, had white hair. Regardless of their race, females bore children that inherited their father's traits. A white tiger father would produce white tiger offspring, while the mother merely served the role of gestation. Nan Mozhen mused. So this is the kind of white tiger muah is. However, knowing that she had managed to secure a suitor brought her some relief. Males were often sincere in their affections, and she feared muah might become too deeply entangled. Moreover, she could not emulate the females here who partnered with numerous males. Having chosen Huairong, one was sufficient. As for whether she would return to her original world, that was a matter for another day. She preferred not to dwell on such complexities for now. She wished to enjoy her time in this beastly realm, relishing good food, love, and happiness. After chatting for a while, muah took his leave to join the group, crafting textile tools for the benefit of the tribe. Due to Nan Mozhen's menstrual cycle, Huairong remained close by for the following days, and the textile tools they had previously made with Ben Air and others were stored at their home for immediate use in weaving. With the invention of these tools, the leader had been sending males to other tribes to trade for cotton. But on a pleasant afternoon, Huairong cradled Nan Mozhen in his arms on a tree branch. Gazing at the scenery, casually informing her about the tribe's affairs, Nan Mozhen had anticipated such developments. Soon, not only would they exchange cotton with other tribes, but their tribe might also embark on large-scale cotton cultivation. When cotton transformed into thread and then into fabric, its value would multiply several times over, enabling them to trade for even more goods. Let's visit the Black Rabbit tribe in a couple of days and deliver the items the Black Rabbit leader requested, she suggested, noting that their stockpile had become sufficient. Huairong's gaze was irresistibly drawn to her snow-white neck, and without a second thought, he leaned down to kiss her. The sudden warmth against her neck made Nan Mozhen instinctively withdraw slightly, turning to cast him a shy glare. Zhan, you no longer smell of blood, Huairong murmured, resting his chin gently on her shoulder, his tone somewhat plaintive. Nan Mozhen replied, I was clean this morning. You only noticed in the afternoon. Must you sniff so earnestly? Seeing her silence, Huairong could not help but droop his tiger ears, his expression one of injury. Zhan, he whispered tenderly, his hot kisses falling upon her neck, his arms tightening around her waist. Drawing her closer into his embrace, a subtle thrill coursed through her, and Nan Mozhen furrowed her brow, raising her hand in a futile attempt to resist, only to be swept into the cave by Huairong. In the softness of their nest, his kisses and affection were gentle yet fervent, overwhelming her defenses. After days of repression, the fervor of spring enveloped them, weaving together until darkness fell. When Nan Mozhen awoke, Huairong had already ventured out to hunt, his spirits high as he processed their catch at the cave entrance. The crackling of the campfire filled the air, and the aroma of roasted meat and rice wafted invitingly. She lazily approached the cave's mouth, meeting Huairong's beaming smile, which sparked a desire to give him a good thrashing for his smugness. Zhan, the bathwater is still heating. Shall we eat first? He inquired. She accepted, wandering around the campfires to inspect the evening's dinner. The usual fare of roasted meat, bamboo rice, and a pot of bone soup with wild vegetables was ample. She declined any additional dishes and settled onto a wooden stump. Huairong adeptly served her the bamboo rice and bone soup before preparing the roasted meat, slicing off the most tender portions to present on a wooden platter. One could not deny that the males of the beast world were both nurturing and versatile, capable of both battling and cooking, and adept in various crafts. Although she felt somewhat discontent with the notion that females in this world existed primarily for reproduction, without them, the beast kin might face extinction. Moreover, a female's status was determined by her reproductive capabilities and the number of offspring she bore, which was rather awkward. This world operated under such premises, and Nan Mozhen realized she could not alter this reality, as no one pressured her to bear children. Her status in this world did not rely on offspring, but rather on the system she possessed. The following day, Huairong took Nan Mozhen to the Black Rabbit tribe. Rumor had it that heavy rains were expected soon, likely to last for several days, cooling the air and ushering in winter. This world recognized 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter, with months defined by the waxing and waning of the moon. On their journey to the Black Rabbit tribe, Nan Mozhen engaged Huairong in light conversation, discovering that while there were indeed 4 seasons, they did not equate to 12 months. The beastmen categorized their seasons by the onset of torrential rains, which were often attributed to divine warnings from the beast god. These heavy rains invariably coincided with seasonal transitions, marking a significant climatic shift. The beastmen refer to them as seasonal rains. These rains did not occur at regular intervals. Sometimes they came every 2 to 3 months. Other times 4 to 5 months. That it was said that one winter had lasted as long as 6 months, causing many beastmen to perish from the prolonged cold. In response to this peculiar arrangement, Nan Mozhen could only silently curse. What a ridiculous setup. As for how the beastmen were forewarned of the impending seasonal rains, the news came from the 4 great cities, which had conducted a ritual on the very day Nan Mozhen had crossed over, learning that the seasonal rains were imminent, allowing the beastmen to prepare in advance. Initially, this date seemed far off, and everyone remained calm. But as it approached, a flurry of activity ensued. After the seasonal rains, let us stockpile extra meat for safety, which we can either dry in a jerky or store in my space. Should the winter stretch on too long, we won't go hungry, Nan Mozhen suggested as she affectionately patted Huairong's head. Huairong responded with a low, pleased growl. With the resources she possessed, she would not starve. The only meat available from a resource tree was baozi, but there were not many meat-filled ones among them. While they could alleviate Huairong's hunger in times of scarcity, they would not suffice for a substantial meal. Thus, they needed to gather more meat while they could still hunt. They arrived at the Black Rabbit tribe before nightfall, and before the eyes of numerous beastmen, she produced a leather bag filled with items from her space. Now that she bore a beast soul, explaining her spatial abilities became much easier. The onlooking beastmen gazed at her in astonishment. The Black Rabbit leader, unfazed and composed, inquired curiously, "Is this a power granted by your beast soul?" Nan Mozhen nodded. "Indeed, it is a storage space. I had hoped for a more offensive ability, but this storage space is quite convenient." She concluded with a laugh. Each beast's soul possessed its unique capabilities. In most cases, a male's powers mirrored those of his beast soul. However, there exist certain advanced beasts who, when forming bonds, may undergo mutations during the transfer of their beast souls. Huairong possesses ice attributes, and his beast soul reflects this as well. As long as she remains vigilant and refrains from unleashing ice attribute techniques, it will suffice. Once Huairong attains a higher rank, they can certainly engage in a dual cultivation of their powers. Just look at her astute calculations. Instances of beast soul mutations are prevalent in every tribe, and there are several cases within the Black Rabbit tribe, which renders the words of Nan Mozhen beyond reproach. Meanwhile, the owner of the beast soul, Huairong, sat half-lidded, exuding an air of languor, internally cursing the playful lies that Nan Mozhen spouted. According to their prior agreement with the Black Rabbit chief, Nan Mozhen also offered a few additional gifts as a gesture of gratitude for the care they received during their stay, that a touch of courtesy would facilitate future exchanges. The Black Rabbit chief, quite pleased, instructed the beast to transfer the items into the storage. With the seasonal rains on the horizon, today marked the last bonfire gathering before the change of seasons for our tribe. You should spend the night here in the tribe, enjoy yourselves, and return at dawn, the Black Rabbit chief invited. Nan Mozhen glanced at Huairong, who nodded in agreement. They had initially planned to stay overnight, for traveling at night posed considerable danger. Unbeknownst to her, the final bonfire before winter was essentially a mating ritual for the males. She and Huairong settled by a small bonfire, one female with one fire, a custom upheld by various tribes. Even as a guest, she had her own little fire pit. A variety of food, both meat and vegetables, was laid out nearby. Huairong selected tender cuts of meat for Nan Mozhen to roast, and the atmosphere was lively with feasting and merriment. After indulging in a hearty meal, the main event commenced. Gnawed on a rib. A shadow suddenly loomed above her. A male from the Black Rabbit tribe stood before her, causing her to look up in confusion, ribs still in mouth. Her adorably dazed expression caused the male to blush deeply, and he bashfully lowered his gaze, tugging at his long ears. "What is going on?" she murmured to the slightly chilly Huairong beside her, softly inquiring, "What does he want? Does he wish to eat my rib?" Huairong regarded her, his expression softening as he replied, "No, he want tea take your rib. You may continue eating, tea is interested in you." "Zhen, I wish to duel with your partner," the male declared. Nan Mozhen fell silent for a few seconds, grasping the situation. "No need. I do not wish to seek another partner. There is no necessity for your duel," she declined with remarkable decisiveness. The black rabbit male cast his eyes downward, disappointment evident, before expressing, "As winter approaches, having only one partner will be quite inconvenient. I can assist in taking care of you." "No need. I can manage on my own. Please reconsider. No. Thank you." Her repeated no pierced the male's heart, and he ultimately turned away, disheartened. When a single male takes a liking to a female, approaching her partner for a duel serves merely to demonstrate his strength. Often, the outcome matters less than the determination to pursue her. Yet, in this instance, the refusal rendered the matter of winning or losing moot, leaving him rather disheartened. Following the encounter, other single males hesitated to approach. Refraining from mentioning duels with Huairong, defeated in their pursuits, the males did not linger. Otherwise, they risked facing the wrath of the female's partner. After the brief interlude, Nan Mozhen resumed her feasting. While Huairong looked on affectionately, attending to her needs, sated, she succumbed to drowsiness, nestling into his embrace and sleeping soundly until dawn. Upon waking, she yawned and rolled over, hugging the large white tiger beside her. In her eyes, the tiger's lounging posture seemed entirely normal, though its sideline position carried an inexplicable allure, especially with its fluffy white legs stretched out, which she found particularly amusing. "Let us return the same way today. I spotted some plants yesterday that I wish to collect," she mumbled, her voice thick with sleepiness. Huairong obliged, cradling her closer as he responded affirmatively. "Let me tidy up. I shall take you out to find food." After rising and washing up, Nan Mozhen mounted the large white tiger and departed from the black rabbit tribe, receiving some local specialties, such as carrots, from the chief upon leaving. She took a bite of the carrot as long as her arm. Its crisp sweetness reminiscent of an apple's crunch, yet undeniably carrot-flavored, albeit with a hint of extra sweetness. "This carrot is delicious." She couldn't help but exclaim that if you enjoy it, I can take you to find more. "Such carrots are abundant in the wild." "Splendid. Let us collect them as we go. Onward, hasten." She waved the carrot in the air, playfully nudging with her feet. Huairong readily quickened his pace, retracing their steps. They paused at every familiar sight to gather what Nan Mozhen recognized. Some items were trending in the beast realm that she had not encountered before, prompting Huairong to inquire about them as well. The wild was teeming with an array of untouched resources. With certain plants found in abundant clusters, they harvested spices like chili and fennel, along with various wild fruits, collecting all they could see. With ample storage space, Nan Mozhen harbored no worries about filling it up. Due to their prolonged foraging, they returned to the tribe well after nightfall, fortuitously crossing paths with males from the tribe who were out on night hunts. Allowing them to return together, as the seasonal rains approached, the weather remained overcast for the next couple of days, prompting the tribe's beasts to stockpile provisions before the impending downpour, after the rain subsided. A few days of bright sunshine would follow, affording the tribe a chance to prepare food before winter set in, when wild game would grow increasingly scarce. Huairong busily engaged in hunting and stockpiling supplies. His burden comparatively lighter than that of other males, with sufficient furs at home to keep Nan Mozhen warm and the stored food ample, alongside the produce from their space. Even a lengthy winter would not leave her starving. He merely needed to gather some provisions for himself, should the winter extend longer than anticipated. Besides hunting, he diligently collected wild spices, fruits, and vegetables to bring back to Nan Mozhen, chopping wood in abundance, keeping himself exceedingly occupied. Meanwhile, Nan Mozhen busied herself at home, spinning thread and teasing the system for useful blueprints. I require various weaving diagrams, both for crochet and knitting, as well as techniques for dyeing cotton thread, including which wild plants can be used for dyeing. I need detailed instructions for all of it. The system was meant to be summoned for tasks, remaining silent otherwise that a medical book would be ideal as well. After a prolonged silence, the system gradually responded. I have recorded all your requests. To obtain those items, you must elevate the system to the next level. Only then can I arrange those for you when a new resource tree appears. To acquire those items, the corresponding resource tree must be in place for transmission. Nan Mozhen was not in a hurry for immediate fulfillment, taking a moment to ponder what else she might need. By the way, is it possible to have a resource tree that produces energy fruits? The system noted the absence of relevant records for energy fruits, rendering them unproducible. However, it could devour an energy fruit for analysis, potentially creating a resource tree with similar effects. Upon hearing this, Nan Mozhen's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, she retrieved an energy fruit from storage for the system to consume. And please analyze whether consuming this energy fruit has any side effects. Understood. The familiar black vortex of absorption appeared, consuming the energy fruit and commencing its analysis. The energy contained within the fruit was formidable. Congratulations, the system has upgraded to level 10, adding grape trees, coal trees, and the various weaving tutorial trees you have yearned for. Surprised by the system's sudden announcement, Nan Mozhen paused momentarily. The preliminary analysis indicates that this energy fruit poses no harm to the human body. If you partake in it, numerous benefits await, with minimal side effects. However, due to the inherent frailty of the human body, an abrupt absorption of such formidable strength may lead to slight discomfort, manifesting as mild reactions such as fever or fatigue. Albeit with no imminent threat to life, the system could devise a resource tree for the production of energy fruits, which will be arranged for you at the next level. Nan Mozhen nodded in satisfaction, contemplating the possibility of categorizing functions, such as those for enhancing physical constitution, beautifying the skin, prolonging life, or amplifying extraordinary abilities. This proposal was commendable, and the system duly noted and related to the central terminal. Unable to suppress a smile, she recalled her previous grievances about the system's shortcomings. It was increasingly becoming more agreeable in her eyes. As she smiled downwards, a black wolf quietly observed her from behind a distant tree, its cold and proud gaze flickering with a hidden joy. Apologies, but I must interject. The wolf across seems to be fixated on you, the system noted, exhibiting rare consideration. Nan Mozhen paused for a moment before lifting her gaze to meet the wolf's intense stare. Her interactions with the males of this tribe had been limited, and it appeared that among Ali's companions, there was no black wolf. Who could this be? Having been discovered, the black wolf made no attempt to retreat. Stepping out from behind the tree and approaching her, "Zhenjin, I am Shi," he announced, positioning himself a little over 10 meters away from her. Upon hearing this name, Nan Mozhen furrowed her brow, a fleeting glimmer of disdain flashing in her eyes. Shi was the very wolf who had previously vociferously advocated for her confinement in the dungeon. There's something you wish to discuss?" she inquired, her expression devoid of emotion. Shi shook his head. Regarding her as he spoke, "I merely wanted to extend my apologies. I should not have targeted you in such a manner. The truth is, He hesitated, pausing for a moment before continuing. "The tribe I came from was rather chaotic, and I was bullied by certain females there. Those who had lost their reproductive capabilities, I felt powerless to act against them, which led to my aversion towards such females." Nan Mozhen remained silent, unsure of how to respond. This had nothing to do with her. "Zhenjin, I am truly sorry. I should not have unleashed my pent-up resentment upon you. You are a good female," Shi said, his face etched with guilt. "All right, I understand that. I accept your apology. You may leave now," Nan Mozhen replied. The status of females was exceedingly special, and not all were gentle. Some could be quite overbearing and bully males. A decent male would not resort to harming a female due to her arrogance. He could only suppress his grievances within. It was evident that one female had instilled in Shi a hostility towards those with diminished reproductive capabilities, hinting at the profound hurt he had endured. Physical wounds were secondary. Often, the emotional scars were far more difficult to bear. "Zhenjin, I apologize once again," Shi uttered. Nan Mozhen felt an inexplicable irritation rising within her. "I have stated that I accept your apology. This matter is in the past. I was not imprisoned nor harmed. There is nothing more to discuss." Shurchi bowed his head in contemplation for considerable while before turning to leave. Even with his apology, she still harbored a strong dislike for this male. However, as long as he no longer targeted her, her life in this tribe would be relatively safe. The seasonal rains arrived as anticipated. Yet Nan Mozhen was taken aback by their intensity. Huairong had previously mentioned a torrential downpour, and she had prepared herself for some measure of it. Nevertheless, when the seasonal rain truly fell, she stood at the cave's entrance, watching the relentless and dense downpour, feeling a wave of panic wash over her. The scenery outside had vanished, obscured by a curtain of white rain. The raindrops fell with such force that the stones on the ground were pitted, and the splashes of water hitting her feet were painfully sharp. The deluge stirred several stones, prompting Huairong to swiftly scoop up Nan Mozhen and carry her into the cave, placing her in a cozy nook. The female's body is frail. Do not linger at the entrance, as stones can easily fly in and injure you. What if the rain is so heavy it floods the tribe? Nan Mozhen inquired anxiously. Huairong chuckled lightly. That will not occur. If the rainfall becomes excessive, the orcs skilled in water-based abilities will venture out to drain it. In all these years, we have yet to experience a flood from the seasonal rains. Reassured by his words, Nan Mozhen felt a sense of relief. A few stones splashed in from the rain, striking the cave's stone walls and causing a commotion. Huairong immediately grabbed 2 wooden sticks and propped a piece of animal hide at the entrance, ensuring it was not overly secure, as a slight gap would suffice. The hide merely needed to block any sudden flying stones. The cave was indeed quite deep, but if stones were propelled with enough force, there was still a chance they could strike Nan Mozhen along the rocky walls. Huairong would not tolerate even a small probability of such danger, eliminating any potential threats preemptively. The rain outside poured down relentlessly, while the cave remained warm and inviting. Ignoring the tempest beyond, it felt most comfortable to lie in the nook on a rainy day. In such inclement weather, the orcs seldom ventured out to hunt unless absolutely necessary, and social visits were even less likely. This weather was perfect for staying cozy and intimate in their nests. The males practiced considerable restraint when it came to intimacy with their partners. Except during their mating season, where control was particularly challenging, they generally remained quite composed. The mating season for the White Tiger tribe orcs fell during the autumn and winter transitional periods this time. As the seasonal rain descended, Huairong entered his mating phase. Previously, Ali had mentioned that Huairong's mating season was approaching, but Nan Mozhen had not taken it seriously. It was only now, witnessing the reality of the situation, that she realized he was indeed in heat. The seasonal rains persisted for approximately 20 days, during which Nan Mozhen found herself daily subjected to Huairong's fervent affections in their snug nook. She felt utterly despondent, only to find some reprieve once the mating phase subsided towards the end point one afternoon. As the rain ceased, Nan Mozhen, sore and stiff, pondered stepping outside for some fresh air. Upon lifting her gaze, she saw the large white tiger bounding into the cave, leaping directly towards her. Nan Mozhen's face paled, knowing she was about to be once again overwhelmed by Huairong's exuberance in their nook. She resignedly closed her eyes in his beast form. Huairong gently licked her face, brushing his tongue over her lips before transforming into his human form, unable to resist a smile at her resigned expression. Jinjin, I apologize for exhausting you earlier. The mating phase has passed, and I can now control my emotions. Listening to his tender voice, Nan Mozhen felt a wave of surprise, followed by a deep sigh of relief, as if she had been given a new lease on life. The seasonal rains have subsided. Let me take you outside for some fresh air, he said, wrapping her in a piece of animal hide. It's a bit chilly outside. You may feel cold. After spending so much time together, Huairong was well aware of her physical condition. At this moment, the temperature had dropped a few degrees compared to before the seasonal rains. While the orcs felt little difference, he knew she might feel the chill. With a smile on her face, Nan Mozhen allowed him to wrap her up snugly as he carried her out of the cave. The air after the torrential rain was fresh and cool, the landscape soaked, with muddy puddles dotting the ground. Having been cooped up for so long, the females were carried outside by their partners for some fresh air, their feet never touching the ground, while the males returned covered in dirt, especially those who had ventured out to hunt, clean when they left, but filthy upon their return. Huairong took Nan Mozhen for a stroll in the wild, and after such a long confinement, she felt rejuvenated. As they wandered, a powerful roar echoed from the direction of the tribe, slicing through the air and reverberating through the forest. Huairong suddenly halted, turning to face the tribe. "What is it?" Nan Mozhen asked, puzzled. "The chief is summoning everyone back. Did I ask something amiss?" "Not necessarily. It could simply be due to the upcoming winter hunting activities," he replied. Huairong responded with a sound and turned back to the tribe. Each tribe would conduct a grand hunt before winter, heading to the central plains of this continent to prepare for the final provisions before the cold season, with the call of Chief Yada. The returning orcs gathered, encircling the open space of the tribe, awaiting the leader's commands, and even the females emerged. Nan Mozhen dismounted from Huairong's back, standing closely beside him. It was her first time seeing all the orcs of the tribe, both humanoid and beastly, gathered together. A sight that was quite striking as the orcs began to congregate. The beastly Yada leaped onto a high platform, his steady and sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd that he spoke. "Tomorrow, the tribe will hold a grand hunt, and I will assign roles. Males who have formed pairs will prioritize caring for their females, with no more than 3 female partners at home requiring a male allocation. If the number of males exceeds 3, each household must send 1 male to participate in the hunt. If a household has an abundance of males, they may distribute additional manpower as deemed necessary. For the single males, half of each rank will be allocated to the hunt, while the other half will remain to protect the tribe. I, too, will participate in the hunt, and the tribe's affairs will be managed by barren." Once Chief Yada finished speaking, the males present erupted into a spirited roar, clearly showing their enthusiasm for the hunt. Nan Mozhen instinctively turned to the large white tiger beside her, who displayed little reaction, lazily yawning, prompting her to chuckle as she reached up to stroke his tiger ears. She had only one partner, which meant Huairong did not need to participate in this hunting event. Furthermore, Chief Yada suddenly resumed, silencing the orcs immediately. His gaze fell upon Huairong as he intoned seriously, "Huairong will join this hunt. You are one of the few 5th-tier beasts in our tribe and possess ice elemental abilities that we may traverse the frost forest during this hunt, and depending on the situation, we might enter it. I need a high-tier beast with ice elemental powers in our team that I ask for Xinjun. You need not worry. I will assign someone to take good care of her, and she can stay with my partner." The unexpected turn of events surprised both of them. Huairong hesitated, remaining silent, while Nan Mozhen kept her own counsel, although she yearned to assert that she could take care of herself. It would not be appropriate to appear overly strong in front of the others, as it might suggest that Huairong was not significantly needed by her, which could embarrass him. Huairong turned to Nan Mozhen, cautiously observing her reaction. She smiled gently. "If the tribe needs you, you must go. The better the tribe develops, the safer our home will be. In any case, I won't be running around in this cold weather. If you're not by my side, I will manage just fine. If you don't wish to go, that's all right too. With so many males leaving for the hunt, the tribe will still need protection. If you remain here as a 5th-tier beast, everyone will feel much safer." She spoke slowly, articulating her thoughts clearly, ensuring that no matter his decision, she had expressed her sentiments. Regardless of his choice, she would support him. Her tender and considerate words prompted Huairong to transform into his humanoid form, opening his arms to embrace her. Nan Mozhen protested. "So many beasts are watching." He whispered in her ear, "I want to go to the frost forest to find energy fruits." His desire stemmed from Chief Yada's mention of passing through the frost forest. Otherwise, he would have unhesitatingly declined. Nan Mozhen paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. "All right, just don't push yourself too hard. More than energy fruits, I need you." Huairong's pupils constricted, and in the next moment, his entire being surged with excitement, tightening his embrace as if wishing to meld her into himself. "I will bring back energy fruits as soon as possible," he asserted with unwavering determination, unable to resist planting a kiss on her neck, leaving Nan Mozhen blushing with surprise. Huairong then addressed Chief Yada. "Chief, I will join the hunt tomorrow. Now I need to prepare some things for Xinjun." Chief Yada replied, "That's fine. You may go about your business. Others who need to prepare for their partners can do so." Subsequently, the males present dispersed somewhat, leaving only a few single beasts, who had no partners and thus gathered to discuss the allocations for the hunt. After delivering Nan Mozhen to the cave, Huairong went out to hunt. Nan Mozhen stood at the entrance of the cave, contemplating life without Huairong. She had no issues with daily sustenance, even without someone hunting for her. She could manage well with the supplies from the resource tree. Moreover, she had stockpiled plenty of meat from Huairong's previous hunts in her storage space, sufficient to last until his return. The hunt would likely last for about half a month to a month. Her only concern was the safety of the cave, that it was not located in the bustling center of the tribe. And with Huairong away for the hunt, the possibility of a male trying to take advantage of her was not something she could disregard, especially with no protective measures in place. If a male were to stealthily invade and attack her, she would be utterly defenseless. Despite having Huairong's beast soul with her, she still felt a lack of security. After pondering for quite some time, she devised a plan. Upon his return, Huairong brought back a considerable amount of game. Knowing that Nan Mozhen disliked the sight of bloody scenes, he always processed the game outside first, cleaning it thoroughly before bringing it back. Along with the clean game, there were several rough animal skins, perfect for making leather bags. Huairong, I remember that Ali lives in a stone house, Nan Mozhen remarked, observing Huairong drying the animal skins on the grass and vines outside. Huairong turned to face her. Yes, she has several partners. It wouldn't be suitable for you to stay there. He replied firmly, assuming she wished to live with Ali. Nan Mozhen shrugged in exasperation. That's not what I meant. I was suggesting if you could build a house next to Ali's. A small one made of bamboo would suffice. This way, if something happens on my end, Ali can help me. I don't quite trust the others in the tribe. Huairong's eyes lit up. That's doable. I'll go chop some bamboo right now. With that, he transformed into a white tiger and bounded away. Nan Mozhen intended to call him back, but it was too late. She meant to suggest he eat something first. However, with evening fast approaching, time was indeed tight. They needed to leave for the deep plains the next day, and the house needed to be ready by nightfall. Huairong busily transported bamboo in and out, creating quite a commotion. Everyone knew he was building a small house for Nan Mozhen, and several idle males came to assist. That a few of Ali's partners also showed up, and with everyone's help, the bamboo house was quickly erected, with 2 levels added for her. Once the house was completed, Huairong dismissed everyone, tidied up the area a bit, and hurried back to the cave to find Nan Mozhen. Upon seeing her standing by the stone pot cooking, her gentle and soft face warmed his heart. Nan Mozhen brightened at his return. Huairong, I've cooked something delicious for you. He replied with a beaming smile as he approached her. Nan Mozhen was not skilled at grilling meat. She either burned it or left it undercooked, so she had given up and opted for the convenience of cooking in the stone pot. The pot was filled with a hearty stew of cabbage and meat, enough to satisfy the large white tiger's appetite. The orcs were not adept at using chopsticks. The males generally grabbed their food with their hands, while some of the more delicate females resorted to spoons or forks. Nan Mozhen thoughtfully prepared a plate and fork for Huairong, and he savored the hot chunks of meat from the pot, relishing every bite. Due to the system, Nan Mozhen's appetite had increased significantly. Sitting beside Huairong, they both indulged in the meat, followed by some cabbage and soup, and she soon felt full. After Huairong polished off the food in the pot, he wrapped his arm around Nan Mozhen affectionately. Zhen, I'll wash the dishes and then tidy up the bamboo house that we can move in there tomorrow. If you need anything else, just let me know and I'll prepare it. Nan Mozhen gently stroked his handsome face, the tiger ears on his head adding an endearing touch. With a smile, she replied, I don't need anything else. Just don't tire yourself out too much. Receiving her concern, Huairong happily buried his head in her chest, unable to resist nuzzling against her. Nan Mozhen playfully swatted him, stopping his teasing behavior. Finish your tasks and come back early. All right. Huairong lifted his gaze and placed a gentle kiss upon her lips. Subsequently, he took the dishes to wash them, and once he finished his household chores, he headed to the bamboo hut to tidy up. Nan Mozhen, feeling rather bored, settled by the campfire, with cotton thread in one hand and a crochet hook in the other, preparing to craft a small bag according to the weaving diagram. The system proved to be quite efficient, producing clear and straightforward instructional diagrams for weaving. The single strand of cotton thread was somewhat thin, so she combined 2 strands for her crochet work, continuing until Huairong returned. When he arrived, he seemed refreshed and slightly damp, evidently having bathed. "Zhen, stop that. Your eyes will strain," Huairong said, approaching her, taking the items from her hands, and lifting her into the cave. Placing her gently in their little nook, Nan Mozhen retrieved a small pouch crafted from animal skin from her storage space, a delicate and miniaturized creation, which she presented to Huairong. Upon glancing inside, he immediately understood its contents. Leaning over with his arms resting on the nook, he coolly remarked, "I do not require it." "You do need it," Nan Mozhen insisted firmly, handing him the last energy fruit she possessed. "That is to enhance your physique. I cannot take it." Huairong's tone was equally resolute. Gently tugging at his ear, Nan Mozhen urged, "Why can't you comprehend? Hunting requires physical strength and is fraught with unknown dangers. Carrying an energy fruit on you to replenish your stamina when necessary is essential. Huairong, a single or even a couple of energy fruits cannot permanently enhance my physique. If you take care of yourself and grow stronger, acquiring energy fruits will be a trivial matter for me, will it not?" Huairong pressed his lips together, remaining silent, yet the defiance in his gaze was unmistakable. Nan Mozhen's expression darkened, and she raised her voice. "Hurry up!" Huairong stiffened momentarily before finally acquiescing, raising his hand to accept the pouch, fastening the strap around his neck. Why Zhen is quite assertive. Males with partners often yearn to provide the best for them, and energy fruits were no exception. However, Nan Mozhen's insistence left Huairong with no choice. Yet he understood the underlying message. Only by becoming stronger could he more easily acquire energy fruits and better protect her. That night, he held Nan Mozhen in one arm while gently caressing the energy fruit hanging around his neck. This gift from his partner brought him both joy and a sense of burden, leading to a sleepless night filled with thoughts of becoming stronger for her sake. Thus, he watched over the peacefully slumbering Nan Mozhen until dawn broke, before the sun fully illuminated the sky. He began his tasks, transferring some items from the cave to the bamboo hut and preparing red date porridge. By the time Nan Mozhen awoke and finished breakfast, Huairong inquired, "I have brought all the food from the cave and stored it in your space. Is there anything else you wish to take with us?" Nan Mozhen wandered through the storage room, gathering everything she might need before pondering for a moment. She decided to store all items in her space for peace of mind, as they were essentials for winter. Once everything was organized, she followed Huairong to their new home. The stone house of the Ali family was situated relatively close to the center of the tribe, surrounded by several other stone houses and a few large trees, some of which housed tree dwellings. The bamboo hut was not near Ali's home. It was located beneath a large tree several hundred meters away. This tree, an oil tree, grew its branches in a chaotic yet natural manner, exuding a strong, oily scent. Despite the absence of any orc-built structures nearby, Huairong had constructed the bamboo hut beneath the oil tree. The deep green oil tree sheltered a verdant bamboo hut, creating a fresh and elegant atmosphere. Nan Mozhen did not mind the scent of the oil tree. It differed from modern cooking oil, carrying a more plant-like aroma. Although the scent was potent, it did not discomfort her. Moreover, having a large oil tree right at her doorstep made oil extraction exceedingly convenient. The bamboo hut, modest in size at around 20 square meters, comprised 2 levels. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the structure was quite sturdy, with 2 layers of bamboo and a waterproof wooden layer in between, effectively preventing leaks during rainy days. As she entered the hut, her eyes were greeted by a beautifully laid bamboo floor, crafted from large bamboo stalks, smooth and vibrant green, with any sharp edges meticulously smoothed over. Several drainage gaps were present in the corners, allowing for easy cleaning should the floor become dirty. The first floor was divided into 3 sections: a cooking area, a sandpit, and a storage space. The second floor served as the sleeping area. What moved Nan Mozhen was that the cozy nook on the second floor resembled the one in the cave, accompanied by a loom and various sizes of wooden hooks stored in a rattan basket. The bamboo hut was brightly lit, with warm sunlight streaming in through the windows, gently illuminating the wildflowers arranged in bamboo tubes at the windowsill, vibrant and resplendent. Turning to face Huairong, who was cautiously observing her reaction. She smiled warmly and said, "I truly love it. Thank you." Huairong had designed it according to her preferences, never once inquiring for her input, believing she would appreciate it, and indeed, he was relieved to find that she did. Nan Mozhen stepped forward to embrace him, softly saying, "Be careful while hunting, and do not exhaust yourself in your quest for energy fruits. I have told you, I need you more than I need energy fruits. Do you remember?" Huairong lowered his gaze and replied gently, "Yes, I will return safely. During my absence, do not overexert yourself. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to seek help from the tribe. Do not venture out alone." With winter approaching, many wild beasts would emerge in search of food, and dangerous creatures would be more active outside. "Yes, I will remember. I shall remain at home, indulging in food and experimenting with the cotton." Nan Mozhen replied obediently. Huairong smiled, unable to resist giving her nose a playful pinch, reminding her, "Do not tire yourself out too much. It can be exhausting. There is no rush. Once I return, we can work on it together." She grinned widely. "All right, I understand, Dee. I'm not worried." He lowered his gaze and fixed his eyes upon her, the myriad of anxious and reluctant words transforming into a fervent kiss that landed upon her lips. The two embraced passionately until the thunderous roar of Chief Yada summoned everyone from outside, prompting Huairong to reluctantly release Nan Mozhen. As he gazed into her enchanting, dreamy eyes, he could not resist kissing her once more. It was only when Nan Mozhen gently pushed him away that he finally let go. The males venturing out for the hunt gathered in the clearing of the tribe, and once everyone was assembled, they transformed into their beast forms and followed Chief Yada out of the tribe. Nan Mozhen stood nearby, observing the magnificent white tiger among the pack. Huairong gazed deeply at her, and she smiled and waved, to which he nodded slightly before joining the large group as they departed. As the beastmen galloped away, the tribe felt considerably emptier without so many present. The females lingered at the entrance, gazing longingly at the forest where their figures had vanished. Each year, some males would never return from the hunt. The remaining males tightened their vigilance in guarding the tribe, aware that this was also the time when dangerous beasts from outside might seize the opportunity to abduct females. Nan Mozhen returned to her bamboo hut and adorned anew. Although the temperature had dropped a few degrees in the following days, particularly in the mornings and evenings, the midday sun still shone brilliantly. Taking advantage of the fine weather, Nan Mozhen spent her days drying various items. After the system devoured the energy fruit, it ascended directly to level 10, allowing for the cultivation of grapevines, and she dried the grapes into raisins. Currently, the supply tree contained only one type of seasoning, soy sauce. With nothing else to do, she plucked leaves from the oil tree, extracting the oil into bamboo tubes for storage. She also gathered sap from the large salt tree, which solidified into salt frost upon exposure to air, as well as the small sweet flower, a sweetening ingredient. These plants thrived in the forest adjacent to the tribe, while the oil tree and large salt tree would not wither in winter. Being perennial, the small sweet flower would indeed perish. In the past few days, she accompanied the tribe's females in the forest to collect salt frost and small sweet flowers, noticing a marked decline in the latter's numbers. She gathered just enough for her occasional culinary endeavors. Ali visited Nan Mozhen daily to play, sometimes sitting at the door of the bamboo hut, and the two would spin thread and weave together, alleviating Nan Mozhen's solitude. The bags she had sporadically crocheted over the past few days were nearly completed. One morning, after breakfast, Ali arrived as usual, carrying a leather bag filled with cotton thread. Upon seeing Nan Mozhen crocheting a bag, her eyes lit up and she approached eagerly. "Zhenjin, you are amazing," she exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Nan Mozhen smiled. "If you like, I can teach you how to crochet, but you must first help me gather flowers." "Gather flowers?" Ali asked, puzzled. Nan Mozhen explained, "We can use the flower sap to dye the cotton thread, and then crochet flowers onto the bag with the colored thread that IT will look splendid, and we could also sew them onto garments later." Without hesitation, Ali called out to a male lounging in the grass nearby, "Find flowers, the kind whose sap won't fade the dyed cotton." One of the males responded immediately and dashed off. Nan Mozhen contemplated what to say next. She realized that the beastmen had lived on this continent for so long that they must surely know which plant saps would resist fading and they were well aware of poisonous varieties as well. She decided to wait for Ali's companion to return with flowers. After all, they might just be the materials documented on the scrolls. Once she finished her current crochet, Nan Mozhen began teaching Ali the craft. Undoubtedly, her partner stealthily approached to learn the art. Soon, the male who had gone to find dye materials returned, carrying a makeshift basket woven from vines, lined with a large leaf. Inside were several flowers and plants. Gathering a variety of colors, Nan Mozhen examined them, cross-referencing with the plants listed on the scroll, and found that most matched. The remaining few were not documented, but were also non-toxic plants with strong dyeing properties. The males busily ground and squeezed the sap to soak the white cotton thread. Actually, we could do a gradient dye, alternating sections of white in color. That would look quite nice as well, Nan Mozhen suggested, sparking a newfound curiosity among the males. They scurried about like children, eager to find plants for dyeing. Don't you think having so many males around makes it incredibly convenient to find things and create something special? Ali teased, lightly nudging Nan Mozhen with her arm. Nan Mozhen paused her work and candidly replied, "I cannot deny that it is indeed quite convenient, but I only need Huairong." While having multiple partners might facilitate many tasks, partners were not meant to be mere laborers, in the tribe. Some females formed bonds with higher-tier beasts solely for energy fruit, even if a female paired with a male of lesser combat prowess. It was often due to the latter's abilities. The matter of reproduction was another story altogether. One could not bear a child with every male. Such is the nature of the beast world. Ali playfully regarded her, aware of Nan Mozhen's firm stance, and refrained from further discussion about seeking other male partners. After soaking for a day and night, the cotton thread was beautifully dyed, and even after several rinses, it showed no signs of fading, a splendid result. Thus, the once white cotton thread now boasted vibrant colors, allowing the tribe to crochet or weave in a colorful cloth, making their creations far more visually appealing. In recent days, some beastmen had already begun weaving cotton cloth, and with the threads now dyeable, a wave of enthusiasm for coloring surged through the tribe. Nan Mozhen, uninterested in weaving cloth, focused on completing her bag and, in the process, borrowed some colorful cotton thread from Ali to crochet flowers for embellishment. The white base paired with red butterflies and green leaves, with a drawstring and straps crafted from white leather, resulted in a piece that was both exquisite and lovely. Pleased with her accomplishment, Nan Mozhen felt a sense of fulfillment, although her neck had been discomfort from the crocheting, prompting her to plan a few days of rest from crafting. That afternoon, Ali, for once, did not come by, allowing Nan Mozhen to nap comfortably in her little nook. Yes, she stretched lazily in her cozy space. She reflected that it was the 9th day since Huairong's departure, and time had passed swiftly by this time. The males would have reached the depths of the plains to commence the great hunt. The hunt was a significant expedition undertaken by the tribe to prepare for winter, wherein the males acted in unison to gather provisions, which the tribe would store and distribute among the females and young when food became scarce during winter. If the winter proved mild, the provisions would be shared among the beastmen come spring. The initial purpose was to ensure the well-being of the females and younglings, a responsibility the males bore earnestly. Those who did not participate in the hunt would exert themselves even more to guard the tribe. As everyone strived for a brighter future for their community, the heart of this continent lay the vast expanse of the deep plains, replete with dense forests, marshes, and rocky terrains, all teeming with peril. Fierce beasts roamed there, making it an ideal hunting ground due to the abundance of prey. However, due to the inherent dangers, males would not venture to hunt alone unless they had attained a certain level of strength. All hunts were conducted as a tribe. The journey from the tribe to the edge of the deep plains was a relentless trek lasting 3 to 5 days, while beyond the plains lay the frost forest. The round trip alone consumed many days, and upon arrival, the hunt would commence, followed by the arduous task of bringing the prey back, an endeavor fraught with both toil and danger. Each day, Nan Mozhen would touch the beast's soul nestled against her chest, reassured by its presence that Huairong was safe. Occasionally, the beast's soul would emit warmth or stir slightly, a response from Huairong that filled her with joy. Unable to resist, she reached to caress the beast's soul at her chest. And in the next moment, warmth spread through her, accompanied by Huairong's voice echoing in her ear. Zhenjin, we have reached the edge of the deep plains and are resting, preparing to officially commence the hunt tomorrow. Do not worry. Hearing his voice filled her with both surprise and delight. Yes, take care of yourself that I will. You take care of yourself too. In just a few brief exchanges, her concerns for the other party were significantly alleviated upon learning of their circumstances. It was later that Nan Mozhen discovered that communication through beast souls required a considerable amount of energy from a male's. Such contact was only made under exceptional circumstances to prevent Huairong from impulsively speaking to her. Nan Mozhen restrained herself from reaching out to touch the beast soul again. In the evening, the long-absent muah made his appearance. Nan Mozhen had thought he had also gone to hunt in the deep plains. Standing at the entrance of the wooden house, muah remained outside, grinning in his beast form as he watched Nan Mozhen cooking by the campfire. She was taken aback upon seeing him. I hadn't seen you for several days. I assumed you had gone hunting, she remarked, with a playful smile. Muah replied, Huairong went, but someone must keep an eye on you, just in case. I've been to other tribes to trade for cotton. I've acquired quite a bit, he continued. Zhenjin, when you have time, help me out a bit that I want to make beautiful clothes to attract a female with long black hair come next spring. Nan Mozhen paused for a moment before laughing. Realizing that this was indeed the right approach, from muah's decision to remain outside and not enter the house, she was convinced that he had genuinely set aside his fondness for her. In their society, a female's home was a sanctuary accessible only to her own males. If other males were to enter, it would be akin to trespassing, resulting in dire consequences that, on the other hand, if a female permitted another male into her dwelling, it signified her acceptance of him as a potential mate. Even in Huairong's absence, muah conscientiously stood at the threshold, maintaining the boundary between himself and Nan Mozhen. Very well, when spring arrives, we shall visit the 4 great cities together. There should be many black-haired females there, Nan Mozhen responded. Upon hearing this, the glimmer of anticipation sparkled in muah's eyes. What should I do first? He inquired. Nan Mozhen pondered for a moment and suggested, since you've traded for cotton, let us spin the thread and weave the fabric. Once the cotton cloth is ready, we can dye it. Even if you don't make clothes, having beautifully colored fabric will suffice to attract a female. Muah nodded in agreement, and hurriedly left to begin spinning the thread at home. Nan Mozhen found him quite endearing, resembling a simple, sunny young man, and she believed he would surely find a gentle and lovely partner in the future. After muah's brief visit, Nan Mozhen continued to prepare her food. After satisfying her hunger, she washed up and retired early to her nest. In a world devoid of electricity, nighttime illumination relied on the campfire. Whether on the first or second floor, Huairong had designated areas for lighting fires. The house, constructed of bamboo, was highly flammable, so he utilized stones for the fire. A shallow pit was carved into one stone to serve as a fire pit. If the pit were too deep, it would obstruct the light, but a slight indentation would prevent the firewood from rolling away on the second floor. In addition to the fire pit, several strands of glowing stones adorned the wall beside her nest. Initially, Nan Mozhen believed these to be jade, but later discovered they were phosphorescent stones, which absorbed light and glowed in the dark. The illumination from these 2 sources provided her with a sense of security as she lay in her nest. Perusing the tutorial scrolls. The tutorial scrolls produced by the material trees varied, with a maximum of 10 scrolls available at once, and the contents were never repetitive. Upon retrieving them, new scrolls would replenish the stock. Over the past few days, she had amassed a significant collection of scrolls, acquiring a wealth of knowledge. Among them were tutorials on weaving, garment making, medical knowledge, and various other subjects, all presented in scroll form. Nan Mozhen organized them by category, with the weaving tutorials being the most numerous, forming a substantial stack that could easily be compiled into a book. Many of the scrolls she collected had not been thoroughly examined. Having completed her bag, she contemplated what to crochet next. After much deliberation, she ultimately decided to forego a larger project due to the strain it would place on her neck, while smaller projects required a variety of colored threads, of which she currently possessed very few. Finally, she resolved to spin the cotton into thread, as she had an abundance of cotton at her disposal. Before sleeping, she reviewed the tutorial on crafting cotton blankets, preparing to give it a try in a few days. The following day, after breakfast, she began spinning thread at home, anticipating muah's arrival, as she believed he would come to find her. However, It was not Muda who appeared, but Shi. Upon seeing his figure approaching slowly, she furrowed her brow while sitting at the door, spinning thread. Shi did not come too close but stopped at a distance, saying, "Jinjin, everyone is in the nearby woods crafting weaving tools. Hoping to produce cotton fabric for the females by next spring. We encountered some issues in the production process and would like to know if you could come and take a look." Nan Mozhen observed his calm demeanor and felt no sense of alarm. After contemplating, she stood and entered the house, retrieving the weaving machine from the second floor and storing it in her warehouse space before descending to follow Shi to the small grove outside the tribe. Taking the weaving machine with her would allow her to provide them with a reference. Although she understood the production process, she had not participated in it and remained somewhat uninformed on certain aspects. The grove adjacent to the tribe was a common gathering place for many females, forming part of the tribe's territory. Aside from the guards, there were not many beastmen out and about. It feels a bit deserted today, she remarked. Shi scanned the quiet tribe and replied, "Yes, everyone is either weaving or spinning thread, eager to have their partners adorned in beautiful cotton garments." Nan Mozhen could not deny the enthusiasm of the beastmen, which was indeed high, and they brimmed with energy. It was said that one female had multiple partners who took turns weaving day and night, producing fabric within a few days, a remarkable feat. In the small grove, clusters of beastmen gathered, many spinning thread or crafting weaving tools. Nan Mozhen followed Shi as they proceeded forward until they reached an increasingly secluded area, devoid of active beastmen. She found this peculiar and instinctively halted her steps. As she stopped, Shi, who was walking ahead, also came to a halt, standing with his back to her. "Where are you taking me?" Nan Mozhen asked warily. Only then did Shi slowly turn to face her, a hint of madness flickering across his gentle and calm countenance. "Jinjin, I have discovered that you are truly intelligent. The benefits derived from your wisdom far exceed those your physique can provide. Come with me, and we can utilize that wisdom to establish our own tribe." That a surge of greed and excitement welled up in Shi's eyes. Nan Mozhen was at a loss for words. Why would she allow someone else to carve out a tribe based on her efforts? The audacity of a mere fourth-tier beastman aspiring to build a tribe was laughable in this beast realm. There were indeed many foolish beastmen. While females could attract other males to join a tribe, it was the first time she had encountered someone so audaciously claiming to exploit her with the knowledge she currently possessed. Establishing a tribe could undoubtedly attract numerous beastmen. However, founding a tribe was one thing. Safeguarding and managing it was quite another. Setting aside everything else, Shi's warped mentality disqualified him from leadership. She mentally scoffed at his words, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, not wishing to provoke him. Almost instinctively, she turned and bolted. Shi let out a cold laugh, his body transforming into a black wolf as he swiftly blocked her path. "The closest ones are all my people. No matter how loudly you call, no one will come to your aid. Oh, right, you can summon beast souls, but Huairong and the others are already hunting in the deep plains, where the beasts possess formidable strength. Once a beast soul is summoned, Huairong's power will shift to it. Should he become too weak and perish in the deep plains, it would be quite troublesome." His arrogant and triumphant words made Nan Mozhen grit her teeth in fury. Shi wielded wind-based abilities, giving him a distinct advantage in speed, and his strength was formidable. She bit her lip tightly. Her fists clenched. The deep plains hunt was exceedingly perilous. She could never summon a beast soul. Beast souls could be summoned proactively, a method Huairong had explained to her. Additionally, beast souls would often appear instinctively in times of danger. And her greatest fear was that a beast soul would manifest on its own. Once a beast soul appeared, Huairong would undoubtedly sense it, potentially believing she was in peril and transferring his strength to the beast soul. If something were to happen due to his weakened state, it was the last thing she wished to see. Nan Mozhen took a deep breath, calming her emotions if her feelings fluctuated too greatly. They might provoke the beast soul. She crossed her arms and leaned against a nearby tree, her expression shifting from tension to seriousness. In truth, I have considered such ideas before. I possess considerable knowledge. I simply have not decided where to build a tribe." Upon hearing her words, Shi mistakenly believed she had acquiesced to their union and the establishment of their tribe. with a joyous tone. He exclaimed, "We can infiltrate the 4 great cities. Each of those cities is vast and scaled. We can gradually win over the orcs, seizing the opportunity to plunder the cities, or perhaps you could forge a bond with their leaders, thus gaining control over the entire territory." Nan Mozhen chuckled lightly. "A commendable idea, but how can you be certain that the leaders of those cities would take a liking to me? After all, those who ascend to leadership possess both wit and capability." Shurchi responded with an air of calm. When the mating season arrives, Nan Mozhen could not help but admire his cunning. His calculations were astute, almost as if he were not a male himself. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly engage in these matters personally. In the world of orcs, any male seeking to attain something must rely solely on his own abilities. There is no room for dependence on one's parents, only the relentless pursuit of self-sufficiency. Should one lack the necessary strength, the law of the jungle prevails, and death is the only outcome. Nan Mozhen understood Shurchi's ambition. He too was a male imbued with a certain shrewdness. However, she found it repulsive that he sought to exploit her for his own gains, reducing her worth from mere physicality to the intellect she now possessed. It was he who had initially intended to cast her into the dungeon as a mere vessel for male gratification. Yet, one could not deny that this perspective of appraising others for their utility, thus leveraging their value, placed him mentally above other more straightforward males. Nevertheless, in terms of strength and character, she could only disdain him. The notion that a Tier 4 beast could aspire to lead a tribe was laughable. If strength were lacking, then wisdom must compensate. Yet Shurchi did not strike her as particularly astute. His ambition was merely to use her as a means to fulfill his own aspirations, reaping the benefits while she did the heavy lifting. Not to mention, the leaders of the 4 great cities were typically Tier 5 or 6 beasts. Even the leaders of smaller tribes began at that level. The audacity to covet the territories of the 4 great cities was truly bewildering. Was he overly confident in himself, or had his ambitions simply spiraled out of control? Even she, as a transmigrator, would not dare entertain such notions. After winter passes, I shall take you to explore the 4 great cities next spring, and then we can decide which city to conquer, Shurchi said, his expression brimming with hope for the future. He then added, "Let us bond as partners now." Nan Mozhen raised an eyebrow, displeased. "You think we can just become partners on a whim?" Shurchi's wolf-like eyes darkened. "Do you wish to withdraw your consent?" What had she ever agreed to? Throughout their interactions, it seemed she had never consented to anything. Shurchi's face darkened, feeling as though he had been played, a chill permeating his gaze. "Regardless of your agreement, it is no longer your choice." With that, he swiftly approached her. Nan Mozhen felt a gust of wind, and suddenly, Shurchi's form appeared before her. Now in human shape, his arms braced against the tree beside her, effectively trapping her. "The last male who tried to force me met a grim fate." Her expression icy, Nan Mozhen quietly activated her system, locking onto Shurchi, allowing the devouring vortex to commence its gradual consumption. The slow devouring would be easily detected by a higher-tier beast, but alas, Shurchi did not rank among them, nor did he sense anything amiss. Instead, he scoffed dismissively, "I am not as foolish as Jiuku." The entire tribe was aware of Jiuku's actions, and they knew he had been slain by Huairong. Now that Huairong is not by your side, you cannot escape my grasp. What fate awaits you? Shurchi laughed triumphantly. Nan Mozhen's gaze turned frosty. If others were unreliable, she would have to depend on herself. The system's ability to devour, when utilized effectively, held tremendous destructive potential. Shurchi held an unwavering confidence in her, deeming her merely clever yet physically weak, which indeed, her constitution was frail. However, he could never have anticipated that she would simply raise her hand and send him flying. Utilizing the impact of the devouring vortex, Nan Mozhen propelled Shurchi away, and in the next instant, she executed binding and devouring. Shurchi found himself ensnared by an invisible force, suspended in midair. His power uncontrollably leaking away, he widened his eyes, taking a moment to recover from his shock. The rapid consumption of his strength ignited a blend of rage and panic within him. The sensation of his power being swiftly devoured instilled a primal fear of death. Awakening a fierce survival instinct, accompanied by a burgeoning animosity towards Nan Mozhen. If he could not possess her, then he would never allow another male to claim her, using her as a stepping stone to ascend to the pinnacle of orc dominance. A tempest swirled around him, forming razor-sharp winds that forced Nan Mozhen against the tree, lacerating her skin and causing blood to seep forth, pain radiating throughout her body. Comprehensive devouring. Nan Mozhen gritted her teeth, uttering a few words as she struggled to maneuver behind a tree. Yet within mere seconds, the massive tree was cleaved into several segments by the tempest. However, that brief interval was sufficient for the system to siphon a wave of Shiqi's energy. The comprehensive devouring had a range limitation. As Nan Mozhen evaded, the distance between them increased, severing the connection. Shiqi fell from the air, his body weakened as he landed unsteadily on the ground. The sudden wave of fatigue caused him to stagger, but after regaining his footing, he fixed a ferocious glare upon Nan Mozhen, who hid behind the roots of the tree. Fury coursed through his veins, and he no longer had the capacity to discern whether her previous attack was a manifestation of Huairong's beast soul ability. At that moment, all he desired was her annihilation. Nan Mozhen, enduring the pain across her body, remained vigilant as she watched Shiqi from a distance. Should he attack her again, she could still activate the system to consume his energy. How many more assaults could his energy withstand? Given that he had indeed developed a murderous intent towards her, she would not hold back. Though Shiqi was enraged, he understood that approaching Nan Mozhen would yield no advantage. The two remained locked in a tense standoff for several seconds before he broke into a cold smile. "Can you withstand this?" As his words fell, a chilling wind swept through the forest, and a green vortex suddenly materialized above her head, powerful forces pulling her into the vortex at an astonishing speed, leaving her no time to activate her system for defense. Nan Mozhen found herself ensnared by the biting winds, rendering her immobile, a profound pain coursing through her body, as if countless blades were delicately slicing her flesh. She was enveloped in a sea of green, surrounded by the howling cold winds, crimson blood swirling and dancing around her, droplets cascading from her body. It seemed that she would have to resort to the power of the beast's soul after all. In the next instant, a white figure rushed in, embracing her and shielding her from the vortex's grip. Their bodies were propelled by a tremendous force, followed by an aimless descent. Before losing consciousness, Nan Mozhen discerned that the one protecting her was muah. Muah, and then darkness enveloped her. Shiqi's attack was not merely lethal. It was a technique designed to obliterate evidence. The green vortex functioned as a teleportation array, capable of shattering and slicing any target it locked onto, subsequently teleporting them to any location on this continent, leaving no trace behind. That muah was aware of Shiqi's technique. He offered no resistance but carefully cradled Nan Mozhen in his arms, ensuring that the fierce winds did not harm her. Being teleported away was preferable, as it spared her from the wolf's attempts to target Zhen again, as the surrounding green vortex dissipated. Muah's expression tightened. He swiftly lifted Nan Mozhen and descended from the air. Upon realizing they were plummeting into a chasm, he hastily summoned flames to cushion their fall, finding his footing on a protruding rock along the cliff face. Above, clouds swirled, while below lay an abyss of darkness. The cliff was devoid of any vegetation, save for a few scattered rocks, and the temperature was chillingly low. Muah took a few gentle breaths. His nerves taut as he scanned the surroundings, confirming the absence of danger before gently placing Nan Mozhen upon a stone. Her once smooth skin was marred with numerous wounds, her entire form drenched in blood. A sight both harrowing and distressing. Muah gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes ablaze with fury. He found himself in a predicament, unable to ascend or descend. With no other recourse, he tore the bee-skin skirt from his body into strips to bind the wounds on Nan Mozhen. As long as the bleeding ceased, she could avert the peril of dying from excessive blood loss. While awaiting her awakening, Muah transformed into his beast form, cautiously scraping against the rock face, careful not to disturb the stone beneath him. With each scrape, he would glance at the stone's stability, by the time Nan Mozhen regained consciousness. Night had fallen. She heard the sound of stones being scraped and felt excruciating pain all over her body. For a moment, her mind was slow to react, and she thought that Shurchi intended to bury her alive. It was Muda who first sensed her distress, noticing her rapid breaths, and immediately approached her. Zhen, how do you feel? Upon hearing Muda's voice and feeling the furry tiger head nuzzle against her arm in the darkness, she remembered what had transpired. Was it dark, or was she merely blind? She felt disoriented. It was pitch black. Previously, there had at least been some moonlight, and even without it, there had been a dim glow, but this profound darkness left her feeling utterly vulnerable. That you're not blind. It is just nightfall. Zhen, are you a creature of the night? Muda remarked in surprise. The term night creature likely referred to night blindness. Nan Mozhen acknowledged this, taking a moment to sit up slowly. What are you scraping at? We are perched upon a stone ledge on the cliff. The weather seems ominous, so I thought to dig a hole for you to rest. Uncertain of the stone size that supported them, she inquired, is the stone large enough to start a fire? In the next moment, Muda had transformed back into human form, squatting before her with a flame dancing in his palm. Nan Mozhen paused, almost forgetting that Muda possessed fire abilities. Illuminated by the flickering light, she surveyed her surroundings. The stone was indeed substantial enough to kindle another fire. Ignoring Muda's incredulous expression, she retrieved some wood from her spatial storage and placed it beside him, ultimately using a stick to ignite the flame in his palm. Once the fire blazed to life, she unceremoniously urged him to continue digging. Muda hesitated, but ultimately refrained from questioning her, retracting his abilities and rising. Originally, the length of the male bee-skin skirt fell to the middle of his thighs to tend to her wounds. Muda had torn several layers of his skirt, leaving just enough length to cover his rear. Upon standing, Nan Mozhen glanced up and caught sight of the scenery beneath the hem of the skirt. Though the light was dim, she discerned clearly. Males had no habit of wearing undergarments. She inhaled deeply and tossed him a piece of bee-skinned. Muda caught it with a puzzled expression, saying, I can still wear it. It's fine if I don't change. Nan Mozhen raised an eyebrow, insisting, if I say change, then change. Oh, he complied, obediently changing the bee-skin skirt. Once he was dressed, he glanced at Nan Mozhen and seemed to grasp the situation. It was normal for a female to see a male's body, or vice versa. It appeared Zhen was shy, embarrassed to look at the male form. One must understand that sometimes the size of male characteristics is a key factor in attracting females. Muda transformed back into his beast form and continued digging. While Nan Mozhen inspected her own body, the blood had dried, leaving a rather gruesome sight. She retrieved some medicinal powder from her storage and fetched a bit of water from the well to treat her wounds. With her life hanging by a thread, she cared little for the cleanliness of the bee skin used for bandaging or the presence of bacteria. In this world, the concept of bacteria did not exist. Although her wounds appeared numerous, they weren't particularly deep due to the wind's lacerations. After applying the powder and cleaning the area, she felt much more comfortable. Nan Mozhen used a small piece of bee skin soaked in water to wipe her face. Relieved that her visage had sustained no injuries, the thought of scarring was unbearable. Muda huffed and puffed as he dug a small hole, sufficient for the two of them to shield against the wind. Along with the fire, he carefully moved Nan Mozhen into the hole, along with the fire. Zhen, are you hungry? Muda asked, gazing with concern at the serene expression on Nan Mozhen's face as she leaned against the wall inside. He suddenly felt envious of the flying beastmen. Had he been one, he would have already taken her away. Nan Mozhen nodded, then produced a small stone pot, followed by an array of ingredients that left Muda in a state of astonishment. This was unexpected. The Huairong beast souls should not possess spatial abilities. After a moment of realization, Muda firmly growled, his expression one of despair. Nan Mozhen continued to add seasoning to the pot, inquiring, why is that impossible? I did not sense any fluctuations in abilities when you retrieved the items, he replied. Perhaps your rank is too low. The fourth-tier beast Muda felt as though he had received 1,000 blows, collapsing to the ground in silence. Then, raising his head with a joyful expression, he exclaimed, so that means you have plenty of food now, right? That's wonderful. You won't go hungry. Males can endure hunger for days, but females are more fragile and cannot withstand it. Observing the immense relief on his face, Nan Mozhen felt an indescribable warmth in her heart. Muda, thank you for risking danger to protect me. Had he not appeared, Summoning the beast's soul or activating the system to consume that azure vortex could have led to dire consequences, even if I had managed to fend it off. Sure, Chi would have escalated his attack, or I could have been cast aside here, and with my injuries, I would have bled out without anyone to care for me. Regardless of the outcome, it would have been tragic. Muah shrugged nonchalantly, stating, protecting females is the duty of every male. Sure, Chi is despicable. When we return, I'll help you teach him a lesson, even if I can't defeat him. When Huairong comes back, he'll deal with that wretched wolf. The anger was palpable in his tone. Nan Mozhen chuckled softly. Yes, let's first ascertain our position tomorrow. All right, let us eat. I'm starving. Please set the stone pot over the fire. Muah transformed back into human form, placing the stone pot atop the flames. Nan Mozhen added water until it was nearly full, then continued to toss in the ingredients, concocting a hot pot broth. As the pot began to boil, an assortment of meat and vegetables filled it to the brim, filling the cave with a rich aroma. Muah squatted nearby, unable to resist salivating. Zhen, your culinary skills are truly impressive, he complimented. Nan Mozhen sighed, acknowledging that she could manage cooking somewhat. However, grilling meat was not her forte. Perhaps the heavens had assigned the task of cooking to Huairong. Once the ingredients were cooked, they began to eat, plates and forks in hand. The pain from her wounds did not diminish her enthusiasm for food. Abstaining would only hasten her demise. Tigers, including both Huairong and Muah, were not particularly fond of vegetables. It was evident that Muah was somewhat reserved about eating meat, so Nan Mozhen served herself a few pieces of meat and said, this amount is sufficient for me. I still want to eat other vegetables. You can finish the remaining meat. If you enjoy vegetables, feel free to have some. Upon hearing this, Muah finally loosened up and began to eat. Eventually, Nan Mozhen could eat no more, leaving behind a significant amount of vegetables, which Muah graciously helped to finish. After satiating their hunger, Nan Mozhen retrieved several pieces of bee skin, laying one down as a mat, covering herself with another, and giving one to Muah. She lay down to sleep, feeling an overwhelming weakness. Muah watched her as she drifted into slumber, observing her steady breathing for some time. Once assured that she was all right, he transformed into his beast form and positioned himself at the cave entrance. Even on a cliffside, danger lurked, and he could not afford to be careless, thus remaining vigilant until dawn. When morning broke, he perched atop a large stone at the cave's entrance, gazing at the sky for an extended period. Suddenly, he let out a resounding roar that echoed through the air. Nan Mozhen awoke with a start, alarmed by the sound. What's wrong? She asked anxiously. Muah chuckled sheepishly. It's nothing. I'm calling for help. You can continue to sleep. Once we leave, I'll carry you. Nan Mozhen thought, if I could still sleep, that would be miraculous. With his thunderous call reverberating through the air, several large eagles approached, circling above their cave. Among them, one transformed into human form and landed beside Muah. Nan Mozhen listened to their conversation from within, her expression growing somber. Their current location was the closest to the Great Beast City, one of the 4 most powerful cities on this continent. More importantly, the Great Beast City was situated to the east of this land. The tribe of Yada, to which they previously belonged, was located on the western side of this continent, and they had traversed the land directly. Between the 2 regions lay the perilous depths of the wilderness. It was not merely southern Mozhen's change of expression that struck Muah with astonishment. He felt as though he might bite off his own tongue in disbelief. He was utterly devoid of confidence in his ability to guide her across the treacherous wilderness back to their former tribe. Zhen, let us first proceed to the Great Bee City. Huairong and the others are hunting in the wilderness. You can contact him through the Bee Soul and have him come directly to the Great Bee City. Muah suggested tentatively, turning to look at southern Mozhen in the cave. That if she insisted on returning, he would have no choice but to seek assistance from the Great Bee City. Without hesitation, southern Mozhen nodded. Let us take refuge in the Great Bee City first. Upon hearing this, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. He wrapped southern Mozhen in animal skins and led her out of the cave. Where the eagle beast had already been circling at the entrance, as the eagle beast approached, Muah leaped onto its back with southern Mozhen in his arms, A dozen majestic white eagles accompanied them as guardians on their journey to the nearest great beast city. These white eagles formed the patrol team of the great beast city, tasked with scouting the conditions of the high mountains and cliffs, which were also within the territory of the great beast city. The winds in the sky were fierce, and Muda wrapped her tightly, resembling a rolled pancake, obstructing her view of the outside scenery. After flying for a while, the white eagle slowed its pace, at which point Muda removed the animal skin from her eyes, allowing her to gaze upon the city ahead. From such a distance, she could clearly see the stone-built city. The neatly constructed small houses surrounded the imposing stone fortress at the center, which exuded grandeur and elegance, standing as the most magnificent presence in this beastly realm. Although a stone castle might not seem extraordinary, the vast expanse of the great beast city was overwhelming. As they drew closer, the number of bustling beastmen increased, some soaring through the sky while others scurried along the ground. A few flying beasts, upon noticing the arrival of a new female, trail behind, watching her with keen interest. Upon passing through the towering city gates and entering the city, Southern Mozhen beheld that the buildings were all crafted from large stones, with streets paved with well-maintained stone blocks. The stone houses were multi-storied, and those closer to the fortress appeared increasingly attractive. The white eagle guiding them spoke. The residences in the great bee city are divided into 3 zones. The innermost area, closest to the stone fortress, is the inner district where females reside. Whether they are females from the great bee city or those visiting from other tribes, they are allocated stone houses in the inner district. The middle district is where the males of the great beast city reside, primarily single beasts. Bonded males typically live with their partners in the inner district. The outer district is designed for short-term stays of beastmen. Observing that they were heading toward the inner district, Southern Mozhen interjected, "Please find us a stone house in the outer district." The white eagle was taken aback, landing on the roof of a stone house. In the outer district, there were many males from other tribes, and the white eagle hesitated, concerned about potential complications. Southern Mozhen's resolve was unwavering. "The outer district will suffice. Thank you." She understood that if they entered the inner district and were assigned a residence by the great beast city, she would effectively belong to that city. The issue of returning to the Yada tribe was secondary. Regardless of her location, Huairong would undoubtedly seek her out. The great bee city was not akin to the small Yada tribe. If she became a female of this city, she might be compelled to pair with other males, which was unacceptable to her. Rather than face such complications later, it was preferable to sever ties from the outset. Seeing her resolute stance, the white eagle refrained from further discussion, calling out to another white eagle perched nearby before turning to fly toward the outer district, while the other eagles soared toward the fortress to inform the city's lord. After circling the outer district, the white eagle ultimately selected a centrally located small street near the city gates. The stone houses in the outer district were all single-story, each featuring a small courtyard enclosed by stone pillars. This place is conveniently close to the city gates, with numerous patrolling beastmen nearby. The white eagle remarked. Muda gently set Southern Mozhen down and surveyed the interior of the house. It consisted of 3 rooms, 1 large and 2 smaller ones, all separated but lacking doors, with only a large wooden door at the entrance. The stone house was clean, but bore a faint musty smell from the dampness caused by the seasonal rains. Muda glanced at Southern Mozhen, who nodded in approval. Having a place to stay was already a blessing, and the stone house was quite suitable. He then acknowledged the white eagle in the courtyard. The white eagle said, "You may rest for now. If there are any messages from the city lord, we will relay them," and Muda replied, "Understood." After the white eagle departed, Muda placed Southern Mozhen at the entrance, contemplating the empty stone house with a furrowed brow. "Zhen, I will go out to find some supplies. You stay here." He hesitated, his expression revealing his concern. Southern Mozhen retrieved hay, animal skins, and wood from her storage space. Muda fell silent for a moment before beginning to tidy up. The layout of the stone house featured 1 large room at the front with windows for ventilation, suitable for cooking, while the 2 smaller rooms served as bedrooms. Muda chose to arrange the left bedroom, as it was closer to the cooking area. He prepared the bedding with a layer of animal skin, a layer of hay, and a thick, plush animal skin on top, completing the base. Before making the bed, He utilized his fire-based abilities to warm the room, swiftly dispelling the damp, musty odor brought by the seasonal rains, rendering the house dry and refreshing. While he busied himself within, Southern Mozhen sat at the entrance, wrapped in animal skins, her complexion pale and haggard, her hair slightly disheveled, exuding an inexplicable air of melancholy as she gazed vacantly into the distance. At that moment, a leopard appeared outside the courtyard, softly calling out, prompting her to snap back to reality and turn her gaze toward it. The leopard bore a package upon its back, and upon transforming into a handsome young man, he smiled gently at Southern Mozhen. "I am Lino, the veterinarian of the great bee city. That I heard you were injured, so I came to check on you. Additionally, these are gifts from the city lord." As he spoke, he glanced at the package on his back. Hearing the commotion, muah stepped outside and beckoned him over. Lino then entered the courtyard, handing the package wrapped in animal skins to muah before crouching down to examine Southern Mozhen's injuries. Her wounds had begun to heal, with some superficial injuries already closed, leaving only a few deeper wounds that required more time to mend. Upon removing the animal skin that covered her, Lino's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of her numerous scars. "This is a result of a wind-based ability. Did you encounter a rogue beast?" Rogue beasts, akin to modern-day thugs, engage in villainous acts, seizing females, and the more brutal ones may even torture them. Southern Mozhen shook her head. "A male attempted to bond with me, but I rejected him, and we fought. He tried to kill me." She spoke of it nonchalantly. Lino was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. While it was not uncommon for some females with fiery tempers to confront males, it was rare for males to red ollie unless they were rogue beasts. How could such a handsome female be harmed like this? That male is certainly not a good one. Is he still alive? Lino exclaimed indignantly, pulling a small pouch from his waist and producing a small bamboo tube filled with a dark ointment, which he applied to Southern Mozhen's wounds. Southern Mozhen furrowed her brow but did not refuse. Feeling a slight coolness, noticing her silence, muah remained quiet as well, and Lino ceased further inquiries. After applying the ointment, he looked at Southern Mozhen, who appeared lethargic, and said, "I will come every day to apply medicine to your wounds until they heal. Avoid contact with water, and with proper treatment, there will be no scars." She nodded. "Thank you." Lino gazed at her for a few moments before ultimately uttering nothing more, transforming back into a leopard and departing. Muah crouched beside Southern Mozhen and quietly asked, "That leopard was about my size, just recently matured. Do you think he's more handsome than I?" Southern Mozhen: "Is there any significance to this comparison? After all, I only desire Huairong." Her silence led muah to assume that she was not in high spirits due to her injuries, prompting him to refrain from joking further. Instead, he opened the package Lino had brought to show her the contents. 3 animal skins, a package of dried meat, a bag of dried vegetables of unknown origin, and some fresh wild fruits. If you had gone to the inner district, you would likely have received even better provisions. But if you attract the attention of the high-ranking beasts of the great beast city, there will be no escape. Muah's tone was imbued with a sense of sentimentality. Nan Mozhen maintained a stoic expression and responded, "It seems as if you are quite eager to venture into the inner region to seek out high-ranking beasts in the great bee city." Muah shrugged and chuckled. "The power disparity between 4th and 5th-tier beasts is significant. There are too many males here, and the presence of high-ranking beasts makes me somewhat uneasy. I fear I may not be able to care for you properly, and I worry that my inadequacies might lead to your injury." He lowered his gaze, fixating on the stones beneath his feet, and added, "But do not be afraid. I would risk my life to protect you until Huairong arrives to take you to him." A warmth spread through Nan Mozhen's heart as she raised her hand to pat his shoulder, saying, "It's all right. I have a plan in mind. When you have some free time, you might want to observe the females in the great bee city. There will be no shortage of those with long black hair." That Muah, with his adorably pursed lips, remained silent. He felt overwhelmed by the thought of protecting even a single female, let alone seeking another. Once the stone dwelling was tidied up, muah relocated Nan Mozhen into the house. "Zhen, I'm going hunting," he said, standing at the doorway and glancing back at her with a hint of inquiry in his tone. Nan Mozhen, seated beside the fire, replied affirmatively. Although this was the outer region, The orcs roaming about were merely those from other tribes who came to play or temporarily rest. However, only the legitimate tribe members could enter the Great Beast City. And even if there were any ill-intentioned orcs nearby, patrols ensured that the likelihood of danger was minimal. Transforming into a white tiger, muah dashed outside, securing the door behind him. The supplies in Nan Mozhen's space were her concern. As a male, he felt it was his duty to care for her. The geographical position of the Great Beast City was advantageous, promising an abundance of prey, since it would take considerable time for Huairong to arrive. He needed to prepare adequately. It seemed that they would be spending the winter in the Great Beast City. Settling in this unfamiliar environment made Nan Mozhen uneasy. At times, the roars of beasts from outside would reach her ears. Even though she understood these were the sounds of the orcs in the Great Beast City, her heart would tense slightly. During the day, she would suppress her drowsiness, only allowing herself to sleep soundly when muah was by her side. Muah, too, remained vigilant, staying in the stone dwelling to guard her except during his hunting excursions. 5 days passed in this manner, during which a leopard named Lino visited daily to tend to her wounds. His medicinal concoctions, alongside the herbal powders produced by the resource trees, expedited her recovery, restoring her skin to its former smooth and radiant state without leaving a single scar. That on the 6th day, Lino returned, and upon confirming that Nan Mozhen's injuries had healed, he expressed his satisfaction, saying, "You are completely healed without any scars. However, your mental state appears somewhat lacking. Do you feel unwell?" In the Great Beast City, every female was regarded with utmost care and attention, whether they belonged to the city or were visitors from other tribes, particularly the young and beautiful ones like Nan Mozhen, who possessed only one beast soul. Since her arrival, she had become a focal point of interest. Lying languidly nearby, muah remarked, "Her partner has gone to the deep plains for a hunt. She is missing him, so her mental state cannot be too good." Lino turned his gaze toward him, frowning at his nonchalance, and said, "Why aren't you taking better care of her?" His tone carried a hint of reproach. "You decide. I am doing all I can to care for her. I'm not her partner, and she has no desire to bond with me. Am I to lie beside her and hold her as if I were?" Lino was momentarily speechless, pausing for a few seconds before looking at Nan Mozhen, who was quietly staring into the campfire, and said, "This one do. With too few partners around, you receive the care you deserve, and life will be quite arduous." Nan Mozhen lifted her head and smiled gently. "Not at all. I find it quite satisfactory. Just that the males I encountered before were rather disappointing, and I trust there won't be any males here who would resort to violence against a female due to unrequited feelings." "Right? Of course not," Lino responded without hesitation. Such occurrences could never happen in the Great Beast City. There was no need for her to fear. The harm she had suffered previously would not be repeated here. "Thank you. Furthermore, I need to stay here until my partner arrives, which may take some time. I've heard that the Lord of the Great Beast City has a partner, and I would like to prepare a gift for her in a few days. I believe she would appreciate it. Would it be possible for you to assist me with this in 2 or 3 days?" Lino nodded. "Feel free to stay as long as you wish. There is no rush. If you wish to reside in the inner region, that is also an option. There is no need for that. I find this place quite comfortable." Nan Mozhen graciously declined. Lino offered no further comments, reminding her to rest well before departing. "That you'd best hope Huairong arrives soon. These past few days, you've been confined indoors to recuperate, which has kept things quiet. However, if you venture outside and the males see you, they swarm around you, and I fear I won't be able to fend them off. If there are 5th or 6th tier beasts, I'd only be left to suffer," muah lamented. Nan Mozhen chuckled lightly. "No worries. You can handle the males below 5th tier, while I'll take on the 5th tier and above. That I'm confident we can handle them without issue." Muah laughed. "Then you shall be victorious every time. Which male would dare to lay a hand on a female?" However, his expression darkened as he thought of Shurchi, his face clouding over with anger. "Just those few scoundrels. Thinking of this infuriates me. Had it not been for the urgency of Nan Mozhen's situation, I would have lunged at Shurchi. I in the dilemma of choosing between killing Shurchi and rescuing Nan Mozhen. He had opted for the latter. Nan Mozhen had by now calmed her emotions, yet her curiosity piqued regarding how Shurchi intended to realize his ambitions. She hoped he would live long enough to witness some entertaining developments. Among the leaders of the 4 great cities, only the lord of the great bee city had a partner. The other 3 lords were all single. If Shurchi were to stir trouble, he would likely target one of those 3 cities. Using females as bait was indeed a clever tactic. It wouldn't have to be her, as any other ambitious and daring female could fulfill that role. From the moment Shurchi had attempted to kill her, she understood that he did not need her specifically for his ambitions. Rather, her presence made his plans more perfect, for she possessed knowledge of many intriguing things. If he could not have her, destroying her was the logical course of action. That a preemptive strike was the best way to prevent any future complications, thwarting any attempts by Huairong or others to claim her and rise in power. Suddenly, Nan Mozhen pondered a pressing question. Did Huairong harbor similar ambitions? With his strength and character, he was among the elite of the younger generation in the Yada tribe. While he had previously been somewhat lethargic, ever since he bonded with her, he had become notably diligent. In a world where the strong prevailed and the weak perished, outward indifference did not equate to inner apathy. If Huairong were to become the leader of a tribe in the future, she mused, being the wife of a chief would be quite splendid, or perhaps she could become the chief herself. The thought was exhilarating. Such beautiful aspirations were difficult to realize, and certainly not achievable in a day or two. By the way, what gift do you intend to present to the Lord? It should be for a partner, correct? Muah's inquiry brought her back to the present that please a female was to indirectly please all her partners. Nan Mozhen replied earnestly, when you go hunting tomorrow, could you help me gather some materials? I wish to make a quilt. The techniques of spinning and weaving have already been disseminated in the Yada tribe. I want to elaborate on that, but the method for making a quilt is unrelated to those skills, so it's worth emu to pause for a moment, then gazed at her with sparkling eyes. Zhen, you are truly wonderful. Nan Mozhen merely replied with silence. The tribe aimed to refine their textile techniques to exchange cotton fabric with other tribes if other tribes became aware of this. The Yada tribe would lose its uniqueness. Muah smiled with satisfaction, recognizing that Nan Mozhen's decision to withhold this knowledge from the great bee city was a means of protecting the Yada tribe. The textile techniques of the Yada tribe would soon spread across the continent, and eventually, all orcs would come to know them, as their capacity for learning was remarkably strong. Following her teaching of the quilt-making method in the great bee city, it would swiftly become known throughout the continent. What was this called? It was akin to sharing the bounty of rain and dew, imparting knowledge to every corner while simultaneously conserving energy. Nan Mozhen explained to Muah the tools required for quilt making, which were relatively simple and could be fashioned from wood. The process of creating a quilt was not overly complex, but did require some effort. The reason for making a bed quilt to present to the Lord was clear. Firstly, the significance of popularizing cotton is paramount. Additionally, she had heard that the orcs residing in the stone house of the great bee city were required to pay a certain price, such as energy fruits, exquisite animal hides, or even prey. She felt reluctant to impose this burden on Muah. Not knowing when Huairong would arrive, she decided to use cotton blankets as payment, believing that the city lord would be more than willing to accept them. Once Muah was prepared for the task at hand, they commenced their work that very afternoon. Lacking the machinery for pressing, they had to resort to manual labor to ensure the cotton blankets were flattened and pressed effectively. They ascended to the roof of the stone house for their endeavor. The structure was constructed from large stone blocks, interspersed with a particularly viscous plant sap, which the orcs had meticulously cleaned. Leaving no residue in the crevices, the roof was entirely flat, devoid of any unevenness. Nan Mozhen instructed Muah to thoroughly clean the roof and dry it with his flames, marking the beginning of their official endeavor. To assist the host in thriving within this beastly realm, the scrolls they referenced contained solely traditional handcrafting methods, both convenient and straightforward. Nan Mozhen said, "First, let us organize the cotton, a process known as carding." Utilizing a tool reminiscent of a wolf's fawn club, they separated the large tufts of cotton into a loose flurry, which was then spread evenly over the stone surface, layer by layer, achieving the desired thickness. After sufficiently laying down the cotton, they pressed it down to compact the loose fibers. Compressing the cotton was labor-intensive, She and muah worked together using a long wooden board for this task. Once pressed, the cotton began to take on a notable form. Observing that the thickness was still inadequate, Nan Mozhen added more cotton to the top and continued the pressing process, repeating this until a subtle heft was achieved. Muah, having spun cotton thread during his idle time the previous night, wove a tightly knit net to encase the cotton blanket, preventing any loosening of the fibers. After several rounds of stitching, they ensured that even a gentle shake would not cause the cotton to loosen, thus completing their first blanket. They produced 2 blankets in total, one thicker for laying down and another thinner for covering. With the experience from their first creation, muah took the initiative on the second blanket, leaving Nan Mozhen with little opportunity to assist. The second blanket was solely crafted by muah, with Nan Mozhen merely aiding in carding the cotton. Their efforts on the roof had attracted the attention of several flying beasts, and once the orcs understood their task, reports were swiftly made to the city lord. Reno soon arrived, and upon seeing him at the courtyard entrance, Nan Mozhen smiled and waved. "Reno, you arrived just in time. Please take these items to the stone fortress." Reno nodded, transforming into a leopard and leaping to the roof, where he attentively observed muah's actions, marveling at the cotton's transformation, even in the great beast city. If females had a fondness for cotton, they typically used animal hides to create bags for stuffing the cotton when preparing their nests, as cotton is prone to pests. And no matter how soft the hides are, they differ from the softness of cotton, and once compacted, they provide a comfortable experience, whether laid upon or covered with. Reno had anticipated the city lord's delight, knowing his partner would surely appreciate the blankets. After muah completed the cotton blanket, he folded it according to the method Nan Mozhen had previously demonstrated. "Zhan, why not make one for yourself? I can assist you," he suggested. Nan Mozhen did not decline, handing him the previously carded cotton, and he immersed himself once more in the crafting of blankets. Turning to Reno, Nan Mozhen inquired, "Could you help me deliver these 2 blankets to the stone fortress? Cotton tends to get dirty, so it would be better to wrap them in a lighter layer of animal hide." Reno agreed, picked up the blankets, and jumped down from the roof towards the fortress. As he made his way, a crowd of orcs gathered around, keen to observe the blanket-making process. The straightforward nature of their work was easily comprehensible, prompting several orcs with ample cotton at home to return and create their own. Regarding cotton thread, even without a spinning wheel, the orcs could manually twist the fibers, making cotton thread an accessible resource. It was likely that after tomorrow, cotton blankets would become all the rage in the Great Bee City. Afterward, muah crafted 2 more blankets for her, and the 2 completed their work just before nightfall. That evening, as they sat by the campfire for dinner, a distant roar echoed from outside the courtyard. Muah glanced at the partially open window and turned to the unresponsive Nan Mozhen, saying, "The city lord's partner has invited you to gather wild fruits in the small woods outside the city tomorrow." Nan Mozhen froze momentarily, feeling a tinge of embarrassment for not understanding the beast language. "Sure," she replied softly, and muah arose, approached the window, and responded to the orc waiting outside. "In recent days, females in the city have been gathering in the small woods to pick wild fruits and vegetables. As the weather had turned cooler, and soon enough, it would no longer be possible to return to his seat, and added, many females will be going." Nan Mozhen sipped her soup in silence, pondering that if there were many females, there would surely be many males as well. By the way, has the Great Bee City participated in the Deep Abyss hunt? She asked, recalling the question that muah responded. "The hunts of the 4 great cities occur at the end, typically when the first snow falls. Given the current weather, we are still far from snow, and as of now, there's been no talk of hunts in the Great Bee City. However, I have heard it mentioned that this winter will be colder than in previous years. For males, it does not pose much of a problem, as they possess abilities to withstand any chill. Yet females cannot endure it, and many males are currently chopping wood for winter heating. I will also gather some wood soon." Nan Mozhen declined. "There's no need. Heating for winter does not solely rely on wood. You need not go out of your way to chop it. Just focus on hunting and leave the other matters aside until the official onset of winter." Muah looked at her in confusion. She set down her bowl, retrieving a coal ball from her storage space. These coal balls, produced by coal trees, are the size of fists that I have seen these before. There are many near the volcanoes, Muah suddenly realized. Yes, once ignited, they release an immense amount of heat. Nan Mozhen placed them into a wicker basket in the corner. "Next time you cook, Give these a try. You can trade them with other orcs for wood or other items. I have plenty of these, and you'd have felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He realized that the seemingly insignificant items Huairong had collected with Nan Mozhen held considerable value. He understood once more that his gap with Huairong was not one of strength, but of knowledge. There were many things Huairong knew that he did not. Nevertheless, the more items Nan Mozhen possessed, the more at ease he felt, as he feared not caring for her adequately. After dinner, Nan Mozhen sat by the fire, contemplating the events of the following day. She wished to minimize interactions with males, instead focusing on the females, especially since she would be playing alongside the city lord's partner tomorrow. This status could yield numerous advantages. She needed to devise a plan to leverage her relationship with the city lord's partner to solidify her standing in the great beast city. Her ambitions extended far beyond merely attaining a female status. Observing her deep in thought, muah remained silent, instinctively closing the doors and windows while boiling a large pot of water. The two small rooms at the back had been designated, one as Nan Mozhen's bedroom and the other for bathing and storage, while muah slept in the larger room outside, resting beside the campfire. This arrangement allowed both Nan Mozhen and the main entrance to remain vigilant. Upon completing his tasks, muah transformed into his beast form, lying comfortably by the campfire. After some deliberation, Nan Mozhen rose to fetch water for her bath. Typically, such tasks would fall to the males, yet muah refrained from intervening, recalling that his initial offer to help had been rejected. He understood that Nan Mozhen was a rather shy female and decided to let her handle it, confident that she would ask for assistance if needed. After all, with her storage space, transporting items was hardly laborious in a world devoid of entertainment. The most one could expect was gathering around the fire to converse, feast on meat, and pursue females. Nan Mozhen found little enjoyment in such activities. Instead, she prioritized maintaining a healthy routine by washing up and sleeping early, which greatly improved her physical condition. Uncertain of when the city lord's partner would venture outside, Nan Mozhen rose early to prepare herself, awaiting the day's events. It was not until a piercing eagle cry echoed from the distant stone fortress that muah, perched in the courtyard, called out to her, "The city lord's partner has set off. Females wishing to join the wild fruit gathering may wait at the city gate." Nan Mozhen tidied herself up and stepped out with muah. They were situated close to the city gate, and she ambled over with an air of complete calm. In the great beast city, the native females predominantly resided in the inner district, while most females from other tribes also chose to dwell there, with only a select few like Nan Mozhen opting for the outer area. The wilderness harbors an abundance of uncertainties. Without sufficiently strong and numerous partners by their side, few females would venture out. Currently, the Lord's partner was gathering everyone for a harvest, and naturally, a protective entourage was indispensable, significantly enhancing safety, prompting many females to band together as they exited the city to be by the time Nan Mozhen arrived at the city gate. Over a dozen females were already waiting, each accompanied by 3 to 5 males or more, with only a few, like her, having the least number of males, none of whom were partners. After a brief wait, she spotted a large group approaching in the distance, dozens of females being carried by their partners towards the gate, followed closely by a throng of males, all partners of those females. The influx of females was bound to stir the entire city. Among the females, leading the procession was one with flowing black curls, appearing to be in her mid-30s, her figure voluptuous, skin fair and translucent, exuding a sensual beauty that radiated an aura of sophistication. She was seated atop the head of a dark red python. Muah whispered, "That red python is the lord of the great beast city, Yi Fu, and his partner, Rui Shui, belongs to the Black Eagle tribe." Nan Mozhen nodded in understanding and then inquired, "Do you like females of that style?" Muah shook his head. "I prefer those who are cute and lively, like the one beside me." Nan Mozhen fell into contemplation, questioning whether she truly embodied a cute and lively disposition. Yet compared to Rui Shui's mature and composed demeanor, she did seem somewhat cute, but then again, youth was on her side. While lost in thought, the female group halted before her, and both Yi Fu and his partner Rui Shui were gazing at her. Muah gently tapped Nan Mozhen's arm with his tiger tail, snapping her back to reality. And as she met their gaze, a smile instantly graced her lips. "Hello, I am Jinjin from the Yadai tribe in the Western District. Rui Shui appeared astonished. You've come all the way from the distant Western District? You must be spending this winter in the Great Beast City, right? Nan Mozhen nodded. Yes, I really like your gift. There should be many fun things in the Western District. We can play together in the future, Rui Shui said with a smile. Nan Mozhen was pleasantly surprised by the warmth of Rui Shui's demeanor. She had anticipated that a female capable of becoming the Lord's partner would possess a more assertive character. But instead, she found her to be so gentle. Sure, if you don't mind, of course, I don't mind. Come, let us go play outside. Muah promptly lay down, and Nan Mozhen climbed onto his back, joining the procession as they exited the city and headed towards a distant forest. Once outside the city gates, with their destination set, the male surged forward like a rushing river, rapidly advancing, and the previously gathered group dispersed to various directions. Regardless of how far they separated, protective males trailed behind to ensure safety. And the flying beasts in the sky expanded their surveillance range to further guarantee the female security. Upon reaching the forest, the females began to forage, while the males had already scouted the area, ensuring no dangerous beasts remained, not even any potentially hazardous animals. After dismounting from Muah's back, Nan Mozhen surveyed her surroundings. Muah transformed into his human form and fashioned a wicker basket from a nearby vine. Such baskets were plentiful, crafted from readily available materials. This vast forest was abundant with wild fruits and vegetables yet to be harvested. However, what caught Nan Mozhen's attention were not the familiar edibles known to the beastmen, but rather the items unknown to them but known to her, particularly spices. Items such as wasabi, lemon leaves, bay leaves, and white truffles were deemed inedible by the beastmen. Single flavor ingredients could hardly satisfy. However, with the right combinations, the flavors could be elevated significantly. She beckoned Muah to assist her in foraging for these items, to which Muah grumbled but ultimately complied. Jinjin, let us gather some wild fruits and vegetables. We won't be able to find them when winter comes, Muah remarked, unable to hold back. Nan Mozhen glanced at the quantity in her basket, feeling it was sufficient, and agreed to accompany him to pick wild fruits. They found mostly hawthorn and jujubes, but they were a bit late. The lower branches had already been stripped bare, and the higher ones were difficult to reach, so she didn't ask Muah to climb the trees. Unable to reach the fruits above, they turned to the ground where plenty of wild vegetables remained. As Nan Mozhen bent down to search through the weeds for vegetables, Muah followed closely, mimicking her choices. Muah, the unfamiliar vegetables were simply wild grasses. Absorbed in her search, Nan Mozhen unknowingly wandered into a clearing, which had been tidied up as a resting area for the females. Several females were already seated there, taking a break. While the pretense was for foraging, the reality was that they were out for leisure, with most of the hard labor being performed by the males. Nan Mozhen glanced over and met Rui Shui's smiling gaze. Rui Shui waved her hand, saying, Jinjin, come over and rest for a bit. She stepped forward, while Muah remained behind, rummaging through the grass for the vegetables she had previously collected. Why don't you find a few more partners? Rui Shui asked as she gestured for Nan Mozhen to sit on a stone. Nan Mozhen placed her wicker basket at her feet and replied nonchalantly, One partner is sufficient for me. He can take care of me, and I can look after myself. Currently, he is hunting in the deep plains, and I accidentally ended up here with Muah due to a teleportation array. Muah is not my partner, just a fellow tribesman who is temporarily looking after me. This clarification shed light on many matters. Rui Shui looked at her, astonished. You are truly strong. Nan Mozhen smiled silently. Rui Shui chose not to delve further into the topic. The beastman's reproduction relies on females, who possess the right to choose whether or not to mate and reproduce, though the corresponding treatment they receive may differ. She turned to glance at her partner behind her, a male of the White Fox tribe, who approached and handed her a leather bag he had been carrying on his shoulder. Rui Shui took it, opening the bag as she spoke to Nan Mozhen. Jinjin, this skirt is for you. Nan Mozhen was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at the red skirt that Rui Shui pulled from the bag. It was a lightweight, lustrous garment, akin to silk, but the patterns indicated it was crafted from fish skin. Rui Shui explained, this was exchanged from the merfolk by the priestess. The ocean is perilous, and many items are unattainable for the land-dwelling beastmen. They can only trade terrestrial goods with the merfolk, who are adept at navigating the sea. Clothing made from fish skin is not as heavy and suffocating as that made from beast skin. Your fair skin would look splendid in red. Today, Nan Mozhen wore a white skirt made of beast skin, accented with red. She could pull off any color with confidence, as soon as the fish skin skirt appeared. The nearby females emitted sounds of envy, and Nan Mozhen felt numerous gazes upon her, some filled with admiration, others with jealousy, and still others with a complex mix of emotions. In that instant, she understood that even if she declined the skirt, it would still invite resentment. Sometimes a female's fighting spirit could be quite formidable. Given this understanding, she gracefully accepted the uniquely crafted skirt. Indeed, she adored it. I really like it. Thank you, she said, smiling at Huairong. Huairong beamed back. Following this, Huairong engaged Nan Mozhen in conversation about the Western District, to which she could only respond with limited knowledge. The Western District was vast, with numerous tribes. She had only visited the Yadai tribe and the Black Rabbit tribe. Having had no interactions with others, regardless of where one finds themselves, curiosity about the outside world persists, and, as the Lord's partner, Huairong was no exception. Even with daily comforts and protection, she remained intrigued by the world beyond and the lifestyles of other tribes. However, her special status prevented her from easily leaving the great bee city. After some conversation, Nan Mozhen found Huairong to be quite amiable. With a pure heart and kind nature, as mealtime approached, the males began to kindle a fire nearby to prepare food. Engaging in a communal feast where all males contributed, and the food they prepared would be shared among the females. Among the females who had come today, there were also a few younger ones who had yet to find partners. Even if one has never formed a bond, the presence of a multitude of admirers can render the solitary figure of Nan Mozhen, surrounded only by the desolate company of mud, rather melancholic by comparison. Nan Mozhen, I apologize for being a burden. Nearby, females frolicked, gradually being embraced by their male companions, resting on the stones in this vicinity as lunchtime commenced. In gatherings such as these, where numerous females congregate, the males standing guard aside from their respective partners are predominantly the unattached beasts of the great bee city. Engaging more closely with females could enhance the likelihood of forming bonds. Nan Mozhen was once among the targets of those single beasts vying for her attention. However, seated beside Huairong, due to her status, and with the nearby city lord, Yi Fu, those single beasts prudently refrained from approaching. Mud had provided her with ample food, and after satisfying her hunger, she idly observed the others. Watching as the females were tenderly cared for by their partners, that a flicker of melancholy crossed her gaze as she thought of Huairong. Wondering how the hunting expedition was faring, she lowered her eyes. Unable to suppress the urge to clutch her chest, feeling her beast soul gently warm, as if responding to her longing. Huairong, when the hunt concludes, come find me in the great beast city, she softly murmured. Uncertain if Huairong could hear her, Huairong, catching her words, chuckled lightly. If you are worried about your partner, I can send a flying beast to search for him in the deep plains. Nan Mozhen shook her head. She was acutely aware of the dangers of the deep plains. Should the beastmen sent in search fail to locate him, or if any mishap befell them along the way, she would feel immense guilt. Calculating the time, the hunt should still be ongoing, and she remained in anticipation. When the hunting expedition concluded, Huairong would surely contact her through their beast souls, if necessary. She could summon her beast soul directly to sense Huairong's presence. As long as her beast soul was with her, no matter where she was, Huairong would find his way to her, akin to a locator. He could traverse any terrain to reach her. However, the distance between the eastern and western districts was considerable. If Huairong returned to the tribe after the hunt only to discover her absence, he would then have to journey back to the great beast city. She merely wished to inform him to return directly to the city once the hunt was over. Sparing him unnecessary travel, the beast's soul showed little response, indicating that all was well on Huairong's side. Zhenjin, if you require anything, do let me know. The great bee city takes good care of its females. Huairong said, pulling her close. Nan Mozhen smiled and nodded. Yes, I will. However, I generally do not require much. My partner prepared ample supplies for me before heading to the deep plains for the hunt, enough to see me through the winter. Ruishua pondered for a moment. If her memory served her correctly, when Nan Mozhen and Mud were brought here, they had arrived with nothing. Tentatively, she inquired, space? If there were no space, how could one store such a vast quantity of food? Mud possessed fire-based abilities, leaving only the capacity of Nan Mozhen's beast soul. Mutated abilities were not uncommon in the great beast city. Nan Mozhen readily acknowledged this, then turned her gaze to the city lord, Yifu, and asked, in the great beast city, are there many high-ranking beastmen with dual abilities? In his beast form, Yifu nodded. There are quite a few. Generally, the higher the rank, the greater the probability of possessing dual abilities. The higher the tier, the more likely a beastman is to have dual abilities. His serpent-like eyes scrutinized her before he countered. Is your beast soul of dual abilities? Nan Mozhen replied, somewhat bewildered. I am not entirely sure. I have yet to formally summon my beast soul for combat, but I do possess a space. Back in the tribe, her partner had always been by her side except when hunting. She had encountered no dangers that required her to summon her beast soul. It was merely that with Huairong absent, Shirchi had seized the opportunity to ACT. Why Yifu did not express doubt, remaining silent for several seconds before stating, there are quite a number of unattached high-ranking beasts in the great beast city. You might want to keep an eye out. Nan Mozhen smiled but said nothing. She noticed Mud in the distance, digging at the ground with fervor, and greeted him as she made her way over. The large white tiger was vigorously unearthing the earth, and upon closer inspection, she discovered he was searching for ginseng, having already unearthed several roots. This vast expanse of land was dotted with ginseng flowers, hinting at the abundance of roots below. Previously, in the forest, Nan Mozhen had dug up a few, unaware that Mud had remembered this and returned to excavate. Upon noticing Nan Mozhen standing behind him, Mud turned and grinned, then pushed the ginseng he had unearthed toward her feet. Nan Mozhen crouched down, retrieving a woven basket from her storage space to neatly place the ginseng inside. The roots varied in size, some as thick as a finger, others as thick as a wrist. How many years must they have grown? Yet whether it was a century-old or a millennium-old ginseng, in this world, it held little value beyond consumption. Mud's digging created quite a commotion, drawing curious beastmen to observe. Upon realizing it was ginseng, they soon scattered most of them. It was merely a uniquely flavored wild vegetable, with only a few herbivorous beasts willing to consume it, Nan Mozhen being one of those with a particular taste. Jinjin, can we dig some together? A soft voice called from behind. Nan Mozhen turned to see a petite female with beige curls and a pair of charmingly curved horns atop her head. Her face adorably round. She was a member of the sheep tribe, flanked by 3 males, of course, she replied with a smile. Although they were in the wild, this pit was discovered by Mud, unlike the fruit trees that grew above ground for all to see. In a sense, this pit belonged to Mud, and so did its contents. The males behind the female eagerly descended into the pit to join in the ginseng excavation. That my name is one Li. The female said as she settled beside Nan Mozhen. I am Jinjin. Nan Mozhen replied. As the males dug deeper, the pit grew larger, and the 2 females engaged in conversation at its edge, perhaps due to her lineage. Wenli spoke softly and cautiously to the expressionless Nan Mozhen. Nan Mozhen's lack of expression was not meant to intimidate. She simply had no idea what to say to a newly acquainted female. Should she smile foolishly at her? However, as their conversation continued, they became more familiar. When Li and her partner had come from a southern tribe, having fled to the edge of the Deep Plains forest 3 years ago when their tribe was struck by an avalanche. With nowhere to shelter from the heavy snowfall, her partner had brought her there, hoping to find prey in the Deep Plains and a tree hollow or cave to shelter through the winter. Fortunately, they encountered a hunting party from the Great Bee City and joined them. One of Wen Li's partners was a beastman from the Great Bee City, part of that very hunting team. With the original tribe no longer in existence and the beastmen having moved to other tribes, Wen Li had settled in the Great Bee City, currently residing in a stone house within the inner district. After chatting for a while, the two warmed to each other, finding Wen Li's soft and delicate demeanor oddly endearing. After the females concluded their meal, they began to frolic in the forest. Some curious females approached to watch Mud, and the others excavating ginseng. Most of them commenting on the various shapes and sizes of the roots, until a sharp voice pierced through the air. What is there to eat in these wild root vegetables? No wonder you cannot bear offspring. Hearing this, Nan Mozhen furrowed her brow, while when Li's face paled, her gaze dropping, clearly intimidated by the voice's owner. Turning to look, Nan Mozhen saw a lioness beast, her demeanor haughty and contemptuous. Then perhaps you should bear more offspring, so that every male in the great beast city has progeny, Nan Mozhen retorted, her tone light yet cutting. The lioness's expression darkened. Likely taken aback by Nan Mozhen's retort, she stepped forward, seemingly ready to confront her. But several females close to her quickly intervened. "My sai, Ruishue is still sitting over there," one of them cautioned. It was only then that the lioness, my sai, paused, casting a cold sneer at Nan Mozhen. "I genuinely wish to see how you will survive this winter, being without a partner." She dropped the words and arrogantly turned away. Nan Mozhen rolled her eyes in disdain. When females quarrel, it is a time of heightened tension for the males if the situation escalates. It could lead to a duel between the males of both sides. Fortunately, the matter did not continue to fester, and muah, who had been nervously observing them, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and resumed his task of digging for ginseng. Even though Mei Si's partner was a 6th-tier beast, muah, being a 4th-tier beast, felt no fear. What he dreaded was the possibility of his own demise, leaving Nan Mozhen alone, as she would not accept another partner, and would inevitably face intensified bullying. That moment, he earnestly wished for Huairong to arrive quickly. The foraging activity continued until dusk, and a large group made their way back to the city with great momentum. Muah spent the afternoon digging for ginseng, collecting basket after basket, which brought a smile to Nan Mozhen's face. Upon returning to the stone house, they washed up, had dinner, and retired early for the night. The next day, the weather was inexplicably fine, with temperatures soaring as if it were the height of summer. Muah stood at the door, gazing at the sweltering heat, and expressed his concerns. This abnormally high temperature is a prelude to winter. In just a few days, winter will arrive, and the weather will plummet dramatically, possibly even bringing snow. Nan Mozhen felt indifferent about the onset of winter. After calculating the days, it had been over half a month since the seasonal rains. And indeed, winter was due. Suddenly, a hawk's cry echoed from the distant stone fortress, followed by a chorus of beast calls from within the great beast city. Numerous males from the outer area rushed past their stone house. Unable to comprehend the beast language, Nan Mozhen could only inquire, "What is happening?" Muah found her reaction curious, but offered no further comment, simply answering her question. "The city lord has summoned everyone to discuss the hunting event. After this unusually high temperature, snow is imminent, and it will come swiftly. There have been instances of high temperatures during the day, followed by a drop in temperature at night, leading to snowfall by midnight." He then added, "Stay indoors and don't wander about. I will go hunting and bring back some prey." "All right," she replied as Muah transformed into a white tiger and dashed away. The hunting event in the great bee city primarily involved the local beastmen. Although some outsiders with strong combat abilities were also invited to participate, a 4th-tier beast like Muah was certainly not among those sought after by the great beast city for an invitation. Throughout the morning, Muah focused on hunting, occasionally returning with prey that had been cleaned and wrapped in leaves, allowing Nan Mozhen to directly begin marinating and drying the meat at lunchtime. She was surprised by an unexpected visitor, her neighbor. Previously, both the left and right stone houses had been vacant, but now the right house had new occupants. Through the stone pillars surrounding her courtyard, Nan Mozhen observed several males moving in and out in beast form, transporting items. She glanced a few times but thought little of it. Assuming a female had moved in, as she lowered her head to rummage through the stone bowl of marinated meat, a cautious little head peeked over the fence from the adjacent courtyard. "Zhenjin," Wenli softly called out. Nan Mozhen looked up in surprise. Wenli smiled shyly. "I've moved next door. Let us play together from now on." Feeling a bit disheartened, Nan Mozhen pondered why Wenli would choose to move from the more favorable environment of the inner area to the outer area, seemingly just to befriend her. However, she could guess that with Wenli's soft and gentle nature, she would only be bullied by someone as domineering as Mei Si. Nan Mozhen couldn't help but reflect on herself, wondering if her sweet and kind appearance was the reason for this. She smiled at Wenli and said, "Of course, you can come over to play any time." Upon hearing this, Wenli beamed with joy. Perhaps the spot she was standing on was a bit precarious, as her partner soon discovered her and lifted her down. After lunch, when Lee's partner came over to ask and make a quilt. Having already become familiar with several of Wen Lee's partners while digging for ginseng, Muda readily agreed to teach them the craft. The males worked on the roof while Nan Mozhen and Wen Li snacked in the courtyard. To Nan Mozhen's surprise, she discovered that this world had dried vegetables. Wen Li brought a large bag of assorted dried vegetables for Nan Mozhen, which had been cooked, fried, and sprinkled with a seasoning made from ground plants, yielding a sweet and salty, crispy treat that tasted surprisingly good. Zhenjin, most of us from the sheep clan are vegetarians. All I have are these wild vegetables, Wen Li said somewhat bashfully. Nan Mozhen chuckled lightly. Wild vegetables are great. I love eating vegetarian food. To your words, Wen Li smiled shyly, lowering her gaze. By the way, why did you move from the inner area to the outer area? Nan Mozhen asked, feigning ignorance, fully aware that Wen Li had moved next door for her sake. Yet, she couldn't fathom why this little female would leave such a favorable environment. She certainly didn't believe it was merely to learn how to make quilts. Wen Li's expression dimmed as she lowered her gaze and fell silent. What's wrong? Nan Mozhen queried, puzzled. Wen Li shook her head, remaining silent, and seeing this, Nan Mozhen decided not to press further. The cotton grown by the beastmen was riddled with impurities, requiring considerable effort to clean while processing it into quilts, and by the time they finished, it was already evening. Muda and Wen Li's two partners were still busy upstairs, while another male came down to prepare dinner. A lion beast named Ba was cooking food in the adjacent courtyard and remarked, "It will snow tomorrow, and the hunting team will set out for the deep plains the day after." Upon hearing this, Nan Mozhen approached the fence and asked, "Will you be going as well?" Ba confirmed. He was a native male of the Great Beast City, a fifth-tier beast, and always participated in the hunting events. After a moment's hesitation, Nan Mozhen said, "Although it feels a bit awkward to say, if you encounter my partner during the hunt, please let him know I am in the Great Beast City." Ba chuckled lightly. "No need to mention it. He already knows, no matter where his partner is. Even if he were to instantaneously travel from the western area to the eastern area, a male can sense it and will follow the soul connection to find you." Upon hearing this, Nan Mozhen felt a tremendous sense of relief. Ba added, "If we happen to cross paths, I will ensure he comes to find you quickly." After the snowfall, the energy fruits in the ice and snow forest will grow in abundance, and many males will venture into the forest in search of them. Nan Mozhen understood now. Huairong had previously mentioned he would find energy fruits for her, and he would likely not miss the opportunity of the hunt. According to Ba, Huairong should already know she was in the Great Beast City and perhaps sense that she was not in any danger, hence his lack of response. How could he be so unconcerned? Was he not worried about her being pursued by other males in the Great Beast City? Yet, learning this from Ba brought her comfort, and she could only pray for Huairong's safety and patiently await his return. As the sky darkened, the temperature began to drop, prompting Muda and the others to hasten in completing the quilts and tidying up before heading indoors. After dinner, Nan Mozhen noticed it had started to snow outside, with cold winds stirring up little flakes that drifted through the window. The first snow of winter had arrived. The males of the Great Beast City would be setting out for the hunt the next day. As Muda spoke, he secured the door tightly, turning to see her in a strapless dress standing by the window, and remarked, "It's getting cold. Aren't you chilly dressed like that?" Realizing the chill, Nan Mozhen closed the window and settled beside the campfire, staring into the flickering flames in silence for a while. Muda, tomorrow please ask around in the Great Beast City if anyone needs coal. I have rice and cotton. All I need are energy fruits. Due to her limited mobility and the onset of winter, she had no opportunity to seek out natural jade stones to consume. Nor could she find beastmen to absorb their extraordinary energy. Presently, energy fruits were the only means to allow her system to absorb and enhance energy. Energy fruits contained immense power, capable of rapidly fostering the growth of her system. Upon reaching the next level, she might even have access to resource trees that produced energy fruits. Given the abundance of high-tier beasts in the Great Beast City, many males were likely to be hoarding energy fruits for the day they found their mates. Once the news of her trading goods was out, she was confident she could obtain some energy fruits. Muda nodded. "How much can one energy fruit be exchanged for?" Nan Mozhen pondered for a moment before replying. One energy fruit could be exchanged for 10 large bee skin bags of rice. She gestured toward a bee skin bag over a meter high in the corner or enough cotton to make 3 quilts. Or 20 bags of coal. Additionally, I could offer some fruits, vegetables, and seeds. Mu sat on a nearby stone block, propping his arm and pondering for a moment before saying, if we are to exchange items, it will be best to deal directly with the city lord. The stock of energy fruits in the stone fortress is surely abundant. Nan Mozhen did not counter his suggestion. Instead, she replied, then I shall go tomorrow by myself to find Ruaixu. Muda replied, His words serve as a reminder to her. Previously, when she was foraging in the small forest outside the city, Ruaixu and her companions had already realized that their beast souls possessed storage space as a non-combat ability. The power of space was hardly intimidating. However, in terms of resource storage, the spatial ability could prove immensely beneficial, with its efficacy contingent upon the size of the space. If the orcs of the Great Bee City were to discover that they possessed a vast storage capacity filled with numerous supplies, the situation could turn precarious. While reducing his own exposure through the city lord, it could be made to seem as though the city lord initiated the exchange of goods. After all, the city lord had a partner. He would not resort to confining Ruaixu merely to exploit her spatial abilities. After careful consideration, Nan Mozhen made her decision. The following day, she prepared rice balls and dried fruits that she had crafted with her own hands before heading to the stone fortress. Aside from the rooms belonging to the city lord, Ruaixu, and her other companions, the public areas of the fortress were accessible, though orc guards were stationed everywhere. Upon entering the fortress, Nan Mozhen did not venture deeper, but instead walked toward the small pond in the distance. The light snowfall from the previous night had left a thin layer of snow on the ground, resembling white frost. The pond was sizable and the water crystal clear, with stone steps piled around its edges. Curiously observing, Nan Mozhen concluded that such pristine water must be for drinking. Ruaixu came running down from the fortress upon hearing her approach, her face bright with a smile. Zhen, Uve come. Today they're going on a hunting expedition, so the Great Bee City will be rather quiet for a while. Ruaixu expressed her discontent, noting that several of her companions would be participating in the hunt. Nan Mozhen chuckled lightly. The hunt won't take long. They will return soon to the city lord joining the hunt. I actually have something I wish to discuss with you all today. Ruaixu took her hand and led her into the stone fortress, while Muda followed at a distance, trailing behind until they reached an open-air balcony on the second floor. There, the city lord, Yifu, was conversing with a male figure sporting long green hair. Nan Mozhen paused, momentarily taken aback by the vibrant green Yifu. It seems Zhen has something to discuss with you, Ruaixu announced. Both Yifu and the green-haired male turned to regard her. Previously, when Nan Mozhen had encountered Yifu while foraging for wild fruits and vegetables outside the city, he had remained in his beast form. She had not expected him to appear so chillingly handsome in human form, exuding a cold, bloodthirsty aura akin to that of a serpent. However, when his gaze fell upon Ruaixu, his expression softened instantly in stark contrast to Yifu's icy demeanor. The green-haired male exuded warmth and gentleness. His lips curved into a subtle smile, creating a striking juxtaposition between the two. As Yifu shifted his attention from Ruaixu to Nan Mozhen, the warmth that had briefly surfaced in his eyes receded, replaced by an indifferent inquiry. What is it you wish to discuss? Instinctively, Nan Mozhen glanced at the green-haired male. Why, Yifu introduced. This is our city's priest, you see. Taken aback, Nan Mozhen scrutinized Yusi, locking eyes with his enigmatic, smiling gaze, which stirred an indescribable feeling within her. In the Great Bee City, as well as other major cities, aside from the powerful leaders, there existed priests with special abilities to communicate with beast gods. Her, Yusi posed a greater threat than Yifu. She felt uncertain, worrying whether Yusi might discern her true identity, that she was not a female of this world. Hesitating, she found herself at a loss for words, as the presence of Yusi complicated her premeditated plans. The two males regarded her with confused expressions. Yusi smiled and said, If my presence makes it difficult for you to speak, I shall take my leave. He took a step away and then turned to Nan Mozhen. I hope that once you conclude your discussion with the city lord, you will come find me. I wish to talk about your matters. The pang of anxiety gripped her heart, and before she could respond, UC exited. Yi Fu and Rui Shui exchanged glances at the sight of UC disappearing down the distant staircase, showing little reaction. Zhen, you may speak now. Are you considering moving to the inner district? Rui Shui inquired. Nan Mozhen shook her head. I am quite comfortable residing in the outer district and do not wish to relocate to the inner district. I came to see the city lord today, to exchange a few items. Yi Fu, aware of her spatial capabilities and the likely abundance of her possessions, nodded slightly. What do you require? Energy fruits, she replied, but Yi Fu pondered for a moment before responding, from the aura of your beast's soul. I can deduce that your partner is a 5th-tier tiger beast. 5th-tier beasts are classified as high-tier and can access locations where energy fruits grow. Nan Mozhen affirmed, somewhat helplessly stating, I have only one partner and do not wish to seek others. My constitution is quite weak, and I require a substantial amount of energy fruits to strengthen it. Otherwise, it will hinder my ability to bear offspring. The veterinarian has warned that a poor constitution may lead to the loss of cubs. Yi Fu and Rui Shui instinctively exchanged glances. This was indeed true. Many females in the great beast city suffered from frail health, leading to the loss of their cubs mid-pregnancy. For weak females, it was exceedingly difficult to successfully give birth, and if they did, the chances of survival were slim. They had no doubts about Nan Mozhen's words. One partner could only provide a limited number of energy fruits, and they would also need to care for her to obtain a substantial quantity of energy fruits. Exchanges with other orcs would be necessary. What do you have in your storage? Yi Fu inquired. Nan Mozhen replied, rice, cotton, some fruits and vegetables, and coal. Once ignited, coal can emit a high temperature, making it ideal for heating during the cold winter months, even superior to burning firewood. Yi Fu remarked, keep some for yourself to survive the winter. Bring out any excess you wish to exchange, and I will assess the quantity to determine how many energy fruits I will offer in return. Nan Mozhen complied, retrieving a significant amount of rice, cotton, and coal from her storage, along with some cabbages and corn, which she had in abundance. Finally, she also presented the rice balls and dried fruits she had prepared for Rui Shui. Rui Shui caught the items, unable to suppress her laughter, clearly delighted by the gesture. Her joy seemed to lift Yi Fu's spirits as well. Yi Fu examined the animal skin bags containing the items, assessing their contents. Is this all the dried fruits you have? He asked, slightly frowning. There are some fresh ones, but with winter upon us, there hasn't been enough sunlight for drying. Nan Mozhen replied with a dry laugh. Yes, there wasn't much dry before. This is all I have. However, it's no issue if there's no sun. They can be dried by the campfire as well. Her words. Yi Fu's furrowed brow relaxed, and he surveyed the pile of items on the ground before stating, I will exchange 3 energy fruits for your goods. Nan Mozhen did not refuse, as this aligned closely with her previous estimates. Yi Fu summoned several orcs to transport the items to the storage room, and subsequently handed her 3 energy fruits. Gazing at the small fruits, radiating a gentle glow in her palm, Nan Mozhen carefully stored them in her spatial area. Rui Shui, gleefully munching on dried grapes, exclaimed, the priest isn't looking for you. I'll take you to him. Though hesitant, Nan Mozhen could not resist Rui Shui's enthusiasm and allowed herself to be led to a stone house at the back of the fortress, where UC resided. UC hasn't yet taken a mate. Rui Shui chuckled, pushing her into the stone house. As the door closed behind them, darkness enveloped the space. The room was dimly lit, with only a few windows ajar in the distance, allowing faint rays of sunlight to trickle in, insufficient to illuminate the entire stone house. Priest, are you there? She leaned against the door, calling softly. Yes, came a gentle response, as UC emerged from a nearby room. The corner draped with black animal skins, the dim light obscuring the presence of another chamber. UC walked slowly to the window, opening the half-closed panes, and the influx of light brightened the room considerably. He turned to face her, his expression warm and inviting. Would you like to come sit? Nan Mozhen shook her head gently. Yusi did not press the matter further. Instead, he leaned lightly against the window, the breeze lifting his green hair in a graceful dance, imbuing his entire demeanor with a tranquil warmth. For reasons unknown, Nan Mozhen felt that this individual differed from the beastmen, possessing an unmistakable human-like quality. There was an enigmatic aura surrounding this male. During the recent ritual, the beast god had mentioned a gift bestowed upon them, yet he had not specified what it was. That it was only upon seeing you just now that I recognized you as the gift the beast god referred to. Yusi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the swirling winds outside. Nan Mozhen's heart tightened. Oh, what does that mean? Do not be so anxious. I harbor no intention of harming you, Yusi reassured. Turning to observe her tense demeanor, as a priest, I have always possessed extraordinary wisdom, allowing me to comprehend matters unknown to other beastmen, as well as to communicate with the beast god and learn of events from other realms. Therefore, Zhen, do not regard me with hostility. I will not harm you, nor divulge your identity, that I will protect you. Should you ever wish to leave the great beast city, you are free to go. I will not impose any demand upon you. His words were sincere and deliberate. Nan Mozhen pressed her lips together and inquired softly, "What else did the beast god say?" Yusi replied, "He stated that no harm should come to you. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Then you should heed the beast god's words. I have no desire to harm you. I simply wish to live in peace," Nan Mozhen stated candidly. Those with the unique abilities of a priest often perceive things invisible to others. Yusi smiled silently, evidently in agreement with her sentiments. "That I hope you can place your trust in me." The beast god warned that the great beast city is not your eternal refuge, but rather a perilous realm that could bring you harm. "If that day arrives, I shall protect you and lead you away." As he spoke, Yusi's expression grew grave. Nan Mozhen narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing that this individual had not disclosed the entirety of his thoughts. The extent of the information he had gleaned from the beast god was likely known only to him, and it was certainly more than what he had already revealed. "What do you seek?" Yusi's lips curled into a smile. "I desire the survival and proliferation of my kind." She looked puzzled. "What troubles your kind?" Yusi's expression darkened as he lowered his gaze. "Our Greenfield butterfly clan finds it exceedingly difficult to reproduce. Females struggle to successfully bear offspring, leading to a significant decline in our population." Nan Mozhen's countenance betrayed her discomfort. "I am not a veterinarian, nor do I possess any special abilities. There is little I can do in this regard. Infertility is a complex issue that cannot be easily explained, and the myriad reasons behind it are far too numerous for mere words to convey," she added, unable to resolve the situation with just a few sentences. Yusi managed a bittersweet smile. "Indeed, even the veterinarians cannot provide answers. Females often perish unexpectedly during pregnancy, and no one can ascertain the cause. I have previously sought the beast god's assistance, but he merely implied that it is our own flaw. Though we remain ignorant of the reason, the beast god's vague guidance leaves me at a loss. That I believe you might possess the means to help our clan avert extinction." Understanding his implication, Nan Mozhen contemplated for a moment before responding, "We can eliminate certain possibilities. That if feasible, you may bring a few pregnant females to me for care. And, additionally, does your clan have a veterinarian? If so, please bring one as well." Upon hearing her words, Yusi's expression brightened. "Very well. I shall arrange it upon my return. There are several females in the great beast city who are mated with our butterfly kin." "I can only do my utmost," she replied. "Your willingness to intervene brings me great joy," Yusi said softly. "Please keep my matters confidential, and I shall do my best to investigate the reasons behind your clan's predicament. This shall remain our secret." Yusi smiled, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Yes, our secret. Very well. I shall take my leave now, and we shall speak again should any matters arise," Nan Mozhen concluded, opening the door to step outside. Upon exiting, she spotted Shui waiting at a distance, while Yifu gazed at her with an infatuated expression, causing her lips to twitch in amusement. As she approached, Shui greeted her with a smile. "Ah, it's such a pity you did not become mates with Yusi," Nan Mozhen replied. "I did not come to him for that purpose." "Does Yusi wish to pursue you?" Yifu inquired casually. She shook her head, casually remarking, "He mentioned that my constitution is quite weak and that I should take care to avoid complications in bearing offspring." and other such matters. Why Yifu's expression turned serious. The matter of females bearing offspring is no triviality. It is of great importance. Nan Mozhen shrugged helplessly. Then I suppose I could utilize my space to store more supplies in exchange for energy fruits with you all. If that works, Yifu did not refuse. That is acceptable. Thus, a pathway to acquire energy fruits was established. Outside, the snowfall intensified, and sensing the time was right, Yifu went to gather the beastmen in preparation for their hunting expedition in the deep plains. Shui also needed to bid farewell to her companions, leaving little time for further conversation with Nan Mozhen. Zhen, in a few days, we shall go dig for winter bamboo shoots that I will call for you then, Shui announced. Nan Mozhen nodded in agreement. Yifu transformed into his beast form and departed with Shui from the stone fortress. Nan Mozhen leisurely exited the stone fortress, reuniting with muah, who had been resting outside, and together they returned to the outer district. Upon their arrival, the air was filled with the thunderous roars of beasts and the resounding sounds of their galloping hooves, signaling the departure of the hunting team. The great beast city boasted a multitude of beastmen, and the sheer number participating in the hunt created an awe-inspiring spectacle. Ba was also among the hunting team this year, receiving a heartfelt farewell from Wen Li at the city gates. Witnessing their distant yet affectionate exchange stirred feelings within Nan Mozhen, and she couldn't help but think of Huairong. Back in her stone dwelling, she sat beside the campfire to warm herself. Seizing a moment when muah was preoccupied, she retrieved an energy fruit from her storage space for the system to absorb. After consuming one, the system displayed no reaction, prompting her to offer another. Shortly thereafter, the system provided an upgrade notification. Congratulations, host! The system level has increased by 11 levels, granting you the energy fruit tree, potato tree. An iron or tree. Nan Mozhen excitedly opened the system screen, her joy evident as she beheld the tree laden with fruits of various hues. The fruits produced by the system's designated resource tree differed from those she had acquired here. In this world, there were two types of energy fruits. One found in the frost forest during winter, which was white, and the other obtained from the lava mountains in summer, which was red. The energy fruits she had exchanged with Yifu were all white, as the frost forest was conveniently located near the deep plains, a favored spot among males for energy fruit hunting during the hunting season. The resource tree, however, bore fruits of myriad colors, slightly larger than those from the frost forest, akin to the size of eggs. Observing a small sign hanging from the trunk, she read several lines detailing the fruit's benefits. Red fruit enhances strength. Yellow fruit strengthens constitution. Green fruit beautifies and nourishes the skin. Purple fruit promotes longevity. White fruit neutralizes toxins. Blue fruit increases chances of having sons. Pink fruit increases chances of having daughters. Nan Mozhen's lips twitched. The tree bore a comprehensive array of fruits, each with distinct benefits. Impressive indeed. With the energy fruit tree established, Nan Mozhen felt a sense of relief wash over her. She plucked a green fruit, meant for beautification, and took a bite. It was crisp and sweet, reminiscent of a medley of fruits, and the flavor was quite delightful. The refreshing juice slid down her throat, enveloping her in a sensation of clarity, soon followed by a warm embrace. Sitting there with her eyes closed, she took a moment to relax, and when she opened them again, she felt an unparalleled comfort wash over her. Initially believing that a single energy fruit would not yield significant effects, she was taken aback when, after waking from her afternoon nap, muah stared at her in disbelief as she emerged from her small room. Zhen, your skin appears remarkably fair, he exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment. Nan Mozhen paused, instinctively glancing at her arms, and was surprised to find her skin indeed appeared several shades lighter, particularly smoother, with her pores nearly invisible. Oh my goodness! What about my face? Does it look good? She inquired, touching her cheeks. Muah replied earnestly, You are already quite beautiful. Nan Mozhen, with a vain smile, seated herself beside the bonfire. Previously, I had exchanged some items with the city lord and acquired an energy fruit, of which I consumed one. Muah, in a moment of realization, remarked, No wonder. The power contained within the energy fruit is immensely potent, capable of transforming many things. I shall venture to Lava Mountain next summer to seek out more energy fruits. Nan Mozhen replied, as a fire-type ability user, your heat resistance is quite strong. Thus, Lava Mountain is indeed the most suitable destination for you. Encouraged, muah nodded and, with his tiger-like eyes sparkling, inquired, would you like one? The energy fruits from Lava Mountain and Frost Forest appear quite different. Those from Lava Mountain are red and exceptionally beautiful. Nan Mozhen, with a serious expression, stated, regardless of whether it is from Lava Mountain or Frost Forest, I only desire the energy fruits given to me by Huairong, as well as those I have obtained through my own exchanges. Rejected in his attempt to ingratiate himself, muah let out a pitiful sound, lowering his ears as he plopped down onto the ground. Nan Mozhen cast a glance at him, but said nothing. As evening approached, the snow ceased falling. The day had seen a continuous snowfall, resulting in a delicate layer of accumulation. The snow on the roads had been cleared by the beastmen, yet the rooftops remained blanketed in white, with winter's chill striking fiercely. While Nan Mozhen prepared dinner, Wenli approached to invite her to join for a meal. After some contemplation, she agreed and accompanied Wenli to the open space outside to cook, along the main street of the great bee city. There are numerous spots resembling small parks, equipped with bonfire pits, ideal for the beastmen to gather and enjoy barbecuing and recreation. With winter's arrival, fewer beastmen played outside. They found a vacant spot near a bonfire to cook their food. The task of tending the fire was entrusted to Wenli's partner, Weir. Wenli had 3 partners in total. Ruah had gone hunting, leaving only Weir and Eamon, both young and formidable males, observing the crackling fire. Wenli's gaze appeared somewhat distant, as though she harbored unspoken worries. Nan Mozhen glanced at Weir and Eamon. Both were expressionless as they prepared for dinner, their demeanor not particularly cheerful. Gently, she touched muah, who was crouched behind her slicing meat, and quietly asked, what is the situation with them? Muah glanced at the distracted Wenli and replied, I heard that Wenli has been bullied by Mei Si and her group in the inner district. Ruah and the others often clash with Mei Si's partners. Mei Si is exceedingly domineering, while Wenli's character is too gentle, causing many females to fear being targeted by Mei Si and thus avoid befriending her. The keen hearing of the males nearby, Weir and Eamon, caught wind of their conversation, their expressions darkening. When I am not by your side, do not mingle with them. Mei Si is the most arrogant among the females in Great Bee City. Although you're not easily provoked, she has many partners, muah cautioned. Nan Mozhen pondered this and asked, are Mei Si's partners formidable? Muah responded, she has 6 partners. Among them are 2 6th-tier beasts, 2 5th-tier beasts, and 2 4th-tier beasts. Quite impressive. Their tier distribution is rather balanced. Muah, somewhat exasperated, added, is that what you were concerned about? With a light laugh, Nan Mozhen replied, I can fight with males. What more with females? I am not afraid. Muah had no retort. Few females on this continent would dare to engage in fierce battles with males, and she was indeed formidable, earning his admiration. Wenli seems quite fond of you. Muah ventured tentatively. Nan Mozhen responded nonchalantly. She is rather endearing. However, if you frequently spend time with her, you might become a target for Mei S. If Mei Si wouldn't target me, just because I don't often play with Wenli. The crux of the matter is that Mei Si has long since placed her on her list of adversaries. Seeking trouble is merely a matter of time. Muah observed Wenli's delicate and pitiable face, feeling a pang of sympathy, only to be startled by his own thoughts. Why was he entertaining such notions? He vigorously shook his head, focusing intently on slicing the meat. Nan Mozhen produced a bag of raisins and placed it in Wenli's hands. Startled from her reverie, Wenli jumped, only to relax and smile awkwardly upon realizing it was Nan Mozhen. Jun, I apologize. I was lost in thought. Nan Mozhen gently patted her hand and said, do not overthink it. Wenli nodded, glancing down at the small bee skin bag, a smile breaking across her face. She ceased her distractions, opened the bag, and began to enjoy the raisins. With the onset of winter, the chill was not yet severe. To simplify matters, Nan Mozhen opted for hot pot for dinner. Wenli had multiple partners and a substantial stock of meat, so they brought out a considerable amount. Nan Mozhen provided the vegetables and seasonings, as a vegetarian beastman. Wenli typically favored plant-based dishes, but would occasionally indulge in some lean meat, avoiding anything too greasy or spicy to accommodate Wen Li's dietary preferences. Nan Mozhen prepared a clear broth base, simmering bones to create the stock. The broth was light, complemented by several dipping sauces. The fresh vegetables and thinly sliced meat, enjoyed amidst the lightly accumulated snow, created a delightful atmosphere. The thin meat slices left the males somewhat unsatisfied, leading them to grill their own meat nearby. As the weather grew colder, the experience of savoring steaming hot pot would surely be even more delightful. In a surprisingly good mood, Nan Mozhen slid a pair of meat slices onto Wen Li's plate, remarking, "Next time, let's have hot pot together." Wen Li's face flushed with happiness as she nodded, her tone tinged with anticipation. "Very well," Nan Mozhen agreed. As they feasted, the sky darkened, and numerous beastmen gathered at the adjacent bonfire pit for their own meal. Some daring single males approached to flirt, only to be met with Muah's sharp rebuke. Nan Mozhen understood Muah's intentions were to protect her, but in doing so, he inadvertently drove away Wen Li's admirers, prompting the little lamb to regard him with a transformed expression. Unfazed, Nan Mozhen scrutinized them, her eyebrows lifting as a bold idea began to form. Just as she contemplated this daring notion, her gaze unexpectedly locked with Weir's too. I cast a few glances at Wen Li and Muah, seemingly sharing her audacious thought. They exchanged a brief look before resuming their meal in silence. After their hot pot meal, Nan Mozhen shared a watermelon for everyone to enjoy. By the end, she could eat no more and collapsed onto the ground to rest. Jun, aren't you afraid with your partner absent and only Muah beside you?" Wen Li asked softly, kneeling beside her. Nan Mozhen lazily replied, "What is there to fear? If I am afraid, I can simply summon my beast spirit to fight. If I can win, I shall. If not, I will flee. I take care of myself and live however I please." Wen Li was taken aback by her carefree outlook, envy flickering in her eyes as she bowed her head. Feeling a tinge of inferiority, "Have Mei Si and her group been bullying you?" Nan Mozhen suddenly inquired bluntly, catching the attention of the three males nearby. Wen Li's face paled, her lips trembling in fear. Nan Mozhen continued, "Sometimes your forbearance only emboldens others to act more ruthlessly. What is there to fear? If worst comes to worst, we can leave Great Beast City. There are so many tribes and other cities outside. Why should we endure such treatment?" She sat up, casting a mischievous grin at Wen Li. "Otherwise, how about we team up to confront Mei Si?" Wen Li gazed at her in astonishment, her mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. Before hastily shaking her head, "One of her partners is the city lord's brother. No one dares to bully Mei Si in Great Beast City." Nan Mozhen feigned surprise. "Is that so powerful? Ruei is not this domineering." Wen Li fell silent, unsure what to say. "From now on, whether you have matters or not, play with me. If Mei Si dares to bully you, I will handle her. I am quite curious about her true capabilities," Nan Mozhen said with a smile, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Wen Li understood that Nan Mozhen intended to protect her, but voiced her concerns. "It is common for females to quarrel. Usually, it ends with their males fighting. I am timid and do not wish for my partner to get hurt, so I endure as much as I can. As long as I do not resist, she will not escalate her bullying." Nan Mozhen could not help but roll her eyes at her. While her words held truth, "People tend to bully the weak," she retorted. "Do you not consider that your partner might feel more humiliated by your suffering than by losing a duel or getting injured against other males?" As Wen Li's eyes reddened, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Nan Mozhen remarked, "When I first laid eyes on you, I felt a profound envy. Though you had no partner by your side, only a suitor, you managed to care for yourself so splendidly, unyielding and resilient. I aspire to emulate you." Wen Li articulated the reason for her closeness. Gazing up at the pitch-black night sky, Nan Mozhen replied, "No matter how hard you strive, you can never be like me. Each individual is unique. Even imitation cannot yield an exact replica. Do not dwell on becoming like others. Simply live authentically." To the surge of unexpressed gratitude flooded Wen Li's heart. Jun, thank you for not despising me." With a light chuckle, Nan Mozhen responded, "What is there to despise? I find you utterly charming. There is something I've longed to do. I touch your horns." The female of Wen Li's kind possessed small, delicate horns resembling charming hair accessories, unlike the robust and formidable horns of the males. Wenli hesitated for a moment, her cheeks flushed before slowly inclining her head closer. Nan Mozhen, filled with excitement, sat up and reached out to touch the horns. Heaven knows the expressions of the three males nearby were quite the spectacle. For beast folk, sensitive areas such as ears, tails, and horns are typically reserved for their own partners. The sight of Nan Mozhen touching Wenli's horns stirred a complex mix of emotions within the males. Nan Mozhen's surprise. The horns were warm to the touch, and the sensation was delightful. Observing Wenli's docile demeanor made her feel as though she were tending to a little lamb. The thought of raising her crossed her mind, unifying the beastly world, starting with the females, as an abundance of females would better attract males. Thus, she resolved that she would protect this little female. After relishing the sensation a bit longer, she was interrupted by a familiar, acerbic voice from the path nearby. Why does it seem so disgusting? Mei and her companions passed by these words. Wenli's expression changed abruptly. Nan Mozhen met Mei's disdainful gaze and calmly retorted, "It's not you I'm touching, so spare me the superfluous commentary." Mei glared at her, teeth clenched. "This is the great beast city." With a nonchalant arch of her brow, Nan Mozhen replied, "I am aware. So what? Do you intend to expel me? How impressive." Mei's fury was palpable, her already acerbic features contorting further in anger. Before she could unleash her wrath, her own companions managed to calm her down. Whatever they said, she shot a venomous glare at Nan Mozhen and departed. Such an impressive feat to incite Mei's ire. Wenli gazed at Nan Mozhen with admiration. Nan Mozhen merely chuckled softly, rising to dust herself off. That it was evident that Mei was not one to maintain her composure. In other words, her depth was rather shallow, just a female spoiled by indulgence. Well then, let us return home and rest. It has grown somewhat chilly. With the night deepening and temperatures dropping, living next door was indeed convenient. She could return home on the same path. After exchanging pleasantries with Nan Mozhen at her doorstep, Wenli followed Eamon inside. Meanwhile, while beckoned to Nan Mozhen, he glanced at the silent muah waiting nearby, who, after a few moments of contemplation, turned and entered the stone house. The bonded males would not act inappropriately towards other females, a fact that brought him some reassurance. Perhaps he intended to discuss Wenli. Nan Mozhen, observing Wile's hesitance, inquired, "What is it you wish to tell me?" Wile glanced at her stone house and asked, "Is muah your suitor?" "No," she replied firmly. Wile regarded her with a complex expression and continued, "You live together. Sharing a house does not equate to sharing a nest. I was transported here after being attacked by other beast folk, and he entered the teleportation array alongside me. We belong to the same tribe and share a good relationship. But there are no other implications that if you were in my position, seeing a familiar female partner unattended, would you not also lend a hand?" This rhetorical question dispelled Wile's lingering doubts. He nodded and shifted the topic. "Thank you for treating Wenli so kindly." "Not at all. We all get along well. Let us play again tomorrow." She waved her hand casually as she entered her small yard and made her way inside to rest. Once inside, muah did not inquire further and, as usual, helped to boil some water. While bathing, Nan Mozhen pondered the situation. Wile had likely noticed Wenli's changing demeanor towards muah, and tonight's inquiry about her relationship with him was likely a verification. If muah were to become her suitor or partner, Wenli's burgeoning affection would find no reciprocation. After all, muah favored females with long black hair, while Wenli sported soft, beige curls. The disparity was considerable. How could she possibly facilitate a match? Nan Mozhen fell into deep contemplation. This conundrum kept her awake through the night, leading to a late rise in the morning. By the time she emerged, muah, shoveling snow in the yard, informed her, "This morning Rui Shui came looking for you. She wanted you to join her outside the city to gather bamboo shoots. When she saw you still asleep, she decided to leave without you." The corners of Nan Mozhen's mouth twitched. She had completely forgotten about it. Rui Shui had mentioned it the previous day at the stone fortress, but she had slept too late to rise early. Seeing her disheartened expression, muah added, "Bamboo shoots pressed under the snow during winter are particularly delicious, as long as one knows where to look They can be gathered throughout the winter, unless the snowfall is heavy. Everyone will go to gather them. You can accompany Rue Xuan next time. I could see his words. Nan Mozhen's mood lightened slightly. Muda chose to remain by Nan Mozhen's side, spending nearly all his time in the stone house aside from hunting. In contrast, when Li's partners, Wal and Amen, took turns accompanying her. Just then, Amen returned from hunting and informed Wal inside the house. He then called out to Muda by the fence. Muda, the stone fortress is distributing wild vegetables. Every female can collect some. Hurry over to help Junjun pick a few. Otherwise, all that will be left are the less flavorful ones. This was a reminder from a male who had lived in the great bee city for several years. Muda acknowledged and turned to Nan Mozhen, asking, Junjun, what wild vegetables do you want? Nan Mozhen replied calmly, just pick whatever you think is best. All right, Muda transformed into a white tiger and dashed off. Meanwhile, when Li, who had been pestering Wal to take her over, noticed Muda heading there and asked, is Junjun not going? Muda paused and said, she woke up late and is eating. She won't be going. Wenli nodded, choosing not to press further, while transformed into his beast form and led Wenli along, with Amen joining them. Since they were all departing together, Muda followed suit, and they all headed to the stone fortress to collect wild vegetables. Once again, it was evident that a tribe's strength depends not only on the power of its leader, but also on the sufficient number of females. Tribes tend to take good care of their females, especially in large tribes where various benefits and provisions are extended to them. In the Great Bee City, females are frequently provided with supplies. Not only local females, but even those from neighboring areas visiting have shared that it is said that many females are drawn to such benefits and ultimately become residents of the Great Bee City. Nan Mozhen, having just awakened and feeling hungry, had little interest in joining the commotion. The resources in her storage were ample for winter. The offerings from the stone fortress were of little concern to her. After filling her belly and simmering some bone broth, it was quite some time before Muda returned. His body marked with numerous wounds and his white fur stained with blood, he entered quietly. Placing the vine basket he had been carrying at her feet, then lay down beside her to tend to his wounds, that a tightness gripped Nan Mozhen's heart. Disregarding the contents of the basket, she crouched beside him to examine his injuries. What happened? Did you get into a fight? With Mei Si's partner. In this great bee city, she could think of no one else. The injuries were superficial, varying in severity, but thankfully they had all stopped bleeding. She swiftly retrieved some medicine and applied it to his wounds. Muda, somewhat resistant, shifted his body and said, you can keep the medicine for yourself. Males are not so delicate. I'll recover in a few days. Silence. Lie still. With that, Muda had no choice but to comply, obediently lying still for her treatment. His gaze drifted to the air as he spoke softly. The stone fortress is distributing wild vegetables. When Li went there and encountered Mei Si, Mai Sai bullied Wenli, and when Wenli retorted, Mai Sai attempted to strike her, leading to a physical altercation that I felt a surge of indignation at the sheer malice of such a female. Although Nan Mozhen is known for her ferocity, she only engages in combat with the males who torment her, but does not deliberately bully other females. Yet, Mai Sai's behavior was undeniably overbearing. Of course, he refrained from expressing his true feelings about Nan Mozhen, as his initial fondness had long since faded, replaced by an understanding that she was a female he could not control. After listening to Muda's words, Nan Mozhen grasped the situation. To her surprise, Muda had also entered the fray. Was Wenli unharmed? Yes, she had emerged unscathed. Not allowing Mai Sai to touch her at all, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. Though she hesitated to speak, ultimately, she said nothing and helped him tend to his wounds. Nan Mozhen contemplated for a moment and stood up, intending to check on Wenli when she saw her approaching with tear-filled eyes. Wenli stood at the entrance of the stone house, gazing at Nan Mozhen with watery eyes, saying, Jinjin, I want to see Muda. Nan Mozhen nodded and instinctively stepped outside, leaving them space. Once Wenli entered, she gently closed the door behind her. Weil and Amen were in the adjacent yard, both adorned with injuries, their expressions forlorn due to their partners seeking the company of other males. Nan Mozhen shrugged helplessly, feeling that there was little more she could do. She squatted in the yard, playing with the snow, faintly hearing Wenli's sobs and Muda's helpless reassurances of don't cry, don't cry. Several times, she felt an overwhelming urge to rush in and press their heads together for a kiss. Such disputes among females, leading to their partners getting involved in fights, typically do not attract the attention of other males unless they are suitors of either party. Loyalty, in such matters, is non-existent. Yet Muah's intervention to protect Winley indicated that he harbored some feelings for her. Perhaps unbeknownst to himself, as he impulsively rushed to her aid upon witnessing her distress, it remained to be seen what sort of gossip would emerge from this incident. As for my side, the eradication of malevolent influences is a shared responsibility among both humans and beastmen. After some time, Winley emerged with red eyes and a flushed face, feeling even more embarrassed upon seeing Nan Mozhen in the yard. "Jinjin, I have something I wish to discuss with you," Muah called out from the doorway. Nan Mozhen rose and returned indoors. The two sat by the campfire, with Muah nervously tugging at his bee-skin skirt, as though it might come undone with the slightest effort. Nan Mozhen rolled her eyes in exasperation and spoke first. "Do you intend to bond with Winley?" Muah nodded, then shook his head, looking at her anxiously. Nan Mozhen felt an extreme sense of frustration, akin to a mother opposing her son's choice of a partner. She sighed. "I made it clear to you before. In this lifetime, I have Huairong, and that is sufficient. That I appreciate your care during this time. If you wish to bond with Winley and reside with her, I will not stand in your way." Muah appeared conflicted and quietly asked, "I once had feelings for you, and now I like Winley. Would you consider me an unreliable male? Your reliability is of no concern to me, as I am not your mate. If Winley finds you dependable and has affections for you, that is what matters," she replied. Muah contemplated this and then asked, "Jinjin, do you dislike me?" Nan Mozhen shook her head. "Not at all. Initially, you did not harbor any strong feelings for me. It was merely a common reaction many males exhibit upon seeing an attractive female, especially since I am quite beautiful," she unabashedly added. Muah chuckled, clearly in agreement. Yet his expression wavered as he continued, "If I bond with Winley, I may find it inappropriate to visit you as often, and you will be alone." Without hesitation, Nan Mozhen declared, "I can take care of myself. You will merely be next door, that if I require assistance, I will call for you." Muah nodded in relief, though he fell silent for a few moments, his lips moving as if he wished to speak, but ultimately refrained. Nan Mozhen, slightly exasperated, said, "Do not hesitate. You need not feel undue pressure regarding our relationship. We are not involved in any romantic ambiguity. I am capable of looking after myself, and Huairong should arrive shortly." Muah acquiesced, falling silent thereafter. During his recovery, he stayed in Nan Mozhen's stone house for 2 more days. After that, he packed his belongings and energetically set out to hunt. Nan Mozhen realized he was preparing to move to Winley's side. A sense of inexplicable reluctance washed over her at the thought of her foolish son leaving her. While Muah was out hunting, she took the opportunity to gather various items from her storage space and place them beside his belongings. When Muah returned, he was both astonished and touched. In his tiger form, he carried a woven basket in his mouth, filled with freshly cleaned game. After placing the basket by the campfire, he shifted back to his human form. "Jinjin, thank you," he said sincerely, looking at her. Nan Mozhen, seated on a stone, waved her hand dismissively. She had prepared a substantial amount of coal, ginseng, cotton, and various fruits and vegetables. Fresh produce does not have a long shelf life, but it could be dried for preservation. Winley was adept at handling vegetables, so she was not concerned about overpacking and risking spoilage. Muah accepted her gifts, making several trips to move the items next door, and finally stood at the doorway, saying, "Jinjin, if you need anything, let me know. When Huairong returns, I will discuss it with him." Unable to contain her laughter, Nan Mozhen replied, "All right, if you find yourself short on coal or similar supplies over at Winley's, just let me know that I have plenty," was all she said further, turning away from the entrance as Muah glanced back a few times before departing. Nan Mozhen let out a subtle sigh of relief. Her gaze fixed on the campfire. Although Muah's swift progression towards finding true love felt somewhat abrupt, it was undoubtedly a positive development, and she wished them well. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but critique how males were so easily swayed by the tears and softness of females. Had Winley not come to him in tears, their relationship might not have advanced so quickly. With Muah now residing in Winley's stone house, Their relationship was solidified, and it was merely a matter of time before they officially bonded. Muah would then become another's male partner, necessitating a respectful distance between him and Nan Mozhen. Especially, they could no longer share the same stone house, and unless there were exceptional circumstances, he would not be able to enter her dwelling again. Nan Mozhen placed a hand over her chest, missing her majestic white tiger. In the afternoon, with little to do, she tidied her home, marinating meat and drying wild vegetables and fruits by the campfire. As evening approached, while she was preparing dinner, she heard a male voice calling her from the yard. Puzzled, she walked to the door and saw a male with short green hair standing there. Recognizing the vibrant hue, she understood immediately. Zhenjin Lan's a male from the Greenfield butterfly tribe, as well as a veterinarian. The priest informed us that, per your request, we are relocating the pregnant females currently in Great Bee City to the adjacent stone house. Both are carrying our tribe's offspring. I appreciate your assistance, and should you need anything, please let me know. Lan spoke respectfully, clearly aware of her status. Nan Mozhen was taken aback for a moment. To her right was Winley, and the left side had been vacant until now. They had indeed chosen a convenient location. However, proximity would facilitate movement and ease any issues that might arise. After a brief moment of contemplation, she approached him and leaned in closer, whispering, "There's a matter unrelated to the females." Lands bent slightly, allowing her to speak into his ear, his expression serious as he replied, "Go on. If possible, please gather some jade stones for me. Natural stones that contain a significant amount of energy." "We have plenty," he responded. "You need not go out of your way to search for them. Just bring them back casually when you go hunting. Be discreet, and do not draw attention to it." "Understood. Aside from that, if the two females next door are able to move about comfortably, they should come here for every meal. Also, I need to know what they commonly eat. In other words, I want to be informed of everything they consume from now on. As I understand it, many females suffer miscarriages due to consuming inappropriate foods, such as hawthorn and koiks, which are unsuitable during pregnancy," Nan Mozhen elaborated. Lands appeared surprised, then enlightened. "So, those items are inadvisable?" "Some pregnant females have a penchant for sour foods, leading them to consume hawthorn. Since hawthorn is a wild fruit and non-toxic, many females partake in it without realizing the implications." Nan Mozhen found herself at a loss for words. She had previously contemplated whether the issue lay with the food, as some veterinarians possessed remarkable skills. Since no ailments could be identified and the little ones were not viable, she could only suspect a dietary problem. To her astonishment, her suspicions were confirmed. Upon receiving such significant news, Lance hurriedly spread the word, advising the pregnant females to refrain from consuming hawthorn and koik seeds. After Lance departed, Nan Mozhen turned to return indoors, only to catch sight of a white tiger peering curiously over the neighboring fence. As their eyes met, the tiger immediately broke into a grin. Without hesitation, she scooped up a handful of snow and playfully flung it at the tiger, the soft snowball bursting into a flurry upon impact. Having indulged in a bit of mischief, Nan Mozhen retreated inside to prepare a meal, as her new neighbors were coming over for dinner that evening, necessitating a larger spread. The Greenfield butterfly clan had a scarcity of females, and Yushur had specifically requested that Nan Mozhen pay special attention to those expecting butterfly offspring. When mealtime arrived, the enticing aroma wafting from the stone house lured the two neighboring females over. One was a young female from the Greenfield butterfly clan, appearing newly of age, who dashed over, causing the males behind her to pale with concern as they cautiously advised her to slow down. The other, a more mature female from the leopard clan, had several little white tigers trailing at her feet. Nan Mozhen welcomed them inside while the males waited outside. The little ones attempted to follow, but were sternly reprimanded by their fathers. As they whimpered in discontent, Nan Mozhen deftly scooped up the smallest white tiger, smiling as she said, "Let's play for a while." Its father, initially silent, nodded in agreement. Perhaps he considered that since Nan Mozhen's partner was also a large white tiger and she had yet to bear offspring, she might have a fondness for the little white tiger. Anticipating the possibility of having more in the future, be careful. They could be quite mischievous. Don't let them scratch you, the leopard female gently cautioned. Cradling the quiet little white tiger in her arms, Nan Mozhen replied, "I think it's so well behaved. It's because you carry the scent of a partner. unfamiliar scents can frighten the little ones, she added with a chuckle. So that's why it's too scared to move? Nan Mozhen couldn't help but laugh. Well, I'm not sure what you all enjoy eating, so I prepared a bit of everything. Feel free to eat whatever you like. And later let me know your preferences. I'll exclude any foods that aren't suitable during pregnancy. She gestured for them to sit on the wooden stumps arranged near the bonfire, where she had placed a small table in the center. The three of them, along with the little cub, settled down, and Nan Mozhen served some meat broth to the little tiger, all sharing the meal together. As they ate and conversed, Nan Mozhen learned about their circumstances. The young female from the Greenfield butterfly clan was named Doran and was 2 months pregnant. The more mature leopard female, named Yunli, was 4 months along and had previously given birth to 3 litters, all of which were males. Observing the stark contrast in their personalities, Nan Mozhen felt a twinge of concern. While Yunli seemed stable, Doran's exuberant demeanor, bouncing as she walked, was somewhat alarming. That I really want to have female cubs. Yunli confessed softly. The status and honor of females were contingent upon their ability to bear offspring, particularly females, which elevated their standing further. In this world, females were judged not by their lineage, but by their partners and the children they bore. Don't overthink it. Focus on nurturing your body. What if this pregnancy happens to yield a female? Nan Mozhen suggested, offering a piece of meat to the little white tiger at her feet. Having female cubs isn't that simple. Typically, a litter of females consists of just one, while males can have a whole brood. More cubs mean more fun and liveliness, Doran replied with a shrug. Yunli, somewhat resigned, remarked, You haven't given birth yet. Once you experience it, you'll understand that wanting more cubs isn't as appealing as it seems. The chaos they bring can be overwhelming. Doran laughed, playfully waving at Yunli's little tiger, but the little creature merely gave her a lazy glance. Showing no interest, I'll give you some meat, Doran persisted. The little white tiger remained unresponsive. Why not? She lamented. Yunli chuckled, explaining, You carry the scent of other cubs, which generally discourages little ones from approaching pregnant females. This protective instinct against harming females is deeply ingrained in the males, including the young cubs. Hearing this, Doran felt relieved and turned to Nan Mozhen, saying, Jinjin, feed it more and hold it close. Soon you'll have your own tiger cubs. Nan Mozhen smiled silently, uncertain if she could ever conceive. With Huairong absent, any desire to bear children felt futile. Aside from roasting meat, particularly large cuts over an open fire, something Nan Mozhen was not adept at, she was quite skilled in preparing other dishes, a talent that was highly regarded among the beastmen. Doran and Yunli enjoyed their meal immensely, and the little tiger was well fed, sprawled at Nan Mozhen's feet, snoring softly. She contemplated whether, should she and Huairong remain childless, she could adopt other little cubs as her own. Adoption and fostering were likely foreign concepts in the beast world, where the strong survived and many orphan cubs perished before they could fend for themselves. After feasting and chatting, Doran remarked, Jinjin, I find it warmer here than back home. Turning her gaze towards the house, her eyes fell upon the coal in the fire pit, and she curiously asked, Is that volcanic rock? Nan Mozhen was taken aback, surprised that she recognized volcanic stones. Yes, those stones release tremendous heat when ignited, providing warmth and cooking capabilities that I had my partner collect quite a bit. Doran and Yunli were fascinated. So that's how it's used? Yunli exclaimed, If you ever feel cold, you're welcome to take some from me. Nan Mozhen offered. Yunli shook her head that I'm not particularly sensitive to the cold. I don't need it for now. Doran added shyly, I do feel cold. All the females in my clan are quite sensitive to its still bearable now that winter has just begun, but as it gets colder, it becomes unbearable. I envy the females from other clans during winter. They can play in the snow while I have to wrap myself in animal skins by the fire to stay warm. Nan Mozhen empathized, recalling her own reluctance to venture out in the biting cold during winter. Playing in the snow is fun, but once it gets colder, we can gather indoors for games. The neighbor Winley is also a good friend. You can play with her as well. There are plenty of indoor games to enjoy. Doran's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded eagerly, showcasing her adorable little tiger teeth when she smiled. Pregnant females often felt drowsy, and after a while, noticing their sleepy expressions, Nan Mozhen encouraged them to take a pee as they reached the door. Each was swept up by their respective partners. The lively house fell silent once more, save for the little tiger snoring contentedly on the floor. After a while, Lance arrived. Zhenjin, Yunli said if you feel bored, you can have the little cub keep you company, if you don't mind. The little white tiger called out, opened its eyes and blinked at her with an adorable demeanor. All right, I'll take care of it for a few days, she replied with a smile. Lance smiled back. Doran and Yunli, along with their partners, are next door, but if anything arises on your end, just call out to me that I reside in the stone house adjacent to theirs, so feel free to summon me. Okay, she replied. After Lance departed, Nan Mozhen lifted the little white tiger and settled on the steps at the entrance, lost in thought, occasionally stroking its ears and tail, finding the small, furry creature irresistibly cute. It was indeed a delight to have a partner who was a white tiger, as all other white tigers appeared remarkably appealing to her. This little cub, freshly weaned, was the easiest to cuddle with. Being so small, it was completely oblivious to the nuances of companionship, allowing the female to touch it freely without concern. However, as it grew, such liberties would need to be curtailed. Nan Mozhen continued to play with the little tiger, grasping its tiny paws and waving them around. Initially, the little white tiger happily complied, but soon its enthusiasm waned, and it eventually resigned itself to being squished and kneaded, a resigned expression on its face. Is being a female so daunting these days? The little tiger seemed to sigh in despair. After playing for a while, Nan Mozhen began to feel drowsy and took the little white tiger into the small room to sleep. Initially, the little white tiger wished to curl up in that warm nest, but upon seeing the beast's soul on Nan Mozhen's chest flicker, an invisible pressure was released, which frightened it into a swift retreat, burrowing into a pile of hay outside. Nan Mozhen felt a pang of annoyance, but let it be, yawning as she lay down. Little one, don't run about or play with fire, not if you wish to go outside. Call for me, and I shall open the door. She had already secured the doors and windows. The little white tiger called out to her in a soft, childish voice from outside. Nan Mozhen paid it no mind and drifted off into slumber. However, upon awakening, she found the little white tiger had vanished, and a quick inquiry to the next room revealed that the little creature had ventured out on its T must have climbed out of the window, which was only half closed and easily pushed open. Nan Mozhen couldn't help but marvel at how agile the offspring of a beast was, effortlessly scaling the window, now that the little white tiger had returned. She felt at ease. After all, it was not her own kin. The bond was not as strong. In the evening, she continued to prepare dinner for Doran and Yun as the snowfall intensified in the afternoon. The ground became slippery, and it was said that many females had fallen while playing outside. Their companions did not dare let them venture out, instead sending representatives to fetch food. Nan Mozhen filled divided wooden plates with a variety of dishes, both meat and vegetables, along with a large bowl of meat soup, ample enough to satisfy them. She dined alone, cooking hot pot and roasting corn. In the following days, the snow continued to fall heavily, and the temperature plummeted, causing the females, especially those who were pregnant or vegetarian, to shun the outdoors, huddling inside to warm themselves by the fire. Each mealtime, Doran and Yunli's partners would come to collect their food, while the little cubs occasionally scampered over for a treat, arriving at regular intervals. Wenli would occasionally approach the fence to converse with Nan Mozhen, but the cold was too biting. She was soon whisked back indoors by muah. Nan Mozhen noticed a white tiger bee soul appearing on the back of Wenli's hand, a sign that she and Mu had officially bonded. How delightful! Life continued in this manner, regardless of the snow's ferocity or the coldness of the weather. The males ventured out daily to hunt. Whenever they captured prey, muah would deliver the spoils to the entrance of the stone house, cleaned and wrapped in fresh leaves according to her preferences. The snow fell for a full 7 days, blanketing the great beast city. Fortunately, the males diligently cleared the snow from the pathways during their idle hours, and Nan Mozhen would take leisurely strolls when the afternoon snow had been cleared. After waking from her afternoon nap, she nibbled on a bun, donned her fluffy white beeskin hat, and wrapped herself in thick furs before stepping outside for a walk. As she strolled down the main street, she spotted Shui approaching on a lion. Upon seeing Nan Mozhen, Shui exclaimed with delight, "Zhen, are you going to dig for winter bamboo shoots?" Nan Mozhen initially intended to agree, but felt a hint of embarrassment and asked, "Is the place far?" In the past, she could ride muah, but now that he had become wealthiest partner, it was no longer appropriate. Besides, there were no males around her. Shui quickly realized this. Smiling as she replied, "Not far. Let us walk there together." Grateful, Nan Mozhen smiled back, and the two set off, occasionally kicking the snowbanks at the roadside as they strolled. Shui was aware of muah and Wenli's bond and understood that Nan Mozhen had no male to look after her. Recalling her earlier statement about not seeking another male companion, having maintained a distance from the males, Shui naturally would not arrange for any to be near her. In a grove just outside the great bee city lay a bamboo forest, though whether there were shoots to be found was uncertain. Shui was merely looking for an excuse to spend time with Nan Mozhen. Nan Mozhen assumed that winter bamboo shoots were indeed what the name implied. But they were unlike the winter shoots she knew. Here, they were white. The white shoots were concealed beneath the snow, making them difficult to discover. One had to sift through the snow to find them. And bending down to dig soon became tiring. The bamboo forest was expansive, and many bees were currently foraging for winter bamboo shoots. Shui and Nan Mozhen searched side by side, while Shui's partner stood guard nearby. This was Nan Mozhen's first experience digging up these white shoots, and she was eager to taste them, enthusiastically sifting through the snow. The shoots blended seamlessly with the snow, making them hard to spot. One could only feel around with their hands. When her fingertips brushed against something hard, Nan Mozhen immediately grasped and pulled it up, revealing a palm-sized winter bamboo shoot. Holding the cold, white shoot in her hand, an indescribable joy welled up within her. After admiring it for a while, she stored the winter shoot in her warehouse space and continued her search. Finding winter bamboo shoots amidst the snow required both stamina and patience. And many females nearby soon abandoned their search, opting instead to play with snowballs. Nan Mozhen glanced at Shui, who remained focused on her task, displaying no signs of impatience. After some time, Nan Mozhen, weary and aching, decided it was time to rest. Estimating that they had been at it for over 2 hours, she felt satisfied with their haul. 2 large baskets filled to the brim. Shui, "Let's take a break. I have something delicious to share." Calling for Shui, they moved to a nearby stone slab. She laid out a thick piece of bee skin on the cold stone, and the two sat down together. Shui eagerly awaited what delicacies Nan Mozhen would produce, knowing that everything she made was delightful and unique to the great bee city. Nan Mozhen presented 2 steaming meat buns to Shui, their soft, snowy white appearance eliciting joy from her. "What is this?" Shui inquired. "This outer layer is made from flour, specifically ground wheat, and the filling is meat," Nan Mozhen explained somewhat vaguely. Shui took a bite, and the fluffy, tender bun with its thin skin and generous filling burst with savory juices, exploding with flavor that was unmasked by seasoning. A radiant smile blossomed on her beautiful face. "Delicious," Nan Mozhen chuckled, taking a bun for herself, marveling at how endearingly content these females were, finding joy in a delightful game or a tasty morsel. Alas, this world was quite primitive. After finishing the buns, they noticed that the day was growing late, prompting them to prepare to return to the city. Just as they exited the bamboo grove, the ground began to tremble slightly. An earthquake? Nan Mozhen asked in confusion, but before she could react, Shui was swept away by her partner, and she herself was lifted by an unfamiliar male, retreating to join a group of other females. Moments later, she witnessed a massive black python erupting from the earth not far from where she and Shui had previously stood, while several males surrounded it from the forest's edges. Nan Mozhen's expression tightened as she observed the males from the great bee city keeping a vigilant watch on those approaching. It dawned on her that they were facing the fabled evil beasts. Were they truly brazen enough to abduct females from outside the great bee city? Were they fearless or simply well-prepared? With a fierce roar, reinforcements from the great bee city sprang into action. Nan Mozhen glanced around. She was unaware of the situation in the other forests, but in the bamboo grove, there were over 10 females clustered together, most of whom only had their partners with them, their numbers insufficient against the overwhelming presence of the evil beasts. Nan Mozhen lowered her gaze, attempting to diminish her presence. Others had their partners to protect them. While she had merely a ball, if she were to be captured, who would care? The battle had commenced, and chaos erupted outside the encirclement. The sounds of beasts clashing and the explosive discharge of abilities shaking the very ground of the grove. The air was filled with the angry roars of beasts, and a scent of blood began to permeate the area. The females were frightened and panicking, some even crying. Everyone understood the fate that awaited those who fell into the hands of the evil beasts. And Nan Mozhen was no exception. Huairong drew close and tightly grasped her hand. "It seems many have arrived. The males from the great beast city are being blocked," she whispered. Nan Mozhen tentatively inquired. "Females can summon beast souls to fight, right?" Huairong nodded. "When summoning beast souls, the power of their corresponding partners is diminished that moment. Only partners who are at home or out hunting can be summoned. And the number is limited." With a heavy sigh, Nan Mozhen asked, "Are we to wait until our males are defeated, allowing those evil beasts to capture us?" There seemed to be no other means of self-rescue. Huairong was engulfed in trepidation as a crimson light burst forth from her being, summoning a large dark red python. The beast soul of Yi Fu. Mei-Si squeezed past several females to approach Nan Mozhen, saying, "Those male beasts will not relent until they seize a few females to take back. Zhan, why not accompany them instead?" Nan Mozhen gazed at her in silence. "Why not you?" "I am with child. They would not desire a pregnant female," she replied matter-of-factly, continuing, "You also do not seek a mate from the great bee city. Your existence is inherently superfluous. The great beast city has cared for you during this time. So consider this a return of favor by protecting its females." Nan Mozhen's countenance remained cold, choosing not to engage in a debate with this foolishness. However, she was taken aback when Mei-Si abruptly yanked Huairong's arm away, using a gust of wind to hurl her forward. In that instant, Nan Mozhen realized the nearby male who wished to save her was already too late. Her body was tossed directly into the embrace of the black python. Landing upon its head, the battle abruptly ceased, both sides' males staring in astonishment at the unfolding situation from a distance. Mei-Si called out, "She is the only one without child among us. The other females are all pregnant. Take her away." Huairong, infuriated, slapped her hand away, retorting coldly, "She was already superfluous." Nan Mozhen's expression darkened as she quickly searched her storage for the beast fangs that Huairong had previously given her. He had collected numerous small fangs, all sharpened for cutting food. She locked onto the longest fang, ready to strike at any moment. The black python transformed into human form, cradling Nan Mozhen in his arms. His gaze fixed upon her, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Nan Mozhen resolved that she would never harbor affection for serpents in this lifetime. "It's so lonely with just me. Take that female who spoke earlier as well. Being pregnant is inconsequential. If she bears a female cub, it's a buy one get one free deal," she quipped with a raised brow, her demeanor surprisingly docile. The serpent beast turned its gaze towards Mei-Si, its tongue flicking out with a hiss. "If you feel lonely, I shall take her along." Mei-Si's face paled instantly as she tightly clutched her partner. However, her partner was a sixth-tier beast, making it difficult to seize anyone. The serpent beast hesitated. It was not that it could not overpower them, but that it would consume time, should reinforcements from the great bee city arrive. It would be challenging not only to take the female, but even to escape themselves. "Then I shall," the serpent beast declared, placing Nan Mozhen on the ground before abruptly tearing away the beast hide wrapped around her. Exposing her snow-white skin to the air, beneath the hide, she wore a thick beast skin skirt, her shoulders and arms bared to the chilling wind, causing her to shiver. "You must decide wisely. I require 2 females. Hand that one over to me, and I shall spare the others." The serpent beast taunted, its gaze fixed intently on Mei-Si, who instinctively recoiled behind her partner. Nan Mozhen, enduring the cold, observed the reactions around her. The males hesitated, while the females regarded Mei-Si with shifting glances. They likely selfishly believed that trading her for their safety was worth it. Had Mei-Si not had a 6th-tier beast partner, they might have pushed her forward just as she had done to Nan Mozhen. Although the males gritted their teeth, none accepted the serpent beast's threat. Before the situation worsened, they would not barter a female for an entirely uncertain peace. Having already lost one, they would fight to protect the remaining females with their lives. As for Nan Mozhen, they could only do their utmost to save her. The male's reluctance, the female's indifference. Only Huairong looked on with sorrow, genuinely concerned for her. Nan Mozhen lowered her gaze to everyone. It seemed she had resigned herself to her fate. As the males prepared to intervene, the serpent beast grasped the hide of her skirt. Grinning, "Shall I demonstrate my intentions to mate with you right here?" The furious males instinctively halted. "Zhan," someone called out, unable to bear the sight. Nan Mozhen looked at the hand clutching her skirt, feeling the genuine strength that threatened to tear her clothing. Her eyes narrowed sharply, and without hesitation, she plunged the sharpened fang into the serpent beast's chest. In a moment of shock, she wrenched free and dashed away. Nearby, several wicked beasts attempted to seize her, but were thwarted by the beast soul of Yifu. Nan Mozhen glanced back at Huairong, offering a faint smile. The serpent beast scoffed, extracting the fang from its chest, mockingly observing, "You think this little thing can kill me? Little female, you are quite adorable." With that, it transformed back into serpent form, pursuing her, its elongated body encircling her. "You are making me very angry." The serpent beast growled in frustration. Nan Mozhen regarded him calmly, saying, "You may find what follows even more infuriating." The serpent beast retorted, "Even if you stab me dozens or hundreds of times, I will not perish today." "Your vitality is indeed remarkable," she replied, placing her hands upon the serpent's body, deftly avoiding its constricting coils. As her hands made contact, the devouring mechanism activated. A rapid and extensive absorption ensued. Clashing head-on, the serpent beast found itself ensnared, its eyes wide with disbelief. This state persisted for over 10 seconds until it slowly wriggled free from the system's grasp, the absorption abruptly ceasing at that moment. The serpent beast's fury reached its zenith. It no longer desired this female. It opened its gaping maw, lunging to devour her. But Nan Mozhen rolled away, summoning her beast soul, which manifested as a colossal white tiger that charged forward. Colliding with the serpent's head, the battle between the white tiger and the serpent commenced. Nan Mozhen cautiously kept her distance from their combat zone. The serpent beast wielded earth-based abilities, causing the ground beneath to shatter. In contrast, the beast soul was ice-based, enveloping the area in a frigid mist that surpassed the current cold. As she watched from the sidelines, a familiar voice resonated in her ears, the one she had longed to hear. Zhan. Hearing Huairong's voice, her expression brightened. "Huairong, I am presently in the great bee city," she responded hurriedly. "Yes, I am aware you are in the Eastern District. I will come find you in a few days," he replied. "The bee soul informed me you are well in the great bee city. I plan to gather more energy fruits in the frosty forest while it snows." Warmth filled Nan Mozhen's heart as she softly said, "Return soon. I do not wish to wake in the dead of night, cold and unable to embrace my great white tiger." Far away in the snow-laden frosty forest, Huairong felt a surge of warmth within him. "Yes, I will be back shortly." After a pause, he asked solemnly, "Have you encountered any trouble there?" The bee soul would relay her circumstances to him, but given the urgency of the situation, it was preoccupied with the battle and had not yet informed him of the details. Nan Mozhen's calm demeanor suggested she had not faced any significant danger. She lifted her gaze to observe the distant conflict, saying, "I encountered some bad beasts while digging for winter bamboo shoots outside the city. We are currently engaged in battle. How many bad beasts are there? What tier do they reach? Are you able to handle them?" Huairong's tone was laden with gravity. Nan Mozhen hesitated, realizing that revealing the truth would only cause him concern. Yet lying posed its own risks. Should the beast's soul falter or exhaust its strength, he would inevitably find out. Her silence conveyed the gravity of the situation to Huairong. "Zhan, summon back the beast's soul and transfer its power to me. I can break through to become a 6th-tier beast, and afterward you can summon the beast's soul to continue the battle. Find a safe spot to hide." Nan Mozhen was taken aback, recalling how nearly lifeless he had been when he broke through to the 5th tier. Worry filled her heart until a thought struck her, and she tentatively asked, "Can you transfer power from the beast soul?" In other words, if I were to nourish the beast soul, say, by feeding it energy fruits to strengthen it, could you then transfer its power? Yes, Huairong replied succinctly, adding, I do not wish for you to give the energy fruits to the beast soul. Keep them for yourself. The cold weather makes it easy for females to fall ill. He possesses unwavering confidence in his partner, assured that within the vast beast city, he has certainly procured a considerable amount of energy fruits through trade. He harbors no concerns regarding her potential overexchange that might reveal her circumstances. His female companion is both discerning and astute that it is evident that Nan Mozhen holds some energy fruits, albeit not in excessive quantities. Without much ado, Nan Mozhen summoned the beast soul, and as it approached, Yifu's beast soul obstructed the advancing black python. She immediately reached into the tiger's maw, depositing a multitude of energy fruits within. The tiger devoured them all, subsequently transferring the strength gained to Huairong, who was on the brink of advancement. The beast's soul promptly ingested the energy fruits, digesting and assimilating them. Huairong must have located a fair number of energy fruits. However, he would never consider consuming them to ascend, as he cherishes them dearly and wishes to bring them back for Nan Mozhen. Thus, Nan Mozhen had to rely on the beast's soul for assistance. When Huairong ascended, the beast soul would also elevate. Yet no matter how much power it accumulated, it would not advance. It could only transfer its strength to Huairong. After consuming 3 heaps of energy fruits, the beast soul retreated a few steps from Nan Mozhen, letting out a resounding roar that amplified its imposing aura, the waves of power intensifying to an even sharper degree than before. Frost rapidly spread across the surroundings, crystallizing into ice at every point it touched. Nan Mozhen, overwhelmed by the chilling aura, found herself retreating repeatedly, while Shui came to her side, guiding her behind her partner. The sudden surge of the beast souls might rendered several nearby, 4th-tier male beasts trembling and immobile. The beast's soul lunged forward, fiercely biting into them, then turned its head to fling them in Nan Mozhen's direction. Shui's partner, puzzled, inquired, What does your partner's beast soul mean by this? Why has it discarded those half-dead male beasts? Because a smirk graced Nan Mozhen's lips as she stepped forward to absorb the corpses of the defeated beasts in her system. The beast soul was aware that those male beasts could be devoured as well. Although Shui and her partner were somewhat bewildered, they refrained from questioning further, perhaps believing that it would be prudent for Nan Mozhen to temporarily store the corpses for how the bodies would be dealt with later. They were indifferent. The male beasts were, after all, deserving of their fate. The snake beast had made several attempts to approach Nan Mozhen, only to be thwarted by Yifu's beast soul. The eruption of the beast soul's power swiftly annihilated numerous male beasts. Standing firm, it transferred the energy obtained from the fruits to Huairong, patiently awaiting his breakthrough. Zhenzhen, a complex voice resonated in Nan Mozhen's ear. She retorted, Enough with the unnecessary chatter. Hurry up and ascend. Huairong fell silent at once in the frost-laden forest. Fueled by the abundant energy, Huairong ascended to a 6th-tier beast in a single sweep, the winds and snow swirling chaotically, freezing the very grove he occupied into massive blocks of ice. This was not simply a forest covered in frost. It was a forest encased in colossal ice formations. Having successfully advanced to a 6th-tier beast, the beast's soul simultaneously unleashed an ominous aura, becoming a 6th-tier beast soul as well. Among the male beasts that had come today, only the snake beast was of the 6th tier, while the others fell below that rank. The beast's soul turned, its gaze radiating a deadly chill as it lunged toward the snake beast. Both the beastmen and the beast souls would unleash tremendous power within moments of their ascension. The strength released by the 6th-tier beast soul surpassed that of the 6th-tier beasts, showcasing its terrifying nature. Yifu's beast soul instinctively evaded as the beast's soul clamped down on the snake beast, regardless of how it struggled, biting fiercely at its vital point. The icy fangs penetrated the snake's body, infusing it with a chilling toxin, causing the previously arrogant serpent to gradually lose its fervor, its eyes becoming vacant, its body stiffening. Frost enveloped it, rendering the serpent rigid before it shattered into a bloody pulp. Nan Mozhen felt a surge of elation. Huairong had successfully ascended, and the beast soul was equally formidable. With renewed vigor, she declared, Let us continue undeterred. My dear, we shall eliminate the remaining male beasts. She sprinted toward the beast's soul, which playfully circled her like a little dog before bounding ahead, leading the way toward the beast's city. The beast's soul cleared a path, dispatching any male beast it encountered. There was a stark distinction between the male beasts and the males of the beast city. While the former would aggressively charge at the beast soul, the latter would approach with concern, fearing for her safety against the marauding beasts. The male beasts that had been subdued by the beast soul were mercilessly devoured by Nan Mozhen without a hint of remorse. Among the group, near the bamboo grove, she was the first to return to the beast city, where the Lord, Yi Fu, had ventured out with many males for rescue, leaving only a few low-tier male beasts behind, posing little threat, and Yuda and Wenli waited anxiously at the city gate. Not only they, but Nan Mozhen also spotted Yusi. Zhenjin, are you all right? Wenli, glancing nervously at the obedient white tiger beast soul crouched beside Nan Mozhen, cautiously approached and asked, "Where are your clothes?" It was only then that Nan Mozhen realized, having been so active, she had warmed up and failed to notice her bare arms. She chuckled as she retrieved a pelt to wrap around herself, replying, "I'm fine." She then nodded slightly at Yusi in the distance, who returned her gesture with a gentle smile. Yuda observed the beast's soul, his lips twitching. How has it broken through again? Indeed, how has it achieved another breakthrough? Nan Mozhen echoed in confusion. Perhaps it was due to my perilous predicament that it advanced. The previous breakthrough also occurred in a moment of danger. Yuda felt a pang of frustration. It was said that once one reached a high-tier beast, the intervals between breakthroughs would lengthen. Yet Huairong had managed to ascend twice within a year. Such enviable fortune. Many males often ascended during critical moments. And Huairong's forceful advancement for Nan Mozhen was logical, though his luck seemed extraordinary. Soon, the main force engaged outside the city returned. After such a lengthy endeavor, night had fallen. Nan Mozhen retracted the beast soul, leaning against the wall as she observed Yi Fu's stern expression directed at the crowd. The weather was growing increasingly frigid. Many males, especially the snake beasts, sought mates before hibernation, and the male beasts were no different. The females within the city were advised to refrain from venturing out, remaining quietly indoors for the winter. Any needs could be relayed to the stone fortress, while Yi Fu's voice was grave as he restricted the females' movements. Following such a scare, the females voiced no objections, with male beasts prowling outside the city. Who would dare to venture out? Macy stepped forward from the crowd, pointing an accusing finger at Nan Mozhen. "Lord, Zhenjin killed the male beasts without mercy. Such a terrifying female cannot remain in the beast city. She even slaughters males. What if she turns on females one day?" Nan Mozhen scoffed coldly. Many females had witnessed her impale the fangs into the snake beast's chest and had seen all subsequent actions clearly. Nan Mozhen was a formidable female who dared to act against even a 6th-tier male beast. She was not only audacious, but also ruthlessly cunning. Rui Shui shook her head at Yi Fu, defending. It was Macy who cast Zhenjin to the male beasts, intending to use her as a bargaining chip. Zhenjin acted in self-defense. If such reasoning held, then Macy might cast me or any other female into danger one day. Hearing this, Macy's expression shifted, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "Rui Shui, must you always take Zhenjin's side? She is not a female of our beast city. Why do you persist in protecting her?" Rui Shui retorted with a cold smile. Females who enter the beast city are never merely outsiders. Macy found herself at a loss for words. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely declared, "Zhenjin is too terrifying. I fear this will affect my chances of conceiving, and I am currently pregnant." Meanwhile, several females who were friendly with Macy murmured their agreement. "Lord, we cannot allow Zhenjin to instill fear in other females. Who knows if she has only one partner? Or if she has eliminated others?" One female spoke up. Macy added, "Did they not say her constitution is poor and she struggles to conceive? Do you truly want such a female to make others live in constant anxiety? She is capable of attacking males, and she may also turn on females." Yi Fu maintained a stern expression, remaining silent as murmurs began to ripple through the crowd, with many males voicing their support for Macy. Regardless, the existence of Zhenjin poses a threat to other females, and that is indeed Zhenjin's fault. Having entered the great bee city, she is unwilling to bond with other males and often displays an aloof demeanor, which has evoked disdain among many males. Females should not behave in such a manner. They ought to be gentle, adorable, and reliant on males. Such a domineering female will not garner much affection from the males. While it is true that Yi Fu does not intend to expel Nan Mozhen due to the pleas of his partner, the overwhelming consensus among the others complicates matters for him. Nan Mozhen remains silent, her expression one of derision as she observes the commotion. Wenli attempts to defend Nan Mozhen, but is restrained by muah. At this moment, no one dares to speak, as the words have already been set in stone. However, Yu Si strides forward to Mei Si, casting a calm gaze over her and the raucous beastmen, causing an immediate silence. Our great bee city has never turned away any female who wishes to join, whether for a permanent residence or a temporary visit. If you fear and ostracize her due to her confrontation with the rogue beasts, it will only serve to make our city a laughingstock among the beastmen outside. We are one of the 4 great cities, one of the most powerful tribes on this continent. Expel her simply because she can defend herself would be a source of ridicule. Do you not realize that allowing a female to fend for herself reflects our failure to protect her? Moreover, who was it that thrust her into the clutches of the rogue beasts? Yu Si's words cause Mei Si's complexion to pale, and she bites her lip, tears welling in her eyes as she responds, I simply believe she cannot bear offspring, and I would trade her for our safety. Yu Si shakes his head in disappointment. What difference is there between your stance and that of the rogue beasts? So what if she cannot bear offspring? Who is she hindering? You have stated that she's not a female of our great beast city. Yet now, our females are shoving other tribe females out for self-preservation. You have the audacity to justify that. Mei Si grits her teeth, replying fiercely, I just don't like her. She makes me angry every time I see her. And I'm pregnant now. Yu Si, usually mild-mannered, is now visibly angered. If Mei Si's pregnancy were to be jeopardized due to their quarrel, he would bear the blame. He takes a deep breath and addresses the unperturbed Nan Mozhen. From this moment on, you will reside in the stone fortress with me. You may not leave without my permission. If your friends wish to visit, they may come to the fortress, but your movements will be confined within its walls. He pauses before adding, this is to prevent you from inadvertently frightening other females. Yi Fu concurs. Then let it be arranged thus. With no further arguments left, Mei Si glares fiercely at Nan Mozhen before departing. The assembled beastmen disperse as well. I've had dinner, so if you fear that I will frighten the other females, you may assign someone to watch over me, Nan Mozhen retorts before turning to leave. Naturally, Yi Fu does not assign anyone to keep watch on the way back. Muah and Wenli quietly follow her. As they approach the stone house where they're staying, Muah finally speaks. Zhenjin, when will Huairong arrive? He mentioned he would come in a few days. Nan Mozhen replies without glancing back. There being too much, Wenli laments, then Muah gently pats her head, reassuring her, it's all right. Zhenjin does not take them seriously. Even if she were to be expelled, Huairong is a 6th-tier beast, and all males of that rank possess the ability to teleport to their partner's side at any time. Wenli suddenly recalls this fact, having been too sorrowful to remember it earlier. Nan Mozhen silently notes this, gaining further insight. Understanding Nan Mozhen's nature, Muah recognizes from her reaction that she does not regard Mei Si and the other females as a significant threat to her stay in the great bee city. With ample food stored in her space and her partner far away in the deep plains, she has little to fear. Zhenjin, the priest has spoken on your behalf, and he should be on your side. Living in the stone fortress, you should be safe. Wenli expresses her concern once more. Nan Mozhen halts at the door of her stone house and turns to smile at Wenli. Waving, don't worry, come, let us enjoy hot pot together. From now on, we can only play within the fortress, so when you come to find me, don't be afraid if you encounter Mei Si and her group on the way. Wenli beams with a smile, trotting over to, no, I'm not afraid. If worst comes to worst, I just want to stay in the great bee city. Excellent, that's the spirit. Muah watches them enter the stone house with a sigh. Opting not to follow, but instead heading to his own yard to clear the snow with a makeshift broom fashioned from branches. Upon entering the house, Nan Mozhen immediately busies herself with preparing the hot pot, ensuring there's enough food for Duolin and Yunli. While waiting for the food to cook, she tidies up the space, storing everything she can in her storage area. When Duolin and Yunli's partners come to collect their meals, she informs them that in the future, they should directly go to the stone fortress for their food. Duolin's partner, a male from the Green Wilderness Butterfly tribe, kindly assures her it's all right. You need not concern yourself with the attitudes of other beastmen. Residing in the stone fortress is far better than being alone out here. You see, we'll protect you. Nan Mozhen nods with a smile. After the males leave with their meals, Nan Mozhen closes the door and quietly enjoys the hot pot with Wen Li. Jinjin, you're truly amazing, Wen Li, her little admirer, exclaims. Nan Mozhen raises an eyebrow with a smile. Then stick with me, and I'll ensure you eat well, drink well, and bear female offspring every year. Speaking of female offspring, Wen Li cannot help but ask, there is word going around that you said females who eat hawthorn and koiks cannot bear cubs. The matter of offspring is one that beastmen have never been selfish about, and this information had already circulated widely. Nan Mozhen nods. If you were expecting, avoid those foods at its winter now, and they are scarce. When the season changes and the fruits become plentiful, be cautious. Also, let me think. She ponders carefully, sharing everything she can recall. Some items share names with those in the beast world, which Wen Li notes down. Others are unfamiliar, leaving her to piece together their meanings from their appearance and color. After listening, Wen Li feels as though she has opened the door to beast life. Many of the foods are those that females consume during pregnancy. If such foods have such detrimental effects, it would explain why many females, despite being in good health, struggle to carry cubs. Nan Mozhen's wealth of knowledge deepens Wen Li's admiration for her. After dinner, Nan Mozhen tidies the main room, ensuring not a single item belonging to her is left behind. Once organized, she opens the door to find a leopard lying in the snow, waiting for her. Recognizing the familiar creature, she knows it is the veterinarian. Lino transforms into his human form and addresses her. The city lord sent me to fetch you. The path is treacherous in the dark. All right, Nan Mozhen replies, taking Wen Li's hand as they approach the adjacent stone house, where the doors are ajar and several males, including Muda, are watching from the entrance. After escorting Wen Li inside, she waves goodbye and walks away. Come visit me at the stone fortress. I won't be there for long. Once Huairong arrives, I'll be able to come out and play. Wen Li responds with a heavy affirmation from behind her. The path is somewhat dim. Earlier in the afternoon, the males had cleared the snow from the streets. But now the snowflakes are falling again, accumulating significantly. As Nan Mozhen traverses a slight slope, she loses her footing and falls, landing painfully on her backside. Jinjin, Lino, caught off guard, rushes over to assist her as soon as he realizes she has fallen. Nan Mozhen, with a scowl, waves her hand, transform into a leopard and take me to the stone fortress. Lino quickly complies, shifting back into a leopard form. She struggles to her feet and climbs onto his back. The leopard's back is not as broad as that of Tiger, but Lino walks slowly, ensuring she does not feel too jostled as he carries her to the fortress, within the stone fortress. Aside from a few males tending a fire and grilling meat in the courtyard, the interior and hallways are shrouded in darkness, which further dampens Nan Mozhen's spirits, as she cannot see clearly in the dark. Upon dismounting from Lino's back, she gently tugs at the fur on his back and whispers, "It's too dark. I can't see anything." Lino pauses for a moment before responding, "Follow me. I'll take you to your room." Okay. She followed him up the stairs at a leisurely pace. Having previously visited the stone fortress, she was somewhat familiar with the layout, but as they walked, an odd sensation began to creep in. Why were they heading towards UC's room? Lino replied, "Indeed, your room is situated just above the priestess quarters. Anyone wishing to ascend must pass through the priestess chamber. He can provide protection should the need arise." After a brief pause, he added, "Your space has been arranged by the priest. I'm unsure if it meets your taste. If it does not, you can rearrange it tonight and redecorate properly tomorrow." Nan Mozhen acknowledged this, contemplating the journey to the priestess' room when the door ahead swung open, revealing the priest standing at the threshold, the fierce flames within illuminating the darkness outside. "Priest," Jinjin mentioned she couldn't see clearly in the dark, Lino remarked. Yusi was not surprised. Some females in the great bee city had dulled senses in the dark. However, Nan Mozhen's kind should not be among them. "Understood. You may rest now. I shall escort her upstairs," Yusi said, raising his hand to release a strand of green light that blossomed into countless sparkling motes, casting a warm glow throughout the corridor. Lino discreetly took his leave. Nan Mozhen gazed in wonder at the vibrant green lights, their brilliance captivating without being blinding. Is this a wood-based ability? Yusi smiled and nodded, gesturing towards the left. Nan Mozhen moved in that direction. With the green light illuminating the stairway clearly, she walked ahead while Yusi followed quietly. Unable to resist the allure of the firefly-like lights, she reached out to touch them, only to find them dispersing like dandelion fluff upon contact. Upon reaching the upper floor, she was astonished to find only one room, which was remarkably large and divided into several spacious areas. This was indeed a lavish suite. The entrance opened into a grand space featuring 3 fire pits in the center. Surrounded by wooden tables and chairs intended for cooking and dining, to the right lay 3 rooms. The first was a bedroom, no smaller than the main area. The second a bathroom, equipped with a sandpit for waste and a stone tub for bathing, alongside a 3-tiered shelf for storing items, and the third a storage room, presently filled with provisions and animal hides. Each room was generously sized, as the suite occupied an entire floor. The stone fortress was complex in design, resembling a castle from the outside, yet inside, numerous smaller buildings were interconnected by walkways, ascending from the ground floor to UCS residence on the second level. The floors were not extensive, but their area was substantial. In fact, UCS room consumed the entirety of the second floor, truly opulent. The bed in the bedroom was woven from wrought tan into a cocoon-like shape, filled with plush cotton and animal hides. With pillows and blankets neatly arranged, Nan Mozhen felt touched by the decorative flowers and plants placed in both the bedroom and dining area, their splashes of color a delightful sight during the cold winter months. "I was sure of your preferences, so I arranged it this way," Yusi said, standing at the door and watching her explore. Nan Mozhen nodded appreciatively. "It's wonderful, thank you." Yusi sighed in relief, his demeanor softening as he said, "It is the duty of a male to care for the female. You are of great importance, and I must ensure your well-being." Nan Mozhen remained silent, contemplating the ambiguous nature of Yusi's words. To him, her existence might be pivotal in altering the fate of their kind. Thus, caring for her was only natural. Setting aside other considerations, at the very least, she had informed everyone that pregnant females should avoid hawthorn and koik seeds, as these could easily lead to miscarriage, a knowledge that had already spared many females from losing their offspring due to such foods, while it was guaranteed that problems would arise. Many had indeed suffered losses from consuming them. "Well, do take care to rest. If anything arises, feel free to call for me. I'll be downstairs," Yusi said gently. He closed the door and descended the stairs. Seizing the opportunity before the green lights faded, Nan Mozhen hurried to the fire pit to stoke the wood. One fire pit illuminated the space while another burned coal for warmth. The vast room felt somewhat desolate, the chill intensifying the atmosphere. The bedroom was quite cold. Instead of sleeping inside, she spread her bedding beside the fire. The fierce flames warmed the surrounding cold stone, creating a cozy, sleeping environment, with a layer on the ground and another to cover herself. She drifted off into a comfortable slumber. Yusi remained downstairs, and within the fortress, numerous beastmen stood guard, ensuring her safety. Even in a strange environment, the necessity of sleep remained, and she succumbed to slumber until dawn broke. Rising early, she took it upon herself to prepare a hearty breakfast, cooking rice porridge while attending to her personal hygiene, filling her belly once the meal was ready. The fire pit, which had not been replenished with wood throughout the night, had long since extinguished, but the coal fire still retained its warmth that, it must be said, the coal produced by the system was quite durable. She rose and approached the window, opening it to find snowflakes cascading down in a flurry. The cold wind biting more fiercely. The weather had shifted once again. Watching the swirling snow, Nan Mozhen felt a pang of concern for Huairong. Wrapped in animal hides, she sat on the windowsill, lost in thought until a voice drifted up from below. "Zhen, you're up early?" Yusi inquired, leaning against the second-floor window. Nan Mozhen snapped back to reality, realizing she had been so absorbed in the snowfall that she hadn't noticed when the second-floor window had opened. "I'm an early riser. I've already finished breakfast." Yusi smiled, Then on your first official day in the stone fortress, what do you plan to do? With the snow falling so heavily, venturing outside is surely out of the question. And playing within the fortress would be rather dull. Nan Mozhen pondered, considering that her indoor activities might include spinning yarn, weaving fabric, or conversing with the system. The latter posed a risk. Yusi was always observant. And given the keen hearing of beastmen, speaking to the system could easily be overheard. Do any beastmen from your Greenfield butterfly clan possess spatial abilities? She suddenly asked. Yusi thought for a moment before responding. Yes, there are several beastmen with spatial powers not only within the stone fortress but throughout the great bee city, the isn't exclusive to the Greenfield butterfly clan. Other beast clans have them as well. Nan Mozhen explained, I'm currently responsible for the meals of Morin and Yunli. Due to the heavy snowfall, their companions come to my place for food. Given the intensity of the snow, it's likely to worsen. I was wondering if those with spatial abilities could assist in delivering meals, ensuring they remain warm and fresh. Certainly, I will arrange for someone to assist you, Yusi assured her. Nan Mozhen acknowledged his promise, but chose not to elaborate further. With little activity downstairs, she soon felt chilly sitting by the window and decided to close it. Opening the window was too cold, yet keeping it shut made the room too dim. Ultimately, she concluded that it might be best to endure the darkness. She diligently added more wood to the fire pit, igniting the flames into a crackling blaze that illuminated the room with a warm glow. Throughout the morning, she lay by the fire, contemplating future plans. One must have aspirations, yet she felt adrift. If she were to pursue independence, it would not involve the despicable tactics employed by Shichi. However, establishing a new tribe was no simple task, with the first step requiring the selection of an appropriate location. In her mind, the ideal spot would be between land and sea, neither deep within a forest nor too close to the ocean. The Great Bee City was a considerable distance from the sea, as few land beastmen possessed a familiarity with water. Consequently, land females rarely consumed seafood, often settling for freshwater fish and shrimp. She had a fondness for seafood and recognized the potential for development along the coast. It was imperative to be near the sea. She even contemplated whether to establish a circulating currency of sorts, lost in thought until noon that a melodious voice rang out at her door, pulling her back to reality. She opened the door to find a gentle, bashful youth standing outside, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. I am Beat, and I possess spatial abilities. I will be responsible for delivering your meals from now on. As he spoke, a faint blush crept across his fair face, reminiscent of a pure, innocent lamb. Nan Mozhen smiled, suppressing the urge to tease him. Such mature males were not to be trifled with. I almost forgot. Please wait a moment while I prepare the food. Beat nodded and settled on the steps outside, awaiting her return. After a flurry of activity, Nan Mozhen prepared today's lunch, enhancing it with a special touch. She included the pink energy fruit known as Sheng Envy in the fruit platter. This energy fruit is most effective when taken shortly after pregnancy is confirmed, providing a definitive indication of the baby's gender. Given that Yunli is already over 4 months along, it is difficult to ascertain. Even if she does not produce a female offspring, the other benefits of the energy fruit remain, bolstering her health. In addition to this unique energy fruit, Nan Mozhen prepared an extra portion of lunch for Beat. Upon noticing that the surplus was meant for herself, Beat was taken aback and hesitated before asking, May I take this to my partner? Nan Mozhen was somewhat surprised. You are already bonded? He nodded emphatically. Once she realized the implication of his statement, that he was informing her of his partnership, she clarified, I harbor no ulterior motives towards you. Please do not misunderstand. Consider this merely a token of gratitude for delivering meals. As the number of deliveries increases, I may become quite busy, she reassured him, having no inappropriate intentions towards the endearing young man. Beat, relieved, accepted the food. Duo Lin and Yunli were not particularly picky eaters. The meals prepared for them were identical, though Yunli's portion was slightly larger due to her increased appetite. Beat was specifically assigned to assist Nan Mozhen, aside from meal delivery times. He had the freedom to act as he pleased, considering he also had a partner to care for. Nan Mozhen thought that next time she prepared food, she should account for Beat's partner, as he too would eventually be responsible for producing offspring for the Greenwild Butterfly clan. Indeed, like you see, beet belonged to the green wild butterfly clan. S matters of reproduction are paramount to their race. Any personnel arranged by Nan Mozhen would be prioritized from the green wild butterfly clan unless no suitable beastmen were available. Generally, they would not consider other races, the green wild butterfly clan. In their beast form, resembled enormous green butterflies, herbivorous yet reputed to be fierce in combat, capable of releasing toxins. Long ago, before Yi Fu became the lord of the great bee city, he had aided the green wild butterfly clan. After Yusi awakened his abilities, he joined Yi Fu. Helping him secure his position as Lord. 1 required the other's ability to communicate with the beast god, while the other needed support to protect his scareskin. Now, having repaid their debts, they merely function as mutually beneficial partners. Whether the green butterflies are as fierce as rumored remains unknown to Nan Mozhen. The only certainty is that those she has encountered have been exceedingly gentle and amiable. After an afternoon nap, Beat returned, and Nan Mozhen prepared some snacks for him to deliver. This time, in addition to duo Lin and Yun Li, she included Beat's partner, Rui Shui, and Wen Li, as their paths conveniently aligned. Initially expecting Beat to return home after delivering the goodies, she was surprised when he reappeared, carrying a substantial haul of jade stones. Lance just sent me on a trip outside the city, where they had gathered the jade stones in a cave. I brought them all back, Beat explained, his expression somewhat flustered, unsure how to present them to her. Nan Mozhen replied, "Take them out one by one, and I shall collect them." Thus, he began extracting them from his space, and she received them one by one. Eventually, they developed a rhythm, swiftly transferring the stones. The smaller jade pieces contained minimal energy, but Beat had brought large chunks, enough to fill around 100 square meters of the dining area. After Beat departed, Nan Mozhen suddenly pondered a serious question. System, can the energy fruits produced by the resource tree enhance my level? After a long silence, the system's cold voice responded, "Yes, but the energy will be less than that found in external energy fruits. The effect will be diminished by 1/3, and the energy contained will also be 1/3 less than that found in the frost forest." I understand. It is, after all, a counterfeit. Not counterfeit. The energy fruits from the resource tree are our original creation. No need to get worked up. It was merely an offhand comment that if she provided a few energy fruits, the system could certainly research and produce distinctly effective energy fruits. Then she asked earnestly, "Is it feasible for me to develop this world into a modern style?" "As long as you desire it. There are no materials the system cannot provide." "Excellent. That is precisely what I wanted to hear. Now, please arrange for various furniture designs and blueprints for constructing houses." "Understood." The system could facilitate the arrangement of all these items, provided she upgraded it. Since the system could consume materials produced by the resource tree, she unhesitatingly tossed some energy fruits into it, especially those intended for producing male offspring, as no females here were inclined to consume them. Everyone preferred to birth female babies. In the days that followed, the winter continued unabated as the second phase set in. However, it was merely the second phase, and most females had retreated indoors to endure the winter. Due to the harsh winds and snow, hunting had become difficult for the males, and prey was scarce. Nan Mozhen had fully activated her homebody mode, spending her days in her room preparing delightful dishes. Spinning yarn, weaving cloth, and engaging in crafts, the time passing swiftly. The relentless snowstorm made it impossible to venture outside. Yi Fu, being a snake beast, prepared for hibernation. Rui Shui, feeling somewhat bored, came to visit Nan Mozhen, and the two sat by the fire pit, warming themselves and chatting. Once Yi Fu entered hibernation, the affairs of the great bee city were entrusted to the priest. Rui Shui accepted the hot soup Nan Mozhen offered, warming her hands and casually remarked, "Will it get even colder this winter?" Rui Shui nodded. "Indeed, it will become colder. We are only in the second phase of winter. The next phase will be even chillier, with hail expected, becoming very, very cold. After that, we will transition to spring. What remains uncertain is how long this winter will last." The priest mentioned that this year's winter will be colder than in previous years. It is a daunting thought that an excessively cold winter could lead to the demise of many females. Rui Shui's expression turned grave as she spoke. Coldness is one matter. However, if winter drags on too long, hunting will become increasingly challenging. leading to shortages in many beastmen households that if weaker females do not receive adequate care, they may fall ill and ultimately perish. After a moment contemplation, Nan Mozhen remarked, since the priest indicated this winter will be colder than before, it only suggests it will be cold, not necessarily longer than last year. Thus, it should not last too long. Rui Shui scoffed. To the priest, an extra month or two is hardly significant. It's only when the duration doubles that it becomes a concern. Nan Mozhen thought, perhaps it is best to remain silent. She understood now that this year's winter would pose considerable challenges. She had enough provisions to worry about, and Rui Shui, residing in the stone fortress, also had ample supplies, so she would not suffer unduly. That it was the beastmen in the city, particularly those with weaker constitutions and scant provisions, who would find it difficult, especially in the latter half of winter. Thus, she couldn't help but appreciate the advantages of having a space. The great bee city also sought to recruit beastmen with spatial abilities to assist in storing food for the tribe. These individuals were quite unique, and even if they lacked formidable combat skills, they were not bullied. Many females even favored them. For instance, Beat, who apparently was courted back to the den by a female just after reaching adulthood. Having a spatial ability at home is the safest bet. For now, they would take it one step at a time. Nan Mozhen consoled Rui Shui, for the next phase remained uncertain. Who knows, perhaps the beast god would bless the beastmen of the great beast city. Days passed, and after 5 days, news arrived via the flying beast that the hunting team from the great beast city had returned from the deep plains. The wind and snow there had been so severe that the ferocious beasts from the frost forest had fled. They had not lingered long in combat, bringing back the spoils they had secured. They would reach the great beast city in about 2 days at their current pace, that on the morning of the second day. The snowstorm subsided, and brilliant sunlight shone down, illuminating the pristine white snow that sparkled like gems. The warm sun after the storm was the most dazzling sight. Nan Mozhen was eager to see the returning hunting team. Yet she restrained herself, fearing that Mei might cause trouble again. That it was not that she was afraid of her, but such a scenario would place Yusi, who protected her, in a difficult position. Bored, she decided to take a stroll downstairs. The expansive courtyard had been meticulously cleared by the guarding males, with the snow neatly piled to the side. Some beastmen were still transporting the snow, and her curiosity led her closer. Where will all this snow be taken? Upon hearing her voice, one of Rui Shui's partners, Augustus, explained, "This snow is still clean. We are preparing to transport it to the underground reservoir for storage. Soon, some nearby water sources will freeze, making it difficult to access water." Nan Mozhen nodded in understanding, turning away to avoid being a bother. The environment in this world was pristine, with clean rain and snow. Once melted, the water was of exceptional quality. She squatted beside her makeshift snowman, crafting a soulless white tiger and amusing herself joyfully. Suddenly, a sharp cry of an eagle echoed from afar, followed by the exhilarating roar of a beast. Augustus and his companions paused their activities, gazing towards the city gate. The hunting party had returned. Rui Shui hurried out, urging Augustus to take her along. Aside from a male guards on duty, the other males in the stone fortress had gathered to join the commotion. With a sigh of resignation, Nan Mozhen continued to play in the snow till a small snowball whizzed past and landed at her feet. She looked up to meet Yusi's intrigued expression, with her eyes slightly narrowed. She thought, very well, she would accept this challenge. Grabbing a handful of snow, she squeezed it fiercely before rising to throw it back, and the two began a playful chase in the snowy expanse. Yusi's snowballs were diminutive, no larger than an egg. However, Nan Mozhen was fierce. The only reason her snowballs were not the size of basketballs was due to her inability to lift them. Within her capabilities, she threw her snowballs without hesitation. After a while of chasing, she was out of breath and could run no more. In contrast, Yusi stood leisurely at a distance, unruffled, casually toying with a small snowball. Tired of the game, Nan Mozhen conceded. Yusi chuckled as he tossed the snowball into the nearby pile of snow and approached her, asking, "Since it won't snow again today, shall we cook in the courtyard?" After pondering, Nan Mozhen replied, "If you help me start a fire, I'll take the opportunity to discuss a few matters with you." Yusi immediately straightened his expression and busied himself, unable to move for the time being. Nan Mozhen retrieved a small wooden stool from her space and sat down to rest. Yusi set up 3 large bonfires in the adjacent area. Once the wood was ablaze, he fetched a stone pot from the fortress. Observing the 2-meter wide and 2-meter deep stone pot, Nan Mozhen's lips twitched. This was certainly the makings of a grand feast. With 2 stone pots, one for meat and one for soup, the remaining fire would be for roasting meat. Zhan, what ingredients do you desire? What would you like to eat? Yusi inquired as he prepared to fetch supplies from the storeroom. Nonchalantly, she replied, I'm fine with anything, as long as it's not too tough to chew. Some game was notoriously chewy, and with her dental condition, it was challenging to even take a bite, let alone chew it thoroughly. For a long time, Huairong and later Mu had specifically sought small game for her, as their meat was tender enough for her to manage. Yusi pondered and asked, like the food suitable for young cubs? Nan Mozhen chuckled awkwardly. Just choose whatever you see fit. Yusi smiled lightly as he went to the storeroom for food. Soon returning with various meats, including several items she often enjoyed, easing her mind. Yusi continued to fetch an abundance of supplies, including vegetables and various seasoning plants. Knowing that Nan Mozhen was an excellent cook, he eagerly entrusted the task of preparing the food to her. Nan Mozhen stated, I'll handle the cooking. You can take care of the roasting, that I'm not skilled at roasting. All right, Yusi readily agreed and set about preparing the meat for grilling. Residing in the stone fortress, it was only fitting to account for everyone, including Huairong and her companions. With these 2 large pots, they would be well fed alongside the roasted meat. Heating oil in the pot, adding seasonings, adding water, and simmering. The stone pot towered above Nan Mozhen. She had to rely on a small step stool to reach it, struggling to stir with a massive spoon that if she had to cook like this for the orcs every day, she would surely wear herself out in no time. Once the 2 pots were simmering, she tossed a few ears of corn into the fire and prepared a fruit platter. The orcs from the hunting party delivered their haul from the depths of the wilderness to the large storeroom behind the fortress. And Yusi temporarily left to organize things while Nan Mozhen wandered between the bonfires alone. Once Yusi finished, he immediately returned to assist with the cooking, followed by Huairong and her companions. All but Yi Fu, who was in hibernation, were present, and males from the hunting party had perished. They returned in the same numbers as they had departed. The males with partners busied themselves reuniting with their loved ones, reminiscing about the days apart. Huairong, come and enjoy the delicious food, Nan Mozhen called out, prompting Huairong to abandon her partner and rush over. Shortly thereafter, Beat approached to collect his meal, and Nan Mozhen handed him the prepared food. Zhan, your culinary skills are truly impressive. Make sure to save me a portion next time you cook, Huairong said, sitting on a small stool with a beaming smile. Nan Mozhen chuckled lightly. Would you like to move in with me for the winter? Though she jested, Huairong appeared to contemplate seriously, causing Augustus and the others to tense with concern that don't be ridiculous. Zhan's partner will arrive in a few days. And you can't just run off to her place. If you fancy something, I can ask Zhan to teach me. And I will cook it for you at home, Augustus declared sternly, with the other males nodding in agreement. Fine, Huairong conceded, dropping the idea of spending winter with her. She then added, Zhan, the bun you gave me in the bamboo forest was delicious. How do you make it? Nan Mozhen's lips twitched as she replied slowly. It's made with wheat flour mixed with certain plants that have leavening properties, steamed until soft. I don't have any wheat on hand, and that plant can't be found in winter. It only grows in autumn, and its growing period is brief. The recipe for buns did exist, and in this world the absence of leavening agents was not a problem, as certain plants served a similar function. Nan Mozhen had a bun tree in her space, so she had not paid attention to those plants that could make wheat flour soft and fluffy. Huairong's expression immediately turned regretful. Nan Mozhen continued, we could try making pumpkin cakes later. We have the ingredients, pumpkin, glutinous rice, and some sweet seasoning flours. Huairong's mood brightened at this. Great, teach me how to make them. The pumpkin and glutinous rice had been sourced by Huairong some time ago. The pumpkin was foraged from the wild, while the glutinous rice was traded from other tribes. Though the quantity was limited, it was sufficient to make some pumpkin cakes. The orcs typically steamed pumpkin for consumption, or peeled it for soup. Frying was rarely done, as they were not skilled in it. The 2 large pots of food, alongside the roasted meat, were indeed consumed by them. particularly due to the orcs' hearty appetites. Unlike females, males were not so finicky. Many males had only one substantial meal a day, consuming a considerable amount. Their bodies could rapidly absorb food and convert it into stored energy. Mealtimes were punctual in households with females. If a male was single, he would not be so diligent. After finishing lunch, they busied themselves with making pumpkin cakes. The pumpkin and glutinous rice were steamed separately, with the rice being pounded with clean stones and mixed with the pumpkin, adding a touch of sweetness before being placed on a flat stone pan. Indeed, a flat stone pan was available in the fortress storeroom, once used for frying meat. The flavor might not be ideal, and since Shui was not fond of it, the pan had gathered dust. Now, it had finally seen the light of day. Since Augustus and the others wished to learn, they could eventually prepare it for Shui, which also saved Nan Mozhen effort as she stood by directing them. Pumpkin cakes were inherently simple, and she and Yusi observed as the males skillfully shaped the pumpkin mixture into patties and fried them. Although they could be coated with sesame for added flavor, it was not necessary, as sesame was rarely eaten by orcs, and Nan Mozhen casually mentioned it, knowing they seldom consumed it. Otherwise, Augustus and the others would surely inquire about sesame all over town. Several fried pumpkin cakes emerged from the pan, with Augustus offering the first to Shui. She eagerly blew on it a few times before cautiously taking a bite. The surface was crispy, while the interior was soft, sticky, and sweet, with the flavors of pumpkin and glutinous rice perfectly harmonized. Delicious! Shui's eyes sparkled with delight as she took another bite. Assessment complete. She is undoubtedly a foodie. Jun, you're incredible. Knowing so many delicious dishes, Yusi complimented with a smile. Nan Mozhen chuckled. Perhaps it's due to the regional differences that the foods vary as well. The orcs envied her culinary skills. And at times, she found herself admiring the wisdom of the orcs, noting that some of their dishes were indeed quite delectable. Yusi observed her with a smile, remaining silent, yet the depth of meaning in his gaze was unmistakable to her. Subsequently, Nan Mozhen and Yusi sampled the food, relishing it while it was still warm. After a brief period of play, the afternoon sky grew somewhat overcast. Augustus and the others tidied up the courtyard and took Shui inside to rest. Yawning, Nan Mozhen prepared to take a nap, having developed a habit of afternoon slumber. Since it was on the way, she accompanied Yusi. Perhaps the pumpkin and glutinous rice would become quite popular, Yusi remarked lightly as he followed her. Nan Mozhen paused at the threshold of his room, turning to him with a question. Then you could tell me what you dislike eating the most. I might know alternative preparation methods. Many ingredients can be prepared in various ways, and a change in technique can yield a different flavor. Yusi chuckled and shook his head. What were you going to tell me earlier? He deftly shifted the topic. Previously, Shui and the others had kept him from finding an opportunity to converse with her. Nan Mozhen instinctively glanced around. Yusi, casting a quick look at their surroundings, assured her, the guards here are all my kin. You can speak freely. She leaned closer to him, her curiosity piqued. Is it true that the strength of a tribe is inseparable from priests like you, who can communicate with the beast gods? Yusi found her question curious. After a moment's thought, he replied, not necessarily. Having priests makes communication simpler. They can convey certain matters to the beast gods. You must understand, the higher one's status, the more critical faith becomes. If you possess foresight and can warn the orcs of impending disasters, you will earn their respect and admiration, and more will be willing to follow you. The might of a tribe does not rely solely on females attracting males. While females can entice, retaining powerful males depends on the leader's abilities. Nan Mozhen nodded, then inquired, when you next communicate with the beast gods, could you ask if I am suited to be a leader? Yusi was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. You have such aspirations? Nan Mozhen replied, I merely wish to build a home of my own. Something unique, something I cherish. Do you not like the great beast city? He asked. She shook her head. I don't dislike it, but it isn't the style I desire. Yusi regarded her quietly, genuinely intrigued by what thoughts occupied her mind, what kind of environment she had previously lived in, and why the beast god had chosen her. Since you were chosen by the beast god, if you wish, it should not be a problem that if you need assistance, I will do my utmost to help you. He said earnestly. She smiled. Then when I do establish a tribe, I shall recruit you as a priest. Night husband would not come after me. Would he? Yusi smiled in return. There are many orcs capable of communicating with the beast gods. Several in the great beast city. However, Night husband trusts me more. Should I no longer be present, he will find someone suitable to be the priest of the great beast city. Implied in his words was the notion that if she needed him, he would join her newly built tribe as a priest, helping it to flourish. With this assurance, Nan Mozhen felt at ease that and there's this, she said, remembering something as she placed a large bag of iron ore on the ground. With Night husband absent, you take charge. Try to forge these iron ores into different forms using high temperatures. Yusi opened the leather bag with a puzzled expression, finding it filled with black, solid materials. He recognized it. Such ores were common in the mountains. Yet, to others, they seemed no different from ordinary stones, just hard and black, the high-temperature forging. Indeed, high temperature. The flames produced by burning wood are insufficient. Perhaps you could find a fire elemental beast to use their powers for the task. Once they glow red, strike them. She briefly explained the forging technique from her blueprint, acknowledging her lack of expertise in this area and relying on the blueprint's instructions. Yusi listened intently, then fell into contemplation. All right, take your time to study this. I am powerless to assist further. Nan Mozhen waved him off, turning back to her room. She could not conjure flames nor wield the strength to forge. It was best left to the orcs. After the hunting team returned, the number of orcs in the great bee city increased, creating a slightly livelier atmosphere. However, this was merely during the brief respite from the snowstorm. Once it resumed, everyone retreated indoors. Only a few solitary orcs, lacking partners, ventured out to play in the snow, engaging in snowball fights and clearing the accumulation. The following morning, as Nan Mozhen prepared porridge for breakfast, Mudah arrived. "Jinjin, I've come to find you." His voice called from outside, surprising her as she hurried to open the door. Mudah stood at the entrance, grinning broadly, offering her a nearly warmed energy fruit. She looked at him quizzically. "Jinjin, Wenli is expecting cubs, and I wish to trade something with you," Mudah said, somewhat bashfully. Leaning against the doorframe, Nan Mozhen teased, "The cubs in Wenli's belly surely aren't yours. They haven't been together long enough." Previously, she had heard that many females would still be affectionate with their partners while carrying their young, which was quite bold that Mudah replied matter-of-factly, "Of course not mine. They are Rue Boz cubs. Wenli has promised to bear me tiger cubs next year. Then, best of luck. When they are born, let me play with them. Sure, you should take good care of yourself and have a few litters in the future. Regardless of whether they are male or female, our cubs can grow up to mate." Nan Mozhen scoffed, amused by his presumptuousness in arranging future marriages for their offspring. Mudah, do you desire female cubs?" she asked seriously, and Mudah hesitated before nodding and shaking his head. "What kind of reaction is that?" He explained, "Female cubs are born in humanoid form, larger in size, while male cubs, though numerous in a litter, are smaller and easier to bear. Many females suffer greatly and even perish during the birth of female cubs. If a female cub has a weak constitution, she may not survive the birthing process. The difficulty of birthing female cubs is also why they are so scarce in this land. What do you fear from me?" Nan Mozhen chuckled lightly, and Mudah looked at her in confusion. "You are not a veterinarian. If complications arise during birth, even a veterinarian cannot help." Nan Mozhen shot him a sidelong glance, saying, "I have treasures here." "What treasures?" Mudah asked, his curiosity piqued. She produced a pink fruit meant for female births, exchanging it for the energy fruit she had found in the frost forest. Mudah gazed in astonishment at the large pink fruit in his hands, questioning, "Is this really an energy fruit? I've never seen one of this color before. Where did Huairong find it for you?" Amused by his reaction, Nan Mozhen replied, "This is a special energy fruit. If a female consumes it, she is likely to bear female cubs, but if taken early in pregnancy, it greatly increases the chances of birthing female cubs. Even if unsuccessful, the fruit can enhance a female's constitution, making the birthing process smoother. I've already secretly given some to Duo Lin and Yunli to observe the results." Mudah appeared contemplative. "Yunli is further along. She should be giving birth soon. I will decide whether to give Wenli the fruit after she delivers." Nan Mozhen did not oppose this, and handed him 2 more energy fruits to strengthen constitution. Seeing another color of energy fruit elicited a rich expression from Mudah. Since you can sense the fluctuations of energy, you should be able to perceive that these fruits contain less energy than the ones from the frost forest, about 1/3 less, but their effects are concentrated. The pink fruit promotes female births, while the yellow fruit enhances physical constitution. Keep these for now. Once Yunli gives birth, you can decide whether to give Wenli the fruit, even if the timing is off for female births. It can still strengthen Wenli's body. With a serious demeanor, Muda cradled the fruits in his arms. Nan Mozhen smiled and found a small leather pouch to store them. Besides coal, what else do you need? She asked while packing coal for him. Muda replied, food is sufficient. Rue brought back quite a bit. However, Wenli is quite sensitive to the cold. Just place what you see. Keep some for yourself. This winter will be very harsh. Since I am so generous in our exchange, it means I have plenty to... I still have a lot of firewood that I am not bearing cubs, so I can keep warm with firewood and thicker furs without freezing. Wenli must be more careful in her care. Listening to Nan Mozhen's heartfelt words, Muda felt a warmth spread through his heart that on Wenli's side, there were several companions, and the stockpile of food should suffice. At least for the initial period. Should the situation become tense later on, there would be food distribution from the Sherbao area. For now, the priority was warmth. Nan Mozhen had provided Muda with 2 large bags of coal, just enough for him to carry. Use it for now. When it runs out, I will replenish it for you. Don't hesitate. I have plenty. Also, when I prepare nutritious meals in the future, I will include Wenli's share. And there will be specialized orcs to deliver the meals, Nan Mozhen stated. Muda nodded. I'll bring you energy fruits the next time I find some. Nan Mozhen did not refuse. Then let us leave it as a debt for now. I am curious about the energy fruits from the lava mountain. I've never seen those red ones before. Muda chuckled. No problem. I will get them for you next summer. After saying this, he cherished his load and departed. However, Nan Mozhen was left speechless when she learned that Yunli had given birth that night. Unlike humans who gestate for 10 months, female beasts do not adhere to such time constraints. As long as there is sufficient food, they can give birth in as little as 2 to 3 months. The growth of the young is contingent upon adequate nutrition, allowing them to mature swiftly and reproduce. Considering that Yunli had been pregnant for nearly 5 months, this timeline was quite standard. Had it not been for Nan Mozhen intervening to create nutritious meals that balanced vegetables and meat, Yunli's previous all-meat diet might have resulted in an even quicker delivery. Late at night, the joyous shouts of Yunli's partner echoed, indicating a celebration rather than sorrow. Initially perplexed, Nan Mozhen leaned out of the window and called out, "You see, what is happening in the city?" Yusi opened the window and replied, "It's Yunli's partner. She has given birth to 4 cubs, 3 males and 1 female. This is unprecedented in our great bee city." The simultaneous birth of both genders was a rarity and had never before occurred. Nan Mozhen could not help but rejoice. Such a pairing was indeed fortuitous, indicating the successful conversion of energy fruits. "Make sure to send a veterinarian to check on the female cub. Keep a close watch," she advised. Yusi responded, "Yes, I've already sent several veterinarians." After a pause, he added, "I will personally go take a look." In the next moment, Nan Mozhen saw a green light darting from the second-floor window, a vibrant green butterfly fluttering in the IT circled once before approaching her window, and asked, "Jinjin, what did you do for Yunli to give birth to both male and female cubs?" Nan Mozhen examined the butterfly, admiring its beauty, and replied with a smile, "Is it so surprising that I could accomplish such a feat?" UC's gaze softened as he fluttered away. In any tribe, the birth of a female cub was worthy of celebration, and now with the occurrence of both genders, it was even more remarkable. Next, attention turned to Duo Lin, who was younger. As long as she did not become picky and consume the energy fruits, she would surely give birth to female cubs. The great bee city was bustling that night. And unbeknownst to Nan Mozhen, her reputation was spreading throughout the city. Originally a figure of interest, she now garnered even more attention. Early the next morning, Nan Mozhen was awakened by Rue Shui as persistent calls. Still bleary-eyed, she opened the door. "What's the matter?" She yawned, looking at Rue Shui outside. Rue Shui grasped her hand, saying, "Wake up! Last night, Yunli gave birth to 4 cubs, 3 males and 1 female. She mentioned it was because you prepared nutritious meals for her and gave her pink fruits. Now, many males are coming to find you. hoping you can prepare nutritious meals for their partners in exchange for pink fruits. Nan Mozhen's mouth twitched, her sleepiness vanishing at once. Are there many? She inquired. Shui nodded. At least 100, and some have yet to arrive. They've been waiting outside since before dawn. Nan Mozhen replied, This is quite the uproar. After a moment of thought, she said, Please relay a message to them. I fear I might be overwhelmed if I go out myself. What should I say? Shui asked. Pregnant females can report to me, and I will coordinate the preparation of nutritious meals. However, as for the pink fruits, my supply is limited. Only those females who meet certain conditions, having given birth to 2 litters already without a female cub, and who are newly pregnant, will be eligible for the pink fruits. If they're too far along, the chances of giving birth to female cubs are slim. You only just happen to be lucky, Nan Mozhen explained. The introduction of such stipulations immediately filtered out many females. Even if she had a large quantity of pink fruits, she could not distribute them all. Shui understood, promptly going out to spread the word. Instead of approaching the males directly, she sent a flying beast into the sky to announce. Its piercing call resonating across the entire great beast city, making it clear to those who understood beast language about the requirements for obtaining pink fruits that in an instant, the great beast city was abuzz. With males coming and going, and many who had been waiting at the entrance departed, while others poured in from the city. The pink fruits were not to be given away freely. They required an exchange of energy fruits. Ultimately, only those females who met the criteria and had energy fruits at home could make the exchange. After preparing breakfast, Nan Mozhen descended to find a dense gathering of male beasts in the courtyard, all patiently awaiting her arrival, undeterred by the biting wind and snow. Upon seeing her, they erupted in excitement. Zhun, UC said with a hint of exasperation. Nan Mozhen shrugged and addressed the crowd. I must clarify that while younger females have a higher chance of giving birth to female cubs after consuming pink fruits, there is still a possibility of conversion failure. I cannot guarantee success. However, even in the event of failure, the pink fruits can still enhance the female's constitution, facilitating a smoother birthing process, so it is not without benefit. The assembled beasts nodded in unison. She estimated that around 50 males were present, with more still on their way. She retrieved a leather bag, holding pink fruits in one hand and energy fruits in the other to commence the exchange. However, she felt a twinge of annoyance as Shui's 2 partners also joined the throng. Exchanging for pink fruits, what could she do? She chose to ignore them and continued with the exchanges. The males who received pink fruits returned home joyfully, some seeking female cubs, others hoping to encourage their partners to come, and still others drawn by the fruit's body-enhancing properties. Especially enticing was the prospect that even in the event of conversion failure, the fruits could still ensure a smooth birthing experience for females, igniting enthusiasm among many males for them. The status of their partners took precedence over that of the cubs. They would do anything to benefit their mates, especially when it involved an exchange with energy fruits. Once all the males had been sent on their way, Nan Mozhen sighed with relief. She turned to UC and said, I have a plan. UC gestured for her to proceed, and they entered a stone house to converse. Inside the stone fortress, the first floor housed a stone room with several fire pits at its center, surrounded by low tables and small cushions made of animal hides. UC ignited the fire pits and settled beside Nan Mozhen on a cushion. The number of pink fruits is limited. I have reserved some for you to distribute to your tribe. However, you must be cautious not to overdo it, even if females aim to give birth to female cubs. The distribution should be staggered. Otherwise, if one batch gives birth, the next may not yield any female cubs, Nan Mozhen advised. UC smiled. Naturally, I will not overindulge. I understand the principle of balance. Nan Mozhen recognized him as a clever beast. He grasped concepts quickly as for the other females in the great beast city. Unless there are special circumstances, I will no longer exchange pink fruits, claiming that I have run out, she continued. UC nodded. Given the situation with the pink fruits, your identity may be hard to conceal. I will explain your circumstances to everyone. Her expression tightened slightly. Do not be anxious. I will simply tell them that you are a favored female of the beast god, and that those pink fruits are guided to you by the beast god. I will not elaborate further or inquire about your affairs, he reassured her. Nan Mozhen instinctively relaxed. then shifted to the next topic. Is there a larger stone house available? I need a suitable place for preparing nutritious meals for the females. Some ingredients I mentioned might not be recognized by everyone, or what I think is one thing may not align with their understanding. Females with poor constitutions are at risk of losing their cubs if they consume forbidden foods during pregnancy. We need a larger stone house to serve as a kitchen, where we can account for the daily needs of females requiring nutritious meals. If the females are in good health, they can also come to eat in the kitchen. The female partners can take turns assisting in the restaurant, thus deepening their understanding of various dishes and their preparation methods. What do you think? Yusi listened quietly, his gaze lowered, and finally, his eyes sparkled with realization. That sounds good. The house in the inner area is relatively spacious, with 2 floors. If you find it more convenient to stay outside, you can occupy the second floor, while the first floor will serve as the restaurant. Nan Mozhen readily agreed. However, considering Yin Li's situation, many females, regardless of whether they are expecting offspring, will likely request me to prepare nutritional meals, while I do have ample storage space and a variety of ingredients. I cannot accommodate the consumption demands of so many females. She expressed her concerns anxiously. I initially thought of having them exchange energy fruits for the nutritional meals, along with other resources like coal. The material tree can produce energy fruits, but the energy contained within them is not as potent as the wild energy fruits found outside, that I must gather those wild energy fruits, and besides, if I suddenly provide the better quality items to the beastmen, I will face scrutiny. Bartering for goods would facilitate resource circulation more conveniently. Yusi contemplated for a moment and said, actually, the regulations of the Great Beast City state that only 4th-tier beastmen may participate in the hunts in the deep plains. Due to the differences among species, even within the same 4th tier, there can be significant disparities in strength. Some beastmen with special abilities, such as those possessing spatial or healing powers, will not participate in the hunts. Not every female partner is allowed to join the hunts in the deep plains, and even if they do go, they may not necessarily acquire energy fruits. Perhaps we could allow those who have energy fruits at home to trade them, while those without energy fruits could be encouraged to hunt. Although prey is scarce in winter, there are still several animals that roam during this season, enabling the males to engage in small-scale hunts. With the catch delivered to the restaurant for the females to enjoy. As for the beastmen who assist in the restaurant, you need not worry. Not only will the bonded males come to help, but the single males will also be more than willing to lend a hand. Nan Mozhen propped her head on her arm, her expression cheerful, concluding that there were no issues. Yusi assured her, I will arrange the location of the restaurant, and I will have it set up for you within a few days. Thank you for your trouble. Please leave the second floor vacant for me. I will tidy it up myself. He smiled and nodded. Core figure of the Green Wild Butterfly clan, and also the priest of the Great Bee City. His responsibilities extend beyond merely protecting his kin. He aspired for the Great Bee City to flourish and become the strongest sanctuary. Thanks to Nan Mozhen's wisdom and the existence of the pink fruits that can enable females to bear female offspring, she has already made strides with the females. The increase in female offspring will only enhance the prospects of the Great Bee City in the future, garnering greater respect from the males and elevating her status. While she is safe within the Great Bee City, her presence is quite alluring compared to other tribes, particularly the remaining 3 cities of the 4 great cities. A wave of concern washed over Yusi. The most straightforward way for a male to retain a female is through bonding. However, Nan Mozhen does not seek other partners. She is merely temporarily residing in the Great Bee City, and it is uncertain whether she will stay permanently. Not to mention, the competition among the 4 great cities has always persisted. Currently, the Great Bee City finds itself at a slight disadvantage compared to the other 3 cities, as the city lord is bonded, while the lords of the other 3 cities remain single. That if the 3 city lords pursue Nan Mozhen or seek to win her over, the situation could become precarious. Even though he is aware of her intentions, Yusi cannot help but worry about ill-intentioned beastmen attempting to monopolize or harm her, or luring her with conditions she might find appealing. Yusi stared blankly into the air, his expression unusually serious. Nan Mozhen glanced at him, uncertain of his thoughts, but she refrained from interrupting his contemplation. As the priest of the Great Bee City, his position is only subordinate to the city lord. And now as the acting city lord, he has many matters to consider, inevitably weighing heavily on his mind. Nan Mozhen turned her gaze to the window. The vast expanse of the great beast city has evolved from its establishment to the gradual implementation of strict regulations, now operating smoothly and orderly. This process must have taken considerable time and required the efforts of many city lords. Truly a monumental undertaking. 2 days later, Yusi selected the location for the restaurant, much to Nan Mozhen's dismay. It was right at the entrance of the stone fortress. She recalled that the stone houses near the fortress were mostly inhabited by the single beastmen guarding it, particularly the flying beastmen. Now, the second stone house to the right of the fortress has been prepared to serve as the restaurant, with beastmen living nearby on all sides, and the fortress not far away. It would be convenient to call for assistance in case of any issues. The geographical location is undeniably excellent. Yusi has also created the most convenient environment for her. This restaurant is dedicated to preparing nutritional meals for females. Many males volunteered to thoroughly clean the stone house, ensuring every stone brick was spotless. During a brief pause in the wind and snow that afternoon, Nan Mozhen accompanied Yusi to the restaurant. Uncertain how to go about it, she found that apart from a few fire pits, most of the items had been removed from the stone house. Covering approximately 200 square meters, it would suffice for food preparation. However, if the females were to dine here, the space might become inadequate with larger numbers. Currently, it is winter, and with the cold weather, there are fewer females venturing out, so this concern is not pressing. When spring and summer arrive, more females will be active outside, and at that point, this space will undoubtedly prove insufficient. Nan Mozhen chose not to dwell on this. For now, it was sufficient. She wandered around the first floor and said to Yusi, who was following behind, "Let's build a long table here, crafted from stone, wide and lengthy. This side will be for dishes." She gestured as she spoke that we need to set up a few stoves here. With fire below and food preparation above, we can place stone pots and eventually iron pots as well. We will also need a preparation counter and a water trough, creating a water passage. And a water tank. A fence should be placed beside the fire pit, and other areas can accommodate tables and stools. That should suffice. Yusi noted everything down. The tables and stools can be made of wood, which is not difficult, but the stoves may require further research. Long, as Nan Mozhen outlines what is needed. Yusi understands how to execute it. He assessed her height, noting that the stoves must be constructed to suit her stature. And a few taller stoves, suitable for male use, should also be built. A considerable amount of wood and stone will be required. Approximately 3 days, Yusi estimated. Nan Mozhen nodded. No rush. If the snowstorm makes it difficult to find materials, we can take our time and gather them when the weather improves. Yusi smiled appreciatively at her thoughtfulness, saying, "From now on, this stone house will belong to you. If you find yourself with free time, you can come over and decorate the second floor. Your activities have now expanded to this space." Nan Mozhen chuckled softly, turning to contemplate installing some defensive measures. Once Yusi maximizes the use of the iron, or they could install an iron door at the top of the stairs. "Please install a wooden door at the staircase," she said after a moment's hesitation. Yusi did not inquire further and simply agreed. The stone houses adjacent to the fortress are all spacious, lacking the divisions found in other stone houses, thus avoiding the hassle of tearing down walls. Fortunately, the subsequent 2 days of snowstorms only struck at night, while the days were bright and sunny, allowing the males to gather materials and work at the city gate. With so many males in the great beast city, selecting the most skilled among them for craftsmanship is entirely feasible. Thanks to the favorable weather, progress was swift, and by the morning of the 3rd day, the installations in the restaurant were complete. Everything was constructed according to her specifications, with tables and stools made from wood. To prevent any splinters from harming the females, each table and stool was wrapped in a layer of smooth, waterproof animal hide, that if they became dirty, a simple wipe would suffice, making cleaning convenient. In the corners, stacks of hay and wood were stored, and the walls were adorned with dried flowers and herbs, transforming the previously empty space. They also partitioned a small storage area behind the kitchen specifically for food supplies, with shelves and a variety of baskets prepared. Nan Mozhen was quite satisfied and told Yusi, "Excellent work, everyone. The restaurant will officially commence operations tomorrow. Females living nearby can send their partners to collect meals. For those farther away, to prevent the food from cooling, we can arrange for beast men with spatial abilities to deliver the meals. This will need to be reported. Additionally, males can come to inspect the food and, once they have made their selections, have it delivered by the spatial beastmen. That it is perfectly acceptable to come over here for a meal that a myriad of dishes will be prepared at that time, allowing everyone to select their preferences at will. Yusi will promptly arrange for a flying beast to convey the message. Nan Mozhen is in particularly high spirits, eager to enhance her rapport and win over the beastmen. Starting from the great beast city, the second floor is also a spacious area, and for now, she has no inclination to make any alterations. After all, she will still be residing in the stone fortress during this period, and will tidy up once Huairong returns on the restaurant's opening day. Nan Mozhen noticed many familiar faces among those who came to assist, including the Winley family as the snowstorm subsided. Dolan also brought her partner along for some fun. Naturally, richest, who lived nearby, did not want to miss out on this lively gathering. Each of them claimed to be there to help, but in reality, they were simply there to enjoy the food and drinks. And Nan Mozhen permitted them to do so. After all, when her own partner came to partake, the male companions would diligently lend a hand. In truth, Nan Mozhen did not need to lift a finger. She merely needed to demonstrate how to prepare the dishes and how much seasoning to add, allowing the males to take care of the rest. She wandered about as if she were a proprietor observing her employees at work. With the pleasant weather, many females came to join in the merriment, and Nan Mozhen prepared some sweet fruit soup for them to enjoy. The restaurant's offerings would prioritize excluding any items unsuitable for those in gestation, ensuring that the females could dine here with peace of mind. And of course, some may indulge a bit too much, but their partners would remind them, relieving Nan Mozhen of that concern. Some rich soups require lengthy preparation, so the restaurant began its preparations early, with many dishes ready well in advance. If everything was prepared before mealtime, Nan Mozhen would store it in the warehouse space and retrieve it when the time came. Yusi dispatched someone to tally the number of females ordering customized nutritional meals, which totaled 60, with 45 exchanging energy fruits and the remainder contributing labor. This number reflects the current pregnant females in the Great Bee City who wish to enjoy Nan Mozhen's culinary creations, while some were less interested, and those who were not pregnant were also deterred by Yusi from joining the fray. With limited ingredients, priority was given to those bearing offspring. What pleased Nan Mozhen somewhat was that none of those 60 females ordering customized meals were muah. However, it appeared there was a female named Meluo who had a good relationship with muah. Yusi had mentioned her previously, knowing that she and muah were not on good terms, and specifically cautioned about Meluo. In such a dull period, Nan Mozhen found herself somewhat anticipating a bit of trouble, a little excitement. She had previously cared for Dolan and Yunli, and now that Yunli had given birth, the so-called confinement meals continued. The only pregnant female she had closely interacted with were those two, and she assumed all females were somewhat alike. Upon witnessing the astonishing appetites of the female groups who had come to play together in the pleasant weather, Nan Mozhen began to question her understanding of life. She understood that females consume more food, as it can be converted into nutrients for their fetuses, promoting their growth. Yet, no one had informed her that pregnant females could eat incessantly. She leaned over to Dolan and softly inquired, "Is the nutritional meal I prepared sufficient for you?" Dolan replied, "One meal is enough, but I require snacks between lunch and dinner. I am a vegetarian beastman and do not eat much. The carnivorous beastmen consume more." Nan Mozhen understood that in fact, when preparing nutritional meals for Dolan and Yunli, they typically consumed her dishes, but when hungry, they only ate roasted meat and meat soup, with seasoning kept to a minimum, and they did not touch any unfamiliar wild vegetables or fruits. As soon as noon arrived, a variety of delicacies were laid out on the buffet, and the females began to select their desired dishes. There were 20 vegetarian options, 10 meat dishes, 5 types of soup, and plenty of roasted meat. If anyone desired hot pot, that was also available. The dining experience was designated for the pregnant females, while those who were not pregnant or the young ones wishing to eat would have to discreetly seek alternatives. In truth, if any of them came over, Nan Mozhen would not drive them away. However, she was quite obedient to the priest's words, adhering to the notion that if it couldn't be done openly, Then it would be done discreetly. With an ample supply of ingredients, even if certain dishes were exhausted, they could be replenished at any time, and the assisting males unknowingly exchanged a variety of dishes. With a plethora of vegetables and radishes, everyone could find something to their liking. Nan Mozhen herself served herself a bit to eat while leaning against the table, and she couldn't help but reflect that it was fortunate to be in a beastly world. Otherwise, she would have already become a billionaire entrepreneur. After satisfying her hunger, she inadvertently raised her gaze and spotted a heavily pregnant female entering from outside, assisted by two anxious males. Mu suddenly leaned in beside her and whispered. Winley said that is Meluo, who has a close relationship with my Sai. Neither of them is particularly amiable. After speaking, he quietly withdrew. Nan Mozhen thought to herself, this Meluo seems to be from the peacock tribe, with delicate and beautiful features. Yet, the arrogance in her eyes is evident. She does not appear to be an easy person to get along with. Birds of a feather flock together, and one can only imagine the disposition of a female who associates with my Sai. Meluo approached the buffet table, casting a fleeting glance at Nan Mozhen standing nearby before ultimately focusing her attention on the dishes. I have not tried many of these dishes. May I sample them? She inquired. Lino happened to be nearby and promptly stepped forward to assist out of course. Which would you like to try first? He asked as he took a wooden plate and prepared to serve. Meluo pointed to a few items close at hand, and Lino carefully placed a small portion of each on her plate. After tasting a bite of the stir-fried shredded potatoes, Meluo frowned, chewed a moment, and then spat the food out. It is too oily. Lino urged her, try something else. Meluo sampled the vinegar stir-fried cabbage and, still grimacing, spat it out again, exclaiming, it is too sour. Nan Mozhen couldn't help but smile slightly at her antics, curious as to what she truly desired. Lino stole a glance at Nan Mozhen's reaction, his expression somewhat tense. Meluo took another bite from her plate, and without a doubt, she spat it out once more, this time denouncing it for being unpalatable. In anger, she hurled her plate to the ground and gritted her teeth, demanding, why is it all so awful? And I still want an energy fruit. Jinjin, are you out of your mind? Her outburst drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Some females who seemed to be on friendly terms with Meluo attempted to soothe her, saying, Meluo, don't be angry. With so many dishes, there must be something you like. Meluo scoffed at the array of food, retorting, do you truly find this palatable? Can't you see her intentions? She aims to lure the priest and elevate her status in our great beast city, second only to Rueshu with her ruthless nature. Are you not concerned she might add something to the food? Lino quickly interjected, these dishes are perfectly fine, that he couldn't comment on the nature of the relationship between Nan Mozhen and the priest. But he assured them that she had painstakingly crafted these dishes, with nothing amiss. Meluo shot him a fierce glare, and he frowned, continuing, you are pregnant. Do not let your temper flare if you do not wish to eat. Then abstain, but your ruckus is disrupting our meal, Dolan disdainfully remarked. Winley also chimed in, there are plenty of dishes left, you can try again. Making a fuss over nothing is pointless. Meluo was visibly furious. Finally, Nan Mozhen, who had remained silent until now, gradually spoke up, do you wish to try any other dishes? Meluo, infuriated, retorted, are these even edible? Nan Mozhen nodded. Then perhaps you should refrain from coming to eat here in the future. If you do not enjoy it, others certainly will. Just then, Rueshu arrived, attempting to mediate. Meluo, there are many more dishes. Why not give them a try? If you truly dislike them, then so be it. There's no need to get upset. You are about to give birth. Before Rueshu, no female from the great bee city dared to act too brazenly, yet Meluo's resentment simmered. Jinjin, shouldn't you apologize or say something? Nan Mozhen succinctly replied, there is nothing to apologize for. Subsequently, she produced an energy fruit for Lino, who appeared momentarily taken aback and somewhat perplexed. She stated, please give this to Meluo. The food at the restaurant does not suit her palate. Henceforth, she should dine at home. If any female present finds this food truly unpalatable, there is no need to force yourselves. I shall return the energy fruits to you. Doreen chuckled. Oh no, not at all. It's quite delicious. Many of the females echoed her sentiments. Lino placed the energy fruit into Meluo's hands, causing her face to drain of color and her body to tremble with indignation. "Jinjin, you are utterly despicable," she cried out in fury, but the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically as she clutched her abdomen in pain. "Meluo." Her partner rushed to embrace her, flustered and frantic. "Lino, come quickly and take a look." Lino, wearing a complex expression, remarked, "It seems she is about to give birth. I'm not skilled in delivery. You will need to find another veterinarian." Immediately, several beastmen set off to locate a veterinarian proficient in childbirth. Meluo, enduring the pain, cursed through her tears, "Jinjin, if anything happens to my cubs, I will not forgive you." Nan Mozhen furrowed her brows. "What does it have to do with me? I haven't done anything to you. You stirred up trouble all on your W." As she noticed Meluo's partner glaring at her with fierce intent, Nan Mozhen remained unfazed. Ruishua stepped forward to shield her from the hostile gaze. Soon after, several veterinarians arrived, and Yusi followed suit. Upon entering the restaurant, Yusi first assessed Nan Mozhen's condition before approaching Meluo. The veterinarians had already encircled her, laying down thick animal pelts in preparation for the delivery. Everyone was accustomed to such occurrences and calmly continued to eat while observing the birth, due to the unpredictable nature of childbirth. Cubs could arrive at any moment, and it was not uncommon for females to give birth in public while out for a stroll. Nan Mozhen felt a sinking sensation within her. What an absurd situation! Could they not simply enjoy their meal in peace? Her face remained expressionless, yet she felt a twinge of anxiety. Judging by the earlier events, it appeared that Meluo had been provoked into labor. If complications arose during her delivery, the blame would surely fall upon her shoulders. It felt rather unjust. Yusi, possessing wood-based abilities and medical knowledge, chose not to join the other veterinarians surrounding Meluo, but instead approached Nan Mozhen and softly reassured her. "Do not be anxious. Everything is proceeding well. There should be no complications." Tia's words. Nan Mozhen felt a slight wave of relief wash over her, simultaneously taken aback by his keen observation. She nodded in acknowledgement. Meluo was not a first-time mother. Typically, females who had given birth multiple times would deliver swiftly as long as there were no complications. Meluo cried out in anguish while the veterinarians anxiously awaited. Her male partner now drenched in sweat. The atmosphere remained tense and chaotic for over 10 minutes until faint whimpers were heard, prompting the veterinarians to exhale in relief. 4 little bear cubs had been born. In those brief moments, Meluo was left utterly exhausted, her complexion pale as she collapsed to the ground, her strength all but drained. Yusi approached the stew pot and ladled a bowl of meat broth, handing it to Meluo's partner, who hesitated before accepting it. After warming it slightly, he fed it to Meluo. Once she drank the broth, Meluo's color improved somewhat, and she exchanged a few words with her partner, her exhaustion evident as she longed for sleep. The veterinarians tended to the aftermath, and once Meluo's other partners arrived, they took her and the cubs home. After the commotion subsided, the females resumed their meals as if nothing had occurred. Nan Mozhen sighed in resignation and turned to find Yusi ladling meat broth by the pot. Caught in the act, he sheepishly smiled. "I can trade you some energy fruits for this," unable to suppress a chuckle. Nan Mozhen waved her hand dismissively. Perhaps due to Meluo's situation, those females who harbored animosity towards Nan Mozhen, regardless of their true feelings, chose to conceal their disdain, refraining from making any disparaging remarks about the food. The food was indeed excellent, and they relished it. If they sought conflict, they could find it elsewhere, within the restaurant. Their sole desire was to enjoy their meals. Maisai would not come. After giving birth, Meluo would enter a recuperation phase, and the other females would not cause a stir, leaving the restaurant in a harmonious state. The following day, Beat delivered some game to the storage area at the back, prompting Nan Mozhen to curiously inquire. "Did you go hunting?" Beat was assigned by Yusi specifically for meal deliveries and was not required to hunt, as his partner could dine at the restaurant free of charge. Beat awkwardly chuckled. Stammering for some time before confessing, Meluo's partner gave it to me. They wanted to exchange for some meat broth. Nan Mozhen exhibited no reaction. He cautiously scrutinized her expression, tentatively asking, "Is that all right?" She nodded. Only then did Beat breathe a sigh of relief and exit the restaurant to care for his partner. The sardonic smile tugged at the corners of Nan Mozhen's lips. So this was what it meant to be slapped in the face by irony. Now he could only trade for some broth. Yesterday's lavish meal was now a distant memory, a reckless endeavor indeed. After several days of business at the restaurant, many males had learned to prepare the dishes. And even in Nan Mozhen's absence, they managed to create an array of meals, allowing her to indulge in laziness even more. Lunchtime arrived, and the snowstorm intensified, aside from the females who had come early. None would venture out in such weather. Nan Mozhen sat on a stool, observing Ruisha, who came daily despite the tempest, and felt a sense of helplessness. Zhenjin, at the entrance, Wenli, tightly wrapped in animal pelts, was carried in by Ruah. After entering the restaurant, Wenli approached Nan Mozhen, her cheeks flushed, and softly inquired, "Zhenjin, I ate a pink fruit. Do you think I will give birth to a female cub or perhaps a set of twins?" Her anticipation was palpable. Nan Mozhen pondered seriously before replying. "It's hard to say. If possible, I hope you have twins, 2 female cubs in one go. How could that be possible?" Wenli retorted, though the glimmer of hope in her eyes was unmistakable. "A little anticipation never hurts. What if the transformation fails and this cub turns out to be male?" She offered her unvarnished skepticism. Wenli appeared flustered, unsure of how to respond. The pink fruit did carry a slight chance of transformation failure, albeit a minuscule one. Observing her reaction, Nan Mozhen chuckled lightly. "All right, I was just teasing. The transformation will definitely succeed." Wenli's frown lifted, and she beamed with joy. "Find a place to sit. I'll get you something delicious." The pink fruit, which could aid females in birthing female cubs, was special, and Nan Mozhen would not distribute it liberally. However, she would mix in yellow fruits, which were beneficial for strengthening the body, into the meals for the females. Particularly when making sweet fruit soups, adding a bit each day would gradually enhance their constitution. With a busy schedule each day, Nan Mozhen found life quite fulfilling, though she occasionally found herself thinking of Huairong. He had promised to visit in a few days, yet it had been over 10 days. Surely he had lost track of time in his fixation on energy fruits. Each day brought snow and wind, and the temperature steadily dropped. The snowflakes falling from the sky became harder, and the accumulated snow along the roads solidified into ice. A few days later, news arrived that the water sources had frozen over. And this situation was occurring earlier than in previous years. After lunch, taking advantage of a lull in the storm, Yusi convened a meeting. Each household sent a representative, and some females in good health joined in for the excitement. Nan Mozhen stood nearby, listening as Mu held Wenli close, edging closer to her. Upon seeing Wenli, she smiled. It had been a few days, and her belly was noticeably rounder, the cub growing quickly. Yusi, standing on platform, gazed down at the densely packed beastmen, his expression serious as he delved into the matter at hand. The nearby water sources had frozen. This winter would prove to be more challenging than ever, arriving much sooner than anticipated. We must now strategize regarding the water supply. Behind the stone fortress is a reservoir. Beastmen with water abilities will come here daily to create water. If anyone lacks water at home, they may draw from the reservoir. Many beastmen in the city possess water abilities, and they will take turns to generate water to weather the crisis. Everyone nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. Once the clamor among the beastmen subsided, Maisai's voice rang out. "Priest, I believe the abilities of the females could also be utilized. After all, many beast souls possess water abilities, such as Wenli and her companions," with a slight furrow of his brow. Yusi pondered the astonishing inadequacy of the males in Great Beast City, who required the assistance of females to alleviate the crisis of dwindling water supplies. Nan Mozhen retorted without reservation. Macy glared at her and stated, "The males of Great Beast City are formidable. I merely believe that the onset of this winter's water shortage is alarmingly premature. It would be prudent for the females to assist, as it might also serve to encourage the males." When Li, with a pout, chimed in, "You possess a fire-type beast soul capable of melting snow into water. You could help as well." Macy replied, "I am with child. I cannot exert myself in such a manner. Just because you are with child does not exempt you from exertion. I am also expecting," when Li boldly countered. Nan Mozhen remarked softly, "Perhaps she wishes for you to lose your child, so that neither of you may bear offspring." Macy's expression changed dramatically. "What nonsense are you spouting? I harbor no such intentions. Nan Mozhen retorted, yet your words imply precisely that. I may see. In a fluster, turned to the priest and exclaimed, I truly mean no such thing. I was unaware that when Li was with child. I see that it appears to be a misunderstanding, Nan Mozhen responded, her nonchalant demeanor inciting Mei Si's ire to the point of exasperation. Zhen, are you deliberately opposing me? Do you wish to provoke me into a rage akin to Mei Luo's? Mei Si interrogated. Nan Mozhen, with a resigned gesture, replied, I have never sought to bully the females. It is you who instigate trouble for no reason, and not only that, but you do so with a lack of wisdom. Mei Si, vexed, retorted, you claim I lack intelligence? Very well, I shall refrain from further comment. Just remember, if I'm driven to anger and something transpires, do not blame me. Nan Mozhen hastily interjected. Given that Mei Luo was far along in her pregnancy and had succumbed to rage-induced labor, Mei Si, being in an earlier stage of pregnancy, could not afford the risk of miscarriage. You Si cleared his throat, saying, Mei Si, since you are with child, it would be prudent for you to remain indoors. Should you require anything, have your partner inform us at the stone fortress. Mei Si could only grit her teeth in silence. Nan Mozhen continued, in truth, the situation is not as dire as it seems. The primary force in creating water sources are the water-type beastmen, while the fire-type beastmen can also lend a hand. Additionally, while cooking at home, one can place ice and snow in stone bowls beside the bonfire, which will melt significantly. The creation of water sources is not typically achieved by burning wood, as it is too resource-intensive, especially in winter when timber is scarce. Ultimately, it is the water-type beastmen who initiate the process, with the fire-type assisting when supplies run low. You See nodded. Currently, the water-type beastmen are sufficient. Once the temperatures drop to the point of freezing the water in the reservoirs, we will then require the fire-type's assistance. Nan Mozhen acknowledged this with a nod. The other beastmen had already recognized her identity. The mere mention of her being favored by the beast god was enough to alter many of their perceptions. Except for a few, like Mei Si, the others were notably amiable towards her. Suddenly, Nan Mozhen felt a warmth in her chest as a chill emanated from her, spreading outward. Muda quickly stepped forward to distance himself and Wen Li. Why are you summoning beast souls for no reason? Muda expressed his discontent. Nan Mozhen, bewildered, replied, I did not. Muda's expression tightened. Has Huairong encountered trouble? A wave of anxiety washed over Nan Mozhen. But before she could respond, a familiar voice resonated. I am perfectly well. She turned in delight to see the male she had longed for standing behind her. Her heart soared as she rushed to embrace him. What brings you here so unexpectedly? Huairong held her tightly, his face radiating warmth and longing. That I wanted to surprise you by trying this teleportation technique. I have missed you dearly. Did I have missed you too? A group of beastmen observed the affectionate reunion, their hearts heavy with envy. You See smiled at the scene before addressing the group. All right, there is nothing more to discuss. You may all disperse. Once the crowd had cleared, only a few remained. Nan Mozhen introduced Huairong to Wen Li, Du Lin, and Rui Shui, facilitating their acquaintance. Huairong took note of Nan Mozhen's friends in Great Bee City, but his gaze lingered on Muda as he jested. I recall someone once expressing a preference for females with long black hair. Wen Li instinctively glanced at Muda. His expression grew tense as he awkwardly remarked to Wen Li, in the past, our tribe had no females with long black hair. I imagined such a style would be gentle and mature. However, upon meeting Zhenjun, I found that such females are rather intimidating. That I have since revised my preferences. Now, I favor cute, small, curly-haired females with little horns. His gaze drifted meaningfully. Without a doubt, when Li's face flushed crimson as she bashfully linked her arm with Rui Ba and departed, Muda quickly followed after her. Nan Mozhen, exasperated, admonished the mischievous Huairong. Do refrain from such remarks in the future. They are quite happy together. Huairong simply smiled at her in silence, taking her hand in his, noticing the oversized beast skin bag slung across his back. She promptly led him to her room in the stone fortress. Inside the bag were several exquisite pieces of beast skin, a chunk of fresh meat, and a smaller bag filled with energy fruits, over 10 in total. Nan Mozhen looked up at him, her heart aching as she remarked, "You've lost weight. You must have been too preoccupied with fighting to eat properly that I've slimmed down a bit, but have also grown more mature and composed." Huairong replied nonchalantly, before playfully pushing her down to the ground and, unable to resist, planting a kiss on her soft lips. "Not being able to enjoy your delectable cooking has made me lose weight." "It's all right, as long as you gain some." Nan Mozhen's smile faltered. "Have I gained weight?" Huairong earnestly responded, "Yes, a little. The added softness makes you even cuter and more comfortable to hold." Although it was meant as a compliment, she felt a pang of melancholy, realizing that she had indeed indulged a bit during the winter. "Zhen Zhen." Huairong gazed at her with deep affection, his low, enticing tone melting her heart. She smiled at him in return. "I am here, in the next moment." Their lips met, an eruption of years of longing manifested in a fervent kiss, only to deepen their feelings further. In the warmth of the firelit room, the atmosphere was charged with tenderness. Nan Mozhen could not help but hold Huairong tighter. Despite being a beast man of ice abilities, he felt warm and comforting. "Huairong," she called softly, her cheeks flushed. He responded with gentle words. "Yes, I am back." Having lost track of time in their intimacy, Nan Mozhen realized it was already mealtime. She shot an annoyed glance at Huairong, who was lounging beside her with a smirk. Before hastily washing up and heading to the dining area, the males had taken the initiative to prepare some food using the supplies from their storage. They had made do with what they could. If they lacked ingredients or expertise, there was little to be done. It was not too late, and upon seeing the dishes laid out on the counter, Nan Mozhen quickly set to work preparing additional items, ensuring that dinner was not delayed. Huairong entered in his beast form, moving with graceful steps. She pointed to the second floor, saying, "You will stay on the second floor from now on. Go take a look." Huairong glanced at the stove area, where many males were assisting, and felt it best to leave them to it, opting to explore the upper floor instead. The large space was somewhat empty, though some items had been tidied up. However, it was now dark, and certain things would have to wait until tomorrow to be located. "Zhen Zhen, your partner has arrived. You need not remain in the dining area all the time. The males can handle the cooking, and they can come here. If you wish to prepare new dishes, simply teach them. As long as there are sufficient ingredients in storage, they can assist," Lance kindly suggested as he approached Nan Mozhen. She did not refuse, knowing that the meals prepared in the dining area were specifically for the pregnant females, each dish crafted according to her methods. Even the seasonings were precisely as she would have used, ensuring that the males would not deviate from her recipes. They were cautious and made no mistakes. "That sounds good," Nan Mozhen agreed. Lance continued, "Additionally, some females need to eat late at night, especially those nearing their due dates, as their appetites tend to increase. They proposed that the dining area remain open in the evenings as well." Nan Mozhen pondered seriously before saying, "This can indeed be implemented, but I will require spatial works. After the restaurant closes each day, the kitchen can prepare some late-night snacks, which the spatial works will safeguard, that we can rotate the watch among them to prevent any females from sneaking in for food during the night." Lance replied, "All right, I will inform them by in truth they could also simmer a few pots of meat soup and keep them warm with some firewood. However, this could lead to uncertain situations. If the fire were to extinguish, the soup would cool, or worse, evaporate. Having a guardian orc at the restaurant each night would be more convenient. As for the arrangements, it would be up to the spatial orcs to decide, as long as there is a night watch. That would suffice. Today, it was Beat's turn to keep watch. After delivering the meals, he brought some food to his partner and then came to stand guard. Once the females had filled their bellies, there was still an abundance of dishes left on the counter. Nan Mozhen neatly plated them and prepared a platter with several varieties, which she then had Beat store in his spatial area. Additionally, she simmered 2 more pots of meat soup, instructing Beat on how to add the seasoning. Do not let the fire pit go out. If it does, be sure to add some wood or coal. There's plenty in the corners, Nan Mozhen advised Beat. Unlike the carnivorous males like Huairong, who were unbothered by the cold, Beat, being a non-combat type, appeared somewhat delicate, and she worried he might get cold if she hadn't spoken up. The males, with their inherent stubbornness, would likely not bother warming up, choosing instead to save the wood and coal for when the females came to eat. Beat nodded obediently. Nan Mozhen continued, "Some females come to eat very early in the morning. If the fire pit goes out, it will be quite cold, so it must remain warm. Understood? Beat nodded seriously. With that, she felt reassured that he wouldn't freeze in an effort to conserve firewood. The restaurant was spacious, and with the fierce winds and snow outside, once the fire pit extinguished, the chill would be extremely biting. Once everything was arranged, Nan Mozhen pulled Huairong to sit beside the fire pit and enjoy roasted meat. Huairong personally grilled the meat for her, and as she savored the familiar flavors, her spirits lifted immensely. With Huairong by her side, the protective barrier she had maintained began to wane, knowing that he would protect her in times of need. The following days passed with her and Huairong expressing their affection, occasionally visiting the restaurant to share new recipes. The winter felt different now that she had a partner by her side. Every morning, Huairong would deliver the ingredients Nan Mozhen had prepared to the restaurant's storage, then venture out to hunt for more supplies, while also managing the second floor of the restaurant, in the Great Beast City. The issues of water supply had been resolved, and the nutritional needs of the females were being met. Several females had successfully given birth to offspring after consuming the fruit of vitality. Although some offspring did not transform successfully. However, the success rate of female births had notably improved. The birth of female offspring was a cause for celebration. Yet due to the winter season, Yusi had decided to postpone the festivities until spring, when all the orcs returning from winter would gather for a unified celebration. The restaurant consumed a considerable amount of ingredients daily. While the supply of meat was manageable for now, vegetables were becoming urgent. Given the current system levels, the variety of resources produced was limited. With many herbivorous females in the Great Beast City, and numerous carnivorous females who enjoyed fruits and vegetables, the consumption of ingredients had increased significantly. Without hesitation, Nan Mozhen directed the system to absorb the energy fruits. The dozen energy fruits Huairong had procured for her, she kept for herself, while the energy fruits acquired from other orcs and the resource trees were all consumed by the system. She diligently pushed the system from its previous level of 11 to 15, and after reaching level 15, each subsequent level would yield 4 types of resource trees. The quantity of fruits and vegetables surged remarkably. To prevent the orcs from suspecting her, she occasionally took advantage of the less severe snowstorms to venture out of the city with Huairong in search of ingredients. Now that her partner was present, no one dared to speak against her. One afternoon, as she and Huairong were preparing to go out of the city for some leisure, Yusi called out to them at his door. "Would you like to see how the blacksmithing is progressing?" Nan Mozhen did not decline. Since Yusi had come to find her after so many quiet days, it indicated that there had been some progress. "Sure. Outside the city," he said. "Follow along." With that, Yusi transformed into his beast form and took to the sky. Huairong shifted into his beast form and crouched down for Nan Mozhen to mount. "Hold on tight," he instructed, and with a swift leap, they soared into the AI. It was her first experience descending from such heights, and the thrill caused Nan Mozhen's expression to change in fright. "Can you be a bit gentler? Slow down. Yusi will wait," she called out. The blacksmithing site was not at the front city gate, but rather outside a small gate behind the stone fortress, where a stream that served as a water source for the inhabitants of the Great Beast City flowed, though it was now frozen solid with thick ice. Nestled against the city wall, a new stone house had been completed just days prior, and blacksmithing operations had quickly commenced within. The stone house was spacious, with only a door for entry and exit, and a few openings for ventilation in the corners. There were no windows lining the walls. As they approached the vicinity of the stone house, Nan Mozhen felt a wave of heated air, an intense warmth radiating from within. Yusi halted his steps, turning to Nan Mozhen. "Inside, the blacksmiths are primarily fire and ice-type orcs, and they're following your methods for blacksmithing. They have produced a few items these past few days, though I cannot guarantee they resemble what you envisioned. It's too hot in there. They're using lava stones from the volcanic mountains. You should not enter. I will retrieve the items for you." Nan Mozhen nodded in agreement. Once Yusi entered, Huairong curiously followed to take a look and emerged carrying some items as well in addition to the pots, spoons, and forks that Nan Mozhen had previously mentioned. The orcs had also crafted bowls. Observing the few dark bowls, she could only be grateful that they were small in size. Otherwise, no female would willingly use such heavy bowls for their meals. The males would certainly not use such tiny bowls for their food, as they would merely be a single mouthful for those with larger appetites. Nan Mozhen squatted down to inspect the various iron pots, which were of moderate thickness and well-rounded at the bottom, showing no signs of imperfection. These will do. With a bit of oil, we can prepare food in them. To prevent burns, we could add a handle for easier handling, she suggested. Upon hearing her words, the orcs anxiously waiting for her evaluation visibly relaxed. Nan Mozhen further examined the teaspoons, noting that aside from size differences, they were quite well-crafted and meticulously polished. These are quite good. However, if they are intended for females, they could be slightly more delicate and thinner. She was satisfied with these items. The leading bear orc nodded, saying, "All right." Nan Mozhen added, "Additionally, you might try crafting some tools, such as long swords, saws, hammers, and cleavers." As she spoke, she sketched their general shapes in the snow nearby, explaining where iron was needed, where it should be used, and how to combine the materials. While her theoretical knowledge was robust, how the orcs executed it practically would depend on their understanding that it's all about practice. As they gain more experience in blacksmithing, they will improve. The males nearby, including Huairong and Yusi, took note. She accepted the first batch of iron pots and small items, planning to have Huairong add the handles later. The orcs had made progress in blacksmithing, and she retrieved a significant amount of iron ore from the storage space. Iron was a resource that could be reforged if wasted, although it required considerable labor. Yusi had previously utilized the fire abilities of higher-tier beasts to heat the iron, which could indeed be heated to red, but consumed a substantial amount of energy. He had sent a flying beast to the volcanic mountains to fetch some lava stones. Those stones emitted extremely high temperatures. He instructed them to create a basin using these stones, leveraging the heat from the lava stones combined with the orc's abilities, which yielded unexpectedly excellent results. However, blacksmithing was labor-intensive, and those who came to the blacksmiths were primarily strong carnivorous orcs. Besides strength, they also needed to be fire or ice type, lest they suffer burns from the intense heat. Upon leaving the blacksmithing house, Nan Mozhen said to Huairong, "You can come here to help out whenever you're free." Huairong responded, "All right, the 6th-tier ice-type beast can be utilized in quite an unscrupulous manner." Throughout the afternoon, Huairong led her in playful exploration outside the city. The once soft and thick snow had now solidified into blocks of ice. The landscape was no longer a vast expanse of white, but rather a sparkling array of crystalline ice. Huairong deftly employed the keen sense of smell characteristic of orcs to seek out the flora hidden beneath the snow. Effortlessly breaking apart the ice blocks with his claws, they encountered a few prey, which he hunted without hesitation. During their escapades, they also came across several ferocious beasts emerging from the frost forest, all of which were severely battered by Huairong before being handed over to Nan Mozhen, who naturally saw them consumed by the system. In the realm of orcs, fierce beasts and exotic creatures are nearly synonymous, both being ferocious and endowed with extraordinary abilities. While their meat is not particularly palatable, they contain crystals within their bodies that can enhance the abilities of male orcs. Due to the formidable strength of these beasts, many males actively seek them out for combat. It serves to stimulate their ascension while also yielding crystals. However, not every creature possesses these crystals. The more powerful ones generally do, while the weaker ones are less reliable. Nan Mozhen was unaware of the true might of the more formidable beasts. The few she encountered that afternoon left her utterly astonished. Their enormous forms resembling small houses, with tough hides and thick flesh that kept Huairong engaged in battle for quite some time. Afterward, he nonchalantly remarked, "These are merely the young of the ferocious beasts from the frost forest. They are a bit weak. If they were stronger, they would be much harder to deal with." Upon hearing this, Nan Mozhen felt a pang of sympathy. He had been battling these mighty beasts while searching for energy fruits in the frost forest, which explained his gaunt appearance. "My male is truly impressive," she said with a hint of pride. The sudden compliment caught Huairong off guard, and he gazed at her with fervent intensity before pulling her into an embrace, bestowing upon her a fervent kiss. Nan Mozhen thought, in broad daylight with no one around, but could you at least show some restraint? The passionate kiss left her feeling weak, and it was only when she was on the verge of losing her breath that Huairong finally relented. "Well, it's getting late. We should return, as it seems another storm is approaching," she said, casting him a displeased glare. Reluctantly, Huairong stole another quick kiss from her lips before transforming into a large white tiger, settling beside her. Mount the great white tiger. Let us return to the city." Upon their return, a fierce blizzard resumed, and from that moment on, the snowstorm showed no signs of abating, growing increasingly terrifying, culminating in hailstones falling on a particularly ominous day. Nan Mozhen observed the hailstones plummeting from the sky, some as large as basketballs, others the size of fists. Even the smallest could induce a concussion upon impact. The larger ones would surely be fatal should she venture outside. The perilous nature of the hail mixed with the snowstorm led Huairong to restrict her movements, insisting that he handle all errands, including delivering meals to the dining hall. She remained dutifully confined within the stone fortress. Any new recipes she needed to impart were conveyed to Huairong, who would then relay them to the male orcs assisting in the kitchen, with Huairong occasionally lending a hand himself. In such dreadful weather, not a single female dared to step outside. Even Shui, who lived closest, sought refuge indoors for warmth. Most of the nourishing meals were delivered by the males. The weather continued to deteriorate. Nan Mozhen leaned against the window, gazing at the accumulated hailstones in the courtyard, and in a moment of exasperation, asked aloud, "System, would you like to consume some hail?" "Thank you, but no. Such worthless debris holds no energy and would only lead to an upset stomach," came the reply. She couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the system experiencing digestive distress. Even amidst the raging tempest, the males still ventured out to hunt. However, with the hail falling, movement became perilous. It was entirely possible that a hunter could be struck down by the hail before catching any prey, and while minor injuries were manageable, losing consciousness could prove fatal, as Huairong had previously mentioned. There were instances of males perishing in the midst of hailstorms while hunting. With supplies depleted at home, males would venture out, only to be struck down by the hail and eventually become prey for wild beasts searching for food. Unless one was an exceptionally strong orc, tribes generally discouraged hunting during hailstorms. The 3 seasons leading up to winter were typically reserved for stockpiling food, and even after winter set in, there remained some time to gather provisions, usually sufficient. However, when pregnant females were involved, no amount of supplies seemed adequate. Females could slow their rate of consumption, yet the gnawing sensation of hunger was unbearable. Thus, many males would risk venturing out in search of sustenance. In the Grand Bee City, larger tribes fared better, as the stone fortress held reserves sufficient for survival, but in smaller tribes, the loss of males during winter was a recurring tragedy. This dreadful weather, Nan Mozhen muttered as she closed the window and retreated into the warmth of the room. Hail occasionally thudded against the roof, producing a muffled sound even through the thick stone. When lunchtime arrived, Huairong returned, and his first order of business was to clear the hailstones from the rooftop of Nan Mozhen's dwelling. After all, what would happen if larger hailstones fell and collapsed the roof? Although such an occurrence was unlikely, he refused to allow any situation that could jeopardize Nan Mozhen's safety. After clearing the rooftop, he returned leisurely to her side, and together they prepared a meal. The resource tree had begun to yield tomatoes, and Nan Mozhen was simmering tomato sauce to accompany some fries, a small portion of roasted meat, a bowl of corn and rib soup, and a dish of braised eggplant left her feeling quite satisfied. Huairong sat beside her, sipping soup and nibbling on roasted meat. Reclining next to him, Nan Mozhen sighed. "I wonder when this winter will finally end?" Calculating the time, she realized it had only been a little over a month. With each season lasting 3 months, at least half of winter still lay ahead. If the remainder of that time continued with blizzards and hail, it would surely drive anyone to madness. The crux of the matter was that winter didn't necessarily adhere to a 3-month schedule. It was entirely dependent on the whims of the heavens. "You won't go hungry, just stay put in the house, and I'll take care of everything you need," Huairong said, gazing at her with affection. "If you find yourself bored, you could always spin some thread or crochet to pass the time. Or you could indulge in some intimacy with me." Nan Mozhen chuckled. "Let us skip that last suggestion." She certainly didn't want to risk an unplanned pregnancy. Suddenly struck by a thought, she sat up abruptly, prompting a puzzled look from Huairong. "What's the matter?" I realized I haven't had my period this month," she confessed, feeling conflicted. Did I end this world? There were no specific dates to track. She had no idea how to calculate it. Regardless, it had been over a month since her last cycle. Oh my heavens, could I possibly be pregnant? She exclaimed in panic. Huairong regarded her gravely, scrutinizing her for several seconds before stating, "Your aura appears normal. There are no signs of impending menstruation or pregnancy. The scent of a pregnant female undergoes a noticeable change. And you're just as you were before." After a brief pause, he inquired, "Do you feel unwell anywhere?" "I can fetch a healer. I'll go find him myself. The priest is also a healer. I saw him in the house earlier when I returned," he declared, and without waiting for Nan Mozhen's response, he transformed into a white tiger and dashed down the stairs. Nan Mozhen thought, "How on earth do I explain this? Should I just tell Yusi that my menstrual cycle is irregular?" Mere moments later, Huairong had returned with Yusi in tow. Yusi appeared somewhat anxious as he entered, immediately kneeling beside her and taking her wrist to examine it. Rather than checking her pulse, he enveloped her wrist in his palm, a green glow enveloping her as he began his assessment. After a moment, Yusi sighed in relief, saying, "There's nothing wrong. Is it possible you've just gained a bit of weight and feel uncomfortable?" Nan Mozhen's expression darkened. "Gaining weight isn't a condition, and besides, I haven't put on that much." He chuckled lightly. "You were far too thin before. Being a little heavier is healthier," she retorted. "I cannot comprehend your standards of beauty." Previously, she had weighed around 90 pounds. Even if she had gained some weight, she was certain she wouldn't exceed 100 pounds. Thus, it seemed that the males preferred females who weighed over 100 pounds. No, to be precise, they favored those with a more voluptuous physique, like the soft, baby-face kind of flesh. Rather than resembling a pig, there's no need to worry. I was merely speaking casually, which made Huairong anxious. "I'm perfectly fine," Nan Mozhen awkwardly spoke, and after finishing, shot a glare at Huairong. Huairong felt a bit aggrieved. Yusi, relieved, did not linger any longer and rose to leave. Nan Mozhen's physical condition was quite good. However, her constitution was relatively weaker compared to other females, which could pose a significant risk during pregnancy. Little did she know, this disparity in constitution was not due to her inherent weakness, but rather the differences stemming from their distinct races. If she were to compare her physique with that of human girls, she would find it remarkably robust, having practiced martial arts and maintained a routine of exercise. Yet, when compared to the females of her kind, she fell short, for she would be carrying Huairong's child, a child of the beastmen, whose extraordinary vitality could overwhelm her body. "Zhenzhen," Huairong called out with concern. Nan Mozhen patted his tiger head, saying, "I don't feel unwell. Let's wait a few more days and see." With that, she took out an energy fruit to nibble on. Glancing at the strangely colored fruit, Huairong frowned and said, "Eat the energy fruit I found for you." She obediently took out another energy fruit and held it in her palm. "Eat it all, every day, to strengthen your constitution. I'm tired of hearing those veterinarians say my constitution is weak and that I won't be able to bear children. Whether I can or not is one thing, but having them constantly nagging in my ear is truly vexing." Watching her consume 2 energy fruits, Huairong finally felt at ease, after resting for a while. He headed to the restaurant to see if there was anything he could assist with. That restaurant was under Nan Mozhen's management, and he was quite invested in it. The more attentive he was, the less she would worry about its affairs. Once Huairong departed, Nan Mozhen inquired of the system, "Do you think a hybrid child could be possible between me and a beast man?" "Why not? Humans evolved from primates, after all." She was momentarily at a loss for words, as this argument was difficult to counter. Primates gradually evolved into humans, just as beastmen evolved from their primitive animal forms into more advanced primate-like beings. Perhaps the evolution of beastmen was even more sophisticated, as they possessed supernatural abilities. While only a minority of humans awakened such powers, one should not perceive them as foolish or backward simply because they lived in a primitive forest. It was merely a difference in living environments. Nan Mozhen, I'm just worried about the potential failure of hybridization, that if it fails, it would be due to your inferior bloodline. Beastmen have excellent genes. That struck a chord. Do you wish to have children? Not exactly, she replied. The system recommended that she consume more energy fruits to enhance her constitution, taking her time regarding childbirth. Nan Mozhen nodded. Thank you for your advice. I accept it. Can you tell me why my aunt has yet to arrive? You have consumed too many greasy foods and have been separated from your partner for too long, leading to an endocrine imbalance. It is advised that the host engage in more intimate interactions with your partner and maintain a light diet. Nan Mozhen's expression darkened. Damn it. Can this non-illness be treated? Perhaps Huairong is the remedy. It was exhausting to deal with this troublesome system. Nevertheless, she felt reassured, having a solid foundation. She currently had no plans for children. First, she needed to establish her own home and tribe to prevent her weight from increasing further. Nan Mozhen strictly controlled her diet, refusing Huairong's roasted meat and primarily consuming vegetarian meals, occasionally sipping on broth. With the assistance of energy fruits and the concept of yin-yang harmony, her aunt finally made her appearance a week later. She still had enough sanitary pads from before, which she used comfortably. Thus, the relentless snow and hail persisted for over a month without respite. She remained within the stone fortress, not daring to venture outside, as the cold made even the thought of chatting with Ratio undesirable. Stepping outside meant facing bone-chilling temperatures that it was far better to stay indoors by the warm fire. Each day, Huairong would deliver ingredients to the restaurant. Due to the severe weather, the males found it challenging to hunt, only venturing out occasionally when the weather was slightly milder, but the hunting yields were far from ideal to manage the consumption of meat. Nan Mozhen began regulating the restaurant's menu, reducing the number of dishes and mixing meat with vegetables. For those few carnivorous females with hearty appetites, she would prepare a bit more meat, while those who could manage with a vegetarian diet would receive a bit extra. Given the unfavorable weather conditions, everyone understood that as long as they weren't starving, it was acceptable. The females could indulge in additional meals at home as they pleased. After all, she was in charge of the restaurant. System, could you provide a few trees that bear meat? Nan Mozhen languidly remarked while lounging by the fire. Certainly, we can arrange that at the next level. Would you prefer a single type of resource tree or a mixed one with various meats? After a moment's contemplation, she replied, a mixed one, as meat is scarce only during winter. In other seasons, there is an abundance. Understood, your request has been recorded. As for seafood, Nan Mozhen had no inclination towards it. The thought of a tree filled with wriggling seafood would be rather terrifying. Drowsily, she drifted into a state of afternoon slumber. As the third month of winter approached, the hail ceased, and for 2 consecutive days. There was no hail, though the wind and snow persisted. Nan Mozhen estimated that it had been over 3 months. The temperature remained frigid, and the wind and snow were still fierce, but the hail had quieted down. Yet, with the severity of the wind and snow, no one believed that winter was coming to an end. However, to the astonishment of the entire beast city, after 7 days of relentless snow, the storm gradually weakened and ceased on the 10th day, giving way to torrential rain on the 11th day. Once Yusi announced that this was the transitional rain, everyone erupted in joy. The transitional rain lasted for a full month, with temperatures gradually warming. Nan Mozhen had exchanged her heavy winter attire for spring and autumn garments, and with the warmth inside her home, she found herself sleeping in a strapless dress each night. Spring had arrived, and people began to feel lethargic, wanting nothing more than to eat and then sleep. As spring blossomed, the earth awakened from its frozen slumber, and even those beastmen who needed to hibernate began to return. The males cleared away the accumulated snow and ice from Beast City, dispelling any lingering winter chill. With spring's arrival, the males grew restless and began seeking partners, while Nan Mozhen was in a drowsy state. She felt someone licking at the corner of her mouth. She opened her eyes to see the great white tiger, and with a hint of disdain, she swatted at him. Huairong paused momentarily. She turned over, intending to sleep again. Zhenjin, Huairong transformed into his human form, lying beside her with a longing expression, drawing her into his embrace. Nan Mozhen, feeling languid, muttered, I'm so tired. Don't disturb me that I won't disturb you. You sleep, he replied. Amused yet helpless, she turned to face him. Noticing his spirited demeanor, my body isn't ready for children yet. Be careful. Observing the hopeful glimmer in his eyes, she ultimately relented. Huairong leaned down and gently kissed her shoulder, murmuring, if you truly become pregnant, I will go mad searching for energy fruits for you. I absolutely won't let anything happen to you. Touched, Nan Mozhen asked, do you want a little tiger? No tigers. I want a little female cub. He answered without hesitation that in this world, male cubs were raised freely, while female cubs were treasured possessions. Your constitution is fragile. Don't push yourself too hard regarding children. I'll be cautious if the day comes when you truly want one. Let's have a female cub, just one. We don't need any male cubs. They're troublesome. Huairong spoke earnestly. He didn't have a strong desire for children. He could live his life without them if Nan Mozhen wished to have them. It should be when her health permitted. If they were to have children, he preferred a female cub. Undoubtedly, males tended to value females more than males. Nan Mozhen had seen other beastmen's offspring. Typically, female cubs were born one at a time. While male cubs could come in large litters, the raucous bunch of little male cubs could indeed be overwhelming. She chuckled, suddenly curious about how Huairong would discipline their little cubs, and inexplicably wished to have many just to tease him. You are a wonderful partner and will undoubtedly make a competent father in the future. She softly uttered a phrase. Huairong's breath caught in his throat. The approval of his partner brought him a happiness surpassing any honor. His heart surged with emotion as he gazed at her with fervent eyes, leaning down to capture her lips in a kiss, embracing her as they surrendered to passion after their tender moments. Nan Mozhen could not resist the pull of slumber once more. Huairong busied himself nearby, heating water for their bath, before carrying her into the small chamber. Zhen, don't sleep too long. There's a bonfire party in the city tonight. Let us go have some fun. He gently squeezed her cheek as he spoke. With her eyes half closed, Nan Mozhen looked at him, yawning as she leaned on the edge of the stone tub. Huairong, can we visit the seaside when summer arrives? Huairong stood beside her, using a piece of animal hide to dry her off, and he chuckled softly. Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you. If we head to the seaside, we can visit Waterblue City, a tribe located on an island, home to the merfolk. They are quite friendly towards females. Nan Mozhen's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she asked, Are mermaids truly beautiful? Huairong replied, I cannot speak for the beauty of females, for I have not seen one. However, I once encountered a male mermaid while passing by the seaside, and he was quite handsome. Have you been to Waterblue City? No, I have no intention of seeking a female from the merfolk as a partner. So what purpose would I have there? Huairong answered matter-of-factly. Nan Mozhen bit her lip, stifling a laugh. What if I fall in love with Waterblue City and wish to settle there? Huairong lowered his eyes, earnestly regarding her delicate, snow-like skin. Then I shall strive to improve my swimming skills and learn to combat those sea beasts. Silly, we can construct a boat, create fishing nets, and even forge weapons to fend off the sea creatures. She turned to him, her expression filled with affection. Huairong smiled at her, nodding in agreement. I shall heed your every word. His tone laced with tenderness. Once prepared, Nan Mozhen mounted her beloved white tiger and set off. As dusk descended, the entire bee city was bathed in the glow of the sunset, with beastmen bustling about in the streets. Reveling in the ambience, feeling a twinge of hunger, Nan Mozhen visited a restaurant for a bite to eat, all the while having Huairong guide her through the city, in the small park adjacent to the main street. Beastmen were already busy preparing for the evening's bonfire party, with roasted meat being an essential feature. After a winter had passed, aside from the occasional gifts of jadestone from the Beta clan, she had managed to feed the system energy fruits from the resource tree, successfully raising its level to 20 and unlocking even more resources. Now, her abundance of fruits and vegetables was remarkable, and they had even acquired a resource tree that produced poultry and meat. With spring bringing forth new life, many wild vegetables were sprouting, ensuring she had no worries regarding ingredients. Huairong, let us visit Yinli, Nan Mozhen suggested, remembering that after giving birth, Yinli had moved to a stone house in the inner district where she had previously resided with Duolin. It was said that Duolin still lived in the outer district, engaging in casual banter with Yinli, as the two seemed to get along quite well. Huairong turned towards the inner district, and although they were uncertain of Yinli's exact dwelling, Nan Mozhen inquired among other beastmen, quickly discovering the location. Upon arriving outside Yinli's stone house, they could hear the sounds of a crying infant, the wails of small cubs, and the flustered voices of males within. Suggesting a scene of utter chaos, Nan Mozhen tentatively called out, Yinli. Immediately, her partner came to the door. I'll wait for you outside, Huairong said as he leaned against the roadside. Nan Mozhen nodded and stepped inside, where the situation was even more chaotic than anticipated to be. Why the fire pit? Yunli cradled a female cub, nursing her, while several male cubs from the same litter frolicked in a nearby grass nest. Yunli had previously given birth to 2 litters, all male, and now they were all playing around the fire pit, the air thick with the sense of excrement and milk. Yunli looked at Nan Mozhen with a troubled expression. Zhen, the house is a mess that I'm struggling to care for my first female cub, she lamented helplessly. Nan Mozhen approached her, observing the flush of the female cub's face, who was eagerly attempting to nurse, but writhing in discomfort from hunger and distress. Yunli's partners appeared equally despondent. Realizing how challenging it was to care for a female cub, they had not anticipated it to be this difficult. Frowning in thought, Nan Mozhen reflected. Though she had never given birth herself, she had witnessed her cousin in labor and had been pressed into service as a wet nurse when no one else was available. She was familiar with the basics of mixing formula and changing diapers, and she understood many common symptoms of young infants. She noticed the female cub wrapped in a piece of animal hide, which was not particularly thick, just right for the season. Has she soiled herself? She inquired. Yunli peeled back the hide to reveal the cub's bottom. Looking somewhat forlorn as she said, her bottom is a bit red. The veterinarian prescribed some ointment, but it doesn't seem effective. She must be uncomfortable, seeing the cub's bottom bright red. Nan Mozhen's expression tightened. Have you not changed her promptly after she soiled herself? A nearby male immediately interjected. We did change the hide as soon as she soiled it. The veterinarian mentioned that female cubs have delicate skin that easily reddens. Nan Mozhen fell into contemplation. Here, there were no disposable diapers. The smaller female cubs were simply wrapped in animal hides, changed promptly when soiled. Once they grew a bit older and could walk, they would wear skirts made of animal hides like the other females. Bring a basin of warm water, she instructed. Yunli's partner quickly fetched the warm water and set it beside her. Gently lifting the female cub from Yunli's arms, Nan Mozhen placed her on the ground, unwrapping the hide. She then took out the sanitary pad she had previously made, setting one aside for later and using another as a towel to clean the cub's bottom. Remember, when you clean the cub's bottom, be sure to dry it thoroughly. The weather isn't too cold now, so let her air out for a while before applying some ointment. Finally, she affixed a nighttime sanitary pad on the cub, securing it with a stretchy animal hide belt, thus creating a rudimentary diaper. The cub's skin was tender. What seemed soft to them might feel too rough for her. Given her delicate skin, the contact with the furry hides could easily cause irritation, compounded by the mess. After cleaning her bottom, the female cub was much calmer. She turned her head, mouth agape, softly whimpering as she sought milk. Nan Mozhen cradled the cub back into Yunli's embrace. And once the cub was comfortable, she was able to nurse and soon fell asleep. Observing the cub's serene expression, Yunli and her partners breathed a collective sigh of relief. Zhen, you are truly remarkable. You know everything, Yunli expressed with admiration. Nan Mozhen smiled gently. Oh, it's nothing much that it's just a cotton pad. It's quite simple to make. The cub will likely need it for a few more months. Feeling somewhat shy in front of the males, she explained that it was something she used during her own time of the month, briefly sharing the method of making an hide, no matter how soft, could compare to the softness of cotton. Nan Mozhen also offered some of her own stored cotton pads, giving Yunli the nighttime ones, and played with the male cubs for a while before leaving with a generous supply of ingredients. The female cubs resembled human infants, with the only difference being their beastly ears and tails, embodying a hybrid form. The 2 or 3 months old, they were still too small. Their lives revolved around eating and sleeping. But as they grew, they would become more entertaining. Before departing Yunli's home, they made their way to the park to join the bonfire party, with an enticing aroma of roasting meat wafted through the entire bee city. Nan Mozhen tugged Huairong toward the small fire pit and settled beside him. As the barbecue began, Huairong grilled the meat while she pan-fried slices with a flat iron pan crafted by the blacksmith shop. Relishing the experience and also adding various vegetables to the mix, the atmosphere gradually grew lively, with numerous beastmen arriving to enjoy themselves, accompanied by many spirited little cubs whose playful antics were delightfully entertaining. Many females first brought nutritious meals from the restaurant before joining the bonfire, ensuring a balanced diet of meat and vegetables. Halfway through their meal, a sudden urgent shout erupted from the distance. prompting several males on site to rush toward the source. Huairong instinctively translated the beast language. A female is about to give birth. Nan Mozhen nodded in understanding and mused. Duolin must be nearing her time as well. I am quite looking forward to IT. IT remains uncertain how many offspring Doreen will bear in her first pregnancy. She contemplates the possibility of conducting an experiment in the future to ascertain whether one pink fruit corresponds to a single female offspring, or if consuming multiple fruits still results in only one female progeny. The pink fruit significantly increases the likelihood of female births. However, Nan Mozhen is reluctant to overly interfere in this world. Even if the number of females increases, one cannot expect a monogamous system to emerge in such a vast environment. The greatest peril for the beastmen lies in the uncharted wilderness, where a single male struggles to safeguard one female, let alone several. While the existence of tribes can impose some constraints on certain beastmen, they cannot deter the ferocious beasts lurking outside. Nan Mozhen's actions merely serve to alleviate the scarcity of females, granting more opportunities for future solitary males to find companions. Furthermore, as the population of females rises, males will begin to regard them as more than mere instruments of reproduction, understanding that a female's worth extends beyond her ability to bear offspring. By increasing the number of females and enhancing their resilience, they can cultivate independence and strength, ensuring that even without male protection, they do not endure a dismal existence. After a while, mournful howls pierced the night air from a distance, a cacophony that struck the gathering of beastmen by the barbecue with a sense of shock and sorrow. Huairong instinctively embraced Nan Mozhen, whispering, "A female has died." Nan Mozhen's expression shifted dramatically. "The one who just gave birth?" "Yes," he replied, that a wave of discomfort surged within her. The festive atmosphere of the bonfire gathering in the great beast city dissipated, overshadowed by the tragedy of a female's death, prompting everyone to disperse. Huairong took Nan Mozhen back to the stone fortress, where the death of a female was a significant matter, drawing the attention of Knight Husband and Yusi, the leaders of the city. Shui anxiously awaited at the fortress entrance. Zhun, I heard it was a female offspring, and she has passed away," she said, her eyes brimming with tears. In an instant, the great beast city lost 2 females. Nan Mozhen found herself at a loss for words of comfort. Zhun, let's return inside. This matter is beyond your control," Huairong said, lifting her as they ascended the stairs, with the female already lost. There was nothing she could do. It was not a matter of poor constitution leading to risky births, as she could have fortified herself with various fruits. It seemed the deceased female had never consumed the pink fruit. Later, she learned that the departed female had not even ingested energy fruits. She was a young female who had matured the previous year and had 3 male partners, although all were 4th-tier beasts. Due to the female's pregnancy complications, the males had not participated in the abyssal hunt, leaving them without energy fruits at home. The loss of the young female and her small offspring was profoundly disheartening. Knight Husband had been particularly pleased upon learning about the pink fruit, believing it would increase the number of females in the great beast city, only to be met with such tragic news. The following day, the stone fortress was encircled by numerous males, all eager to obtain pink fruits from Nan Mozhen. Those who had previously hesitated to trade for the fruits were now compelled to act following the distressing incident of the female's difficult labor the night before. Their prior indecision stemmed from uncertainty about the effects of the pink fruit and concerns over potential side effects. However, with several females, including Yun Li, having successfully given birth after consuming the fruits, and with some having experienced complications without adverse outcomes, the evidence of the fruit's efficacy became overwhelmingly convincing. Among those who had taken the pink fruit, 4 out of 5 delivered female offspring, while 1 experienced a failed transformation but still bore 2 male offspring. This probability was astounding, with so many females having consumed the fruit without any noticeable side effects, and in light of the previous night's events. The males rushed to Nan Mozhen for exchanges. Nan Mozhen intended to descend to meet them, but Huairong stopped her, opting to address the males himself. Yet, it was not his words that resonated. Knight Husband Yusi had already soothed the crowd. Yusi remarked, "Females have always been physically fragile, and the act of reproduction carries inherent risks. While it is heart-wrenching, such incidents occur annually." Zhanzhen's pink fruit has proven effective, but it is not infallible. It is not a panacea. Point one male immediately interjected. Priest, we do not seek female offspring at this moment. We only desire the well-being of our partners. Whether it be pink fruits or energy fruits, we wish to procure some. Energy fruits can be found outside, but pink fruits are beyond our reach. Huairong coldly regarded the assembly, stating, if there are no births, then there will be no deaths. His words plunged the gathering into silence. He continued, expressionless, why is it necessary to bear offspring? Pregnancy carries risks that we are all aware of. You desire females to reproduce while wishing for their safety. How can that be reconciled? Even if the pink fruit yields female offspring and enhances physical constitution, such fortification is only temporary. The body will deplete that energy and future pregnancies will still pose risks. For a first-time birthing female lacking experience, coupled with inadequate dietary care, complications are likely. Even females who have given birth multiple times face heightened risks. Each birthing event drains a female's vital essence. The longer the process continues, the more her body is overextended, increasing the danger during delivery. Huairong lamented, her voice tinged with sorrow. This knowledge of health was imparted to her by Nan Mozhen. Night husband then spoke softly. When you join the great bee city, I mentioned that forming partnerships is acceptable. However, if you wish to have offspring, you must ensure that females consume several energy fruits. Even if your strength is insufficient to participate in hunts, you can still trade with the stone fortress or with other beastmen in the city. The males in attendance exchanged glances but remained silent. Many males sought females. Attraction was one matter, reproduction another. Yet some males desired offspring despite their inability to support them. Nan Mozhen discreetly observed from the corner of the staircase. Not only beastmen, but even humans face risks during childbirth. With medical intervention, some lives can be saved, but the world of beastmen lacks such medical conditions. Among the cases of difficult births, those resulting in the death of a female while giving birth to a female offspring constituted a significant majority. UC urged, return to your partners and care for them well. Zhanzhen had already exhausted her supply of pink fruits to trade with everyone. Such exceptional fruits were not inexhaustible. With the conversation reaching its conclusion, the males departed, disheartened. After the commotion subsided, the group dispersed. Nan Mozhen regarded Huairong nestled in night husband's embrace, feeling a surge of admiration for night husband's foresight after forming a partnership with Huairong. Neither he nor August rushed into parenthood. Instead, every summer and winter, they sought energy fruits for Huairong. They refused to allow any harm to befall their partner, postponing discussions of reproduction until her health was assured. This demonstrated a profound care for their beloved, as Huairong had yet to conceive, living each day joyfully, like a carefree maiden. With so many beastmen, each held different perspectives. Upon returning, Huairong embraced her, leading her into their quarters. Once inside, he tentatively asked, if you feel unhappy, shall I take you away? Nan Mozhen sighed without responding, instead turning to hold him tightly. Huairong tenderly caressed her head, assuring her, do not fear. I will shield you from such terrors. There is no need for offspring. She shook her head, replying, I am not afraid. Every female is remarkable. They bring countless new lives into this world, and their contributions are invaluable. It is merely the attitudes of some males that sadden me. It frustrates me to think. Why must it be the females who bear offspring? You males are robust enough to endure numerous births without consequence. Huairong found himself at a loss for words, as the distinction between male and female capabilities was stark and unchangeable. After a moment of reflection, Nan Mozhen regained her composure. Huairong, accompany me to the dining hall. Of course, to her surprise, they encountered Mei Si in the dining hall. Mei Si's belly had grown considerably, and she was likely to give birth in 2 or 3 months. However, she was not there to dine, but rather to converse with other females. Upon seeing Nan Mozhen enter, she could not help but mock. The great beast city has become quite peculiar. The risks of childbirth have always existed. Was it not always thus? Did Zhanzhen's presence guarantee survival? Some beastmen are simply too naive. If females struggle, it is because of your inadequacies. Nan Mozhen cast a silent glance at her, and without uttering another word, she silently acknowledged the last comment with a nod of approval. Mei Si was already visibly pregnant, and Nan Mozhen, in her calm demeanor, had no desire to engage in a quarrel with her. The thought of becoming agitated over the matter seemed rather trivial. Thus, she chose to disregard Mei Si's presence and the scornful remarks, immersing herself in her task of chopping vegetables at the preparation station. Perhaps disheartened by Nan Mozhen's lack of reaction, Mei Si soon found the encounter uninteresting and departed for home. Initially, this situation seemed inconsequential to Nan Mozhen, but news soon arrived days later that Mei Si had suffered a miscarriage. The cause was attributed to a night of rain when she leaned against the window playing with water, followed by a severe fever in the wee hours, ultimately resulting in the loss of her child. The difference between natural childbirth and a miscarriage was significant, particularly regarding the latter's repercussions on one's health. Lanz had discreetly informed Nan Mozhen that, given Mei Si's condition, if she did not take proper care of herself, future pregnancies might prove difficult. Nan Mozhen found herself at a loss for words. Merely sighing, her heart was not heavy with sorrow, yet she did not revel in misfortune either, feeling instead a profound sense of melancholy. Upon her return to Stone Fortress in the afternoon, she noticed Yi Fu observing her from a distance, seemingly hesitant to approach. Noticing he did not come closer, Nan Mozhen chose to ignore him and ascended the stairs directly. In recent days, Huairong had been preoccupied with matters concerning the second floor of the restaurant, and the iron door had been crafted according to her specifications in the blacksmith's workshop. Although the joints appeared somewhat crude, it was indeed an iron door. The cast iron pots had become commonplace in Great Beast City, and various tools had also gained popularity. Occasionally, Nan Mozhen would ask Huairong to deliver iron or to the blacksmith's workshop, while the orcs would venture outside to seek iron or themselves. The utility of iron had been well communicated, and while they could not manage overly complex tasks, disseminating some knowledge was certainly beneficial. That morning, after Huairong set out for hunting, Nan Mozhen tidied up before heading to the restaurant. Just as she reached the entrance, a male orc intercepted her. She frowned at this somewhat familiar figure, recalling that he was one of Mei Si's partners, one of the two fifth-tier beast companions. "Is there something you need?" she inquired. The male held 2 energy fruits in his hands, and with a sincere demeanor, he lowered his gaze, saying, "Mei Si may have a sharp tongue, but her heart is not malicious. She previously directed her ire at you, and I apologize for that. Would you allow me to exchange one of those fruits specifically designed to enhance physical constitution? I am aware you possess other varieties aside from the pink ones." Nan Mozhen regarded the energy fruits in his grasp in silence, refraining from disputing his assertion about Mei Si's character. He continued, "We can take Mei Si away from Great Beast City. All I desire is for her to recover. Following this miscarriage, her health has deteriorated significantly, making future pregnancies potentially challenging. For a female, this ability is paramount. The distinction between not wanting to bear children and being unable to do so is profound. Mei Si, with her pride, would find it unbearable to endure the scorn of others." With a light scoff, Nan Mozhen replied, "You may find my words uncomfortable, but this situation arose due to her negligence, as well as the irresponsibility of you partners. The spring rains are quite frigid, and it's astonishing that such an incident could occur with so many partners present." The male clenched his jaw, his expression filled with guilt and remorse. She glanced at the bright morning sky and remarked, "There is no need for you to avoid me while leaving Great Beast City. If she wishes to depart, she is free to do so. However, I will not be staying here for long." With that, she handed him 2 fruits meant to enhance physical constitution, exchanging them for the ones he held. After the exchange, she turned and entered the restaurant. The level 20 system was well established and included numerous resource trees for producing seasonings. Nan Mozhen was capable of preparing a variety of simple dishes, and the familiar flavors reminded her of meals once enjoyed. After concocting several new dishes in the restaurant, she ascended to the second floor, where she found Huairong carefully carving a piece of wood. Approaching him, she exchanged a glance with Huairong, who looked up at her, and she smiled as she crouched beside him. He was in the process of sculpting a bed, and the blueprint beside him depicted a traditional redwood bed design. She had previously chosen this design, intending to craft a bed, and was pleasantly surprised to see that he had meticulously carved the intricate patterns. "Zhizhen, I made the bed larger, so you can roll around without constraint," Huairong announced. Nan Mozhen chuckled. "You ought to refrain from overdoing it. A bed accommodating just the two of us is sufficient, that if it's too large, I might find myself climbing out of it for ages. How dreadful." Huairong couldn't help but laugh, leaning in to nuzzle her cheek. In response, Nan Mozhen planted a kiss on him and said, "Continue your work. I will prepare some fruit." With that, she moved to a nearby table. She selected some designs from the furniture blueprints for Huairong to create. The orcs could craft wooden furniture, yet their designs remained quite simplistic, that a typical table consisted of merely a surface and 4 legs, with some adding a 5th leg for stability. Chairs were non-existent, replaced instead by rudimentary stools. Other wooden furniture was rarely utilized, as the orcs preferred to sleep directly on animal skins or in nests made of soft grasses. Thus, the utility of beds was limited. Nan Mozhen yearned for a room that leaned towards modernity. Even in the absence of electrical appliances, she aspired to have certain pieces of furniture that were well suited to her vision. For this, her partner worked diligently to fulfill her desires. Each day, after spending some time in the restaurant, she would ascend to observe Huairong, who was always serious and engrossed in his carving. Each time she witnessed him bent over, crafting with his rear in the air, she couldn't resist the urge to tease him, a perilous endeavor that inevitably resulted in her being pinned beneath him, utterly consumed. Following the arrival of spring, a plethora of events had transpired in Great Bee City, postponing the celebration that was initially planned for the numerous female offspring anticipated from the winter. The atmosphere was now thick with sorrow over the loss of a female that on one such day, Yifu sought out Nan Mozhen, and the two sat by the pond in front of Stone Fortress. It is imperative to ensure the reproduction of females. Without them, the orc race will face extinction, that if males could reproduce, we would have already done so. But that is not an option, Yifu stated. Gazing into the clear waters of the pond he favored, Nan Mozhen inquired directly, "What is it that the city lord wishes to discuss?" Turning to face her, Yifu replied, "Is there a way to reduce the dangers females face during childbirth? Or how to mitigate such risks if they arise?" "Apologies, but I am not well versed in medicine," she responded candidly, before adding, "As for minimizing the risks during childbirth, that is not particularly difficult. If females take care of their health in the months leading up to conception and maintain a proper diet during pregnancy, the likelihood of complications can be reduced. However, if there are pre-existing health issues, there may be little that can be done." The female who was lost previously with a first-time mother. Typically, young females have the best outcomes during their first pregnancies. Yet, due to inexperience and negligence regarding diet, complications arose. She elaborated, for instance, if the fetus is positioned incorrectly, such as presenting feet first, or if the baby is excessively large, especially for females who give birth in a humanoid form. If they are too heavy, complications can easily occur, which may lead to severe bleeding. These issues are common during childbirth. However, they can often be prevented. I am merely suggesting preventive measures. It is not guaranteed that they will always succeed. For an incorrect fetal position, gentle massage can help, akin to the techniques employed by experienced physicians who carefully adjust the pregnant belly to rectify the position. If the fetus is large, dietary intake can be monitored, as pregnant females often have an astonishing appetite. If these two aspects are managed, the likelihood of severe bleeding diminishes. While Nan Mozhen possessed theoretical knowledge, she was not a doctor, and practical application, especially regarding fetal positioning, was exceedingly challenging. It seemed necessary to request the system to arrange for relevant medical texts. Yifu wore a troubled expression, and after a brief silence, Nan Mozhen tentatively asked, "Do you think it is possible for the orcs on this continent to form one-to-one pairings, where one female is paired with one male?" Yifu pondered for a moment before responding. "If the number of females is sufficient, such a scenario is not impossible. However, there would be numerous challenges. A single male would find it difficult to adequately care for a female, as not all females possess the same strength, intelligence, and capability as you. What if we could transform females to be more like me? Not necessarily in terms of combat prowess, but at the very least, capable of taking care of themselves in the absence of their partners." Yifu's previously dim gaze suddenly sparkled with interest as he fixed his eyes intently on Nan Mozhen. His expression tinged with anticipation. "Oh, you have a plan?" "Somewhat. It requires experimentation. Good. From now on, your status in Great Beast City will be equivalent to that of a priestess. Whatever you desire, we shall fulfill to the best of our abilities. With unwavering determination, Yi Fu stated firmly. Nan Mozhen chuckled lightly. There's no need for that, and I won't be staying in the Great Bee City for long. I wish to venture out and explore this vast continent. However, rest assured, I won't be leaving anytime soon, and I will assist in taking care of the females. Please don't elevate me too highly. I do not wish to attract the attention of the orcs outside. Yi Fu nodded in understanding. Should you need anything, feel free to seek me out at any time, that if I'm unavailable, you may also approach Yusi or Augustus. Very well, Nan Mozhen replied, and after conversing with Yi Fu, she hurried to the second floor of the dining hall to find Huairong, who was coincidentally there with Muda. The two seemed engrossed in their conversation. Upon seeing her approach, Muda grinned widely. Zhen, you've arrived. Yes, I would like Huairong to help me create something, she responded as she walked over. Huairong looked up at her with gentle eyes and inquired, What do you wish to make? Muda chimed in, I will assist as well. She nodded and briefly explained the items they intended to create, gesturing vaguely on the ground in lieu of detailed blueprints. The two large white tigers listened intently. Nan Mozhen was preparing to establish a recreational hall where the females could gather for amusement, engaging in games that would also serve to strengthen their bodies while subtly encouraging independence and empowerment in their minds. Activities such as running, skipping rope, and hopscotch would be included alongside darts, archery, bowling, mahjong, and five-in-a-row games, all of which would require specific equipment. Darts could be fashioned from iron, while the other items could be crafted from wood. Among these games, Nan Mozhen found herself particularly looking forward to mahjong. Once Huairong fashioned the mahjong set, she planned to gather some dyed plants to embellish it with color and patterns. After Huairong and Muda exchanged knowing glances, they immediately set to work. Huairong set aside the half-carved bed to prioritize the crafting of game equipment. When Muda stepped out to gather wood, Huairong dutifully reported to his wife, Zhen, Muda just told me that if we ever leave the Great Bee City, her family will leave with us as well. Had he not mentioned it, Nan Mozhen might have forgotten their earlier whispers. She paused for a moment before nodding. That sounds delightful. The more, the merrier, akin to traveling in a group, and Muda understood that Huairong had no intention of lingering in the Great Bee City, as Wenli wished to stay close to her. For Wenli, Nan Mozhen may very well be her sole friend. Once we have the Great Bee City well organized, we shall journey to Water Blue City, Nan Mozhen declared. Agreed, Huairong replied. Whether it be Water Blue City or the previous residents of the Yadai tribe, he would ensure her safety wherever she wished to go, including the depths of the Frost Forest. As preparations for the recreational hall were underway, Nan Mozhen contemplated the layout of the Great Beast City. Apart from the stone fortress, the houses in the inner district were the most spacious, particularly the two-story structures. However, she found their dimensions somewhat unsatisfactory. After consulting with Yi Fu, she promptly finalized her renovation plans. The plan involved transforming 3 two-story stone houses into a single structure and expanding the second floor to include a third level. This project was not overly ambitious. It merely required occupying the streets between the stone houses to extend the third floor. The males spent an entire day gathering stones and a viscous plant sap, and within 2 to 3 days, the renovation was nearly complete. Yet, this was merely the exterior. The interior required delineation into larger and smaller rooms. Following that, the space would need to be arranged. The third floor would serve as a tea room and mahjong area, providing a quieter ambience. The second and first floors would be dedicated to various gaming rooms, accommodating multiple players, with 3 to 5 rooms designated for each type of game, which should suffice for the time being. This endeavor was intended for the females, as they would be the primary visitors. Nan Mozhen faced no opposition for treating the males differently. The gaming facilities were still lacking, so she entrusted the remaining manufacturing tasks to Yi Fu, along with the collection of dyeing materials. She then called upon the females to commence their morning exercise routine. When Li and Duolin, both with child, were unable to participate, however, Ruishu, the city lord's partner, was particularly enthusiastic. With her involvement, many females joined in. Yet, those with lesser stamina could not manage long distances, and as they fatigued, Nan Mozhen switched to walking that a group of females strolled along the streets of the great bee city. Accompanied by the watchful males behind them, Nan Mozhen shared her insights on culinary creations and bodily wellness. The females listened intently, gradually forgetting their exhaustion. After completing a circuit, they arrived at the dining hall for breakfast. Their appetites markedly improved. "It feels wonderful to eat here, even without a little one," exclaimed a young female, cradling a bowl of meat soup. The others couldn't help but laugh. Nan Mozhen remarked, "Once the recreational hall officially opens, we can gather in the tea room to chat and enjoy snacks while playing games. Mealtimes will remain in the dining hall, ensuring that our days are never dull. Fully enjoy games. One must maintain good health. A strong body is essential. Of course, we need not aspire to the sculpted physiques of the males. Our expectations can be modest. At the very least, we should not fall ill from a mere drizzle or breeze. A sound body also bodes well for future childbirth. Nurturing one's health is not an overnight endeavor. Much like one cannot become plump from a single meal, it requires time and patience. I will share all the enjoyable activities with you. You may partake as you wish. If something does not appeal to you, you're under no obligation to accept it. However, I do hope everyone remains mindful of their diets, especially concerning food that are unsuitable during pregnancy. For the sake of your offspring and your own well-being, exercise restraint where necessary." Upon hearing this, Huairong was the first to nod in agreement. Despite her status as the city lord's partner, she felt no need to involve herself in the matters of the great beast city. Content to eat well, drink well, and maintain her beauty, females had traditionally been relegated to roles of indulgence, bearing children, only to face the grim fate of difficult childbirth. Such a life seemed dreadfully mundane. Some of the more vivacious females chimed in with agreement, while the more reserved ones smiled, showing no signs of dissent. Take the morning's run and walk, for instance. Although it was tiring, walking alongside so many others while listening to captivating stories made the experience enjoyable. The paths they traversed daily transformed into a delightful adventure through shared conversation. The issue was not that the females were uninformed. Rather, they had been overly coddled by those around them. And one wished to be burdened or injured. Everyone longed for gentle care, seeking a life of ease. Yet, such a languorous existence often culminated in the horrors of difficult childbirth. A mere mention of poor constitution could unjustly label a female as less capable of bearing children. A most humiliating stigma. Some females were not devoid of ambition or pride. They simply lacked direction. With a leader emerging, they naturally felt inclined to participate. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, the joy of gathering together was palpable, far surpassing the monotony of isolation. After some lively conversation, Nan Mozhen engaged everyone in a game of carrot squat in the dining hall. With an abundance of participants, she initiated a variation using fruits and vegetables to prevent any confusion. The novel game proved to be a source of great enjoyment for all. By noon, Nan Mozhen invited the females to dine in the hall. After their meal, they all obediently returned home for a nap. Worn out from the morning's activities, having grown accustomed to a midday rest, Nan Mozhen opted to sleep in her bedroom as the weather warmed, rather than by the fire pit. She awoke in the evening, drenched in sweat, and called out, "Huairong, I feel so hot." Huairong, who had been weaving cloth in a corner of the dining hall, immediately rushed over, lying down beside her and enveloping her in his embrace. His ice abilities gently radiated, instantly cooling her down. Nan Mozhen, relishing the chill, clung tightly to him, momentarily lost in admiration of his handsome features. "Come summer, I shall have you use your ice abilities to prepare delicious dishes," she quipped. Huairong's expression grew serious as he replied, "The veterinarian has advised that females should not be exposed to cold. It is unwise to even touch them, let alone prepare food. Besides, what is there to enjoy about ice? It lacks flavor, merely providing a chill. Why must you be so rigid? I am well aware of my limits. I cherish myself too much to do anything detrimental to my body," she pouted helplessly and said. Upon hearing her assurance, Huairong's expression softened a little. "I understand. Let's sleep a bit more. I will keep you company," he gently remarked, stroking her head, since she had settled into her nest to sleep. He had been weaving, sacrificing his own rest, which had been even shorter than usual due to the prolonged morning playtime. You need to rest well. Nan Mozhen replied softly and nestled closer, seeking a comfortable position to continue her slumber. The cool, gentle sensation lulled her into a deep sleep until dusk. Why didn't you wake me? She rose with a hint of resentment. Huairong pulled her into his embrace and said, the males in the dining hall are helping out. You needn't concern yourself with anything that if something arises, they will come and fetch you. It wasn't as if they were in bonded. Typically, bonded beastmen wouldn't disturb their partner's intimacy unless absolutely necessary. She found herself at a loss for words. Falling into silence, feeling too languid to venture out. Let us skip dinner at the restaurant and eat at home. All right, at a large pot of stewed mixed vegetables with meat, pan-seared steak, and soup, just a few simple dishes for the two of them. What does black sand beef look like? She inquired while savoring the exceptionally tender pan-fried steak. Previously, Huairong had asked if she wished to try black sand beef, which only appeared in spring. She figured beef couldn't be too peculiar, yet she was pleasantly surprised by its exquisite texture. It is dark and rather unappealing, with small horns on its head, burrowing through the sandy soil. They emerge only in spring to forage. And once the weather warms, they burrow back into the sand, waiting for the next spring to surface, Huairong explained. Currently, they are quite easy to spot in the forest. If you desire, I can catch a few more for you to enjoy at your leisure. Outside of spring, one would have to dig into the earth to find them. Nan Mozhen nodded. All right, please bring back some horns next time. I would like to see them, but not too large, sure. After satisfying their hunger, they rode on a tiger to stroll about, visiting Wen Li and Duo Lin along the way. Judging by their bellies and daily eating habits, it seemed they were close to giving birth. Nan Mozhen couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable nature of beast-kind childbirth. Days later, as the game props neared completion, Yifu sent someone to deliver the coloring materials to the second floor of the dining hall. Observing the wooden bowling pins scattered about and the mahjong neatly packed in baskets, Nan Mozhen began her work. That it was simple enough to paint the bowling pins, but the small size of the mahjong necessitated the use of a brush. But where was the brush? As she pondered at the small table, her eyes caught Huairong's tiger tail casually swaying at her feet. Her gaze lit up as she seized his tail without hesitation. Exclaiming, "Transform!" Huairong obligingly shifted into his beast form, the great white tiger leisurely inching closer to her. Nan Mozhen embraced his body, her hands running through his fur, only to find her palms surprisingly clean. "Don't you shed fur?" Huairong asked, puzzled. "Very rarely. Why do you ask?" She pouted. "I want your tiger fur to make a brush." Unfamiliar with what a brush was, he only understood that his partner desired his fur. He earnestly inquired, "How much do you need? Do you want the skin?" Nan Mozhen gasped. "No skin. Just a small tuft, just that little bit." She demonstrated the quantity with a strand of her own hair. Upon seeing such a minuscule amount, Huairong's eyes momentarily flickered with disdain that he squatted down, scratching his fur with his claws, and soon, a few strands of white fur fell away. Nan Mozhen quickly collected the scattered tiger fur and placed it on the table. While organizing it, she remarked, "I only know wolf fur can be made into brushes. I'm not sure how effective tiger fur would be." And the next moment, Huairong dashed to the door, calling out, "I need a little wolf fur." Nan Mozhen. Shortly after, a male arrived with a handful of wolf fur. How convenient! Nan Mozhen crafted both tiger and wolf fur brushes. The softness of both types was comparable. Yet the wolf fur was slightly longer, perfect for making one long and one short brush. "Huairong, please help me with the dyes." Huairong agreed and promptly began to prepare the dyes. Indeed, the coloring materials were dyes derived from plant juices capable of staining cotton fabric. Just a few simple colors would suffice, and Huairong quickly prepared them. Subsequently, Nan Mozhen spent the afternoon painting the mahjong. The other tiles were manageable, but the flowers posed a challenge. She could only inscribe simplistic characters such as spring, summer, autumn, winter, and plum, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum, which was as easy as indicating directions. Once a complete set was finished, she placed it on a separate table to air dry and set. The bowling pins were easier to paint. She merely needed to add a few strokes for color to give the pin some weight. She drilled a hole at the bottom and inserted a stone, sealing it. The same went for the bowling balls, which were also filled with stones to enhance their heft and glued together with a highly adhesive sap. ensuring they wouldn't easily come apart no matter how they rolled. But by the time she finished with the bowling pins, Huairong had already replicated a set of mahjong based on her earlier designs. She leaned over to inspect his work, finding it utterly identical, even down to his grip on the brush. Nan Mozhen couldn't help but chuckle. She had held the brush in a casual manner, not the proper way, yet Huairong mimicked her exactly. Huairong looked at her in confusion and asked, "Did I draw it wrong?" She shook her head. "No, I just think you're adorable." Huairong's expression darkened. His voice tinged with restraint. "Zhenzhen, I don't wish to be intimate with you here." Nan Mozhen. Can a compliment be given without it being misconstrued? She unhesitatingly retracted her smile and turned to engage in her own tasks. Wishing to avoid further conversation with the great white tiger, she busied herself until dusk, dining in the restaurant, only to be pampered by the great white tiger upon returning home, the justification being, "You tempted me while I was working this afternoon." Nan Mozhen felt utterly helpless, but by the time all the game props were completed and ready for use, over half a month had passed. The lingering chill of winter had dissipated, replaced by a gentle warmth. And the flora in the mountains flourished rapidly, now showcasing vibrant hues of red and green. The females began venturing outside the city, for those willing to join Nan Mozhen in her leisure activities. She took them on morning runs each day, jogging until they were exhausted, then walking if they couldn't keep up. Starting from laps around the Great Bee City, they eventually transitioned to training in the nearby forest outside the city gates, returning to the dining hall for meals and then heading to the entertainment hall to play. Some younger females struggled to keep pace with their exercises, opting instead to play various games in the entertainment hall, which proved to be a great workout in itself. With increased activity, greater appetites, and improved sleep, their health steadily improved day by day. The lively and beautiful females brought joy to the males who watched them. However, some males soon reported to the city lord. That afternoon, after lunch, everyone sought mahjong partners to play in a mahjong room on the third floor. Nan Mozhen's companions at the table were Shui, Yunli, and a young female named Chun Chun. "That I've heard you, so be careful," Nan Mozhen warned. Yunli replied, "Hearing doesn't guarantee you will win." Shui added, "Exactly. Who knows who will win?" Chun Chun suddenly shouted. "Pong!" The three of them stared at her, tense. This little girl had astonishing luck, having drawn winning tiles several times. After claiming her tile, Chun Chun reached for another, glanced down, and excitedly slammed it on the table. "I won." The males entering the room were startled by her shout. Nan Mozhen and her companions sighed, then pulled out various treats from their small leather pouches, such as a handful of raisins, a piece of jerky, and vegetable chips that could serve as currency. That I in this game. Winning didn't count toward scoring, as long as someone won. The other three players had to provide snacks, with the player who lost needing to contribute a bit more. Chun Chun beamed at the spoils in her pouch, her small face radiating joy. Yunli patted Nan Mozhen's hand softly, saying, "You taught her how to play. How come you can't beat her?" Nan Mozhen blushed. This game relies on luck. Younger players tend to have better fortune. Yunli found herself in quite the predicament. The three of them were all mature females in committed relationships, while Chun Chun remained a minor. The disparity was palpable. Side out a small wager can be delightful, but a substantial gamble can be perilous. They were merely engaging in this pastime to pass the time. The males who entered were each seeking their companions, while Chun Chun's father had come to find her. "Are you all ready to wrap things up?" Augustus inquired. Shui, with evident reluctance, slammed her hands on the table and declared, "Everyone, get out. I refuse to believe I can't win." "Come back," Chun Chun retorted with a haughty huff. "Let them come. I'm not afraid." Her father, resigned, remarked, "It's getting late. Let's play again tomorrow." Yunli, "The cub needs to be fed." Her partner, Terry, chimed in. Yunli hesitated momentarily, aside from Huairong, who languidly leaned against the door with little reaction. The other three males eagerly awaited her response. If even one were to leave, the mahjong game would come to a halt. Suddenly, Yunli called out tenderly, "Terry." His expression softened, only to hear her request, "Please bring the cub over. I'll nurse him here." "Terry." Nan Mozhen stifled a laugh, sensing that Terry must be feeling a strong urge to weep blood. Augustus, maintaining a stern demeanor, stated, "Several males have reported to the Night Lord, claiming that you encourage the females to play without a care for returning home. The notion of not wanting to return home indicated that those males had been cast aside by their own partners. Rui Xuan naturally replied, "Are we not allowed to enjoy ourselves?" Augustus retorted, "You may, but as committed females, you cannot solely indulge in leisure. You must also attend to your partners at home." The resentment in his tone was palpable. Nan Mozhen, fiddling with the mahjong tiles, suggested, "All right, we have played for a whole day. What if the city lord dismantles the entertainment hall due to our excess? Let's return home to rest well and resume our games tomorrow." Upon hearing this, although they felt regret, the others did not argue further and suppressed their enthusiasm as they followed their partners home. Eventually, only Nan Mozhen and Huairong remained in the room at awe. "Huairong, are you here to find your partner as well?" she teased, glancing at him. Huairong chuckled lightly. "Yes, my dear Jinjin has been preoccupied with mahjong, neglecting me for several days, I think. What do you think? It's time to take her back to the nest and pamper her." As he spoke, his gaze was fixed on her, his tiger-like eyes narrowing with a hint of menace. Nan Mozhen, one should not provoke either the springtime or autumn white tiger. One is in the throes of yearning, while the other is in heat. Inadvertently inciting either could lead to a tragic outcome. She smiled slightly and rose from her chair. "Huairong, I'm quite hungry today." As she spoke, she leaned toward him, entwining her arm with his as they walked towards the door. Huairong raised an eyebrow, clearly pleased with her affectionate display. No matter which side of her she revealed, it filled him with joy and excitement. They filled their bellies in the dining hall, returning home to bask in each other's affection. A month later, the weather grew increasingly sultry, and the forests outside blossomed in riotous hues. The warmth hinted that summer was upon them. "Huairong, is it truly the heat, or has my body simply become resistant to the cold?" Nan Mozhen asked as she perched on the windowsill, observing Rui Xuan moving about in the distant courtyard, still clad in spring attire, draped with a light animal skin. Without lifting his head from his weaving, Huairong replied, "It's a bit of both. Spring is relatively brief compared to the other seasons, and temperatures rise swiftly. If I calculate correctly, the seasonal rain should arrive in about a month. I in these months. You've consumed energy fruits daily, which naturally fortified your physique. Not fearing the cold is the most fundamental sign of physical enhancement." Judging from her previous habit of waking up drenched in sweat and kicking off her blankets, he had deduced that the effects of the energy fruits were now manifesting. Not only had her physical condition improved, but Nan Mozhen had also consumed fruits that enhanced beauty and longevity, coupled with her daily exercise, allowing her to absorb the fruit's effects remarkably well. Is it possible for a male to absorb a large quantity of energy fruits at once to achieve multiple breakthroughs in one go? Nan Mozhen queried. Previously, she had given Huairong red fruits to enhance his strength, though he didn't always consume them. Occasionally succumbing to her coaxing for just one, she had saved the red fruits, refraining from letting the system devour them. Huairong responded, "No, while it may seem that consuming many energy fruits could elevate one's level, the body does not receive actual reinforcement. If the container is not strong enough to hold the power, it is futile. The result would only be a failed ascension or, worse, an explosion of the body." Nan Mozhen bit her lip, relieved that she hadn't forced the red fruits upon him. For males to enhance their physique, they must engage in continuous combat, strengthening their bodies through the experience, ultimately condensing energy to ascend on a certain day. The red fruits she had given him were different from the energy fruits found outside. The red fruits solely elevated strength without other benefits, while the energy fruits provided comprehensive enhancement. Huairong, upon tasting them, would know better than to overindulge. "I have plenty of red fruits here, if you don't want them. May I give them to the beast spirit? When the time comes for you to ascend, you could transfer the energy from the beast spirit," she tentatively suggested. Huairong remained silent, observing him engrossed in his weaving without responding. Nan Mozhen continued, "Then I shall keep them for now." This time his response was rather definitive. Nan Mozhen. In truth, the task wasn't too arduous. While giving Huairong the red fruits, she could also provide the yellow fruits that enhance physical condition, achieving perfection. Yet, this fool Huairong did not grasp how swiftly the resources from the trees could produce valuable items. He was reluctant to consume those treasures himself, having previously consumed the red fruits. Huairong knew that the energy contained within them was far less than that found in the energy fruits from the frost forest. However, those fruits were particularly suitable for females, allowing for optimal absorption. What would happen if a male consumed those beauty-enhancing energy fruits? She casually inquired. Huairong paused, contemplated, and replied, he would likely become even more handsome. For instance, his skin would be fairer and more delicate, he then added. But please, do not feed me those fruits. A male becoming too delicately beautiful is not ideal. I'm a carnivorous male. I prefer a rugged appearance. Your beauty is sufficient. Nan Mozhen chuckled. I doubt it would make you effeminate. Someone like Yusi exudes a gentle demeanor, yet lacks substantial intimidation. Among the carnivorous beastmen, the moment their beast forms manifested, be it tiger, lion, or leopard, there was an inherent, imposing presence that Yusi's butterfly kin simply could not replicate. She gazed at the cotton fabric Huairong was weaving, which had already accumulated to a modest thickness. Soon, it would be ready for dyeing and garment making. With a blissful expression, she admired Huairong's handsome profile. After completing the furniture for the second floor of the dining hall, he had dedicated himself solely to weaving, aside from his daily haunts for food and checking on the dining hall thrice a day. With the rising temperatures, his partner would soon require beautiful garments made from cotton fabric. Cotton, being lighter and more moisture-absorbent than animal skins, was still not as smooth and comfortable as silk. Having been preoccupied with cotton, she had neglected the silk threads. The silk produced from the silkworm trees came in small bundles, saving a great deal of trouble compared to dealing with whole cocoons, with nothing else to do. Nan Mozhen began winding the silk threads together to facilitate the weaving process later. Once Huairong completed the cotton fabric, she would have him weave silk. She had already envisioned creating matching sleepwear for couples, which seemed delightful to her. Suddenly, a few distant roars of tigers echoed from outside, causing her to instinctively look up. The sound seemed to originate from afar, likely from the outer district, before she could fully comprehend the situation. Huairong set down his work, rose, and swept her into his arms, descending the stairs. What is happening? Wenli has given birth. Then we must hurry. The earlier roars were likely from Muti as Huairong carried Nan Mozhen to the outer district. They were met with jubilant cheers from Wenli's home, especially as Rua dashed into the courtyard, howling with excitement, nearly ready to take flight. Wenli had given birth to Rua's cubs, and it appeared the delivery had gone smoothly. The speed was astonishing. From the stone fortress to the outer district, it couldn't have taken more than 5 to 10 minutes for such a swift birth. Listening to the cries of the newborns within the house, Nan Mozhen hurried inside, where 4 or 5 veterinarians had gathered, including Lanz and Reno, along with several elder veterinarians. Zhenjin, Wenli has given birth to 2 female cubs, too. Muah was nearly beside himself with joy, tugging Nan Mozhen directly to the bedside to gaze upon Wenli. Wenli appeared to be in good health, albeit her complexion was slightly pale. Wire was feeding her, while Eamon and Reno carefully wrapped 2 identical female cubs in animal skins. Nan Mozhen felt a mix of comfort and amusement, observing Muah's reaction. One might mistakenly think the cubs were his own. Wenli looked at Nan Mozhen, her face beaming with joy. Zhenjun, I am so happy. Thank you. That is due to your own perseverance, but my words have proven prophetic. I did say twins would come, and indeed they have, Nan Mozhen replied with a smile. She then suggested to Muah, you can make some cotton pads for the cubs as diapers. That way, they won't get diaper rash. Yinli's cubs had diaper rash before, but after using cotton pads, their condition improved significantly. Muah was adept at making cotton pads. He leaned over and gave Wenli a kiss before fetching a bag of cotton to press in the yard. Wenli's cheeks flushed with joy after examining the female cubs and confirming their well-being. The veterinarians prepared to leave. Just as they reached the doorway, Doran's male cub dashed out, calling for help. Doran complained of abdominal pain, suggesting she might be about to give birth. The veterinarians' expressions tensed as they promptly shifted their focus to Doran's home. Nan Mozhen intended to follow, but was stopped by Ranz. It's a bit bloody when females give birth. You shouldn't go over. What if she gets frightened and doesn't want to give birth anymore? Huairong, don't let her come, Ranz instructed before rushing off. Huairong, being singled out, did not react much but turned to the hesitant Nan Mozhen and asked, do you want to go see? After a moment's pause, she turned and re-entered Wenli's room. deciding it was better to observe Wen Li's cubs a little longer. Several minutes later, Doran successfully delivered a female cub, and both mother and daughter were safe. However, Nan Mozhen was rendered speechless upon discovering that Doran also had a pair of female twins. Am I to believe that the feng shui here is particularly favorable? Having lived here myself, does this mean I might also bear twins in the future? Wen Li teased, "You could try for 3 in one go." She gasped, "Forget that. It's not like male cubs are small and easy to birth. Fitting 2 in that belly is already quite cramped. Adding another would surely be overwhelming." Wen Li's laughter was infectious. Since becoming a mother, she radiated an aura of maternal love, and the joy of having her first set of cubs, 2 female ones, was simply delightful. The cubs began to wail, signaling their hunger for milk. Observing the cubs' needs, Nan Mozhen rose to check on Doran. The male cub from Doran's household reacted similarly to Wen Li's male cub. Either he was excited to the point of losing his head, or he bore a serious demeanor, cradling the female cub as if it were a hand grenade, or he was flustered, unsure of what to do. The veterinarians stood by, their faces displaying a sense of existential despair. Overwhelmed by the commotion, they were at a loss for how to express their emotions after several startling incidents. One veterinarian inquired, "Did Wen Li and Doran both eat 2 powder fruits?" Nan Mozhen shook her head. "No, they each had 1, but they also consumed fruits that enhance physical strength. I suspect that during their consumption of the powder fruits, it coincided with the time the cubs were differentiating. Being first-time mothers, the number of cubs they birthed would not be high, likely just 2. The powder fruit, combined with their regular nourishment, facilitated the transformation of both cubs. Doran had eaten the powder fruit first. Later, after I set up the restaurant, she consumed the strength-enhancing fruit. The strength-enhancing fruit was not the key to transformation. It seems the conditions were optimal for a perfect transformation." The veterinarians nodded approvingly, their faces alight with joy. Thus, the great bee city suddenly welcomed 4 new female cubs. Having 2 female cubs in one litter was unprecedented. First, Yinli had 1 male and 1 female in a single litter, followed by Wen Li and Doran, each delivering a pair of cubs. Such occurrences had never been seen in the great bee city, and the common thread among these events was Nan Mozhen, the one who had brought the powder fruits. Truly, she was a favored female of the beast god, bringing fortune to the great beast city. This momentous news quickly attracted Yi Fu and Yu Si, with Rui Shui following suit. Yu Si cast a grateful smile towards Nan Mozhen. While Wen Li's case was a separate matter, the births of Doran and Yun Li's cubs were undeniably their green-field butterfly's offspring, resulting in a sudden increase of 3 female and 3 male cubs. How could he not be elated? As Yi Fu's gaze fixed intently upon her, Nan Mozhen stated earnestly, "Thus, enhancing the physical condition of females is paramount. Whether they bear female or male cubs is secondary. The primary concern is the smoothness of the birthing process, that a healthy female has a greater chance of producing more cubs, the more births she has. The higher the likelihood of having female cubs, that of course. I believe females should not bear too many litters, as it can harm their health." Yi Fu's expression grew serious and grave, as if the sky might fall. His joy mingled with anxiety. He nodded gravely, tacitly agreeing with her sentiments. The news rapidly spread, and the entire great beast city erupted in joyous celebration. The beastmen were remarkably straightforward, even if the cubs were not their own. As long as they lived in the great beast city, they would rejoice at the birth of any female cub. Conversely, they would mourn deeply if a female were to perish. There was a profound sense of honor and shame. The 4 great cities had always attracted the attention of other beastmen. Each year, many from small tribes would migrate to the 4 great cities for the winter. Since winter began, Nan Mozhen's name had become well known throughout the great bee city. The birth of cubs, especially female ones, was a highly celebrated event. First with Yun Li's male and female twins, followed by Wen Li and Doran's subsequent births of female twins. Such astonishing news spread rapidly. On that day, news surfaced that the Lord of Luo Shui City would soon visit the great bee city. Each year, the 4 great cities and nearby tribes would engage in friendly interactions. It was said that this time, the Lord of Luo Shui City had brought many young females, including one favored by the beast god. Upon hearing this, Nan Mozhen grasped the intentions behind it. She gleaned this gossip from Rui Shui and had just returned to her stone house when Huairong, who had been out hunting, arrived back, his expression tinged with worry. "What happened? Why do you look so troubled?" Nan Mozhen queried, perplexed. Huairong replied, "Just now, as I returned, you see mentioned that the female favored by the beast god from Luo Shui's city possesses the ability to replicate the powers of other beastmen. And she has already acquired many abilities." Upon hearing this, she pondered for a few seconds before a smile crept on her lips. "What fate befalls those whose abilities are duplicated?" she asked. Huairong responded, "They won't die, but they will become weakened. Can that female truly replicate any ability, or is she limited to merely the beastman's powers?" Huairong looked at her in confusion, unsure of her meaning. What other abilities could beastmen possess besides their powers? Nan Mozhen chuckled, shaking her head. "It's all right. I know you are concerned. I will be careful. My ability is unique. Even if they wish to replicate it, they will undoubtedly fail. While powers can be copied, can a system be replicated? Even if the Lord of Luo Shui's city harbors such intentions, Yifu would not allow them to act recklessly. I think we should hold off on moving to the second floor of the restaurant until after the Luo Shui city beastmen have left," Nan Mozhen suggested. "All right." Although the restaurant was crowded and chaotic, the defenses of the stone fortress were far more stringent. Remaining within the fortress would be more convenient for her. Moreover, Yu Si, the priest, seldom ventured outside, and with him residing downstairs, Huairong's outings would be much safer for her. She was not afraid of Luo Shui's city overtly attempting to replicate her abilities. Rather, she feared a stealthy approach. Other tribes would protect a female favored by the beast god with utmost care. Not only would they be cautious about taking her out of their tribe, but they would also be wary of any potential abduction. The Lord of Luo Shui's city bringing other females for interaction was unproblematic. Using females to attract males from the Great Bee City to strengthen their own tribe was a common practice among tribes. Ultimately, whether they could draw in males depended on the abilities of the females. However, the presence of that special female brought about a sense of suspicion regarding the Lord of Luo Shui's city's motives. Suddenly, Huairong turned to Nan Mozhen and said, "Yifu is looking for you." Nan Mozhen was taken aback, but promptly rose and made her way downstairs. Upon reaching Yu Si's door, she spotted Yifu, who was conversing with Yu Si. "Lord, you called for me?" Yifu nodded, and the three of them entered the room to sit and converse. The first time Nan Mozhen visited the stone fortress, she had entered Yu Si's room. However, at that time, she leaned against the doorway, and the dim light of the room prevented her from scrutinizing his quarters. This moment, with the window wide open, brilliant sunlight streamed in, illuminating the stone house to an extraordinary brightness. The room, simple yet elegant, contained little more than some modest furnishings. What captured Nan Mozhen's attention was a cluster of flowers and plants hanging on the wall in the distance, delicately arranged in exquisite small baskets. These blooms showcased the 7 colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet, devoid of any superfluous hues. The sight was refreshingly charming. Yu Si, being a meticulous male, noticed that Nan Mozhen's gaze lingered on those flowers, causing the corners of his mouth to lift involuntarily. Yifu, on the other hand, seemed somewhat distracted, oblivious to Nan Mozhen's focus, and spoke directly. "Females blessed by the beast god possess unique abilities. Much like Ashami from Luo Shui's city, who has the power to replicate others' abilities, that I have witnessed the combat prowess of the Huairong Bee Soul. It is not a mutated dual ability, but shares the same ice attribute as his." Nan Mozhen turned her head to look at him, their eyes meeting, and the atmosphere shifted subtly. Yu Si gently interjected to ease the tension. "Zhenjin, Yifu means no harm. Your space is your special ability, though it may differ from that of the space beasts. Today, we do not wish to discuss this spatial matter, but rather, since many assume spatial abilities belong to beast souls, what unique abilities do you possess as one favored by the beast god?" Nan Mozhen immediately understood. Luo Shui's city likely sought to probe her abilities. That it has always been clear that males possess formidable powers, while females are endowed with reproductive capabilities, leading to a clear division of roles. However, some exceptional females, favored by the beast god, acquire abilities that simultaneously diminish their inherent reproductive power. It is akin to exchanging reproductive capacity for unique abilities. Huairong is a 6th-tier beast. Only 6th-tier or higher beasts can clearly perceive the beast soul ability within Nan Mozhen. High-tier beasts are the pillars of the great beast city, and even if they detect a problem, they would not voice it. Some high-tier beasts may not even be sensitive enough to notice. Yifu and Yuci both understood that since Nan Mozhen posed no threat to the great beast city, but rather could utilize her intellect to improve its circumstances, they would not unduly trouble her and would even double their protection. Those in the know recognized that her spatial ability was a gift from the beast god, yet outsiders remained unaware. If the spatial ability stemmed from the beast soul, what then was the power granted by the beast god? Uncertain of her unique abilities, the lord of Luoshui city, accompanied by Ashami, had come to investigate, making conflict inevitable. Yuci expressed his concern. Ashami has replicated many beast abilities, and those abilities tend to weaken in the process. Yet they're still mid-tier. If she confronts you directly, you may find it difficult to resist. Nan Mozhen possessed only some martial skills, while her opponent wielded numerous abilities. Should a confrontation arise, the outcome would be predictable. She raised an eyebrow. So you would just let them bully me? Yifu replied coldly. Absolutely not. The females of the great beast city are not subject to their whims. His commanding words pleased Nan Mozhen immensely. Propping her chin on her arm, she regarded the two of them and inquired softly, "Would you like to know what makes my space special?" Yuci, having suspected her intentions from the moment she expressed a desire for jade, merely smiled at her without responding. Yifu nodded. Nan Mozhen continued, "I can devour any ability, which is why I dare to confront males in combat. My space can bind their movements and absorb their energy. If faced with a high-tier beast, they may break free, but I can seek another opportunity to bind and consume them." Shock flashed in the eyes of Yifu and Yuci. Yuci chuckled lightly. "So this is the reason for your audacity." She looked somewhat puzzled. "Am I really that audacious?" Yifu did not hesitate to affirm. "Compared to other females, you certainly are." Nan Mozhen smiled without retorting, finding it amusing that her independence and strength were labeled as audacity. But she conceded that they were somewhat synonymous. "If Ashami were to use her ability against you, could you not absorb it?" Yifu asked with a serious expression. Nan Mozhen replied, "As long as she releases her ability energy, I can absorb it. My power cannot devour her abilities, only her energy." Once confirmed, Yifu and Yuci felt reassured, their greatest fear being that she might be attacked while they were unaware. The exchanges between the 4 major cities occurred annually, but this time, with the lord of Luoshui city coming in person, the situation became particularly delicate. Knowing that Luoshui city was coming specifically for Nan Mozhen, it was impossible for them not to worry. Zhenjin, the lord of Luoshui city, Iluo, is a 6th-tier black fox. The Fox clan excels in enchantment, and I suspect Iluo may pursue you, should you refuse. Ashami will likely take action. Yuci speculated about Luoshui city's intentions, cautioning Nan Mozhen. She asked earnestly, who would win in a fight, a tiger or a fox? Huairong is also a 6th-tier beast, so in a real fight the outcome could go either way. Yuci commented, "In terms of combat prowess, it is hard to say. While tiger beasts are ferocious, Iluo's ascension to lordship indicates he possesses considerable capability. If Huairong and Iluo were to clash, as long as Huairong avoids falling under his enchantment, the outcome remains uncertain. This is not a mere alluring charm, but a manipulation that induces hallucinations and robs one of willpower. Of course, this is pertinent to males. For females, it translates to an enticing ability, so do not spend time alone with him." After a pause, Yuci added, "If you find him appealing and wish to become his partner and accompany him to Luoshui city, we will not stand in your way." Nan Mozhen pursed her lips. "I have Huairong, and that is sufficient. Even if he were to perish, I would not seek another male." Her stance was resolute. Yifu and Yuci exchanged glances, a hint of envy in their expressions. No male wished for anything less than a partner solely devoted to them. Yet, in the prevailing circumstances, one could not safeguard females on their own, forcing them to suppress their emotions while allowing their partners to associate with other males. They envied Huairong and admired Nan Mozhen's courage, Yet they also recognized that once Huairong secured his own partner, the pressure he faced would be immense. Meanwhile, the esteemed Huairong, burdened by such pressures in the eyes of others, was diligently weaving cloth in an upstairs corner, with a clearer understanding of Nan Mozhen's capabilities. Yifu and Yusi felt somewhat relieved. Should Ashami resort to coercive tactics, she might still manage to defend herself. For now, they could only speculate about Luoshui City's intentions. The specifics of their plans remained uncertain, and they would have to wait for their arrival to gain clarity. While Yifu and Yusi were tense and preparing to welcome the beasts from Luoshui City, Nan Mozhen and Huairong continued with their usual activities. Remaining remarkably calm, the four mightiest cities on this continent, known collectively as the Four Great Cities, included the eastern Great Beast City, the southern Luoshui City, the western Changli City, and the northern Huairong City. This ranking was based on the comprehensive strength of the tribes, and for many years, it had remained unshaken. Unlike the past, where tribes would engage in battles for supremacy, the current era saw tribes fostering amicable relations and forming alliances to strengthen their respective races through intermarriage. With only a few rogue beasts committing heinous acts, publicly, relations among tribes were quite cordial. However, the status of the four great cities was slightly exceptional, attracting many ambitious beasts who wished to seize control. Nan Mozhen was indifferent to all this. She only knew that with the news of the Lord of Luoshui City intending to bring females for interaction, a steady influx of beasts had been arriving at the Great Beast City daily. She ceased taking the females outside for physical training and instead opted for exercise within the entertainment hall, albeit missing music. Without it, engaging in aerobics or yoga proved challenging as the weather grew warmer. Muda had long since crafted looms for weaving and dyeing, providing Wen Li and the two female cubs with several sets of clothing. This technology had also spread within the Great Beast City. Nan Mozhen took the opportunity to teach the females about spinning thread, dyeing, and the use of the loom. Whether one chooses to engage in these activities is one matter. Possessing the skill is quite another. Much like their household, the theoretical knowledge was solely her domain, while the practical skills rested firmly with Huairong. By the time Huairong had finished weaving an extensive roll of cotton fabric, Nan Mozhen directed him to embark on the creation of silk. After breakfast one morning, while Huairong ventured out for a hunt, Nan Mozhen utilized a small iron knife, honed to a sharp edge, to carve the cotton into suitable dimensions, crafting herself a dress. Subsequently, she found a wooden basin, rolled the dress into a compact bundle, and gradually immersed it in diluted dye, allowing the colors to seep through. She chose soft, pastel shades of pale pink, light blue, delicate green, and a gentle orange to create a charming tie-dye effect. As the colors set, she continued her garment making, envisioning pure white dresses alongside some adorable embellishments to add a touch of vibrancy. Ultimately, she crafted camisoles, bustiers, skirt pants, and, most importantly, the dainty undergarments. She remained industrious until Huairong returned from his hunt. Noticing Nan Mozhen engrossed in her work, he quietly set about simmering a meat broth before returning to the corner to continue weaving. Thus, 5 days later, one tranquil evening, the once peaceful Beast City erupted into commotion. Nan Mozhen, who had been nestled in her den with her partner, who exuded a chilling aura, looked on in bewilderment. Were there more females giving birth? Huairong, upon listening, remarked, "The people from Luoshui City have arrived." Nan Mozhen paused, then smiled, reaching out to stroke Huairong's indifferent yet handsome face, inquiring, "I've heard many young and beautiful females are coming. Do you wish to take a look?" Huairong remained unfazed, replying, "Even now, I have no desire to partake in such frivolities, nor did I in my single days." "Why?" she asked. "I find little interest in such gatherings. It is far more appealing to find a cozy spot to sleep," with a smile playing on her lips. Nan Mozhen mused about his ascetic tendencies, noting that once emotions stirred, they could become quite intense. In the heart of this great white tiger, she was the one true female. The others mattered not to him. Yusi had speculated about the movements of Luoshui City, suggesting that their lord, Ili, might pursue her. In the unlikely event of a conflict, be wary of the fox's charm, she warned. Huairong absent-mindedly toyed with her hair, responding casually, "Everyone knows that females favored by the beast god do not reproduce. Ili may not necessarily pursue you as a lord. Securing offspring is paramount, for no one wishes to relinquish the tribe they have painstakingly built to another. Of course, if the offspring prove unworthy, it matters little. Among males, strength dictates status, and lineage merely enhances one's chances of vying for the lordship. Nan Mozhen nodded thoughtfully, then queried, if Muda and I had not come here, would he have had an opportunity to contend for leadership in the Yadai tribe? Huairong chuckled lightly. There's a chance, but he cannot surpass Ban Er. The tribe unanimously regards Ban Er as the next leader. Nan Mozhen chuckled softly, resting her head against his chest as she quietly expressed her desire to find a more advantageous location to establish their home, a place where they could forge various weapons to combat fierce beasts and create a grand estate with character. Listening to her softly articulate her dreams for the future, Huairong felt a surge of emotion within him, not from his own ambitions, but from the life his partner yearned for. Yes, it will come to pass. He replied solemnly, this continent abounds with land. One can construct a tribe anywhere, and as for the rest, he would handle it. A flicker of determination crossed his previously indifferent tiger eyes. He would grow stronger. The festivities outside continued for quite some time, right up until the stone fortress guests from distant tribes arrived, including females. Yifu naturally arranged for their accommodation within the fortress, specifically in a building at the rear. Just days prior, Yusi had commissioned the blacksmith to forge several iron doors, installing one between the front building and his room, and another on the staircase leading from the second floor to Nan Mozhen's third-floor room. Double security, designed to prevent the water-resistant orcs from intruding. The iron doors remained unlocked, serving merely as a barrier. The following day, before dawn, the Beast City bustled with activity in preparation for the celebration of the Luo Shui City females' visit, as well as to commemorate the recent increase in the number of young females in Beast City since winter. This bonfire party promised to be more lavish than ever before. Currently, Nan Mozhen rarely dined in the restaurant, opting instead to cook alongside Huairong at home. After their meal, one would set out to hunt, while the other pursued their own endeavors. Huairong returned shortly after leaving, conveying a request he had received from Muda at the fortress entrance. When Li and Duo Lin wished to play mahjong. Would you like to join? Nan Mozhen smiled and nodded. Yes, please stop by Yin Li's home on your way out and invite her. It will be perfect to have a full table. We can meet directly at the entertainment hall. Huairong acknowledged her request and departed. Previously, during the mahjong craze, when Li and Duo Lin, both heavily pregnant, had not participated, but having heard tales from others about the game's excitement, their curiosity had been piqued. With 3 players short, they needed to invite Yun Li. As Rui Shui was otherwise occupied, escorting the females from Luo Shui City on a tour of B City AS for Nan Mozhen, they preferred to refrain from inviting her unless absolutely necessary, allowing things to unfold naturally. After all, it was inevitable they would cross paths while residing in the fortress. Nan Mozhen tidied up and descended with a bag of snacks. Upon reaching the fortress entrance, she noticed a group of females gathered. Peering curiously, their cheeks flushed with shyness, embodying the essence of youthful infatuation, she recognized several familiar faces among the females from B City. Instinctively turning her head, she spotted a striking black fox standing by a nearby pond. The fox, robust and beautiful, with sleek, shiny black fur that shimmered with a divine glow in the morning light, had 3 tails gracefully swaying in the breeze, its posture utterly enchanting. Nan Mozhen couldn't help but marvel. The fox's tails truly seemed to flutter like those of a mythical fox spirit. Eli's dark, smiling eyes were fixed upon her, and their gazes intertwined in the air, creating a subtly charged atmosphere. Yet, Nan Mozhen simply tossed a dried strawberry into her mouth and walked past the fortress with an impassive expression. Eli observed the love-struck females outside, suppressing his amusement as he lay down to bask in the sun. As Nan Mozhen passed the restaurant, she noted the lively atmosphere within, where Rui Shui was enjoying a meal with the females from Luo Shui City, their laughter and chatter resonating with joy, while outside, a throng of unattached beasts watched intently. She found it amusing, reminiscent of the secret admiration one feels for a crush in school. Upon reaching the entertainment hall, her mahjong companions had been brought over by their partners. While Wan Li and Duo Lin's young ones were also present, their partners having brought them along to join in the fun. When a mahjong room was constructed, Nan Mozhen had designated 2 exclusive mahjong rooms, one for herself and one for Rui Shui, while the others remained available for communal use. Since when Li and Duo Lin had never played mahjong, Nan Mozhen and Yin Li patiently taught them the rules before they began to play. Nearby, several males strolled around, cradling their young ones, watching with interest as they grasped the game's mechanics. When Li, I'll go prepare a second mahjong set, in case of inclement weather or 2 cold winters when we can't venture out. We can play at home. 4 players per table, and the extra player can look after the little ones, Muda suggested. Wenli nodded in agreement, counting herself among 4 partners sufficient to form a table, with the extra person tending to the children. Duo Lin and Yun Li's households could also gather a table. Nan Mozhen felt a pang of exasperation. It would be challenging to gather a table with Huairong. Would it be just the 2 of them playing mahjong, with the little ones napping nearby? They all kept their voices gentle and calm throughout the game. They played until mealtime approached, when Chun Chun hurried over to find Nan Mozhen. Zhan, Meici has gotten into a quarrel with a female from Luo Shui City, and both sides have brought their partners. Rui Shui sent me to find you, as they might be preparing to duel. As the atmosphere in the mahjong room shifted, Nan Mozhen furrowed her brow and rose to her feet. The group descended the stairs together, heading towards the dining hall, while Mu, that sly fellow, darted off to find Huairong the moment they arrived. It seemed the situation had escalated considerably. Both Yi Fu and Ili had come over from the stone fortress, and the dining hall was surrounded by several layers of orcs. Rui Shui sat on a stool. Her face darkened, while Mei Si and a female named Ila were embroiled in a heated argument. Upon entering, the orcs immediately parted to clear a path for her, and Lans approached her quietly to explain the situation. Ila and her companions were complaining about the food, claiming it was inedible and that the females of the Great Bee City could hardly stomach such fare. Mei Si had retorted that if they didn't like it, they could leave and cook for themselves. Now Ila was bringing up Mei Si's fertility issues, and tensions were rising between the 2 parties. Nodding, Nan Mozhen walked towards them. What is all this commotion about? At the sound of her voice, the previously charged atmosphere in the dining hall fell silent, and Rui Shui visibly relaxed upon her arrival. Mei Si shot a glare at Nan Mozhen, saying, "While I won't deny that the food here is unappetizing, it is hardly their place to criticize that if they don't want to eat, they needn't. They can cook elsewhere." Nan Mozhen felt a twinge of surprise. Despite Mei Si's ongoing disdain for her, she still defended her when outsiders were causing trouble. Though her tone remained sharp and cutting, Ila, a female of the serpent tribe, regarded Nan Mozhen with an icy demeanor, enviously eyeing her porcelain skin. "The food is indeed unpalatable," Ila remarked disdainfully. Nan Mozhen, her expression unchanging, surveyed her and the chorus of females behind her. She had not received any word from Yi Fu indicating that the females from Luo Shui City would be dining here. It was Rui Shui who had suggested showing them around, and their lunch was supposed to take place in the stone fortress. When they arrived that morning, some females expressed interest in trying the food. And now this incident had unfolded. Was this blatant disrespect intended to provoke her, or did they genuinely disregard the Great Bee City? Rui Shui's partners were already wearing grim expressions, and Ili, standing beside Yi Fu, seemed indifferent, his gentle features adorned with a subtle smile that was utterly beguiling. Although Nan Mozhen longed to retort, the highest-ranking female in the Great Bee City had always been Rui Shui. A misstep at her words could easily jeopardize Rui Shui's standing. Rui Shui was the maid of the city lord, the most esteemed female in the Great Bee City, while Nan Mozhen held a unique status as a female. And there was no need to compare the 2. With a smile, she addressed them. "It is indeed rare for females to find the food here delectable. This fare is primarily designed for those who are expecting, serving as a nutritional meal focused on providing balanced nourishment, rather than being palatable. Most of you are carnivorous by nature, so it is only natural that you would find these vegetables unappealing." Hila fell silent, taken aback by Nan Mozhen's unexpectedly gentle tone. Rui Shui had indeed mentioned during their tour that the dining hall's offerings were tailored to support the nutritional needs of expectant females. Duo Lin, who had been grazing at the food station, couldn't help but interject, "You who have never born young cannot fathom the struggles of those who do. If you eat too little, you feel famished." And if you overindulge, you risk birthing overly large offspring, leading to complications. She sighed heavily, Tila, and her companions wore dark expressions, perceiving this as a jab at their lack of offspring. It was known that the great bee city had seen an increase in young females since winter. Even some sets of twins, likely due to the nutritional meals provided here. How is it that you, who oversee the dining hall, have yet to conceive? Hila said haughtily, her words laced with veiled mockery about Nan Mozhen's inability to bear children. Even a female favored by the beast god, endowed with extraordinary abilities, could not conceive if it was not meant to be. A female's status was ultimately determined by her ability to reproduce. Why bring forth offspring if complications arise? Raising a partner is no easy task. Huairong, who had appeared out of nowhere, remarked lazily from his perch on the windowsill. Hila scoffed lightly. Is it that she cannot bear children? Or is it you who prevents her from doing so? Huairong retorted, as if your male is striving so hard for you to conceive. You. Nan Mozhen suppressed a laugh. Oh dear, how cheeky he was. Macy shot a displeased glare at Huairong. What business do you have interrupting our conversation? We females are speaking. Huairong elegantly waved a paw, responding, you females may converse as you wish. I shall not meddle, but when my beloved Junjun speaks, I cannot help but listen. With that, he cast a lovesick glance at Nan Mozhen. The sudden display of affection shattered the tense atmosphere in the dining hall. Nan Mozhen shot him an exasperated look, saying, stay out of it. Of course, he replied obediently. Turning her attention back to Hila, Nan Mozhen stated, the food in our dining hall is indeed unappetizing. It is what is. You may choose to believe I cannot bear children, but that matters not to me. So, what else do you wish to say? The topic of reproduction was a potent weapon against females, yet it held no sway over Nan Mozhen. Hila found herself momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, she redirected her ire toward Macy. I've heard that your relationship with Junjun is fraught, and that you haven't been consuming the nutritional meals from the dining hall. Hence, your offspring did not thrive, and you find it difficult to conceive. While this remark bore no weight against Nan Mozhen, it struck at Macy, who was clearly being provoked. Fuming, Macy trembled with rage. But before she could respond, Shui slammed her palm on the table, startling everyone. Who told you that a female who has miscarried will never bear young again? Who told you that once a female conceives, she is guaranteed a safe delivery? Shui's commanding voice silenced Hila. Even after a miscarriage, with proper care, a female can still conceive. Improper treatment during pregnancy can lead to tragic outcomes. Hila's face shifted through shades of green and white. Unable to counter Shui's assertions, Nan Mozhen quickly interjected to diffuse the tension. Guests are welcome. Let us speak amicably, for the circumstances among different tribes vary. Oh, the lovely females from Luo Shui City. I assure you that the great bee city is thriving. The city lord and the priest have been discussing matters. If your households lack high-ranking beasts, it may be challenging to obtain energy fruits. However, the stone fortress is willing to provide a fruit that strengthens the body, which females can consume when they are expecting, thereby reducing the likelihood of complications during childbirth. Moreover, our city lord does not compel females to bear young. Even those who do not conceive maintain their status in the great bee city. Look at Shui, the city lord's mate. She is yet to bear offspring. This is because to successfully have children and reduce the risk of complications, one must be in optimal health. Her partners search for energy fruits for her every year. Consuming these fruits allows females to maintain their beauty and vitality, remaining youthful for years, allowing childbirth to occur in due time. Thus, a female's condition can reflect the nature of her male, that if he is caring and gentle, she will naturally flourish. If he only seeks to propagate without regard for her well-being, the outcome may be dire. Why are there so many complications during childbirth? It stems from insufficient energy and overeating, resulting in oversized offspring that are difficult to deliver. Our males in the great bee city are commendable. After forming a bond, they do not rush for offspring, but rather seek ways to ensure their partner's health. To them, a partner is not merely a means to an end, but a lifelong companion. In a relationship built on deep affection and good health, the decision to bear children is made with care. With ample energy, having one or two offspring is hardly a concern, and the risk of complications is minimized. Consider if a female's life were solely about growing, bonding, bearing young, and then dying in childbirth. How dreary that would be. Yes, the beast god's intent is for females to reproduce and strengthen the beast kin. But if all the females were to perish, would the males be left to bear young? Therefore, ensuring one's health before bearing children does not contradict the beast god's will. A smooth delivery is a desirable outcome. Nan Mozhen seized the opportunity to share her thoughts, while also promoting the virtues of the males in the great bee city. Why should females be hard on one another? Only females can truly empathize with the struggles of other females. Many from Luo Shui city were moved by her words, and Hila scoffed, remaining silent thereafter. Well then, the dining hour approaches. Please tidy up, for the expectant females will be arriving shortly. Nan Mozhen cast a glance at Ruishua. Nodding as she led away the female companions. As the commotion subsided, everyone began to disperse. Turning her head, Nan Mozhen met the intriguing gaze of Law, raising an eyebrow and gesturing towards the outside. Law, somewhat puzzled, peered out the door, only to be met with a cacophony of noise. A brawl had erupted outside. Though the immediate turmoil had settled, the matter was far from resolved, for Mai Sai and Hella's partners were engaged in a duel. However, she dared not witness the bloody spectacle and busied herself with lunch preparations in the dining hall. Dorian, with a playful smile, chimed in, Jinjin, I want to prepare for pregnancy. I need to eat nutritious meals. Nan Mozhen scoffed lightly, well, eat away. Naturally, Wenli and Yunli also lingered to partake in the feast. Huairong, eager to join the fray, rushed to Nan Mozhen to report the outcome of the skirmish. Akati turned out that Hella's partner was not a 6th-tier beast, but rather a 5th tier. While Mai Sai's 2 6th-tier partners had charged forth, obliterating several of Hella's companions. Such duels seldom adhered to tier distinctions. If one mistreated a partner, considerations of tier status became irrelevant. This meant that when conflicts arose between females, one had to be mindful of their partner's tiers, lest they face the embarrassment of defeat. After Huairong's recounting, he playfully nudged Nan Mozhen's backside with his tiger head. With a stern expression, she delivered a light slap to his head. It was one thing to be playful at home, but there were numerous eyes upon them outside. Seizing the moment, Huairong licked the back of her hand and darted away before she could deliver another playful smack. Observing their intimacy, Dorian and the others stifled their laughter. With a resigned shrug, Nan Mozhen prepared several new dishes as lunch commenced. With the absence of the raucous females from Luoshui City, the dining hall exuded tranquility. Meanwhile, the females from Luoshui City partook of their lunch within the stone fortress, with numerous single males assisting in the kitchen, simultaneously fostering connections. Most of these females were either in bonded or had few partners. Alongside a few like Hella who held some standing in Luoshui City, aiming to prevent unbonded females from being swept away by the males of the Great Bee City. The role of females was primarily to forge bonds with formidable males from the Great Bee City. Yet, some females were merely captivated by the allure of the males from the Great Bee City. It seemed that even the act of finding a partner involved a battle of wits and courage. With the afternoon free, everyone flocked to the entertainment hall for games. Initially, Nan Mozhen launched a campaign of love and care toward the females, followed by the allure of the entertainment hall, leading many females to be recruited. They found life in the Great Beast City delightful and engaging, with numerous females harboring thoughts of remaining. Whenever such sentiments arose, it was easy for the single males to pursue and succeed. After a full afternoon of revelry, as dusk approached, the bonfire party commenced, and everyone made their way to the par for a barbecue. As was customary. One female per bonfire lined the bustling main street of the Great Bee City with countless bonfire piles. The females from Luoshui City likely assumed that the bonfire party was merely a casual barbecue accompanied by friendly duels among the males. However, upon witnessing the orcs from the Great Bee City wielding iron pots for frying and cooking, they were left astounded. Consequently, the culinary talents of the single males attracted even more female attention. Barbecuing was not solely about direct flame grilling. Using a griddle counted as barbecue as well. Nan Mozhen produced a frying pan for Huairong, who promptly took it, placing it over the fire, brushing it with oil, and laying down the meat to commence the grilling. In addition to Huairong's preferred cuts, she also grilled the meat of the black sand cattle, discreetly mixing in poultry meat as well. The system had already established a resource tree for livestock production, allowing for a bountiful harvest of meat daily, making it impossible to neglect such ingredients for grilling. The sizzling oil in the pan sang a lively tune as the meat danced with fervor, the thin slices quickly cooking through. Nan Mozhen placed the cooked meat onto a plate, and after grilling a considerable amount, she added thicker cuts along with various accompaniments, pouring sauce and beginning to stew as the pot simmered. They feasted on their side. While others indulged in merriment and chatter, Nan Mozhen and Huairong focused on their meal. For them, this bonfire party was simply a culinary affair. The fact that they were consuming their own provisions hardly mattered to anyone else. As they dined, Nan Mozhen couldn't help but lament, if only there were seafood. Huairong paused momentarily, replying, "I'll go to the seaside for you one day." The journey was too long, so she relented. "I can settle for river fish. Perhaps you can catch some on your hunt tomorrow." "All right." She nestled closer to Huairong, smiling. "The best seafood is caught fresh by the sea. Nothing beats that flavor." Huairong gazed at her with fondness. "Whenever you wish to visit the seaside, I shall take you." She nodded in delight. After satisfying their appetites, they rose, brushed themselves off, and returned to the stone fortress for rest. The crowd from Luoshui city cast several astonished glances in their direction, bewildered by Nan Mozhen's demeanor. Departing without so much as a farewell to the city lord or the priest, they noticed the couple's stance, yet remained unfazed, as if accustomed to such behavior. In this great beast city, no one would restrain Nan Mozhen's actions. If anyone dared to, it would likely be Huairong. Having dined heartily, upon returning to the stone house, Nan Mozhen languidly embraced Huairong, reluctant to move. "After such a feast, am I destined to gain 3 more pounds?" Huairong teased. The phrase about gaining 3 pounds had become a familiar refrain from Nan Mozhen post-meal, and he had grown accustomed to it. She huffed in discontent, burying her face in the plush fur of the white tiger. After numerous observations, Nan Mozhen realized that no matter how much she indulged, a few playful nudges from Huairong would restore her figure. It must be said that their passionate encounters were both exhilarating and surprisingly effective for weight management. During the winter, when Huairong had yet to arrive, she had been entirely alone, indulging in a cycle of eating and sleeping. It was no wonder she had gained weight. Now, no matter how lavishly she feasted, a roll with Huairong would effectively stabilize her weight. Unable to contain her laughter, she fondled his tiger ears, exclaiming, "Huairong, I never imagined you possessed such a talent." Huairong, perplexed, merely shrugged without delving deeper into her peculiar sense of humor. As long as she was happy, that was enough. After engaging in light conversation, she swiftly washed up and retired to bed before the affections of the great white tiger could distract her further. Before dawn the next day, Huairong roused her from slumber. Groggily, she inquired, "What's the matter?" Huairong pointed towards the door. "You see, he has been lingering outside for quite some time." Nan Mozhen sat up. "Go see what he wants. There may be something important." Huairong then rose to attend to the matter, perhaps alerted by the sounds within. As soon as Huairong opened the door, "You see," approached. "I apologize for disturbing you. I simply couldn't sleep and wanted to find Jinjin." Huairong regarded him with an impassive expression. "You see," sensing the inappropriateness of his words, quickly amended, "I have something to discuss. I mean no other intentions." Hearing his word from within, Nan Mozhen emerged, stifling a yawn. "Jinjin, I had a most dreadful dream, and I feel it necessary to warn you," You see stated earnestly. Nan Mozhen regarded him with confusion, tentatively asking, "Can your dreams predict the future?" Yusi nodded emphatically. "I dreamt of you lying in a stone house, suffering greatly, with someone intent on harming you. However, I could not discern who it was. The dream was chaotic." His expression reflected a hint of panic. Before he continued, "When we first met, I